Chapter 1. The Burial of a Corpse. The rain poured down like pearls, drenching the sky. A young man and a middle-aged man, clad in raincoats and straw hats, toiled in the woods, wielding iron shovels as they dug grave. The young man, whose features were delicately handsome, was named Chen Jie. As for the middle-aged man, he sported a short beard, and Chen Jie referred to him as Uncle Mo. Both were dressed in green robes with black trim. On the upper part of their garments, at the center of their chests and backs, there was a circular black emblem with a single white character at its center, Lu. Beside the nearly excavated hole lay a corpse, similarly adorned in a robe bearing the character Lu. This was no mere coincidence. All three were servants of the Lu family. Uncle Mo, what do you think happened to Steward Wu? Why was he suddenly executed? Chen Jie, having grown weary from digging, wiped the rain from his face and, glancing at the body nearby, gasped. Wasn't he the confidant of the second miss? Such is the fate of a servant. Life and death are not theirs to command. Uncle Mo replied, wiping the rain from his own face with a hardened expression. A servant is merely a possession of the master. Whether wealth, freedom, or life, all belong to the master. What does it matter if one is a confidant? If the master is pleased, you are a confidant. If the master is displeased, you become a corpse. Chen Jie fell silent. His parents were servants of the Lu family. Thus he too was born into servitude. He did not wish to be a servant, but one cannot choose their origins, such as fate, unavoidable. Jie, I have lost all hope. This life will be my lot, Uncle Mo continued. But you are still young. Remember, do not harbor illusions about the master. If the opportunity arises, you must defy fate and break free from servitude. Yes, Uncle Mo, I will remember, Chen Jie nodded, then shook his head. But to escape servitude is no easy feat. How many servants yearn for freedom, yet ultimately remain enslaved for life? If you master martial arts and become a powerful warrior, then you may have a chance, Uncle Mo remarked. Those formidable warriors are not bound by the laws of the court. They can seize opportunities to escape, retreating into the mountains to become kings of the wild. If you are strong enough, both your family and the court will seek to win you over, and your status as a servant will naturally dissolve. Indeed, that is a possibility, Chen Jie replied with a bitter smile. But I struggle to even cultivate internal strength. To be considered a proper warrior, one must cultivate internal energy. The family had distributed some basic martial arts training methods, accessible even to servants like Chen Jie. Should one succeed in becoming a true warrior, they would possess greater value, contribute more significantly to the family, and enjoy a higher status within it. However, not everyone is capable of cultivating internal energy. It is a formidable challenge. Out of 100, perhaps only one succeeds. You're still young, merely 14, correct? Uncle Mo said. Generally, one has a chance until the age of 20. Do not give up. As servants, we cannot engage in trade or pursue scholarly examinations. After all, we are the property of the master. Cultivating martial arts to enhance oneself is our only remaining path. Chen Jie nodded and continued to dig. From what I have heard, Steward Wu's death seems to involve something called the 9 golden pill. At that moment, Uncle Mo, still digging, suddenly remarked, this 9 golden pill is no trivial matter. It is said to originate from the relics of immortals, classified as one of the celestial elixirs. If one can consume it, it could refine their essence and transform an ordinary person. I wonder if it is true. Not long ago, a martial expert from the rivers and lakes somehow acquired a 9 golden pill. However, it seems there were conditions for its consumption, so he could not use it directly and had to flee with the pill. He ended up near our Lu family's estate, where he was intercepted by our people. After a fierce battle, our family's warriors severely injured him, and he retreated into the mountains. Subsequently, our family dispatched a large search party. Steward Wu was among them. They did locate that martial expert, but he was already dead. Yet, the whereabouts of the 9 golden pill remain unknown. Later, the family suspected that Steward Wu had secretly concealed the golden pill. He was subjected to severe torture, yet he didn't reveal anything. Ultimately, he was beaten to death. Of course, this is all hearsay, and it may not be entirely true. So that is how Steward Wu met his end? The nine aperture golden pill? Could it truly be a celestial elixir? Do immortals really exist? Chen Jie felt a surge of excitement as he looked at the body of Steward Wu, his eyes gleaming. If I could obtain it, would I not be able to become a true warrior upon consuming it? As he spoke, Chen Jie reached for Steward Wu's corpse, beginning to search it. In merely recounting a tale, just telling a story. You young lad, do not think you can find a nine aperture golden pill on Steward Wu's body. It is impossible. Uncle Mo shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. Are the many members of the family fools? They have likely already dissected Steward Wu, searching him thoroughly. If the golden pill were on him, it would have been confiscated long ago. Besides, if he truly had taken the nine aperture golden pill, how could he not present it to the family? Remember, his wife and daughter were killed because of this. Under such circumstances, how could he insist that he never possessed the golden pill? The family truly is ruthless despite this. They still tortured the mother and daughter to death. But such is the lot of a servant, lowly and devoid of rights. Ha ha ha. Disappointment washed over Chen Jie as he ceased his search, for indeed, as Uncle Mo had stated, there was nothing on Steward Wu's body. All right, the grave is nearly finished. Uncle Mo said, let's hasten to bury him, then return home for a cup of ginger soup and a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we must continue our labor. The family does not care if you are sick. If the work is poorly done, the whip awaits. Chen Jie nodded, saying nothing further, and together with Uncle Mo, they prepared to lift the corpse and dispose of it. Just then, an ethereal light curtain suddenly materialized before Chen Jie's eyes, displaying a line of text. Detected the deceased's mind borrowing is possible. Would you like to proceed? Chen Jie was taken aback, momentarily unsure if this was an illusion or reality. Borrow, he responded almost instinctively. Current borrowing of a deceased, mind successful memory, loading in progress. The text on the ethereal light curtain shifted. Simultaneously, Chen Jie felt as though a massive hammer had struck his mind, or as if thunder had suddenly struck him. This sensation caused him to shudder, momentarily disoriented. What's wrong? Are you all right? Uncle Mo steadied Chen Jie by the arm and glanced down at the ground, thinking he had stumbled on a rock. Uncle Mo, I'm fine. Chen Jie quickly regained his composure. The dizziness had subsided, and he stood firm once more, appearing calm outwardly, though turmoil roiled within him. For within his mind, the memories of Steward Wu's life had inexplicably unfurled. Moreover, the nine aperture golden pill was indeed hidden away by Steward Wu. So that is where Steward Wu concealed the nine aperture golden pill. As he viewed Steward Wu's memories, especially the location of the golden pill, Chen Jie's heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 2. Establishing Authority. As for why Steward Wu, even under severe torture, adamantly denied possessing the nine aperture golden pill, and watched helplessly as his wife and daughter were tortured to death, it was because he realized that whether he spoke or remained silent, death awaited him. Having succumbed to temptation and hidden the nine aperture golden pill, once he became the prime suspect, his fate as a servant was sealed. He could not expect mercy from a master. Moreover, it turned out that Steward Wu had an illegitimate son, with whom he had secretly consorted with a woman, all behind the family's back. He had also conveyed the location of the elixir to his lover, an illegitimate child, via carrier pigeon. This was for his son, sacrificing his wife and daughter without a second thought. Chen Jie mused inwardly. Steward Wu is indeed ruthless. Of course, under normal circumstances, Steward Wu would not have been capable of sacrificing his daughter and wife to nourish his son. His primary motivation for concealing the nine aperture golden pill stemmed from his own greed. He had initially hoped to consume it himself, to alter his fate. However, once the family turned their gaze upon him, he understood his doom was inevitable, prompting such drastic choices. Thus, it stands to reason that Steward Wu's lover and illegitimate child are likely biding their time, seeking to retrieve the nine aperture golden pill. Chen Jie contemplated. However, that area of the mountains is likely still sealed off by the Liu family's search party, making it temporarily inaccessible to them. My objective is to enter that mountainous region before they do and secure or relocate the nine aperture golden pill. In that tense moment, Steward Wu had indeed been unable to bring forth the 9 Aperture Golden Pill. He had killed a fellow Lu family servant who had discovered the elixir alongside him and seized it for himself like the tea that moment. Upon discovering the wandering hero bearing the 9 Orifices Golden Elixir, they found that he had already succumbed to death. Driven by insatiable greed, Steward Wu swiftly dispatched his companion and concealed the precious elixir for himself. "Stop dawdling and commence the burial," came Uncle Mo's voice, pulling Chen Jie from his reverie. Without further contemplation, Chen Jie set to work with dexterity. He first disposed of Steward Wu's lifeless body into the pit, and then, alongside Uncle Mo, began to shovel the earth from the riverbank, filling the freshly dug grave once more. In a short while, the site was leveled, devoid of even a gravestone. As for Steward Wu's wife and daughter, they had already perished in torment 2 days prior, before Wu met his own demise. Their burial was not the work of Chen Jie and Uncle Mo. Typically, Chen Jie's duties at the Lu residence revolved around horse husbandry. This was his inaugural experience with the grim task of interring a body. Today, however, he and Uncle Mo had found themselves with little to occupy their time after finishing their chores. Thus they were dispatched by the household to perform the burial. This is the fate of a family servant who devoted the better part of his life in unwavering loyalty to the clan, even serving as the confidant of the second young lady. Yet now, he lies in death without so much as a gravestone. Finally, gazing at the burial site of Steward Wu, Uncle Mo let out a self-deprecating chuckle before addressing Chen Jie. "Let us return." Chen Jie nodded, grasped the shovel, and together with Uncle Mo, trudged through the rain back towards the clan. Neither of them entertained thoughts of fleeing. For a family servant who dared escape, the consequences upon capture would be dire. Moreover, under the law, they held the status of slaves no matter where they roamed. Their rights were non-existent. If discovered by officials, they would be apprehended and sent back, unless they ventured into the wilderness to live as outcasts. But the living conditions therein were equally harsh. With their meager martial skills, lacking inner strength, survival in the forest would pose a considerable challenge. Furthermore, the burial site was not far from the family estate. The clan's willingness to send them to inter a body indicated their confidence that escape was not an option. Should they fail to return within the allotted time, skilled martial artists would be dispatched in pursuit, easily capturing them. Even if they managed to evade the Lu family's territory, the family could request official assistance, and the authorities would issue a manhunt for the servants across the realm. In any case, there was nowhere to run. Thus, the two complied dutifully and made their way back to the estate. On the return journey, Chen Jie contemplated the memories he had gleaned regarding Steward Wu. Beyond the location of the 9 Orifices Golden Elixir, he realized he might also inherit Wu's martial prowess. Before Wu cultivated his inner strength, he had undoubtedly undergone years of rigorous physical training. This accumulated martial experience was of utmost value to Chen Jie. Amidst the cascading rain, Chen Jie, with one hand free from the shovel, began to clench his fist and strike in various directions. He perceived a newfound sharpness in his movements. Next, he handed the shovel to Uncle Mo and took off running through the rain, unleashing a flurry of punches. To his astonishment, his speed had increased. The enhancement in his physical control was a direct result of Steward Wu's martial expertise. Youth is indeed a blessing. Uncle Mo chuckled heartily upon witnessing this. After digging in the pouring rain for half the day, you still possess such vigor. However, conserve your strength. Practicing in the rain can easily lead to illness. We should return and rest properly. If you wish to train, you could do so indoors afterward. Chen Jie, of course, chose not to continue his training in the rain. His intention was never to engage in serious practice, but merely to test whether Wu's memories had genuinely bolstered his martial skills. The results of his experiment were unequivocal indeed. He had improved. Although he had yet to cultivate inner strength, his physical prowess had undeniably enhanced, along with his combat techniques. Steward Wu was merely a minor figure to borrow his intellect, and achieve such progress is remarkable, Chen Jie thought with excitement. If only I could access the minds of true masters in the future, perhaps those of grandmasters or celestial beings, What heights might I attain? With this thought, Chen Jie brimmed with anticipation for his future. Certainly, at this moment, there is no opportunity to borrow the intellect of a stronger individual. Chen Jie must focus on surviving within the Lu household while devising a plan to acquire the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir. After retrieving the iron shovel, he pondered how to obtain the elixir while accompanying Uncle Mo back to the Lu residence, upon reporting the burial situation to the steward and returning the shovel. The two men proceeded to their respective quarters. The Lu estate sprawls over an immense area, and Chen Jie, along with Uncle Mo and others, resides in one of the corner courtyards, a gathering place for the household servants. Once they arrived, Uncle Mo bid farewell to Chen Jie and returned to his own dwelling, while Chen Jie made his way to his quarters. Suddenly, as Chen Jie passed through a circular archway, he heard the voice of a young boy. "Hey, little fool, you're back," the boy exclaimed. "You're just in time. Come here, the roof is leaking a bit. Since you're already drenched, climb up and fix the leak." This boy, of similar age to Chen Jie, was also a servant. He had a horse-like face with a pointed chin and single eyelids, and his physique was somewhat more robust than Chen Jie's. Around them were other servants of varying ages, who erupted in laughter upon hearing this. In the Lu household, the servants rarely used their real names. Instead, they were referred to by numbers. For instance, Chen Jie was known solely as number 87. Only a few close individuals, like Uncle Mo, would privately use their actual names to the family. All servants were simply identified by the surname Lu followed by a number. Although each servant's dossier contained their true name, it was seldom remembered. Chen Jie's designation, 87, indicated he was the 17th servant of the 8th generation. The phonetic similarity between 87 and fool led some to bestow upon him the mocking nickname of fool. Being from the lower strata, servants often engaged in mutual backstabbing. In the past, Chen Jie had been frail and timid, his parents deceased, and he struggled to survive as a mere child. Thus, he became a target for bullying by other servants. In the face of their ridicule and harassment, the former Chen Jie had grown accustomed to enduring it. However, the current Chen Jie would not tolerate such behavior. After all, he had inherited the experiences of Steward Wu, gaining decades of wisdom and martial prowess. Even without internal energy or the status of a formal warrior, he was more than capable of handling these petty characters. With a swift motion, Chen Jie charged forward like a ferocious tiger or a striking serpent. He unleashed a powerful punch, harnessing the strength of his muscles, and struck the very boy who had mocked him, leaving him dazed. The force of Chen Jie's punch twisted the boy's horse-like face, causing blood to spill from his mouth as he fell into a puddle of rainwater, sliding helplessly across the drenched ground. The boy, known as number 86, or Lu by Shiliu, was left bewildered. Chen Jie did not know his true name. As in the hierarchy of servants, public interactions were strictly limited to their numerical designations. To use one's name in the presence of the family could be seen as disloyalty, risking severe punishment. Thus, it was only among those somewhat close that names were exchanged privately. "Fool, you dare strike me?" Lu by Shiliu exclaimed in disbelief, anger radiating from his eyes as he regarded Chen Jie, who had once been his meek target but now dared to retaliate. "I will not let this go." He sprang to his feet, rushing towards Chen Jie with fists raised. Though Lu by Shiliu had not yet cultivated internal energy and was merely at the physical training stage, he believed he could regain his dignity due to his larger physique. Chen Jie, however, remained unafraid, equipped with the combat experience of Steward Wu. Observing Lu by Shiliu's approach, he swiftly identified numerous openings in his attack. With a low grunt, Chen Jie's gaze became sharp. As Lu by Shiliu neared, he deftly sidestepped to the left, seizing Lu by Shiliu's wrist with a powerful grip, twisting it with a swift motion that contorted Lu by Shiliu's face in pain. Simultaneously, Chen Jie executed a side kick that brought Lu by Shiliu crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Chen Jie lunged forward, delivering a flurry of punches, leaving Lu by Shiliu utterly disoriented. "What did you just call me?" Chen Jie asked coldly, gripping Lu by Shiliu's hair and forcefully pressing his face into the muddy puddle beneath them. "Say it again. Do you still dare to call me that? I demand to know." As Lu by Shiliu struggled for breath, Chen Jie pulled him up, delivering a sharp slap to his face. This scene left the onlookers in shock, for they had always perceived Chen Jie as a frail, helpless lamb, orphaned and alone. Although Uncle Mo occasionally looked after him, he was not Chen Jie's father and could not always be present in conflicts among servant children. Adults, like Uncle Mo, seldom intervened. Yet today, Chen Jie appeared transformed, embodying the ferocity of a wild dog. The intensity in his gaze rendered it nearly impossible for the spectators to reconcile this fierce new persona with the old, timid Chen Jie. Having absorbed the life experiences of Steward Wu, Chen Jie's maturity had accelerated significantly, leaving him acutely aware that in such an environment, one must be formidable to avoid being victimized. I was wrong. Please, don't hit me again, Lu Baishilia finally pleaded. I won't call you that anymore. I promise. Chen Jie, satisfied with the outcome, ceased his assault, recognizing that while a bit of sparring was acceptable, causing serious harm could invoke the family's wrath, as the death or injury of a servant represented a loss to the family's assets. Little fool, you dared to strike my brother. Suddenly, another boy, stout with a square face, short neck, and a bulbous nose, charged towards Chen Jie, his eyes blazing with hostility. In the Lu household, where the number of servants was considerable, conflicts among the servant children were commonplace, often resulting in factions forming among them. This newcomer, also part of the 8th generation, was known as number 83, or Lu Baishisin. Since none had yet cultivated internal energy, dominance was determined by physical stature and ferocity. Lu Baishilia had previously been a subordinate to Lu Baishisin. I not only dare to strike your brother, but I also dare to strike you. As Chen Jie observed the scene, he let out a cold snort and charged forward with determination. He delivered a fierce kick, catching Ba Shi-san off guard with his swift and decisive action. Ba Shi-san, taken aback by Chen Jie's audacity, quickly retreated a step, raising his arm in defense. The blow landed on his arm, igniting a fiery pain that coursed through him. Nevertheless, his stature was considerably more imposing than Chen Jie's, instilling him with a sense of fearlessness. He lunged forward again, launching a ferocious punch aimed at Chen Jie. However, Chen Jie deftly evaded the attack. After exchanging a couple of blows, Chen Jie attempted to employ the same tactic he had used against Ba Shi-lu. But to his surprise, he managed to seize Ba Shi-san's wrist this time, yet failed to twist his arm effectively. Chen Jie's expression shifted slightly, realizing the considerable disparity in their strength. Die, Ba Shi-san growled, pivoting to deliver an elbow strike toward Chen Jie. Chen Jie swiftly withdrew, but his left shoulder was inevitably struck, sending a jolt of pain through him. You foolish idiot. If you had obeyed like before, you wouldn't dare to resist. I shall teach you a lesson today. Observing Chen Jie stagger back, nursing his shoulder in pain, Ba Shi-san's demeanor shifted to one of triumph as he coldly remarked, Are you dissatisfied with the nickname we've bestowed upon you? I shall call you fool. What can you do about it? At this moment, a crowd of servant children gathered around, including some older servants, yet none intervened. They merely stood by, reveling in the spectacle, with many bearing expressions of schadenfreude. This foolish idiot has made significant progress in his skills recently, even defeating Ba Shi-lu. However, he is still far too weak compared to Ba Shi-san. His rare act of defiance will likely come to an end here, they whispered among themselves, chuckling. Yet, Chen Jie harbored no intentions of retreating. His gaze was fierce, and he charged directly at Ba Shi-san. Bracing himself against the latter's kick, ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he transformed his hand into a claw and lunged toward Ba Shi-san's groin, gripping it with a vice-like hold. Ah, it hurts. Let go. I can't take it. Ba Shi-san howled in agony, curling up and succumbing to paralysis. With one hand gripping Ba Shi-san's vulnerable area, Chen Jie pressed down on him to prevent any retaliatory moves. Simultaneously, with his other hand, he relentlessly struck Ba Shi-san's face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Did you think that just because you possess greater strength, you could act arrogantly? Chen Jie growled coldly. This is your final warning. Do not be so brazen in my presence again. Should you wish to compete in cruelty, next time, I shall crush you completely. Seeing Ba Shi-san dazed and reeling, Chen Jie released him and delivered a powerful kick to his side. As he turned away, Ba Shi-lu, who had been poised to assist, froze upon meeting Chen Jie's fierce glare, unable to advance or retreat. Without uttering a word, Chen Jie surged forward, kicking Ba Shi-lu squarely in the chest with a resounding thud, sending him flying. He then seized Ba Shi-lu by the collar, delivering a flurry of 5 sharp slaps before discarding him. Turning back to Ba Shi-san, he landed a fierce kick to his abdomen. From now on, do not let me hear anyone calling me fool. Whoever dares to utter that name is showing me disrespect, and I shall reciprocate in kind. Chen Jie scanned the crowd with a chilling glare. In the past, I refrained from confronting you because I was still too young, but now that I have grown, Those who wish to bully me or mock me with this derogatory nickname should weigh their own worth. Who among you wishes to challenge me? Come forth. I have no family to mourn my demise. Be cautious, for should you perish, your families will grieve your loss. Or perhaps it will be your families that cause you sorrow. The surrounding servants were left in shock, especially the younger ones, rendered speechless. Chen Jie, however, did not rush to depart. Instead, he approached Bashir San, crouching before him, and asked, "So, do you wish to continue playing this game? Will you rise and fight me again? Let us see who has the courage to incapacitate the other first. Will you shatter my pride, or shall I obliterate yours?" At that moment, Bashir San was at a loss for words, for he was merely a youth himself. Meanwhile, Chen Jie, possessing the wisdom of Wu Guanjia, had transcended to a realm of mental fortitude that was worlds apart from Bashir San's in the past. Chen Jie had been bullied due to his orphan status, but now, his lack of family instilled fear in others. The transformation in Chen Jie was profound. He was no longer the timid, naive boy he once was. "Remember, I am unencumbered by family ties. I fear not your kin, I am a solitary wanderer, and should I perish, no one would mourn my absence." With that, Chen Jie imparted 2 final words to the gathered servants, calmly turning to leave. "From now on, refer to me as Lu Ba Shi Qi. Do not call me Lu Bai Qi." In truth, he yearned to assert his true name, Chen Jie, but such a declaration was ill-advised in the presence of the family. For now, he must endure his status as a servant, awaiting the day he could proudly declare his identity. To achieve that, he must first become a recognized martial artist, which necessitated acquiring the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir. After returning to his quarters, bathing and changing clothes, Chen Jie inquired further and learned that the region where the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir was located remained besieged by the Lu family's forces. Led by the second young lady, it was clear that he must find a way to become her confidant. Thus, Chen Jie pondered, "Only then can I infiltrate their ranks and secure or transfer the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir." Chapter 4. Chaos in the stable. However, it was now night, and Chen Jie could do little. The responsibility of caring for the horses required tending to them at night, as horses do not thrive without night forage. Having dined before the burial, he soon retired for the night, in the depths of night. Chen Jie rose punctually, stifling a yawn as he rinsed his mouth before heading to the stables. He encountered 2 other servant youths. Bashir C and Bashir B. Bashir C was slender, with a round face, speaking softly, his small eyes suggesting poor vision, causing him to be somewhat sluggish. It was said that he struggled with martial arts, opting instead to read in hopes of making a name for himself within the family. Conversely, Bashir Ba sported a round face and a somewhat plump, short-statured. He was known for his cheerful demeanor and simple-mindedness, embodying the essence of a lovable, chubby child. Both Bashir C and Bashir Ba, along with Bashir San, Bashir Lu, and Chen Jie, were part of the same generation of servants. Save for Bashir Wu, who was no longer present, having been tragically killed by the family for reasons unknown during their youth. Thus, Bashir C and Bashir Ba found themselves in the stables, fulfilling their duty of caring for the horses. In the current world, the Daizhou dynasty ruled under a feudal system, with over 800 vassals spread throughout the realm, all paying homage to the Emperor of Zhou in the capital. While the Lu family was not a vassal, they remained one of the 8 prominent families under the jurisdiction of the local lords. Their estate was vast, housing numerous skilled individuals and even their own troops, necessitating more than one person to manage the care of the horses. At this moment, Chen Jie had yet to utter a word. 17th brother, you've just arrived, one of them remarked, 88, with his plump visage. Habitually donned a smile as he greeted Chen Jie. In contrast, 84 merely narrowed his small eyes, casting a glance at Chen Jie without uttering a word. Nevertheless, Chen Jie sensed a shift in their demeanor, likely a consequence of the recent altercation. Previously, while they were not the primary instigators of nicknaming Chen Jie, their companion 83 and 86 frequently referred to him in such a manner, leading others to follow suit. In the past, 88 had never called him fool in his presence, nor had he referred to him as Brother 17. As for 84, he had previously used the moniker fool, but now he refrained from doing so. Chen Jie had no intention of holding grudges against 84, as there was no need to make enemies in every direction. Indeed, he had just arrived. Chen Jie smiled at 88 and remarked, I took a short nap and nearly couldn't wake up. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with 88 for a while, and before long, they were calling each other brothers. Having gleaned life lessons from Manager Wu, Chen Jie understood that, at the lower rungs of society, one must not only be formidable to deter bullying, but also learn the art of forming alliances. But today's brawl had undoubtedly incurred the ire of 83 and 86. Within the family, one cannot directly eliminate fellow servants. In the absence of lethal measures, continual solo endeavors could lead to complications. After all, the adversaries might seize an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, once alliances are formed and one gains power, such petty individuals would not dare to retaliate. Conversely, if one stands alone, one must exhibit extreme ferocity to achieve a similar deterrent effect. Amidst their casual banter, Chen Jie and 88 finished tending to their assigned horses. All three were responsible for their own horses, operating under a system of individual accountability. At this point, 84 had also completed his task, and the trio turned to retire to their quarters before departing. Chen Jie merely exchanged a brief greeting with 88. If he could forge connections, it would be advantageous, but there was no need to force it. After all, with the ability to leverage intellect, he might soon acquire the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir. Even alone, dealing with the likes of 83 and 86 would pose no challenge. After tending to the horses, Chen Jie returned to his room to continue sleeping, as it was still dark outside. In the interim, rain began to fall, creating a rhythmic patter against the window. The temperature dropped slightly, making the bedding feel particularly warm and cozy. Soon, Chen Jie drifted back into a deep slumber. Knock, knock, knock. When Chen Jie next opened his eyes, it was morning, awakened by the sound of someone knocking at the door. Uncle Mo's urgent voice followed. Jie, wake up quickly, there's a problem. Many horses have broken free from the stable and are running amok in the manor. The second young lady has just returned. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jie felt a jolt of adrenaline, instantly shaking off his sleepiness. The mention of the second young lady instilled a sense of dread among the servants. Moreover, a situation in the stable only compounded the urgency. Consequently, Chen Jie sprang from his bed, hastily donning a garment before rushing outside. Uncle Mo, evidently just roused, hadn't he even wiped the sleep from his eyes. Together, they dashed towards the stable. However, to Chen Jie's surprise, most of the horses in his care had already returned. The last one was being ridden back by 88, who tied it in its original spot. As for the horses under 84's charge, the majority remained unaccounted for. Did you help bring the horses back? Chen Jie immediately approached 88 and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, brother. No need for thanks, brother 17. 88 replied, scratching his head with a smile. Aren't we brothers? It's only right. However, Chen Jie inquired, what exactly happened? How did the horses suddenly break free? I have no idea. 88 responded, I was woken up early by the need to relieve myself. And that's when I saw the horses running amok. Listening to 88's account, Chen Jie's expression darkened. He suspected that 83 and 86 were behind the chaos. After all, he had just clashed with them the previous day. It was possible they had taken advantage of the darkness to loosen the reins of several horses. However, to avoid detection and to conceal their retaliation, they likely had not only tampered with the horses under Chen Jie's charge. They wouldn't dare to poison or harm the horses directly, given their importance to the family. A direct poisoning would be a grave matter that could lead to death sentences upon investigation. Yet, such disorder among the horses would likely only result in reprimands or beatings. Who was responsible for the care of the horses in the manor? At that moment, a haughty, somewhat aristocratic voice belonging to a young lady cut through the air. Upon hearing it, the expressions of 88, Chen Jie, and Uncle Mo shifted dramatically, as they recognized the voice belonged to the second young lady. Accompanying the voice was a graceful young woman clad in an opulent, waist-cinching purple gown, draped in a cloak adorned with golden thread. At that moment, several horses under 84's supervision were still galloping through the manor, while other servants rushed to subdue them. The young lady sprang into action, expertly controlling one of the horses with her delicate legs, showcasing her equestrian prowess as she rode. Her fair hand grasped the reins, causing the horse to rear up and come to a halt with a resounding neigh. Exuding elegance and composure, we bow to the second young lady. At the same time, 84 hurried over, and upon seeing the young lady, he knelt in a panic. Indeed, this young lady was the object of Chen Jie's admiration, the second young lady of the Lu family. Lu Yujiao, Chapter 5. Xiao Rong. Lu Yujiao, striking and poised, possessed a delicate face with a hint of innocence, making her exceedingly beautiful. However, her single eyelids gave her a slightly stern appearance. Her lips were thin, exuding an air of coldness. The beauty mark adorned the left side of her fair neck, resembling a delicate embellishment on white jade. We bow to the second young lady. Chen Jie, 84, and Uncle Imo quickly followed suit, kneeling in deference. Meanwhile, Liu Jiao's loyal confidants and other servants who had rushed over swiftly gathered the scattered horses, leading them back to the stable area. What on earth is going on here? Liu Jiao, seated majestically atop her horse, inquired with authority, who has been responsible for these horses recently. It was I, along with 84 and 87, at this moment. 88 quickly prostrated himself, exclaiming, but after feeding the horses, I always meticulously check the reins before returning to my quarters. This matter is undoubtedly a result of deliberate sabotage. I implore the second young lady to discern the truth. It must be a deliberate frame-up. Before Chen Jie could speak, 84, drenched in sweat, hastily interjected, yes, it must be a deliberate frame-up. Why is it that only the horses under my charge failed to return promptly? Second young lady, it's possible that 87 and 88 conspired to frame me. After all, the horses under Chen Jie and 88 had returned, while his own remained unaccounted for, leaving him vulnerable to punishment. Although punishment might sometimes be merely a whipping, the psychological terror of facing the second young lady sent him into a panic. Moreover, the feeling of being wronged only added to his distress. Thus, he fervently protested his innocence. 84. Do not speak carelessly. What evidence do you have? Chen Jie quickly retorted, we bear no grudge against you. Why would we conspire against you? Indeed, 88 chimed in hastily. To create such chaos would only reflect poorly on ourselves. We would not act so foolishly. Hearing the defenses of Chen Jie and 88, and observing their expressions, 84 began to waver in his previous conviction. Perhaps it was indeed 87 who had been wronged. Yet, 84 quickly added, yes, second young lady, yesterday, 87 had a confrontation with 83 and 86. 87 has improved in his skills and gave 83 and 86 a sound thrashing. They may harbor resentment and seek revenge against 87. I, along with 88, have been drawn into this predicament that I beseech the second young lady to discern the truth. At this moment, both 83 and 86 were indeed present at the scene. After all, Chen Jie and the others, including 83, resided in the same servant quarters. It was only natural for Chen Jie, who needed to tend to the horses, to remain close to the stables. Thus, when the chaos ensued with the horses, 83 and 86 had also arrived, feigning assistance in subduing the frenzied animals. Of course, their arrival had been rather late, appearing as if they had stumbled in only after hearing the commotion. 84, you are slandering us. At this point, 86 immediately retorted, what evidence do you have to claim that we are responsible? Your own incompetence led to this blunder, and now you wish to shift the blame onto us. Indeed, 83 chimed in. Yesterday, we merely engaged in a friendly spar with 87. There was no fight involved. How could we possibly have tampered with the horses in the residence? If you assert such an accusation, present your evidence. Instantly, 84 appeared flustered, rendered speechless, for he truly had no evidence to substantiate his claims. Moreover, given the heavy rain last night, even if 86 had indeed meddled, it was likely that no traces remained. The area they inhabited was not one under stringent guard. Rather, the high-level security was situated in a larger peripheral circle surrounding the estate. Chen Jie, observing 83 and 86, found himself unable to discern whether they were indeed culpable, as both bore expressions of being wronged. At that moment, Liu Jiao, seated atop her horse, glanced at the bruises on the faces of 83 and 86 before turning her gaze to Chen Jie. 87. It seems your skills have shown notable improvement recently. This servant has been diligently striving to enhance his abilities, hoping to contribute more to the family. Chen Jie replied respectfully, lowering himself as for the recent incident with the horses. It is indeed the fault of this servant. I implore the second young lady to impose punishment. Initially, Chen Jie hesitated to voice his suspicions. After all, if he brought it up directly, and the second young lady ordered a thorough investigation, it would likely uncover the truth. However, such an act could also imply an attempt to evade responsibility. Unexpectedly, 84 took the initiative to propose the matter himself, sparing Chen Jie the need to speak up. Since everything that needed to be said had already been expressed, it would be most prudent to admit guilt and accept punishment. With the memories of Wu Guanxi now ingrained in him, Chen Jie understood precisely how to navigate such situations. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of pity for 84. Despite his habitual immersion in books, cherishing every opportunity to read, and considering himself somewhat cultured, his recent behavior revealed a complete lack of social acumen. His defense was feeble and colorless, providing no evidence whatsoever, which ultimately alienated him from 83 and 86. However, having a few foolish individuals around was not entirely disadvantageous. For instance, had Chen Jie himself raised suspicions towards the second young lady, it would have been ill-advised. Meanwhile, Chen Jie also experienced a twinge of guilt, for if it were true that 83 and 86 were behind the chaos, then 84's predicament stemmed from his involvement. In a large family, occasional friction and conflict were to be expected. However, one must not resort to deceitful schemes that could jeopardize the family's interests. At this juncture, Liu Yujiao spoke coldly. Should there truly be someone behind this mischief? Once discovered, they will face severe punishment. At that time, do not blame this young lady for being ruthless. Upon hearing these words, both 83 and 86 turned pale, a shiver coursing through them as they knelt down in surrender. Naturally, it remained unclear whether they were indeed the culprits. After all, the second young lady was known for her unwavering strictness towards errant servants, her authority having been solidified over the years, regardless of the shortcomings. Punishment was unavoidable. Then Liu Yujiao continued, 88 and 87. You two have promptly rectified your errors, and given the horses glossy coats and robust physiques, it is evident that you have not skimped on their feed. Therefore, this time, I shall overlook your transgressions. As for 84, summon someone to administer 30 lashes. Xiao Rong, you shall execute the punishment. As her words fell, a young maidservant stepped forward from behind the second young lady. This maidservant appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, with fair skin and full lips, though her cheekbones were somewhat pronounced. Her eyes were likewise single-lidded, though not as captivating as the second young lady's. She stood slightly shorter than the second young lady and had a waist that was a tad thicker. Nonetheless, in the grand scheme of things, this maidservant was quite attractive among ordinary individuals. At this moment, she brandished a long whip, striking it against the ground with a resounding crack that made 84 flinch involuntarily. Such a whip was quite painful, capable of leaving one nearly raw. Thus, even though only 30 lashes were to be administered, the mere thought sent shivers through the household servants. Come forth and receive your punishment. Do you expect me to come over to strike you? Moreover, the maidservant, holding the whip aloft, slightly raised her fair chin, addressing 84 with an air of superiority. Do you dare to contest the young lady's judgment? Of course, 84 could only adamantly deny any objection. He then crawled forward to accept his punishment. Chen Jie, observing from the sidelines, could not help but furrow his brow. This Xiao Rong was indeed going too far. While it was not uncommon for household servants to face punishment, she was merely a servant herself, favored by the second young lady, yet she acted as if she were above the others. Ultimately, she was just one among many maidservants. Why must she demean other servants in such a manner? Perhaps, having accompanied the second young lady for so long, Xiao Rong had developed a sense of entitlement, looking down on the likes of Chen Jie, 84, and 88, who performed menial tasks. Nevertheless, no one dared voice their discontent. For the second young lady was present. Upon hearing Xiao Rong's words, the second young lady's expression remained unchanged. She did not show any sign of displeasure. The others naturally refrained from speaking out, especially since 84 had not fostered good relationships with his peers, leaving him without allies, while Chen Jie harbored some suspicion that 83 and 86 were indeed the mischief makers, inadvertently dragging 84 into this predicament. He also recognized his own share of responsibility in the matter. However, as the situation remained unclear, coupled with the necessity of being cautious in front of the second young lady, who wielded life and death authority over the servants, it was best to remain silent, as gleaned from Wu Guanshir's decades of experience. Thus, Chen Jie chose not to speak up. Crack, crack, crack. Subsequently, one could see Xiao Rong standing there, her demeanor haughty, repeatedly raising the whip to strike the frail 84 who knelt before her. Though 84 gritted his teeth and endured, blood oozed from his back, staining his garments. Yet he merely let out muffled groans, refusing to scream. Chen Jie frowned again at this sight. According to Wu Guanshir's life experiences, one ought to cry out during such punishments. The more one screamed, the less likely the punisher would strike harder, thus signaling to the master that one had indeed received adequate punishment. However, 84 stubbornly held his ground, prompting Xiao Rong to strike with increasing ferocity. Last, During the 30th lash, 84 could no longer contain himself and let out a cry. Xiaorong, however, appeared to relish the moment, as if she were not yet satisfied. "All right, come back now," the second young lady interjected. "As for those who assisted in rounding up the horses earlier, each of you may collect 50 coins as a reward." Upon hearing these words, the numerous household servants could not conceal their joy. Although the servants were considered the property of their masters, and their wealth could be reclaimed with but a word, typically, masters would refrain from seizing their servants' possessions at such times. The servants enjoyed a degree of autonomy, allowing them to purchase items for themselves. Moreover, the family would regularly dispense monthly allowances to each servant, with the amounts varying according to their rank. That a slightly larger sum could afford them a more comfortable existence. There were numerous ways in which the servants could utilize their funds. For instance, female servants desiring finer garments had to purchase them with their own money, and those wishing for quality cosmetics similarly had to spend from their own pockets. Some favored maids might benefit from the leftovers of their mistresses, but many ordinary female servants found themselves without such opportunities as for male servants, upon reaching maturity and wishing to marry a female servant from the household. They often required a certain amount of silver to secure a bride. "Thank you, second miss." At this moment, both 83 and 86 voiced their delight in unison, regarding whether there were any nefarious schemes behind the incident. The household would surely investigate. However, the second miss added, "If anyone is responsible and chooses to confess quietly, they may receive leniency. If caught, it will amount to a death sentence." This last remark was directed pointedly at 83 and 86. After saying this, she cast a glance at Chen Jie and 88, clearly unable to discern who was truly responsible for the mischief. Upon hearing her words, 83 and 86's expressions stiffened slightly. "Miss, I assure you, it was not the servants," 88 interjected. "Had it not been for 88's assistance, I would surely have endured a beating today." Chen Jie added. 86 and 83 echoed their defense. However, the second miss, Lu Yujiao, had grown tired of listening. She dismounted with grace, her movements fluid and effortless due to her cultivated inner strength. Upon landing, she cast a decisive glance at Chen Jie and commanded, "Return this horse to the stable." With that, she turned and departed with Miss Xiaorong and the others in tow. Her method of governance, using both kindness and authority, firmly kept the servants in line. Chen Jie observed Lu Yujiao's retreating figure, silently reflecting on her adeptness. Previously, he had failed to recognize the subtlety of her methods. Yet, having gained insight from Manager Wu's life experiences, his perspective on many matters had shifted dramatically. Once, he believed unwavering loyalty to the masters was paramount, and he endeavored to assist the household servants without hesitation. Alas, this had rendered him a mere doormat, often looked down upon. Many even assigned him the moniker Fool alongside 83 and 86. Now, however, Chen Jie comprehended that while one should embody kindness, it was equally essential to cultivate allies. For instance, 88's assistance to him stemmed from the display of his own strength and authority during the confrontation with 83 and 86. Their camaraderie, forged through friendly conversation the previous night, influenced 88's choice to support Chen Jie over 84. The second miss's prior actions exemplified a balance of benevolence and authority, clear in her rewards and punishments. Chen Jie realized that his indebtedness to 88 was a result of having first established his power, which paved the way for favor. Regardless, he acknowledged that he owed 88 a favor and resolved to find a way to repay it once he regained his strength. As he pondered further, he contemplated how best to approach the second miss in hopes of entering the Forbidden Forest to acquire or relocate the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir. Currently, this endeavor had made no progress. Although he had encountered the second miss today, he had not managed to become one of her trusted confidants. "How are you, 84? Are you well?" Chen Jie and 88 decided to visit 84, who had been whipped earlier. 84 had been taken to a family medical facility where the physician, also a servant, treated him. He lay on a small bed, having received medication. The family was invested in ensuring 84's survival, wishing to continue exploiting his labor for their benefit. Hence they did not abandon him after the beating. "I do not require your insincere concern," 84 retorted coldly. "If it were not for your scheming, it is likely that 83 and 86 would be responsible. Thus, implicating me through your actions, I shall hold you accountable." He continued, "And you, 88, why did you only assist 87 and neglect the horses under my care? Do you look down upon me? Or perhaps you sought to curry favor with 87 after witnessing his victory over 83 and 86. How petty. 84's words darkened the expressions of both Chen Jie and 88. Initially, Chen Jie had felt a twinge of guilt towards 84, considering that he might have inadvertently caused his plight. Yet, 84's current demeanor irritated him, erasing any lingering guilt. After all, even if 83 and 86 were indeed the culprits, it was they who had harmed 84. Moreover, why should 84 blame Chen Jie for his own inability to defend himself? Chen Jie merely wished to cease being bullied. Was he expected to passively accept continued mistreatment from 83 and 86? In the aftermath of his resistance, given the circumstances of the prior day, it was indeed impractical to eliminate those two. Now that they had devised a petty scheme resulting in 84's predicament, it was beyond Chen Jie's control. Ultimately, he swallowed his concern for 84. 88 remained silent, having intended to offer support, but finding 84's attitude disheartening. Do not speak of pettiness. Chen Jie finally interjected. 88, and I enjoyed a hearty conversation last night. He regards me as a brother. Thus his support. Do not frame it as something distasteful. I am grateful for his friendship. You rarely interacted with 88, so why is it surprising that he would assist me over you in times of trouble? It is impossible for him to aid everyone. 88's expression softened somewhat upon hearing this. I understand that you both look down upon me. However, 84 replied coldly, that matters little. I do not require your respect. Manager Wu has passed, and the family intends to promote one of us to the position of manager. I have prepared for this opportunity, and I am confident it will be mine. What? Chen Jie exclaimed in astonishment. The family plans to elevate one of the servants to the position of manager. Although he had acquired Manager Wu's memories, he was unaware of this development. Previously, when the manager's position was vacant, they typically appointed someone from another family rather than promoting from within. It was only when external transfers were unfeasible that they would elevate someone from the ranks of the household servants. However, it quickly dawned on Chen Jie that the Liu family was likely searching for the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir in the mountains, which had diverted many personnel elsewhere. Consequently, there were indeed tasks that required attention regarding Manager Wu's affairs. How 84 had come by this information was unclear, but it became evident why he had previously expressed suspicions about 83 and 86, initially perceived as a naive youth unfamiliar with the complexities of social relations. It now appeared that 84 was confident in his impending promotion, rendering him unafraid to offend 83 and 86. Perhaps this presented an opportunity. While becoming manager would mean he was newly appointed and may not gain access to the forest with the second miss. Chen Jie felt a flicker of hope. At the very least, he would be closer to her. Moreover, who among them possessed the skills suited for the manager's position better than he? Yet this meant he must compete against 84, who would undoubtedly struggle to secure the role. Upon reflection, Chen Jie felt a twinge of guilt. After all, if Bashir Si were indeed implicated by him, it would be rather unjust. Now, the position of steward was to be seized from him as well. In that case, it seemed he was being somewhat excessive. Humph, it won't be long before you, Bashir, come to regret this. This time, you choose not to assist me, but to aid Ba Qi. At that moment, Bashir Si remarked, once I become the steward, I shall assign you to shovel dung. Let us see if your brother, Ba Qi, will come to your aid then. Upon hearing this, Bashir's expression changed dramatically. He was unaware of this information and astonished by Bashir Si's narrow-mindedness. If this were true, it would indeed be dire. Shoveling dung was among the most odious, filthy, and revolting tasks assigned to house slaves. Bashir Si, no, brother Shirsi, please don't do this. Alarmed, Bashir hurriedly softened his stance, saying, I had no intention of offending you. Under those circumstances, I could only assist one person. You seldom converse with me. While brother Shirchi spoke with me last night, which is why I helped him. I truly did not mean to offend you. May I apologize? If you become the steward, please do not assign me to shovel dung. If you wish to placate me, that is fine. Unexpectedly, Bashir Si smirked and said, then kneel down and bow your head to me now. I will forgive you. Bashir's chubby face stiffened. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and bent his knee, attempting to kneel. After all, as a house slave, he was no stranger to kneeling before the masters. Like Chen Jie, Bashir had been born into servitude, with parents who were also slaves. Often, he thought that as long as he could survive, that was sufficient. His self-esteem did not demand much. Thus, even though Bashir Si had yet to become the steward, his assertive demeanor instilled confidence. Moreover, considering that Ba Shi frequently immersed himself in books, learning much about mathematics and the like, he realized that if there were evaluations for the steward position, such knowledge would be tested. Among the house slaves, it was likely that none could rival Ba Shi in that regard. Therefore, Ba Shi succumbed to fear, wishing to kneel to avert disaster. Just then, a hand reached out and grasped Ba Shi's arm, halting his descent. That it was Chen Jie's hand. "You need not kneel to him," Chen Jie declared. "Rest assured, he shall not become the steward." Chapter 7. Slapping you initially. Chen Jie felt a bit guilty about seizing the steward position. However, he was taken aback by Ba Shi's relentless ambition and his desire to make Ba Shi kneel. Chen Jie could not tolerate such insolence. "Brother Shi, I can kneel. It's no trouble," Ba Shi insisted. "Do not pull me. Heed my words." But Chen Jie countered, "You have aided me, and I am indebted to you. I will protect you. You wish to contend for the steward position." Ba Shi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Are you my rival? In terms of martial prowess, I may not surpass you, but to become the steward, particularly in replacing Wu, skill is not the most crucial factor. Knowledge is key. In a fight, you cannot defeat me." Chen Jie replied coldly, "In terms of knowledge, you are no match for me. This steward position will be mine." "Ha ha!" Ba Shi laughed. Yet he refrained from further conversation with Chen Jie and turned to Ba Shi, saying, "What I mentioned earlier still stands. Bow your head to me now, and I shall forgive your previous actions. Otherwise, once I become the steward, you shall be relegated to shoveling dung." "Brother Shi, do not pull me." Ba Shi then shook off Chen Jie's hand and declared, "Brother Shi, I will kneel." "You are magnanimous." Chen Jie, momentarily distracted, saw Ba Shi kneel and bow his head. While he did not forcibly intervene, he understood Ba Shi's mindset. At that moment, kneeling seemed inconsequential, though it bruised his pride and felt like an insult. Yet, as a house slave, he had grown accustomed to enduring humiliation as long as he could avert disaster. From Ba Shi's perspective, having knelt meant he could escape calamity, regardless of whether Chen Jie or Ba Shi ultimately became the steward. He would not have to shovel dung. However, if he entirely heeded Chen Jie's counsel and the latter failed to secure the steward position, he would find himself destined for that foul task, a risk he dared not take. Moreover, Chen Jie had seldom studied in the past and appeared less adept in mathematics. The family had imparted some knowledge, for house slaves needed basic arithmetic to serve the family better. However, studying was undeniably challenging, and most people found it a painful endeavor, particularly in mathematics. Ba Shi felt overwhelmed and struggled to grasp it. Thus, many leaned towards martial training, hoping to excel and thereby elevate their standing within the family, with the hope of transcending their status as slaves and reclaiming their freedom. Conversely, pursuing education offered no such escape, as slaves were ineligible for the imperial examinations, and no matter how proficient one became in mathematics, they would forever remain a house slave, tallying accounts for the family. Consequently, most slaves devoted the majority of their free time to honing their martial skills. Only Ba Shi, lacking talent in martial arts, had instead excelled in mathematics and similar subjects, diligently pursuing knowledge. Now, with the steward position under evaluation, it was evidently his opportunity. "Ha! Ba Shi, you are quite sensible. Very well, in light of your obedience and bowing, I shall forgive you." At this moment, Ba Shi smiled, shifting his gaze from Ba Shi to Chen Jie with a hint of provocation, stating, "Once I become the steward, I shall not assign you to shovel dung. And you, Ba Shi, this time, you have implicated me. Should you not also apologize? Kneel and bow to me, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, once I take up the steward position, I will challenge you directly if this were orchestrated by Ba San and Ba Lu. Your ire should be directed at them, not me." Chen Jie stared impassively at Ba Shi, responding, "Do you expect me to passively endure their bullying? Of course, if I inadvertently caused you trouble, I apologize." However, he shifted his tone, coldly declaring, "You dare demand I kneel? Ba Shi, you have yet to become the steward, yet you are so arrogant. You irritate me, do you understand? Ba Shi is my brother. You force him to kneel, and now you wish for me to do the same. You truly vex me." As he spoke, Chen Jie stepped forward and swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Ba Shi's face. "Since you annoy me, I must return the favor." Ba Shi was left dazed, his left cheek reddening that he covered his face, utterly stunned. Slap, slap, slap. Chen Jie struck him 3 more times. Why you dare hit me? Ba Shi finally regained his senses. Seething, aren't you afraid that once I become the steward, I will make your life miserable? That day will never come. Chen Jie replied coldly. I told you, you will not ascend to that position. As he spoke, Chen Jie advanced again, seizing Ba Shi's hair and forcefully driving his head downward, then delivering several more slaps. Brother Shi, stop. Please, stop. Ba Shi, recovering from his shock, rushed forward to pull Chen Jie back, pleading, spare my brother. Don't harm Brother Shi any further. Very well, I shall respect my brother's wishes. Chen Jie finally relented, stating, Ba Shi, from now on, keep your head down in my presence. Otherwise, next time, I will slap you again. At that moment, 84 was somewhat deflated, no longer daring to confront Chen Jie with arrogance. His earlier bravado stemmed from the belief that he was on the verge of becoming the one in charge. He thought that 88 and Chen Jie would not dare to offend him, as enduring his insults would only result in minor inconveniences. However, he realized too late that Chen Jie was even more reckless. Daring to slap him in such a manner, fear suddenly gripped him. After all, their family did not concern themselves with the minor skirmishes among the young servants, aged 14 or 15, if he continued to act arrogantly. Chen Jie might very well subject him to further physical torment. Thus, he refrained from speaking any further. Chen Jie, disdainful, let out a scoff and, losing interest in the encounter, turned to leave. Elder brother, calm down, 88 said, offering a few forced smiles to 84 before stepping outside. Chen Jie was waiting for 88 outside. Once 88 emerged, his expression was somber. He, too, had no desire to flatter 84. Yet, he dared not harm 84. For their family forbade servants from killing one another. In a situation where 84 was on the verge of becoming the one in charge, it was indeed unwise to offend him, though he had endured some humiliation. He had no choice but to swallow his pride. Chapter 8. Mining 17th brother, you were too impulsive. At that moment, 88 approached Chen Jie, speaking softly, while slapping him now might feel gratifying and liberating. What if he truly becomes the one in charge? He could assign you to the most demeaning tasks, or even send you to the mines, where you could meet your end. You might lose your life. It's all right, Chen Jie replied with a smile, patting 88 on the shoulder. If the family truly intends to promote someone, it will surely be me. Brother, I owe you for allowing yourself to be humiliated by 84 and being forced to kneel before him. Rest assured, once I am in charge, I will ensure you are assigned to lighter duties. 17th brother, you are quite confident, aren't you? 88 said, half in doubt. I have never seen you study mathematics. Actually, I do read at night when I return to my room. Chen Jie replied, I simply don't show others that I am studying, unlike 84. Just wait and see. In truth, Chen Jie had indeed struggled with mathematics in the past. He rarely read and, after learning to recognize characters and grasping basic arithmetic, focused solely on martial arts. However, having acquired the life memories of Manager Wu, he had developed some expertise in this area. Thus, he needed to concoct an excuse. 88 remained dubious, for if Chen Jie truly studied at night, he was unaware of it. Yet, 84 was known to be quite diligent in his studies. 17th brother, are you certain you can defeat 84? I still believe you were somewhat rash earlier. You should have knelt before him and endured. When you participate in the assessment, if you win, you can settle scores with him. Then, if you lose, he is unlikely to go so far as to kill you, avoiding a situation like this. I understand that your approach is more prudent, Chen Jie replied. However, I see no need to humiliate myself now. Brother, do not worry that I must comply with the second young mistress and the family members. Even if I endure insults and scolding, I must bear it. But 84 does not possess the qualifications to humiliate me. 88 fell silent after that. The two made their way back to their quarters. Not long after parting ways with 88, Chen Jie was approached by Uncle Mo, who sat on the steps outside Chen Jie's room, puffing away at his pipe. The family is short on hands at the mine. IVE received notice that I'm on the list, so I'm preparing to leave. Just wanted to inform you. What? Chen Jie's expression changed dramatically. The mines. The family has mining operations, which are the most perilous places. Working within the family may involve hardship or reprimands from the masters, but it rarely leads to death. However, those sent to the mines often do not return. A cave-in can take the lives of many servants. Thus, being assigned to the mine is akin to receiving a death sentence. Take care of yourself. We may not meet again, Uncle Mo said with a smile. Don't be so impulsive. I heard you fought 83 and 86. Clearly, you've made progress, managing to win. If you keep this up, you might become a warrior. That is commendable. He patted Chen Jie on the shoulder and continued earnestly. But you shouldn't act so recklessly. If this incident was instigated by you in 88, it must have been because of 83 and 86. You fighting them has led to this trouble. Hasn't it? Uncle Mo grew serious. Your martial skills have improved, so you should be more low-key. There's no need to quarrel with them. Next time, find an opportunity to ease relations. They may call you names. But just endure it. Chen Jie chose not to reply, for he understood that Uncle Mo was inherently a meek and submissive character. His passive approach had shaped his mindset that in the past, Chen Jie might have heeded this advice. But now, having adopted Manager Wu's perspective, he no longer agreed with Uncle Mo's methods. After all, it was Uncle Mo's compliance that had kept him at the bottom tier of servants. While Manager Wu had risen to a position of authority, clearly, Manager Wu's understanding of the world was far superior in Manager Wu's logic. One must never allow lowly servants like 83 and 86 to bully them. Even if one cannot win, resistance is essential, making them aware of the pain they inflict. Such actions would deter future bullying, raising the cost of their harassment. Moreover, Chen Jie was still capable of defeating them. And he would not continue to be submissive. However, Chen Jie did agree with Uncle Mo's analysis of the culprits, suspecting strongly that it was indeed those two who were behind the trouble. It seems my previous demeanor of submission and my image were too deeply ingrained in their minds. Chen Jie thought a mere fight did not instill enough fear in them. Very well, 83 and 86. I shall end you. Of course, he did not voice this thought to Uncle Mo. Instead, he brought up the family's plan to select a manager. Uncle Mo, do not despair just yet. Chen Jie said. If I can become the manager, perhaps I can find a way to have you removed from that list and replace you with someone else to work in the mines. Uncle Mo, surprised by the mention of the manager selection, seemed to have just heard of it. Can you really do that, Jie? He chuckled, shaking his head as he continued to smoke. It don't comfort me that if it comes to that, it'll probably be 84 who gets promoted. He certainly won't assist me, especially just after becoming the manager. It might be difficult for him to arrange for my name to be removed from the list. Hearing Uncle Mo's skepticism, Chen Jie refrained from further explanation, as it would serve no purpose to elaborate too much at this stage. Both 88 and Uncle Mo were evidently unconvinced. Action would speak louder than words. Unexpectedly, moments after their conversation, the news of the upcoming manager selection arrived, announced by the previously mentioned Xiaorong. Chapter 9. Selection. Upon Xiaorong's haughty arrival, she called for Chen Jie and the others to gather. Chen Jie and Uncle Mo hurried to comply to his surprise. During their journey, Chen Jie encountered 86, who was alone, as 83 was not in sight. Upon seeing Chen Jie, 86's expression changed, a hint of fear crossing his face as he averted his gaze. Was it you who did this? Chen Jie wasted no time with idle chatter. He charged forward and delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of Basher Lu, glaring fiercely as he demanded answers. Mo Shu, standing nearby, was taken aback, having never witnessed such ferocity from Chen Jie before. Do not speak recklessly. We had no part in this. Basher Lu curled his body defensively, hastily denying any involvement. What evidence do you possess? He retorted. Shi, do not slander us without cause. Given that the estate was currently investigating this matter, he certainly would not confess, for such an admission could lead to a death sentence. Or at the very least, severe punishment. Do not strike me again, or I will report this to the overseer, or rather, to the young lady. Basher Lu added, you just assaulted me yesterday. To do so again now seems rather excessive. Does it not? Do not overstep your bounds. The altercation between the young servants, steeped in the tensions of servitude, would not disturb the second young lady, who had little inclination to concern herself with such trivial disputes. Typically, such matters were resolved by the appointed overseer, yet with Wu Guanshi deceased, Basher Lu's threats were little more than empty words. The overseer position remained vacant, and it was inconceivable that the young lady would intervene. Moreover, Chen Jie was well aware that the individual to fill the vacancy would undoubtedly be himself, thus he had no intention of showing Basher Lu any leniency. In response to Basher Lu's protests, Chen Jie unleashed two more punishing blows, targeting the soft spots, causing Basher Lu's face to contort in pain. At that moment, it became necessary for Chen Jie to join Miss Xiaorong's assembly. So he refrained from prolonging his torment of Basher Lu. He soon arrived at the meeting point, where he noticed Basher San had also appeared. Upon observing Basher Lu's expression, Basher San immediately grasped the situation. After exchanging a few words with Ba Lu, he turned his gaze toward Chen Jie ie.at that instant. Chen Jie fixed a menacing stare upon Ba San. Akin to a serpent eyeing its prey, the ferocity in his gaze causing Ba San's bravado to falter. The shiver ran down his spine as he regretted his impulsive actions from the previous night. He had initially been intimidated during their brawl, but upon returning home, he felt increasingly embarrassed. Hence, under the cover of heavy rain, he had sought to stir trouble, aiming to have Chen Jie punished by the young lady. To his surprise, Chen Jie had escaped unscathed, and the estate continued to scrutinize the situation. Fortunately, no evidence had surfaced, allowing him to evade dire consequences. Yet, under Chen Jie's fierce scrutiny, Ba San felt his heart race once more. At this juncture, however, Chen Jie could do nothing further, as Miss Xiaorong presided over the gathering. Although her status was akin to theirs, she was merely an ordinary servant. Her authority derived from the trust bestowed upon her by the second young lady. Thus, all servants present were compelled to show her respect. Once assembled, they stood in neat rows, awaiting her address, with her chin slightly raised and an air of superiority. She resembled a master rather than a servant as she declared to the gathered household, all from the second house. District 8, pay heed. With Wu Guanshi deceased, and pursuant to the young lady's directive, our family currently faces a shortage of personnel. We shall not recruit an overseer from outside, but will select one from among you. Those desiring the position must undergo an assessment, and the individual with the highest score shall be appointed as overseer. However, this evaluation necessitates the use of paper and ink. So who wishes to register? You may do so now, but bear in mind that each registration requires a fee of 1 tael of silver. Therefore, only those with confidence should apply. Do not squander your money, nor waste the time of the appointed assessors. Indeed, the family did not require every servant to participate in the assessment, as such an approach would be excessively time-consuming and leave many tasks unattended. Hence, the registration fee was instituted to ensure that only those genuinely interested would apply, thereby maintaining the smooth operation of the household. A.S. Wu Guanshi had been the overseer of the second house, District 8. Only servants from that district were eligible to participate, below the second house. There were numerous servant quarters. Such was the nature of the Lu family, a true large clan, not to be trifled with. The prospect of selecting a replacement for Wu Guanshi from among them ignited excitement among the servants. I wish to register, Miss Xiaorong. Here is my registration fee. Some rushed forward to sign up. I want to register too. Came the chorus of voices. Line up, everyone. No one will register without order. Miss Xiaorong, with arms crossed and an air of haughtiness, admonished, have you not learned the rules in all your time within the family? Instantly, those who had approached to register hastily formed a queue. Miss Xiaorong. My number is Ba Si. I wish to register. Thank you. Miss Xiaorong. My number is Ba Lu. I too wish to register. Thank you. At this point, Chen Jie observed that Ba San and Ba Lu had also thrown their hats into the ring. While their academic performance was typically unremarkable, the rare opportunity to be selected for overseer from among their own district compelled them to take a chance to be a Ba. Brother, are you not going to participate? Su Lei inquired of Ba, who stood nearby. I think I will pass, Ba replied, shaking his head. I would rather save that money for my future wife. I need some savings. I, like you, have no parents to support me. Besides, I am not proficient in academics. It would be a waste of money to participate. Chen Jie nodded in understanding. This was a reasonable stance. Aspiring to be an overseer necessitated proficiency in calculations, and failure in that regard would render one unsuitable. Among the servants, many shared Ba's perspective to that moment. Su Lei noticed Ba Si approaching. Though he had been whipped, the injury was on his back, allowing him to walk, albeit with a pained expression. Miss Xiaorong, I wish to register as well. My number is Ba Si, he said, approaching her with a forced smile, entirely devoid of resentment over the previous punishment. My prior punishment was merely in accordance with the young lady's orders. It was not my intention to make things difficult for you. This, Miss Xiaorong remarked. Ba Si, you understand this, do you not? During the earlier punishment, she had shown no restraint, even contemplating a more severe outcome. Yet now, with the second young lady's command to select an overseer from among the servants, Miss Xiaorong had to comply. Miss Xiaorong was aware that among the applicants, Ba Si was likely the most academically gifted. Thus, he stood a good chance of being appointed, which would necessitate her showing him respect in the future. Of course, Miss Xiaorong. It is all for the young lady's sake, Ba Si responded, feeling a mix of surprise and delight. I will need to learn from you in the future. Pleased, Miss Xiaorong nodded in acknowledgement. As Ba Shisi turned away, a sense of pride swelled within him, for he recognized the shift in Miss Xiaorong's attitude towards him. If even Miss Xiaorong believed he would succeed as overseer, what reason did he have to doubt? The surrounding servants regarded Ba Shisi with envy and deference, for indeed, during their youth, he had always excelled in academics among the servants, observing the admiration in their eyes. Ba Shisi puffed out his chest slightly, as though he had already assumed the role of overseer, basking in his newfound sense of self-importance. When his gaze fell upon Chen Jie, however, it hardened slightly, for he detected no signs of flattery or favoritism in Chen Jie's expression, a stark contrast to the demeanor of Ba Shisi, who now awkwardly smiled and distanced himself from Chen Jie. Noticing this, Chen Jie said nothing. Miss Xiaorong, I wish to register as well. My number is Ba Shisi. Thank you. He simply ascended, producing a few coins, and was the last to register. Chapter 10. The Assessment. The assessment is scheduled for today, and merely a few hours away. The crowd is permitted to use the restroom and make preparations, revising their knowledge in arithmetic. The hours swiftly passed. Once again, everyone gathered together. Individuals like 88, who were not participating in the assessment, came to watch out of sheer curiosity, as this was to select the steward for the second house in the 8th district. The selection, conducted under the watchful eyes of the assembly, would undoubtedly appear fairer and more just. Naturally, those with pressing tasks could not join the onlookers. Nonetheless, several dozen had gathered. However, Uncle Emma was no longer among the spectators. He stated his intention to return and pack his belongings, preparing to depart for the mine early the following morning, destined to become a miner's slave. Being reassigned to such a fate, one could never know when it might lead to death. Thus his spirits were understandably low. Consequently, Chen Jie did not insist that Uncle Emo remain to observe his participation in the assessment. The assessment was presided over by Miss Xiaorong and several other maidservants of the second young lady. Is everyone present? Yes, we are ready, and thus the assessment shall commence. At this moment, Miss Xiaorong spoke up, and the crowd fell silent. All right, Miss Xiaorong has just announced, the second young lady has arrived. Suddenly, a voice from the front announced the arrival of a beautiful, graceful young lady in splendid attire, accompanied by several maidservants, who sauntered over leisurely. It was none other than the second young lady. Liu Jiao. Chen Jie was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the second young lady would personally observe the steward assessment. Given her numerous responsibilities, her presence was not obligatory for such matters. Xiaorong, please proceed. At this moment, the second young lady, attended by her maidservants, reclined elegantly on a grand couch adorned with luxurious mink fur, her jade-like legs resting upon the seat, casually lifted. I am merely here to pass the time and observe. Pretend I am not present. Despite her words, Chen Jie sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The candidates for the assessment appeared increasingly invigorated, eager to perform well before the second young lady. Particularly, 84, despite his attempts to feign calmness, was visibly more excited than before. After all, his martial prowess was lacking, but he excelled in arithmetic, making this a splendid opportunity for him to shine. Very well, let us commence the assessment. Miss Xiaorong declared. You are all long-standing members of the Liu family. Your loyalty is beyond question. The position previously held by Steward Wu primarily requires proficiency in arithmetic, so we shall focus on that now. She gestured toward a stack of examination papers, inscribed with various arithmetic problems. You must not whisper or confer with one another. Each of you will respond independently. As she spoke, she and several other young ladies distributed the papers. Chen Jie received a sheet, seated at a wooden table on a wooden stool. The examination venue remained the same as the previous gathering in the square. Fortunately, it wasn't raining, allowing everyone to proceed with their answers. The necessary writing implements had already been arranged on the upper left corner of each table. Chen Jie glanced at the first question, a classic arithmetic problem. There are some pheasants and rabbits in a cage. There are 35 heads and 94 feet. How many of each are there? Originally, this type of arithmetic problem would have given Chen Jie a headache. However, with the intellect of Steward Wu now within him, he found it quite manageable. After a brief calculation, he arrived at the answer. Subsequently, he continued to address the remaining questions with ease. Given that Steward Wu had been particularly adept in arithmetic, these problems posed no challenge for him. Chen Jie answered with great ease at this moment. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. He noticed that 84, 86, and 83 were all diligently working on their answers. 83 and 86 were scratching their heads. Clearly finding the questions somewhat challenging. In contrast, 84 appeared remarkably composed. Other candidates exhibited a range of expressions. Some were deep in thought, while others were scratching their heads, all bearing a serious demeanor, far from the carefree disposition of 84. Meanwhile, 88 and other household servants were observing from a slight distance. Miss Xiaorong and the other maidservants, attendants of the second young lady, moved about the examination area, acting as overseers. The second young lady remained reclined on her opulent mink-covered couch. Her eyes now closed. Her fair, smooth visage lost some of its haughty demeanor in slumber. Beside her, a maidservant fanned her, while another carefully massaged her. The scene exuded an air of opulence, piquing. At this moment, Chen Jie turned to observe his surroundings, drawing the attention of Miss Xiaorong. Her full lips parted, and her eyes glared coldly at him, as if to say, "You cannot cheat here. Abandon that thought." Chen Jie said nothing, merely redirected his gaze. After checking his paper to ensure everything was in order, he declared, "I have finished. I will submit my paper." After all, this was merely a minor assessment among family servants. The examination's rules were not as stringent or solemn as those of the imperial examinations. Thus, completing the task still allowed for conversation. "What? Someone has finished. So soon? Have they given up? Are they throwing away a few coins?" At this moment, those gathered outside, including 88, were taken aback, staring at Chen Jie in disbelief. He submitted his paper. Was he truly giving up? Was he so impatient? Even if he couldn't secure first place, he could at least aim for a decent score to catch the second young lady's eye. The other household servants still engaged in the examination glanced at Chen Jie, but after a mere moment, they returned to their papers. 84 scoffed disdainfully, a cold smile gracing his lips as he resumed his work. "I can't continue. I too will submit my paper." At that moment, 83 piped up, raising his paper. "Me too. I will submit." Eager to follow suit, 86, the sycophant of 83, nodded timidly. Both had initially registered with the hope of taking a chance, only to find the questions far more difficult than anticipated. Upon witnessing their actions, the surrounding household servants erupted into laughter. The maidservant collecting their papers shook her head after glancing at their answers. As for the antics of 86 and 83, 84 could scarcely be bothered to look up, merely listening with his ears to grasp what transpired, his lips curling into a sneer of disdain as he continued to focus on his own answers. "What? How is this possible?" Just as the crowd mocked 83 and 86, Miss Xiaorong, upon examining the paper of Su Lei, was taken aback. After several breaths, she exclaimed, "All your answers are correct. How could you finish so quickly and get everything right? How is that possible?" Since Miss Xiaorong was not particularly skilled in martial arts, the maidservants attending the second young lady were all household servants, subject to her authority. Not every one of them possessed exceptional martial prowess. Only a select few did. However, each maidservant had their own unique talents. Some excelled in massage, others in cooking, while Miss Xiaorong was particularly adept in arithmetic. This was precisely why she was chosen to oversee this assessment. Thus, upon hearing Miss Xiaorong's words about Chen Jie's paper, everyone present was astonished, turning their gazes toward her. Even the second young lady, who had initially closed her eyes, opened them, her beautiful pupils shimmering with interest. Chapter 11. The results. What does Miss Xiaorong mean? Is she saying that 87 answered everything correctly, and in such a short time, the answers remain correct? How can this be possible? It must be the case. Without a doubt, Miss Xiaorong is inherently skilled in mathematics. She could not possibly be mistaken. Thus, the reason why 87 answered so swiftly is not due to despair, but rather because he had already solved the problems with remarkable simplicity. It is 86 and 83 who are in despair, not including 87. How can this be? These questions should be quite challenging, especially since 84 took so long to answer and has yet to finish. Meanwhile, the onlookers are abuzz with discussion. They exchange astonished glances, struggling to believe what they have heard and seen. How can it be that only the two of us have given up? 87 has managed to answer all of them. Is this a joke? In this moment, 83 and 86 also find themselves muttering. Both are bewildered, their pupils trembling in disbelief as they lock eyes. They soon conclude that this entire situation must merely be a misunderstanding. Yet when they glance at Chen Jie, they see his calm demeanor, exuding an air of composed confidence. What? Miss Xiaorong claims that 87 got everything right. How can this be? This is absolutely impossible. What is going on? At the same time, 84, who had been diligently answering questions, quickly raised his head in shock and turned to look. Of course, This exclamation was a silent scream in his mind, as he too was rendered utterly bewildered. Deep down, he believed that although he could not match the martial prowess of Chen Jie and his peers, he was undoubtedly the best in mathematics. This was his pride, if it were someone like Wu Guanchi, a senior who had immersed himself in the study of mathematics for years, he would certainly yield, but to appear like Chen Jie, he would never concede. Pass me the paper, let me have a look. At that moment, the second young lady extended her delicate hand gracefully. Miss Xiaoring snapped back to reality and hurriedly brought Chen Jie's paper to the slender, fair hand of the second young lady. This cannot possibly be true. It must be a fabrication. There has to be a mistake. At this moment, 84 was also fixated on the second young lady. The other spectators turned their gaze towards her as well. The second young lady was quite adept in mathematics herself, having undergone rigorous education from a young age as a core member of the Liu family. In fact, the amount of homework they were assigned daily in their youth far surpassed that of Chen Jie's servants. However, the bookkeeping and accounting tasks of the subordinate businesses were naturally too trivial for her to handle herself, which is why servants were selected and promoted. I never expected it. 87, you have truly impressed me, remarked the second young lady after glancing at the paper a few times. Thank you for your praise, my lady. I strive to learn diligently in order to contribute better to the family. Chen Jie responded respectfully, immediately rising to the occasion. As these exchanges echoed in the air, everyone present could not help but gasp in astonishment. After all, Chen Jie had completed the questions in less than a third of the allotted time. Such speed was astonishing to the servants. However, both the second young lady and Miss Xiaorong had already verified it. Thus, there was no room for doubt. At this moment, 84 parted his lips. He felt that something was amiss. After all, Chen Jie rarely read, especially not mathematics books. He distinctly remembered that during their earlier days, when the servants were arranged for basic education, Chen Jie always seemed distressed and resistant during mathematics class. How could he suddenly transform into a mathematical prodigy? What a farce. The change is simply too drastic. The former Chen Jie was often practicing martial arts and hardly ever reading. Was it possible that he had been secretly studying every night? Could it be that with just a little time spent each evening, he surpassed him? He dedicates his days to books, seizing every opportunity to study, and yet now he finds himself outshone by Chen Jie? Others continued to answer questions at this moment. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, many were so disheartened they even paused their work. The second young lady, with an air of authority, spoke softly yet firmly. As her words spread, the crowd quieted down. The audience shared silent astonishment, exchanging glances before shifting their focus back to Chen Jie. At this time, Chen Jie leisurely stretched, while 84 bent his head once more, concentrating intently on his answers. I must not lose focus. I must answer diligently. Simultaneously, 84 fervently encouraged himself. 87 must have cheated. He certainly manipulated the situation. I must answer my own questions well and not let him influence me. Otherwise, even if I expose him, I will not be able to take charge. Time gradually passed. I can't solve this. I'll have to write randomly below. I'm done. Miss Xiaoring, I am submitting my paper. I too have completed my answers. That I will not answer any further. Neither will I. Subsequently, several others participating in the assessment also voiced their completion. The majority had finished ahead of 84, further rattling his composure. Though the weather was not particularly hot, beads of sweat still formed on his forehead. In the end, he managed to complete his answers within the allotted time, finishing a quarter of an hour early. However, being the last to submit made him feel quite embarrassed. Observing the gazes of those around him, he felt a mix of irritation and humiliation. Yet, before the second young lady, he understood the need for restraint. He said nothing, merely submitting his paper quietly and stepping aside to await the results. After all, if his score were not high, any words he spoke now would be futile. During the time 84 spent answering questions, Miss Xiaorong and the other handmaidens accompanying the second young lady had already compared answers and graded the papers of those who had submitted early at this point. Only 84's paper remained ungraded. Thus, once he submitted his paper, Miss Xiaorong and the other two ladies took it, comparing it against the answers and quickly calculating the score. In less than 2 minutes, they were done. The results of the mathematics assessment have emerged. Miss Xiaorong reported to Liu Yujiao. The highest scores are achieved by 87 and 84, both attaining full marks. Upon hearing these words, the other participants in the assessment, as well as the onlookers, erupted in astonishment. Brother 17, he really achieved it. After just a bit of studying at night, he managed to score full marks. At this moment, 88, standing nearby, was equally bewildered. Previously, Chen Jie had told him he would claim the position of manager. He thought Chen Jie was boasting, but now he was astonished to find that Chen Jie had indeed achieved full marks. Yet, with both 84 and Brother 17 scoring full marks, who would take the managerial position? Would it be Brother 17, who completed the questions first? Chapter 12. Tiebreaker. At this moment, 83 and 86 found it difficult to accept the news. This is impossible. How could this fellow be so adept in mathematics? This is simply illogical. Amidst the tumultuous chatter and discussions of the crowd, Miss Xiaorong briefly announced the scores of the other participants. However, the scores of the other servants were mentioned in passing, drawing little attention. After all, there was only one managerial position available this time. Thus, only one could be promoted. The ultimate victor would naturally be singular. Consequently, the crowd quickly turned their gaze towards Chen Jie and 84 once more. The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, also cast her gaze back at them. It's impossible. 87 must have cheated. Just then, before anyone else could speak, 84 firmly declared, "We raised horses together, growing up side by side for years. I have never seen him study mathematics. In our youth, he struggled with mathematics and would be overwhelmed at the mere sight of a math problem. How could he suddenly become so skilled now? There must be something amiss. I implore you, second young lady, to see through this." Hearing 84's words, the surrounding servants erupted once again. The second young lady furrowed her brows slightly, her beautiful eyes shifting to Chen Jie, her gaze imbued with authority and scrutiny. Indeed, wasn't 87's aptitude for mathematics rather poor in his youth? We never saw him with a book, studying or writing, did we? Every day, he tends to the horses and engages in various chores, while also dedicating time to martial arts practice. Yet, it seems as though he devotes even more time to mastering martial arts. How did he become so proficient in mathematics? This raises some suspicions. Does it not? Has he surreptitiously obtained the exam questions, or has someone leaked them to him in advance? Meanwhile, whispers among the household servants surround them. Listening to these murmurs, the second young lady, Lu Yujiao, finds herself lost in thought. After all, those around her have either watched Chen Jie grow up or have grown up alongside him. Is Brother 17 cheating? The tension is palpable. Ba Shiba's expression tightens, revealing his concern for Chen Jie. Of course, he harbors no contempt for Chen Jie. If Chen Jie indeed achieved today's results through deceit, it would imply that he possesses influential connections. Contemplating this, Lu Yujiao's countenance darkens, her pupils glinting with a cold light. If the questions were truly leaked, it would indicate a breach of trust among her maidservants, a situation Lu Yujiao cannot tolerate. She must administer severe punishment. At that moment, Chen Jie threw back his head and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Ba Shi, what troubles you? If you can attain this score, why can't I? Do you believe that everyone must parade around with books in hand, so others can witness their diligence and study?" Chen Jie shook his head, adding, "While I only glance at mathematics briefly each night upon returning to my chamber, it appears your level is on par with mine. In my youth, I was not particularly interested in mathematics, thus I resisted it. However, as I matured, I have come to understand that such knowledge is indeed vital. The more one learns, the better one can contribute to the family. After all, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, failing to manage simple accounts is of no use. I trust you, second young lady, will understand." Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, each gazing at him in disbelief. Chen Jie exuded an air of calm and confidence, his demeanor unruffled, entirely unlike that of a cheater. Reflecting on this, the household servants, standing before Lu Yujiao, could not help but question who among them would dare to play tricks in her presence. If Chen Jie truly relied on his own genuine skills, then Ba Shi's earlier remarks would appear rather petty. The crowd turned their gazes toward Ba Shi, whose expression darkened. "I demand a secondary assessment," Ba Shi declared, stepping forward and bowing solemnly. "I request that the second young lady provide us with questions for a direct examination. In this manner, the truth will be unveiled, revealing who possesses true talent and who does not. Whether one has cheated or not." He was brimming with confidence, believing in his own abilities, so he remained composed. "Xiaorong, please set the questions." Lu Yujiao's expression remained unchanged, after a mere flick of her beautiful eyes. She spoke in a gentle tone. Xiaorong, responding respectfully, soon stepped forward. She addressed Chen Jie and Ba Shi, stating, "I shall present you with a question, and you must answer swiftly, without conferring with one another." She took a few steps back, then announced, "The question is as follows. There is an unknown quantity of items. When divided by 3, there remains 2. When divided by 5, there remains 3. And when divided by 7, there remains 2. What is the quantity of the items? The onlookers, many of whom were household servants, were utterly bewildered, failing to grasp the question. They exchanged confused glances. Yet, some of the servants understood the problem and furrowed their brows, indicating their struggles to arrive at a swift solution. Meanwhile, both Chen Jie and Ba Shi quickly comprehended the essence of the examination question, promptly beginning their calculations on the white paper before them. The question posed by Xiaorong essentially asked for the quantity of certain items, expressed as follows. Find a natural number that, when divided by 3, leaves a remainder of 2, when divided by 5, leaves a remainder of 3, and when divided by 7, leaves a remainder of 2. If it were the former Chen Jie, he would have been unable to answer this query. However, having acquired the intellect of Steward Wu, he swiftly calculated the answer. The solution method was straightforward. Find the natural number that satisfies these conditions. Ultimately, he easily deduced that the smallest such number is 23. I have arrived at an answer. Here is my response. After writing down his answer, Chen Jie promptly declared, offering his answer sheet to Xiaorong. She was taken aback, stunned into silence as she stared at him, momentarily dazed before she finally accepted the paper from him. The surrounding audience was equally astonished, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Chapter 13. The Dilemma. How is this possible? How could he finish this difficult question so quickly? Ba Shi was still deep in his calculations. What is happening? Each person was left speechless, including Ba San, Ba Lu, and Ba Ba, all in disbelief. Even Ba Shi, who was fervently calculating, looked up in astonishment at Chen Jie. Lu Yujiao was once again taken aback, her beautiful eyes shimmering with astonishment. Xiaorong then swiftly collaborated with other maidservants accompanying Lu Yujiao to verify Chen Jie's answer. Meanwhile, Ba Shi quickly regained his composure, choosing not to glance at Xiaorong as she validated Chen Jie's answer. Instead, he focused on completing his own calculations, believing that Chen Jie's rapid response did not guarantee its correctness. However, while he was engrossed in his calculations, he suddenly heard Xiaorong's voice, tinged with shock, addressing Lu Yujiao. Second young lady, the answer is correct. Ba Shi indeed answered correctly. This revelation caused Ba Shi's brush to tremble uncontrollably, leaving an inky mark on the paper before him. What? Ba Shi's answer is correct. This implies he possesses genuine talent, not merely pretending or cheating. Thus, among us, Ba Shi is the strongest in mathematics, not Ba Shi, who often clutches his math books. Ba Shi is quite the enigma. The crowd erupted into a mixture of gasps and chatter. No wonder Brother 17 was so confident earlier. At this moment, Ba Ba's eyes sparkled with realization, silently cursing himself. If only I had believed in Brother 17 and not knelt before that fool Ba Shi, I would not have endured such humiliation. But alas, I was torn between offending either side. Now I can only lament my foolishness. Ba Shi, realizing he had been outmatched, chose to concede. This was, after all, a duel between two individuals. Since Chen Jie had already answered and was correct, there was no point in continuing. To linger any longer would only deepen his embarrassment. With so many eyes upon him, it was unbearable. Furthermore, should he take an inordinate amount of time to arrive at a wrong answer, it would only serve to further humiliate him. Therefore, he outright abandoned his attempt to solve the problem. That I still refuse to accept this, he suddenly exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat. His face flushed with indignation, he turned and, with a loud thud, dropped to his knees before Lu Yujiao, declaring, Second young lady, I implore you to pose a question yourself. If you personally set the question and Ba Shi still proves stronger, then I shall. The crowd was left in stunned silence, looking between Ba Shi and Lu Yujiao, then shifting their gaze to Chen Jie. Yet, at that moment, both Chen Jie and Lu Yujiao appeared remarkably unfazed. Ba Shi, what do you mean by this? At this moment, before Chen Jie could utter a word, Miss Xiaorong's expression drastically changed. Her delicate face contorted with a hint of distortion and cold severity as she coldly glared at him, questioning, Do you truly believe that I would conspire with the 87th and preemptively disclose the questions to him? Was my cooperation with him in cheating intended to deceive the young lady? It is well known that the second young lady, Lu Yujiao, harbors an intense disdain for traitors. She detests disloyalty above all else. Thus, such accusations are exceptionally malicious. Miss Xiaorong will not accept such allegations and will not tolerate these doubts cast upon her. After all, she has no connection with Chen Jie and has never engaged in any cheating collusion. Furthermore, when the second young lady specifically called upon her to set the questions, how could she possibly resort to such petty tricks at this critical juncture? If the second young lady's trust in her were to vanish, that would be the true loss and disaster for her. The mutual gaze exchanged between Miss Xiaorong and the 84th intensified the atmosphere, rendering it heavy and palpable, causing everyone present to hold their breath. Could it be that Miss Xiaorong truly colluded with the 87th, intentionally crafting the questions in his favor? Had the 87th already encountered these questions? How could that be possible? Or could it indeed be plausible? What exactly is occurring? At this moment, the crowd exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, the second young lady, Lu Yujiao, cast a scrutinizing glance at both Miss Xiaorong and Chen Jie before shifting her gaze to the 84th, who knelt before her, his face flushed. Miss Xiaorong is utterly loyal to you, a truth that heaven and earth can attest to. She has not collaborated with the 87th in any cheating scheme. At this point, Miss Xiaorong swiftly turned and knelt before the second young lady, stating, "This servant has hardly exchanged any words with the 87th. I assure you, second young lady, that I have not shown any favoritism towards this servant." Chen Jie then echoed to the second young lady, "This servant has arrived at the answers solely through his own efforts. I certainly believe in you, Xiaorong." "Rise," the second young lady replied. "Very well. In that case, you shall compete in another round." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yujiao added, "I will personally present a question. Both of you, pay close attention." The second young lady prepared to pose her question. The atmosphere grew silent, with not even a pin drop to be heard. After all, when the second young lady spoke, no one dared to disrupt her. In the past, when she had explained tasks to the household servants, any disturbance had resulted in severe punishment, often leaving the culprits bloodied from the whip. Since then, no servant had dared to utter a word during her discourse. The second young lady stood gracefully from her chaise, her figure elegant and slender, with long legs and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand. Her lustrous hair cascaded down, dancing gently at her waist. She exuded a pure and exquisite beauty. Yet the nobility and authority she carried rendered the male servants present too intimidated to even contemplate disrespecting her beauty. The question is as follows. There is a wall 10 feet thick, and 2 mice are burrowing through it. Each mouse digs 1 foot on the first day. The larger mouse doubles its speed each day, while the smaller mouse halves its speed daily. The question is, on what day will they meet? And how far has each burrowed? Upon hearing this question, the expressions of those present shifted once again. As before, those who did not comprehend were left bewildered, utterly unable to grasp the problem. Meanwhile, those with some foundational knowledge understood the question but found themselves frowning in contemplation, feeling its difficulty and struggling to arrive at a solution. After some reflection, several individuals with a background in mathematics chose to abandon the problem altogether, as this question proved even more challenging than the previous one. The crowd dared not discuss among themselves, merely exchanging glances. Subsequently, all gazes turned towards Chen Jie and the 84th in the center. Would they be able to answer this question? Who would respond first? As the second young lady spoke, Chen Jie and the 84th were both fully attentive, swiftly beginning to ponder the question. The 84th, eager to prove himself, dedicated himself entirely to solving the problem. Meanwhile, Chen Jie began analyzing the question. It essentially described 2 mice digging towards a wall that was 10 feet thick. The small mouse could dig 1 foot on the first day, just like the large mouse. However, each subsequent day, the small mouse's speed would be half of the previous day's, while the large mouse would double its speed. The question inquired how much each mouse had dug and how many days it would take to breach the wall. This problem, in truth, required a relatively advanced level of arithmetic. Most individuals would find it impossible to solve. Only those with a higher proficiency in mathematics could potentially arrive at an answer. However, due to Chen Jie possessing the analytical mind of Wu Guanshi, whose mathematical skills were commendable, he was aware of a technique called excess and efficiency that could resolve this question. Chen Jie needed a few minutes to perform the calculations. Eventually, he inscribed the answer on the white paper before him. "Have you completed it already?" At that moment, Miss Xiaorong stared in astonishment as Chen Jie put down his pen so quickly. "This question is quite difficult." The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, also displayed a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. "This young man is truly extraordinary, finishing so swiftly. Just look at the 84th, who is still sweating profusely, unsure if he can even solve this problem." Meanwhile, the onlookers, including the 83rd, 86th, and 88th expressed their astonishment and engaged in hushed discussions. This servant dares to suggest that I shall not present my answer just yet.at this moment. Chen Jie respectfully addressed the second young lady to avoid disturbing the 84th's thought process as before. I humbly request that you grant him some time. Once he is finished, you may evaluate our answers together. The 84th shot Chen Jie a shocked glance, surprised by his unexpected suggestion that in fact, upon hearing that Chen Jie had completed his answer, he had already felt a twinge of panic. Although he wished to concentrate solely on the problem, he found it impossible to shut out the external distractions. Upon hearing Chen Jie's request, he could only continue to immerse himself in the task at hand. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the surrounding servants ceased entirely at the mere glance of the second young lady. Chen Jie remained calm, patiently awaiting the 84th's completion. The latter was drenched in sweat, discarding sheet after sheet of draft paper without arriving at a solution. The surrounding onlookers, fatigued from standing, were growing restless. However, the second young lady was known for her disdain towards any lack of decorum from her servants. Thus, they dared not find a place to sit, remaining standing in attendance. They could not simply turn and leave, for the second young lady had summoned them to witness the emergence of the next steward. To leave would risk disrespecting their master and potentially incurring the second young lady's displeasure. Consequently, no one dared to depart, yet they could only endure standing there and watching. As many grew weary, dissatisfaction began to brew within their hearts. 84th, can you solve it or not? If you can't, just concede early. Don't waste any more time. How long do you intend to take? The second young lady's time is precious. You cannot squander it like this. Subsequently, a number of domestic servants began to voice their grievances, directing their verbal assaults towards the individual known as 84. Everyone preferred to return to their tasks rather than remain idly standing in this place. At times, returning to work felt far more preferable than enduring the current situation. After all, they were engaged in familiar duties, and once they had completed their tasks, they could find a spot to sit and rest. Unlike now, where they were compelled to stand for an extended period. Initially, standing was tolerable, but as time wore on, their feet began to ache. Naturally, the second young miss was not afflicted by such discomfort. She continued to recline on the most luxurious and opulent chaise lounge, surrounded by attendants who provided massages and fed her grapes, living in a state of utmost comfort. Meanwhile, Chen Jie, being one of the assessors, was also entitled to sit at his designated spot. Thus, whenever he grew weary of sitting, he would rise and take a stroll, and when fatigued from walking, he would sit once more, wholly at ease. Chen Jie did not urge 84 to hasten his calculations. Initially, 84 paid no heed to the murmurs around him. He gritted his teeth and continued to calculate for a while longer, but no matter how he approached it, something fell amiss. His sleeves were dampened with sweat from the effort. Ultimately, he declared, I shall grant you another quarter of an hour at this juncture. The second young miss, Lu Yujiao, also spoke up, although she was currently in a state of repose and not particularly fatigued. She lacked the luxury of time to squander on the selection of a steward. Upon hearing her speak, 84 trembled slightly, and once more, he gritted his teeth and resumed his calculations, yet his scrap paper lay strewn about in disarray. In the end, he was unable to arrive at a relatively confident answer. I cannot solve this problem. I concede. To Chen Jie's astonishment, 84 had outright given up on answering. He had not even attempted to present a seemingly plausible answer. Perhaps he truly was at a loss for how to approach the problem, hence his nonchalant surrender. However, 87's answer could not be guaranteed to be correct. Nonetheless, at that moment, 84 attempted to salvage his dignity by stating, this problem is exceedingly difficult, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary domestic servants like us. He then turned to 87, saying, now it is your turn. Present your answer. At this time, Miss Shirong directly approached Chen Jie. She promptly extended her hands, and he submitted his answer sheet to her. Shirong swiftly transferred the paper into the hands of the second young miss. In that moment, all eyes were fixed on her and the paper she held. It was unexpected that 84 had been unable to provide an answer, leaving only Chen Jie's response. The critical question now was whether Chen Jie's answer was indeed correct. At this point, 83 and 86, who were observing, were particularly eager to engage in discussion, yet under the watchful gaze of the second young miss, they dared not whisper. Likewise, other onlookers, such as 88, found themselves in a similar predicament. The crowd held their breath, intently observing the second young miss's changing expressions. Soon, they witnessed her gaze fixed upon the paper, With her delicate lips parted, she began to recite Chen Jie's written words. 2 days. 17 minutes of day 2. The large rat burrows 3 feet 4 inches, 12-17 inches. The small rat burrows 1 foot 5 inches, 5-17 inches. The method states, suppose 2 days are insufficient by 5 inches. In 3 days, there remains an excess of 3 feet 7.5 inches. Chapter 15. The account book. The second young Mrs. voice was clear and melodious. However, due to her typically imposing and haughty demeanor, which often involved reprimanding her subordinates, none of the servants dared to relish her vocal tone. Yet at this moment, as she recited his answer, Chen Jie felt a sudden wave of elation wash over him. Perhaps it was due to the transformation in his mindset after acquiring the ability to borrow intellect. Among the surrounding servants, some who lacked a solid foundation in mathematics found the content incomprehensible, much like the previous questions. However, others who had pondered this problem for a considerable time displayed expressions of shock. Given that 84 had taken a considerable amount of time to answer, some servants with mathematical knowledge had already attempted various methods to solve it. But to no avail. At this point, 84's face had turned pale, and he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. He had also been lost in thought earlier, unable to arrive at a solution. Now, upon hearing the answer recited by the second young miss, he instantly realized that Chen Jie's response was likely correct. He still possessed that level of discernment. The essence of the problem was quite simple. There was a wall 5 feet thick, and 2 mice were digging holes from opposite sides, 1 male and 1 female. The large rat dug a hole 1 foot deep on the first day, while the small rat also dug 1 foot on the first day. From the second day onward, the large rat doubled its digging distance daily, 2 feet on the second day, 4 feet on the third, 8 feet on the fourth. Conversely, the small rat dug only half the distance of the previous day, starting from the second day, half a foot on the second day, a quarter of a foot on the third, an eighth of a foot on the fourth. The question was how far each rat dug and on which day they would break through. The second young miss had posed the question in a more formal manner, making it somewhat challenging to grasp that in the past, Chen Jie would have found it incomprehensible. However, with the advantage of Wu's intellect, he now understood the problem directly and quickly formulated his approach to solving it. Chen Jie's reasoning unfolded as follows. On the first day, the small rat dug 1 foot, and the large rat also dug 1 foot, totaling 2 feet, leaving 3 feet remaining. On the second day, the small rat dug half a foot, and the large rat dug 2 feet, totaling 2.5 feet, leaving half a foot remaining. On the third day, one could assume the large rat dug a certain distance, while the small rat dug the remaining half foot minus that distance. All data could then be substituted into calculations. Ultimately, he concluded that in 3 days, the large rat dug 3 8/17 feet. 87's answer is correct, is it not, miss? Meanwhile, Xiaorong, standing beside the second young miss, upon hearing this answer, immediately exhibited a change in demeanor, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that true, Miss Lu Yujiao?" Hearing Xiaorong's words, the entire assembly felt a jolt of tension, turning their gazes toward the rosy, delicate lips of the second young Mississippi. Indeed, 87's answer is correct, she affirmed, her lips parting slightly to seal the matter. The crowd collectively shuddered, their gazes now fixed on Chen Jie, unable to believe their ears. Could it be that Chen Jie had truly answered correctly? Did he genuinely possess such profound mathematical prowess? Had he truly achieved this level of competence merely by studying briefly each night? Was 84, who frequently immersed himself in mathematical texts, truly inferior to Chen Jie? How could this be possible? It was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, the onlooking servants were engulfed in disbelief. As for 84, he struggled to accept the reality, staring at Chen Jie in a dazed and disheartened manner. Not only was the answer correct, but the reasoning was also exceedingly clear, rendering the situation undeniably true. 87 indeed possessed genuine talent and knowledge, far from being a charlatan. Otherwise, he could not have produced such a thorough calculation. At that moment, Xiaorong also spoke. I concede that I admit defeat. 87. You are indeed superior to me in mathematics. Simultaneously, 84 mustered the strength to rise, forcing a bitter smile as he addressed Chen Jie. Of course, I had thought the position of steward would surely fall into your hands. Just as those around them shared this belief, the second young miss interjected. While it is true that 84 and 87, your mathematical abilities differ, both of you have reached the requisite level for the steward position. With her discerning gaze sweeping over Chen Jie and 84, she slowly continued. Thus, I shall require further assessment of both of you. As it ultimately turns out, The family does not intend for you to delve into the study of mathematics, but rather to assume the responsibilities of managing affairs, adeptly handling the tasks that come with such a position. While speaking, the second young lady took a ledger from a maid behind her and tossed it forward. This ledger, previously maintained by Steward Wu, is to be examined by the two of you. There is, in fact, an issue within these accounts. Identify it, and the one who succeeds shall assume the role of steward. The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, with a charmingly delicate countenance, spoke with a slight smirk, her gaze carrying the air of a master scrutinizing a mere hound. Upon the conclusion of her words, an uproar ensued among all present. They had not anticipated yet another examination. Chen Jie was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. On the other hand, the eyes of Baishir Si, once clouded with despondency, now sparkled with renewed hope. Beside him, Baishir Ba stiffened, while Baishir San and Baishir Lu wore expressions of astonishment at this moment. Baishir Si hurried forward, eager to peruse the ledger, with Chen Jie joining him. Together, they flipped through the pages with a cursory glance. Before the second young lady, none dared to disrupt the proceedings, although their bodies brushed against each other. The atmosphere remained amicable. Chen Jie, naturally, possessed superior physicality compared to Baishir Si, yet he refrained from overstepping boundaries. After a brief period of examination, Chen Jie recalled everything, having borrowed the insights of Steward Wu, the original keeper of this ledger. While Baishir Si continued to labor over the pages, Chen Jie had already comprehended the contents from beginning to end, his mind racing to decipher the true nature of the second young lady's examination. What exactly was the problem she sought within this ledger? Steward Wu had always been meticulous in his duties, leaving no glaring discrepancies in the accounts. However, given that he had served as the second young lady's confidant for decades, Chen Jie, with the advantage of Steward Wu's memory, was adept at discerning her intentions. After a mere few moments of contemplation, a flash of insight struck him. He quickly grasped the underlying meaning of the second young lady's challenge and the essence of her inquiry. Upon further inspection, Chen Jie promptly declared, "There are discrepancies in the number of horses recorded. The breeds do not match." Steward Wu had engaged in deception, surreptitiously siphoning off family funds. The quantities and types of horses listed do not align with those present in the stable, though the substituted horses bear a striking resemblance, making them difficult for the untrained eye to distinguish. His statement sent shockwaves through the assembly, disbelief etched on every face. The second young lady wielded her authority with an iron fist. The freedom, dignity, and even the lives of the household servants rested in her hands. Thus, they dared not engage in any mischief. Now, the audacity of Steward Wu to embezzle from the family under the second young lady's very nose was unfathomable. This revelation was nothing short of explosive. The servants could scarcely fathom such boldness. They understood that if the second young lady were to discover any such misconduct, it would result in a death sentence, often accompanied by unspeakable torment before the final breath. The second young lady's methods of punishment were notorious. Some had witnessed her inflict tortures that led to death, such as skinning and dismemberment, which had indeed transpired within the manor. Thus, fear of her loomed large among the servants. Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, they were struck with astonishment. The audacity of Steward Wu was staggering. It was no wonder he had met his demise at the hands of the second young lady. As murmurs of speculation rippled through the crowd, they began to rationalize the recent death of Steward Wu. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Chen Jie understood that the funds had not been pilfered by Steward Wu, but rather were the result of a transaction orchestrated by the second young lady, who had fallen victim to a deceitful horse trader while procuring new steeds, unwittingly acquiring inferior stock. However, the second young lady could not allow the servants to learn of her misstep, for it would tarnish her reputation. Thus, she had allowed Steward Wu to maintain the accounts in this manner at this juncture. Baishir Si, momentarily taken aback, quickly countered, "The issue within this ledger cannot possibly be that. How could Steward Wu possess such audacity?" Baishir Qi added, "You are being utterly fanciful." After all, Baishir Si had heard that Steward Wu met his end due to the mysterious whereabouts of the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir, not because of any discrepancies in the accounts. For years, Steward Wu had remained faithfully by the second young lady's side, meticulous and devoted, never once faltering in his record-keeping. If there had been any signs of embezzlement, the second young lady, with her keen intellect, would have discovered it long ago, and would never have allowed him to remain in her service for so long. Based on this logic, Baishir Si promptly dismissed Chen Jie's assertion. Today, having already lost face, he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity. Even though he had yet to uncover the ledger's discrepancies, At the very least, he had publicly refuted Chen Jie, which afforded him a measure of pride. Indeed, Bai Shi, you are correct. However, at that moment, Bai Shi was taken aback when he noticed a faint smile gracing the delicate features of the second young lady, who then remarked, "You are quite right. This is precisely the issue within the ledger that I wished you to identify. It appears that not only do you excel in mathematics, but you also exhibit a commendable diligence towards your responsibilities. Your understanding of the horses under your care is impressively thorough. The position of steward is now yours." Upon hearing the second young lady's words, Bai Shi stood frozen, his mind spinning as for the surrounding servants. They had just begun to find merit in Bai Shi's earlier argument, having been swayed by his reasoning, but they were utterly unprepared for the second young lady's decisive declaration, which shattered Bai Shi's confident assertions and unequivocally appointed Chen Jie as the new steward. Stunned, they could only stare in disbelief. Thus, the contest for stewardship reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, Chen Jie wore a serene smile, having discerned the second young lady's intentions all along. This final challenge was designed not only to assess their understanding of the ledger, but also to evaluate their attentiveness to their previous duties in horse management. Moreover, it served to admonish the newly appointed steward, ensuring he understood that misappropriating family resources would result in a fate akin to that of the late Steward Wu. While Chen Jie grasped these underlying motives, Bai Shi remained oblivious, leading to Chen Jie's triumph and Bai Shi's defeat. How could this be? Bai Shi struggled to comprehend, feeling as if he had plunged into despair, his spirits dampened. 17th brother, you are remarkable. How did you manage this? Bai Shi, observing from the sidelines, felt invigorated, for he had always held Chen Jie in high regard. With Chen Jie now in a position of authority, he saw an opportunity to align himself with power. His gaze shifted back to Bai Shi, resentment brewing within him at the memory of being forced to kneel before Bai Shi. The humiliation lingered in his mind, a bitter reminder of a moment he had sought to forget. How is this possible? Bai Shi actually became the steward. What if he discovers our involvement in the horse debacle? What then? What will we do? Meanwhile, the two individuals, 86 and 83, exchanged glances. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes were filled with panic, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, and their lips trembled involuntarily, due to the chaos caused by Ma, although the family had not uncovered any evidence. They had not been punished. However, Chen Jie had previously assaulted 86. Therefore, it was highly likely that Chen Jie had already concluded that the two of them were responsible. Now that Chen Jie had assumed the role of overseer, he would not concern himself with whether evidence had been found or not. He could act solely on intuition. Thus, if Chen Jie sought trouble with them later, it would spell disaster. What could they do? How could they evade him? With Chen Jie's recent promotion, he had become their direct superior. They had no means of escape. After all, family servants had no freedom and could not break away from the clan. Consequently, the two of them found themselves engulfed in extreme terror in an instant, in overwhelming dread, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, enveloped them, causing their entire bodies to turn cold, as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar. Even though Chen Jie's retribution had yet to arrive, the mere anticipation of it was often the most terrifying aspect. It could make one's very soul tremble in fear. Thus, both individuals could not help but shudder uncontrollably. Particularly 86, whose legs quivered to the point where he nearly lost control of his bladder. That I never expected it would be you who became the overseer. 87. You've hidden yourself rather well. We may have to work together in the future. I hope for your guidance. That moment, Miss Xiaorong also exchanged a few polite words with Chen Jie. Other young ladies accompanying the second miss also spoke a few words to him. Am I done for? Am I finished? Meanwhile, 84's complexion was equally pale, his legs trembling, and after taking a step, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Today, in the domain where he took the most pride, he had suffered a comprehensive blow from Chen Jie, and his spirit had been profoundly devastated. Moreover, he recalled that he had previously forced 88 to kneel at that time. He had even harbored the delusion of forcing Chen Jie to do the same. Yet 88 had once aided Chen Jie. Now that Chen Jie had become the overseer, while he remained an ordinary family servant, still under the jurisdiction of Chen Jie in the second house's 8th district. What could he do? Was there a possibility that Chen Jie might assign him to muck out the stables, just as he had previously suggested? Furthermore, he had heard that the family seemed to be dispatching some servants to various mining sites. Was there a chance that he would be sent by Chen Jie to mine? That would be the end of him. He might as well lose his life. Thus, he was also gripped by profound fear. An overwhelming terror enveloped his mind and body, leaving him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Chen Jie turned his gaze to 84, a faint smile gracing his lips. Previously, 84 had been somewhat arrogant, and Chen Jie was already contemplating how to make things difficult for him once he officially assumed the role of overseer. However, unexpectedly, at that very moment, the second miss spoke up. Of course, although the position of overseer has been taken by 87, your mathematical foundation is quite commendable, 84, and your handwriting is also impressive, although your martial skills leave much to be desired. Your education is adequate. You still have some value. The family will not neglect any talent. Henceforth, you need not tend to the horses. You are to manage the library of the second house, organize the collection. Many books have suffered from dampness and may rot if left unattended for too long, while some pages have aged and require restoration. You are to transcribe and replicate all those books. Upon hearing these words from the second miss, Chen Jie was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly grasped her intentions and said nothing further. It was of little consequence. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He knew that becoming the overseer would not be his final destination. Once he attained the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir and cultivated his inner strength, he would undoubtedly gain greater recognition within the family and in the eyes of the second miss. Elevating his status further, by then, 84 would not be able to escape Chen Jie's grasp. Chen Jie would know precisely how to manage him. However, at present, it was indeed impossible to reassign 84 to muck-out stables. Originally, Chen Jie had intended to assign 84 to that task, allowing him to experience the fate he once wished to impose upon 88. Unfortunately, the second miss saw through everything and protected 84. For now, Chen Jie had to let it go. After all, the second miss had spoken, and he could not resort to any underhanded tactics against 84 without undermining her authority. Such actions would only bring him trouble. Simultaneously, Chen Jie glanced at 88, offering him a smile. Since 88 had previously assisted him, Chen Jie would naturally not neglect him. 88 also smiled, feeling fortunate for his earlier decision. Afterward, Chen Jie turned his attention to 86 and 83. Observing their pale faces, now as white as paper, Chen Jie merely smiled in response. Externally, he remained composed, yet internally, he was even more convinced that the chaos surrounding Ma was their doing. The second miss would spare 84 because she believed he possessed certain skills. However, what about 86 and 83? They were utterly inept. In terms of martial prowess, they could not cultivate inner strength. They had also failed to excel in their studies, lacking any innate talent. Regarding such individuals, now that Chen Jie had become the overseer, he could easily handle them. Chen Jie had initially thought that his previous confrontation had been sufficient to instill fear in them. As long as they kept their distance from him, all would be well. He had no intention of bullying them. He merely wished for them to cease their delusions of continuing to oppress him. Much to his surprise, these two scoundrels dared to retaliate against him, likely because they were too accustomed to his previously lonely and submissive demeanor. Thus, it had become necessary to make them taste blood. In any case, Chen Jie was determined not to let these two individuals off the hook this time. He silently resolved to utilize his authority to thoroughly deal with them. Of course, at the same time, Chen Jie thought of Uncle Emo, although Uncle Emo did not treat Chen Jie as a son. He had been a good friend of Chen Jie's deceased father during their younger years as family servants. Consequently, Uncle Emo had indeed assisted Chen Jie in his childhood. Therefore, Chen Jie would not forget him. Second miss, I have heard that the family intends to send some servants to the mines. May I dare to request that you consider Uncle Emo? As the second miss stood up to leave, Chen Jie hurriedly approached, bowing and cautiously inquiring. After all, Uncle Emo had shown him kindness, and Chen Jie felt obliged to repay that kindness. Such behavior would also earn him favor in the eyes of the family. The family would trust a servant who was grateful and loyal. Now that you are the overseer of the second house's 8th district, you can make these decisions yourself. That moment, the second miss cast a glance at Chen Jie, seemingly perceiving his intentions. Yet, she did not oppose him, merely stating coolly, "The list for the mines in the second house's 8th district was initially prepared by me after the passing of Steward Wu, and I had Shirong draft it. In any case, you can now decide this list on your own." Chen Jie immediately expressed his gratitude, pledging his loyalty with a few flattering words to the second miss. Lu Yujiao. After all, Steward Wu had often required flattery, and now that Chen Jie was borrowing from Wu's insights, His compliments came naturally and effortlessly. The second miss merely waved her jade hand dismissively before turning to leave with her entourage. 87. That list I prepared. However, to Chen Jie's surprise, as Sharon followed the second miss out, she deliberately lagged behind as she passed by Chen Jie. She whispered quickly, "You can't touch anyone else besides Uncle Imo." Her tone carried a slight authoritative command. Chen Jie could not help but frown slightly. Why, what right does she command me? However, after some contemplation, I realized that as I have only recently assumed my responsibilities, it would be unwise to undermine the young lady Sharon's dignity. After all, she has been in close proximity to the second miss for quite some time, enjoying a level of trust that surpasses my own. As for the reasons behind the inability to alter these names, I suspect that certain individuals among the household servants have already offered benefits to Sharon, whether in the form of favors or monetary gain remains uncertain. Should I suddenly modify this list, it may lead to complications for her. Any trouble she encounters would inevitably be attributed to me, and she would seek retribution in my direction, while I currently hold the position of overseer. I am aware that I am her equal in stature. Nevertheless, given her frequent association with the second miss, I would not want to provoke her. After all, she could easily influence the second miss against me at any moment. Ultimately, I decided to grant Sharon the courtesy she deserves, despite my dissatisfaction with her earlier tone, that I resolved not to make matters overly uncomfortable. Of course, I would consent, but it would be imperative to seek some advantages from her in private later on. However, the present moment is not suitable for such negotiations. Given her position beside the second Mississippi thus, I swiftly dismissed these thoughts, feeling quite pleased at the prospect of rescuing Uncle Imo's for the other household servants on the list. I have no particular grievances or debts with them. Initially, I had intended to assign both the 83rd and 86th individuals to mining duties. If they were to perish in a cave-in, they would die in service to the family. Many would undoubtedly understand that their fate was a consequence of having offended me. However, no one can step outside the bounds of propriety. After all, mining requires the presence of household servants. Yet, Sharon's unwelcome intervention forced me to reassign only one of them. I decided it would be the 83rd who would go to the mines. That I reflected quietly, for the 83rd is the very individual who previously tormented me. He is the true instigator behind the nickname I received. The incident involving the horse chaos was likely orchestrated by him as well. The 86th, on the other hand, merely serves as his lackey. It is vital to address the primary conflict and target the key players. Congratulations, Overseer Chen. We are delighted for you. Please do continue to look after us. Several household servants immediately gathered around me, showering me with flattery and goodwill. Having attained the position of overseer, I could now use my surname. No longer referred to merely by a number like ordinary servants at this level, the family had not established a numbering system to differentiate each overseer. We are directly addressed by our surnames, much like the previous overseer Wu, who was frequently called by his name. This may have been a deliberate gesture from the family. With my elevation in status, my superficial human rights have been restored to some extent. These individuals, eager to curry favor, wish to earn a good impression associated with my surname. Some may not have known that my surname is Chun, only recognizing me as number 87. Yet, a few may have overheard my conversations with Uncle Imo and thus know my name. The first to address me by my surname could leave a favorable impression in my mind that I must admit. Being addressed in this manner was quite gratifying. After all, had fate not compelled me, I would not wish to be known solely by the number 87. I yearn for the day when I can proudly introduce myself as Chen Jie. However, for now, they may only refer to me as Overseer Chen. Of course, I did not allow myself to become overly arrogant, for I possessed the wisdom gleaned from Overseer Wu's decades of experience that I understood that it was prudent to remain somewhat humble and low-key at this moment. I offered polite greetings to those around me. 17th brother, no, Overseer Chen, congratulations on your new position. I hope you can overlook past grievances. I sincerely apologize. I implore you, in your magnanimity, to refrain from holding our transgressions against us. We shall kneel before you in acknowledgement of our errors. At this moment, the 86th and 83rd hurried over to me, attempting to placate me. Their expressions were fraught with panic, tears streaming down their faces. What past grievances are you referring to? I am unaware of any. Yet, I feigned ignorance, responding with an air of righteousness. Could it be that you are referring to our sparring match? I certainly do not hold grudges, especially since I emerged victorious. Oh dear, what are you two thinking? Do not dwell on it. Rise now and return. We are all household servants. Despite our differing positions, we all contribute to the family. I patted their shoulders and turned to leave, casually placing my hand on the 88th's shoulder as I departed, granting him a sense of pride. Several others hastily approached, shamelessly attempting to curry favor with the 88th. Some had previously had no interactions with me and lacked excuses to approach. However, upon witnessing my camaraderie with the 88th, and given their past collaborations with him on family matters, they rushed to engage him, seizing the opportunity to establish rapport. The 88th, feeling somewhat bashful and out of his depth, had not dealt with such social dynamics before. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a sense of elation in being acknowledged in this manner. He understood that this attention stemmed from my influence. Observing my departure alongside the 88th, the 84th took a few steps forward but winced in pain, his expression betraying his unwillingness to accept the situation. He did not rush to flatter me, nor did he seek to ingratiate himself with the 88th, for he had recently been appointed by the second miss to oversee the renovation of the library. He was confident that I would not dare to act against him. Thus, he bore no fear of me. Additionally, his inherently obstinate nature rendered him incapable of such sycophancy. I had no desire to concern myself with the 84th. He posed no threat to me at present. Even if he sought refuge in the library, I would eventually obtain the 9 Apertures Golden Elixir, becoming well-rounded in both civil and martial affairs, and elevate my status further. I would then teach this young man a lesson in humility. Upon returning to my quarters, having just parted ways with the 88th, I had yet to officially attend to my duties as overseer. Suddenly, a soft cough interrupted my thoughts. Turning, I saw a graceful figure standing at the door. It was none other than Miss Xiaorong. Clearly, someone who could accompany the second miss was no stranger to the subtleties of social etiquette. Recognizing this, I smiled, aware that she had come to negotiate terms with me. To prevent any alterations to the names on that list. Excluding Uncle Imo, she would undoubtedly need to offer some form of benefit to align with the expectations of propriety. Chapter 19. The benefit. You haven't submitted that list to the chief steward yet, have you? Xiaorong wasted no time, diving straight to the point. Has the chief steward been pressing you for it? At present, I was merely the overseer of the second branch's 8th district, and beneath the second branch lay several servant districts. The entire Liu family consists of more than just one branch. This mining slave list was a requisition from the chief steward, who requested a specific quota of servants from each branch to serve as miners. Each branch subsequently allocated their quotas to the respective districts below. Not yet. I nodded in acknowledgement. Then, feigning innocence, I asked, but Miss Xiaorong, you mentioned earlier that I could only alter one name on this list. What do you mean by that? Why can none of the others be changed? Do they harbor a grudge against you? This is 50 taels of silver, Xiaorong replied, producing the coins without further explanation. Her tone icy and unyielding. Do not ask too many questions. Simply do as instructed. Chen Jie's expression momentarily stiffened, as he was somewhat displeased by Miss Xiaorong's tone. That I in this egalitarian setting. What did her manner of speaking imply? He was not her subordinate. Yet, Xiaorong, being in the presence of the second young lady, undeniably held a higher status, albeit subtly. Thus, Chen Jie refrained from voicing his discontent. Is it merely 50 taels of silver? Chen Jie chuckled, scratching his head. I've heard, Miss Xiaorong, that during your time with the young lady, she bestowed upon you some zhuangshuadan. Is that correct? You see, I am unable to cultivate internal energy. My vitality is somewhat lacking. I was hoping you might show a bit of benevolence and share one with me. In truth, Chen Jie was quite satisfied with the 50 taels, as he had never received such a sum all at once before. In the nation where Chen Jie resided, 1 tael could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. In the marketplace, a bun cost a copper coin, while a bowl of Yangchun noodles required 5 or 6. Thus, 50 taels amounted to 50,000 copper coins, which was indeed significant. However, Chen Jie found Miss Xiaorong's tone rather unappealing, so he resolved to ask her for further favors to alleviate his slight annoyance. Miss Xiaorong furrowed her delicate brows but eventually acquiesced, stating, I'll give it to you, nothing more. You can only exchange one from the list, remember that. She retrieved a pill from her small pouch, encased in a tiny vial, and placed it on the table beside Chen Jie before turning away with an air of displeasure. Observing her discontent, Chen Jie could not help but smile. The sight of her irritation made his earlier vexation vanish entirely, leaving him feeling rather pleased. Now, Chen Jie was no longer fearful of Miss Xiaorong causing him trouble. After all, he was in charge, albeit at the lowest level. Miss Chiron would find it difficult to concoct a valid reason to ensnare him. And certainly, she could not bring about his ruin. Moreover, once Chen Jie acquired the Jiuqiao Jindan, he would undoubtedly ascend to a higher tier. Besides, it was Miss Chiron who had initially wielded her authority over him. Regardless, the outcome was favorable. Unexpectedly, he had received such a benefit right after assuming his duties. Subsequently, Chen Jie picked up the pill from the table and glanced at the silver he had obtained. A smile gracing his face as he softly remarked, "I have long wished to repair my parents' grave. Now I finally have the means." This was a matter close to Chen Jie's heart. When his parents passed, they did not receive a proper burial. They were simply interred beneath a stone that served as a gravestone, laid to rest alongside many ordinary servants. The burial site was merely a small plot. To provide his parents with a dignified resting place, one would need to purchase a proper plot and a suitable gravestone, both of which required funds. Within his family, some servants had earned rewards for their contributions and used the money to enhance their parents' graves. The materials they utilized, such as tiles and gravestones, were quite commendable. Although they could not surpass the main family's standards, the expenses were significant. Previously, Chen Jie had felt a twinge of envy watching other servants care for their parents' graves with such devotion. His parents had toiled tirelessly for the family their entire lives, yet in death, they lacked even a decent grave. Thus, Chen Jie had always wished to honor their memory with a proper burial. However, his previous monthly allowance had been insufficient, as he also needed to purchase food and various medicinal herbs for his training. But now, he had enough. With that thought, Chen Jie secured the silver and resolved to address the urgent matters at hand as the steward before anything else. As for the Zhuangqi Dan, it surely could not compare to the Jiuqiao Jindan. However, since he could not yet procure the latter, using this to bolster his physical health would suffice. No one could predict whether he would encounter dangers along the way to obtaining the Jiuqiao Jindan. Although the Zhuangqi Dan would not enable him to cultivate internal energy, it would enhance his physical strength, which was undoubtedly beneficial. Thus, Chen Jie set aside his musings and began diligently managing his responsibilities as the steward. In truth, Miss Xiaorong should have provided him with a proper handover, for she had previously acted as the interim steward in Mr. Wu's stead. Yet, she had chosen not to elaborate, perhaps due to her irritation at Chen Jie's earlier request for favors. Hoping to see him make a mistake and face the second young lady's reprimand as a lesson for this novice steward. Nevertheless, Chen Jie remained unfazed, having borrowed Mr. Wu's knowledge and understanding how to handle the various matters inherent to his role. He would not err and incur the second young lady's displeasure. At that moment, the first task Chen Jie attended to was the list of minors. He removed Uncle Mo's name and substituted it with the 83rd. Just then, someone from the chief steward's side arrived to collect the list. After respectfully handing over the document, Chen Jie contemplated his next steps. He decided to prioritize the arrangements for his parents' graves, as other matters were not as pressing. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the 8th district, two servants, the 83rd and the 86th, sat dejectedly side by side. The other servants passing by regarded them with pity. Well aware that it was these two who had often bullied Chen Jie in the past, now that he had become the steward, they could expect no leniency. The 83rd and 86th understood this reality, which explained their pallid complexions. At that moment, two burly servants dispatched by the chief steward approached them. 83rd, where are you? One of the men bellowed as he strode through the archway. Both the 83rd and 86th trembled at the sound. I'm here, the 83rd stammered. The family has reassigned minors, and you're on the list. Come with us. One of the large men stated bluntly. The 83rd's face turned ashen upon hearing this, realizing it was Chen Jie's doing. Isn't the selection of minors already confirmed? He retorted, unable to suppress his frustration. Are you certain you're not mistaken? Uncle Mo and the others have already departed. Indeed, they are set to depart, one of the men replied. But they are still gathering over there, and Haven T formally set off. The list has changed. Old Mo will be swapped with you. One of the burly men added without hesitation. So we must take you to exchange with old Mo. No. I refuse to go mine. The 83rd struggled, pleading, I don't want to die in the mines. As a servant, could he refuse the family's orders? The two men who had come to apprehend him were not inclined to be gentle. This is not something you can resist, one declared, stepping forward to grip the 83rd's shoulder, causing him pain. The other man kicked him in the stomach, forcing the 83rd to curl up. Then, he grabbed the 83rd's hair. Lifting his head. A boy who hasn't even cultivated internal energy dares to resist us. Be obedient. or we'll make you suffer further. Don't blame us then. The 83rd's face fell in despair. Indeed, the two men were seasoned warriors who had mastered internal energy, rendering him as helpless as a kitten facing a tiger. There was no possibility of putting up a fight, even if he were more skilled. He wouldn't dare to flee. His earlier struggles were merely instinctive reactions. To truly escape? He knew better. It was impossible to elude the grasp of the Liu family. Ultimately, one must be apprehended once more. Moreover, should a true escape occur, the ramifications would be dire. Meanwhile, the other household servants around them chattered incessantly about the situation. Who would have thought that 83 would be directly assigned to labor in the mines? How ruthless. Indeed, 87 is quite merciless. After all, it was common knowledge that 83 had often bullied 87 in the past. Thus, 87's current actions are entirely justifiable, were it not for the prohibition against killing within the family. I suspect 87 would have harbored thoughts of eliminating him outright. Yet, why is it that only 83 has been placed on the list of mine slaves? What of 86? Did he not also frequently torment 87? Could it be that 86 is merely 83's sycophant? Thus, 87 showed him clemency, sparing him from this fate. At that moment, as he listened to the surrounding discussions, 86 was taken aback. He gazed at 83, who wore a mournful expression and appeared utterly dejected, murmuring, "Indeed, why am I not on the list of mine slaves? Just now, those two strongmen clearly stated that there was only one name on the replacement list. Hence, he has not been dispatched to the mines." With this realization, a smile crept across 86's face. Previously, he had feared that he would share the same fate as 83. Seeing 83's current state, he had instinctively assumed that he too was bound for the mines. Wait a moment. Indeed, why is it that 86 is not on the list of mine slaves? Why am I the only one? At this juncture, 83 also began to grasp this discrepancy, and his sense of injustice intensified. He exclaimed loudly, "This is unreasonable. Why has it come to this? We were once inseparable. Why is it that I am now the only one assigned to the mines, while he remains unscathed?" Then, a glimmer of hatred ignited in his eyes as he coldly declared, 86, have you betrayed me? Have you aligned yourself with 87? Otherwise, why would they solely send me to the mines and not you?" Fueled by rage, 83 exclaimed, "You scoundrel! I regarded you as a brother, yet you conspired against me in secret. Did you disclose our matters to 87, allowing him to spare you? Is that why he has chosen to act against me in this manner?" His glare at 86 was filled with malice. 13. "Do not speak so." 86, still apprehensive of 83, hastily replied, for he had long been accustomed to being his subordinate. Thus, he quickly attempted to clarify, "I truly do not know why I am not on the list of mine slaves. I have not betrayed you, I swear. Moreover, how could I possibly divulge our affairs to 87 or the overseer? That is simply impossible. I truly have not." Yet 83 continued to hurl insults. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Finally, 86's patience wore thin. He retorted, "You claim to regard me as a brother, yet is this truly how you treat me? You are aware that your brother is not on the list of mine slaves, that he is not accompanying you to the mines, yet you react in this fashion? Is this how you treat a brother? Do you dare speak to me in such a manner?" Anger surged within 83. After all, it was unbearable for a once meek subordinate to suddenly confront him. That he coldly responded, "So you have indeed grown some spine, have you? Clinging to 87's favor and daring to show me your true colors?" 86 chose not to retaliate further, yet he refrained from offering any more conciliatory words. His heart was fraught with trepidation as he contemplated how Chen Jie would deal with him. Furthermore, the thought that 83 was to be sent to the mines, where survival was uncertain, loomed heavily over him. This was precisely why no one wished to go to the mines. Thus, he felt there was no longer a need to fear 80-3 at that moment. Two burly men arrived to take 83 away. "You little brat, 86, if I manage to return from the mines, I will not spare you." Of course, before he could utter another word, the man gripping him delivered a resounding slap to his face. Silencing him, the burly man wore an expression of disdain. Defeated, 83 could only cover his cheek and refrain from retorting. He could unleash his fury toward 86. Yet before these genuine warriors, sent from the overseer, he dared not voice his grievances. "We must depart swiftly. Otherwise, we risk missing the exchange and allowing those meant to be returned to be sent to the mines instead. That would be our fault," remarked another man nearby. The one dragging away 83 nodded in agreement. Together, they hastily led him away. Meanwhile, The household servants within the family compound observed the departing figures of 86 and 83 with a complex mix of emotions, expressing their sentiments with sighs and exclamations. Once close brothers, they had now descended into such discord. Though many believed that 86 had not betrayed 83, his earlier attitude had undoubtedly left a scar that would not easily heal. Would 83 return alive from the mines? Even if he did, it was unlikely that their bond would ever be restored. Naturally, there was a lingering disdain for 83 among the onlookers. After all, it was Chen Jie who had orchestrated 83's assignment to the mines. Yet, in this moment, 83 lacked the courage to reproach Chen Jie. Directing his ire solely at 80-6. It was presumed that he harbored resentment toward Chen Jie, although he dared not reveal it. Should he survive the mines, one could only wonder if he would seize the opportunity for revenge. Conversely, he might succumb to fear, lowering his head in Chen Jie's presence from then on. There remained the possibility that he would meet his end in the mines. At this moment, watching 83 being taken away, 86 felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over him. He sank down onto the ground, reflecting on the fact that he had dared to stand up to 83 and exchange harsh words just moments ago, leaving him somewhat shaken. In the past, he would never have dared to do so. Furthermore, the severity with which Chen Jie had dealt with 83, directly sending him to the mines, left him anxious about his own fate. An unsettling fear gripped him, enveloping him in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Liu family's estate, a large convoy assembled, preparing to transport not goods, but a group of despondent household servants. They were all acutely aware of their impending fate as mine slaves, leaving the atmosphere heavy with despair. Each individual wore a dejected expression, and the mood was palpably somber. Uncle Emo sat quietly among the batch of hopeless servants, awaiting the convoy's departure. Upon arrival at their destination, they would likely be thrust into the mines. Each of their wrists and ankles bore shackles, a necessary precaution given the high mortality rate among those sent to mine. There had been instances in the past of servants attempting to rebel or escape during transport, though none had ever succeeded, as those assigned to the mines typically lacked martial prowess, while the guards escorting them were well-trained warriors. Thus, success was virtually impossible. Yet, even in failure, a rebellion could lead to complications, for according to family law, any servant daring to revolt would face brutal execution, should one meet such a fate. Additional servants would need to be reassigned to fill the vacancy, creating further complications. Thus, the family had implemented a regulation mandating that all prospective mine slaves be shackled during transport, only to be released upon arrival at the mining site, where a formidable guard force would ensure their compliance. At this moment, as Uncle Emo felt the coldness of his shackles, he could not help but feel akin to a criminal, deepening his sense of melancholy. Would a Jie truly be able to become an overseer? In this final moment, Uncle Emo could not suppress his hopeful fantasies. Thinking that perhaps he would be spared from the mines, he recalled Chen Jie's previous remarks about participating in the selection process, boasting of his impending position as overseer. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought with a bitter smile and a shake of his head, silently concluding, "How could that ever be? All right, has everyone been delivered? Are we ready for a head count? If there are no issues, the convoy shall depart immediately for the mining site." Listening to the words of the head of the convoy, Uncle Mo's heart sank completely. His complexion turned pale, and despair engulfed him entirely. He realized that his earlier fantasies were utterly absurd and surreal. Just at that moment, unexpectedly, urgent hoofbeats approached from behind, accompanied by the shouts of two burly men. "Wait. There is a personnel change." It was indeed the two large fellows who had previously gone to fetch Baishir San. Now, they were galloping towards him, carrying Baishir San, who was draped over the back of a horse. The pounding of hooves stirred up plumes of dust along the muddy stone road. Chapter 21. Shock. Upon hearing this, Uncle Mo and the others at the scene were equally astonished. One by one, they turned their heads in curiosity. Who were they going to swap? Who was to be exchanged? What was happening? Just when they were about to set off to become mine slaves, could there truly be a chance for someone to escape? Who was so fortunate? The shackled servants around them could not help but murmur in anticipation, each of their eyes gleaming with hope, wishing that the one being swapped back would be themselves. At the same time, a flicker of hope surged within Uncle Mo. He recalled Chen Jie's boast about becoming the headman, Baishir San. He realized that the person being brought in was indeed Baishir San. He was not a fool. After all, having survived in the Liu family for so many years, he had learned to read the situation He was well aware of the conflict between Baisher San and Chen Jie. Therefore, if Chen Jie truly became the headman, it was entirely plausible that he would arrange for Baisher San to be swapped back. However, at that moment, he dared not display excessive excitement, fearing that the actual outcome might not align with his hopes. Falling from such heights of expectation would leave his heart in turmoil. Thus, he merely watched anxiously as the two burly men dismounted and seized Baisher San, pulling him down from the horse. Baisher San, go ahead and put on your shackles, they commanded. At that point, the two men said nothing further to Uncle Mo. They simply kicked Baisher San. Baisher San had already spotted Uncle Mo, and with a face of despondency and reluctance, he approached him. Meanwhile, the two burly men gestured to the head of the convoy, signaling that they intended to exchange Baisher San for Uncle Mo. They ordered the shackles on Uncle Mo to be removed and placed onto Baisher San. Once the head of the convoy understood the situation, he wasted no time that he approached with a key, unlocking all the shackles from Uncle Mo, and handed them to one of his subordinates, instructing him to put them on Baisher San. Is it really me? Am I truly being swapped back? So, Chen Jie has really succeeded? At that moment, Uncle Mo was momentarily stunned, feeling as though the world was spinning around him, unable to believe his incredible stroke of luck. What are you dawdling for? Come and mount. We're heading back. One of the burly men, who had brought Baisher San, clapped Uncle Mo on the shoulder and pointed to his companion, asking, will you ride my horse or his? Since the place where Uncle Mo had previously resided was quite far from the current location of the convoy, riding was necessary. The Lu family estate was vast, encompassing numerous manors and stretches of land and forests, all belonging to the Lu family. Having spent so many years in the Lu family, Uncle Mo naturally recognized these two men as subordinates of the chief steward. Therefore, he approached them with utmost deference and cautiously inquired, so, about this exchange today, is it confirmed that Baisher San has become the headman? The two burly men did not hesitate, replying directly, he has passed the selection and is now the headman of your branch. Area 8. Enough talk, mount up. Chen Jie has truly succeeded. How did he manage that? Uncle Mo's heart was once again struck like a hammer, astonished to think that he could overpower Baisher San in the calculations and outshine him. How could that be possible? However, Uncle Mo refrained from pressing further, as he was already lifted onto a horse by one of the burly men. The two men exuded an air of authority and did not seem inclined to converse further. So Uncle Mo dared not speak up again. After riding for a while, they finally reached their destination. The two burly men brought Uncle Mo back near his quarters and dismounted him before leaving. Once off the horse, Uncle Mo, carrying his bundle, did not return to his quarters but instead sprinted off to find Chen Jie. He could no longer contain his curiosity and longed to ask Chen Jie in person about the developments. However, when he arrived at Chen Jie's residence, he discovered that Chen Jie was not there to tea that moment. Without Uncle Mo needing to ask, the expressions of the surrounding servants revealed everything. Their attitude toward Uncle Mo had transformed into one of utmost friendliness, with some even displaying flattery and sycophancy. After all, everyone knew that Uncle Mo had previously been quite close to Chen Jie. Moreover, witnessing that Uncle Mo was about to be sent to work in the mines only to be directly swapped back by Chen Jie demonstrated Uncle Mo's esteemed position in Chen Jie's eyes. Thus, the servants of Area 8 naturally no longer dared to show disrespect towards Uncle Mo. Even those who typically eschewed flattery now held an unspoken respect for him. Unable to restrain himself, Uncle Mo inquired of the nearby servants from Area 8. What exactly happened? Is it true that Chen Jie has indeed become the headman? Could you share the details of the events with me? Although the two burly men had already confirmed the matter, Uncle Mo still wished to hear about it from more people to validate the situation and understand the finer details, to grasp how he had turned his tragic fate around this time. He needed to know. I'll tell it. At that moment, Baisher Ba jumped forward, his chubby face quivering with excitement as he began to recount. It happened that day when the second miss came to personally oversee the examinations. Baisher San was completely confident others were eager to share the story as well, but upon seeing Baisher Ba stepping forward, they merely chimed in alongside him. After all, Baisher Ba was also quite close to Chen Jie, and thus everyone treated him with great respect. Listening to Baisher Ba's narrative and the agreement of the surrounding servants, Uncle Mo finally confirmed the situation and learned all the details. As he listened, Uncle Mo couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He never expected that Chen Jie had successfully navigated several challenges, outshining Baisher Si and impressing the second miss to ascend to the position of headman. In his mind, he visualized the scene where Chen Jie had outsmarted all the servants and found it hard to believe that it seemed that Chen Jie had indeed grown up. Finally, Uncle Mo smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief as he murmured softly, "Brother, your son has made something of himself. You can rest easy now." This was a message he wished to convey to Chen Jie's father, who had been a good friend of Uncle Mo's. Although Chen Jie was still a servant, rising to the position of headman among servants was quite an accomplishment. For instance, Uncle Mo had served as a mere family servant for many years without ever gaining such a position. Yet now, at just 14, Chen Jie had achieved it. Chapter 22, Manure Collection. Afterward, Uncle Mo asked others where Chen Jie was currently located. He was eager to meet Chen Jie, to sense the changes in him, to share in his joy, and to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Chen Jie had already spent the 50 taels of silver he had received, arranging for new gravestones and a burial site for his parents. Once that was settled, Chen Jie began exercising his authority as headman to deal with another individual, namely Baisher Liu. For Baisher Lu, Chen Jie assigned him the task of manure collection, because now the list for the mine had filled up. And since he had taken advantage of the situation with the young lady, only one name could be moved. Therefore, at this moment, Chen Jie could not eliminate Baisher Lu from the family's perspective. The death of any servant represented a loss of family resources. Previously, when Chen Jie dealt with Baisher San by sending him to work in the mines, even if he died, it would be seen as a sacrifice for the family. The family would have no qualms about it. After all, for the sake of the family's advancement, it is imperative to have slaves toil in the mines. Should a mining disaster occur, the death of any slave would merely signify that particular slave's sacrifice. At this moment, the 86th received orders to engage in the distasteful task of mucking out. His expression was far from pleasant. However, upon reflecting that the 83rd had been reassigned to the mines, where his life was likely in jeopardy, he felt a twinge of relief in comparison. Thus, he adjusted his mindset and accepted the new orders at this juncture. The 86th had already commenced his arduous labor of shoveling excrement. He was balancing a heavy load, with 2 buckets hanging from either end of the yoke. The buckets were filled with a foul-smelling refuse. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he stuffed cloth into his nostrils and struggled onwards, determined to transport this detritus to the designated fields in need of fertilization. Despite having mentally prepared himself for this ordeal, and feeling somewhat fortunate that his circumstances were superior to those of the 83rd, at least his life was spared, he found the prolonged exposure to the stench overwhelming, nearly inducing him to retch. As he trudged along slowly, dragging his feet, Chen Jie struck him with a whip from the side and coldly remarked, "Why are you working so slowly? Have you not eaten? If you haven't eaten, then feast upon the filth." Chen Jie showed no mercy to the 86th, rigidly exercising his authority as overseer, embodying the very essence of a petty tyrant. Indeed, he intended to assert his dominance. Dealing with a character like the 86th necessitated a complete subjugation. Otherwise, he might dare to retaliate, as had happened previously, resulting in chaos. This time, Chen Jie was determined to thoroughly crush the 86th's spirit. Moreover, the 86th and 83rd had bullied Chen Jie during his youth. Why should he not now retaliate? As for the possibility of the 86th seeking revenge in the future, Chen Jie was unperturbed. Now, as the overseer, he held a higher status than the 80-6th in the Liu household, where class distinctions were rigid. A superior rank equated to power over others. Furthermore, Chen Jie was destined to acquire the Nine Orifices Golden Pill, which would elevate him to the ranks of a formal warrior. Individuals like the 86th would be powerless to threaten him. Then 86, it was my error. I admit it. I shall take this task seriously. He stammered. At this moment, the 86th dared not display further arrogance, quickly acknowledging his fault and redoubling his efforts to bear the load. However, as he staggered forward, a misstep caused some of the refuse to splash onto him, intensifying his disgust and prompting him to expel some stomach bile. After all, this was his inaugural experience in mucking out, and he had yet to acclimate to it. Meanwhile, unexpectedly, the 84th happened to pass nearby. He caught sight of the 86th laboring with excrement, and the sight of it splattering onto him was enough to evoke a wave of nausea. Following this, a sense of dread washed over him as he recalled earlier events. He had once expressed a wish to have Chen Jie undertake the same task. Fortunately, thanks to the second young lady's intervention, he had been assigned to organize the family library instead. Otherwise, it could very well have been him in the 86th's position at that moment. Have you never seen someone mucking out? At this time, Chen Jie turned to the 84th and remarked with a smile, by the way, the suggestion to assign 86 to this task stemmed from my conversation with you. Had you not brought it up, I might never have thought to elevate him to such a role. The 86th's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. He glanced at Chen Jie, whose expression did not suggest deceit. Then he looked at the 84th, momentarily taken aback and failing to retort immediately to 84. You scoundrel, it was you who caused me to be reassigned to mucking out. Without waiting for an explanation, the 86th erupted in fury. In his rage, he reached for a handful of refuse from the nearby bucket. Being a mucking out worker, he was still equipped with gloves, as the family provided protective gear. He hurled the foul substance directly at the 84th. Given their proximity to the field's edge, even if his aim was off, the refuse would still land nearby. Thus, he acted without hesitation. With a splat, the excrement struck the 84th squarely in the face and body, leaving him momentarily dazed. Once he regained his senses, he felt on the brink of collapse. He prided himself on being a scholar, someone who valued cleanliness. Now he was besmirched by filth, a putrid odor invading his nostrils. 86. What are you doing? It was not I who suggested to the 87th, or rather, to Manager Chen, that you should muck out. The 84th, on the verge of tears, could only hastily retreat and dodge while desperately explaining. I harbor no grudge against you. You have misunderstood me. He was no match for the 86th. Even if he could hold his own, he dared not confront him, especially since the 86th was armed with refuse. Why would Manager Chen deceive me? If he wished to take action against me, he would not need to resort to such subterfuge. However, before Chen Jie could interject, the 86th continued, 87, your excuses are futile. As he spoke, he hurled another handful of refuse at the 84th, who narrowly avoided a direct hit, but still felt the splatter on his neck and the corner of his mouth, nearly inducing him to vomit. In a panic, he turned away, fearing that the moment he opened his mouth, the 86th would launch more filth into it. He reiterated, I merely spoke thoughtlessly earlier, disrespecting the 88th. I suggested that if I were to become the manager, I would assign him to muck out, and Manager Chen was merely present at the time. My words were not directed at you, but rather at the 88th. The 84th was reluctant to revisit this matter, feeling embarrassed about it. Yet, witnessing the 86th's furious demeanor, he felt compelled to speak up. Nonetheless, Manager Chen was correct, had you not mentioned this matter in front of him. But at that moment, the 86th disregarded the 84th's words, asserting, I would not have been assigned to muck out if it weren't for you. I shall endure this foul stench, and you shall bear the consequences as well. As he spoke, he hurled more refuse at the 84th, who, unable to take his anger out on Chen Jie, redirected it towards him instead. He had been bottling up resentment for some time and seized the opportunity to vent it. Meanwhile, Chen Jie took a few steps back to avoid getting splattered himself, leisurely observing the scene as the two engaged in a farcical battle of excrement. Enough, 86. You must not allow personal grievances to interfere with family matters. He finally interjected. After a brief pause, he added, return to your mucking out duties and continue your work. As the overseer, he recognized that while he could temporarily refrain from intervening in the squabbles among the household servants, prolonged inaction could lead to gossip. Upon hearing Chen Jie's directive, the 86th quickly plastered a smile on his face, ceasing his assault on the 84th and returning to his bucket of refuse. He removed the gloves he had worn while handling the filth and draped them over the edge of one of the buckets. With one gloved hand and one bare, he resumed the labor of transporting the buckets to the designated fields, leaving the 84th behind, covered in filth and exuding a nauseating stench, on the verge of tears. Now, 84, what are you standing around for? You reek. Hurry back and clean yourself up. Chen Jie admonished the 84th. Do not linger here and pollute the household air. Otherwise, I shall be forced to exercise my authority and give you a few lashes to teach you a lesson. The 84th cast a begrudging glance at Chen Jie, feeling aggrieved. After all, in his original plans, the position of overseer should have been his. But now, if he were to err in his actions, Chen Jie indeed possessed the authority to admonish him. Thus, he dared not utter a word. Swallowing his disgust as he hurriedly retreated, in his haste, he even shed his outer garment. Along the way, he encountered some other servants who were engaged in various tasks, and they could not help but recoil in astonishment, covering their noses. Meanwhile, Ba Shi, who prided himself on being a scholar, felt utterly humiliated at that moment. He could not bear to meet anyone's gaze, choosing instead to flee with reckless abandon. Chen Jie, having witnessed Ba Shi's treatment at the hands of Ba Lu, found it most gratifying that, as he had stated before, Chen Jie would continue to grow stronger, ascending in status. Neither of them stood a chance against him. He had not even considered sparing their lives. It was simply unfeasible to commit murder within the clan at this juncture. However, once he had gained strength, should the opportunity arise, Chen Jie would not hesitate to eliminate them both, rooting them out entirely. Thus, in the face of them, Chen Jie exhibited no courtesy whatsoever. Yet, he returned to the initial quandary. The crucial 9-aperture golden pill remained elusive. Chen Jie pondered how to resolve this dilemma. Uncle Emo, filled with excitement, rushed over and embraced him. Uncle Emo, you have returned. Are you well? Chen Jie asked, smiling as he released his uncle. I am fine. Nothing amiss. You have done exceptionally well, Uncle Emo replied, his excitement evident as he patted Chen Jie's shoulder. Thanks to you, my boy.it is all due to your efforts. It was nothing. You have cared for me in the past, Chen Jie responded with a smile, that we should have a meal together sometime. Uncle Emo chimed in, let us have a drink. No need to be so formal. Uncle, what kind of relationship do we have? I will certainly come to your home for a meal, Chen Jie assured him. However, I have just taken up my duties and have many matters to attend to. I also need to find someone to repair my parents' grave. So, for the next few days, I may be rather busy. Let us postpone it for a few days. Very well, let us plan for a few days hence. By then, your aunt will also be back, Uncle Emo said with a radiant smile, thus she'll prepare some delicious dishes for you. Will my sister and brother-in-law be returning as well? Chen Jie inquired. They should be, Uncle Emo replied, for he indeed had children. The sister Chen Jie referred to as Uncle Mo's daughter. In the past, both Chen Jie's father and Uncle Emo had served the Lu family, and they shared a close friendship. After the death of Chen Jie's parents, Uncle Emo occasionally invited him to his home for meals. Hence, Chen Jie affectionately called Uncle Mo's daughter sister, a term of respect rather than indicating any familial bond. Uncle Mo's daughter was already married as mere servants. Both Uncle Emo and his wife were also servants. And their daughter, like Chen Jie, was born into servitude. Uncle Mo's son-in-law, referred to as brother-in-law by Chen Jie, was likewise a servant of the Lu family. It was a world where servitude was the norm. Given the large population of the Lu family, marriages among servants were commonplace. Otherwise, if the older generation of servants passed away without heirs, the family would face a shortage of hands. Times, the master would directly intervene in the marriages of their servants, arranging unions for them. Of course, there were also instances when the master turned a blind eye, allowing for free choice, although such matches still required the master's approval. Moreover, servants who married freely often found that the women were not particularly attractive, as those of superior beauty were frequently coveted by the master's sons or daughters, either for personal gain or as rewards for exemplary service. Uncle Emo chuckled. When that time comes, we can gather together. Previously, a tea shop owned by the family had been short-staffed, prompting the transfer of Uncle Mo's wife, daughter, and son-in-law to that location. Being part of a large family, the Lu family boasted numerous enterprises. Uncle Emo had not seen his wife and daughter in quite some time. Due to this arrangement as a servant, one could only endure in silence. After their conversation, Chen Jie and Uncle Emo parted ways. Watching Uncle Mo's departing figure, Chen Jie felt a twinge of melancholy. If I cannot defy fate, Uncle Mo's present circumstances will likely mirror my own future. Chen Jie lamented inwardly, devotedly serving the family, toiling here and there, only to eventually marry an unremarkable servant girl, raise a few children, and pass a lifetime in such a manner to be constantly shuffled about by the family's commands, with no autonomy. While witnessing one's own children perpetuate the cycle of servitude. Of course, marrying a woman of average looks was not inherently a bad thing. After all, if one were to wed a beautiful servant, the risk of being cuckolded by the master was ever present, which would be far more distressing. For now, being with the second young lady might still hold promise. If I perform well, she may reward me with a wife of commendable beauty. Chen Jie mused, as a woman, the second young lady is unlikely to mistreat the wives of her servants. With this thought, Chen Jie felt a flicker of hope and motivation to strive for betterment. After all, should he excel, he might escape the fate of marrying a plain wife. He certainly wished to marry someone of pleasing appearance. Yet, it must be noted that the family was not solely comprised of the second young lady. If she were to bestow upon him a wife of striking beauty, he could still harbor concerns. While the second young lady would not betray him, There was no assurance that other master's sons would not take an interest. What would happen if, in her absence, his wife caught the eye of another? Even if the second young lady came to his defense, the damage would be done, and he would still bear the burden of infidelity. Thus, at this moment, Chen Jie found himself in a state of inner conflict. He yearned for the second young lady's favor, hoping that his good conduct would lead her to grant him a beautiful wife. Yet he feared the consequences of such a union, worrying that he might still fall prey to betrayal. Furthermore, he dreaded the thought of his future children enduring the same fate as himself, continuing the cycle of servitude, driven about at the whim of others. Ultimately, the plight of a servant was one devoid of rights. These anxieties culminated in a singular realization. Becoming a steward was by no means the end. Chen Jie understood that he must strive to break free from the shackles of servitude and reclaim his freedom. For now, with the 9-aperture golden pill out of reach, he decided to utilize the blood-fortifying pill to slightly enhance his physique and strength before proceeding. One step at a time, Chen Jie murmured to himself, slowly but surely. He then returned to his chamber, closing the door behind him. In the serene ambience, he took out the zhuangxue dan, which he had previously received from the young lady Shiro. This was a pale red pill, roughly the size of a fingertip, with a uniform hue and a smooth surface. Chen Jie placed it into his mouth, where it gradually dissolved, imparting a slightly bitter flavor. He swallowed it directly. This pill had also been granted to Steward Wu by the second miss, thus its efficacy was assured. When Steward Wu had consumed it, he had experienced the same taste. After ingesting the pill, Chen Jie silently awaited the effects. Sure enough, after a short while, a gentle warmth emanated from his abdomen, the medicinal properties enveloping his entire body in a slight warmth. Chapter 24. The mining disaster. Chen Jie was not idle. He immediately rose to his feet and began to practice some body-refining techniques within his room. This method, known as the Tiger Wolf spiritual technique, transformed the practitioner into a figure reminiscent of a tiger or wolf. Each movement required precise control over the varying forces within multiple parts of his body. It was no easy feat after merely a few dozen movements. Beads of sweat began to break out upon Chen Jie's brow. In the present era of the Great Zhou dynasty, the first step to martial cultivation was this simple yet arduous task of tempering the physical body. One could only condense their vital energy into internal strength after sufficiently enhancing their physical constitution. Only with internal strength could one truly be considered a formal martial artist. Would this zhuangxue dan enable me to join the ranks of genuine martial artists? Chen Jie continuously varied his techniques, striking with his fist while his feet danced in diagonal patterns. He felt his internal vitality indeed growing stronger as the zhuangxue dan was digested. With the aid of the zhuangxue dan, I could ascend to the status of a true martial artist. Even if I do not obtain the 9 apertures golden pill, it would matter not. As Chen Jie pondered, he diligently practiced. 3 days swiftly passed. To Chen Jie's disappointment, the 3 days had elapsed, and he had fully digested the zhuangxue dan. His strength had indeed increased somewhat, and his overall vitality had visibly improved. However, he still had not managed to condense internal strength within his body. Currently, he could only rely on his physical power. He had borrowed the wisdom of Steward Wu, a legitimate practitioner of internal strength who had cultivated it successfully. Thus, Chen Jie had hoped that, with Wu's experience combined with the zhuangxue dan, he could also attain internal strength, yet he found himself still unable to do so. Was my talent inferior to that of Steward Wu? Or was it due to the hardships I endured in my childhood that left my vitality lacking, preventing me from cultivating internal strength now? Chen Jie could not help but reflect. It seems I must obtain the 9 apertures golden pill at all costs. This is the key to altering my fate. After bathing, Chen Jie exited his dwelling. He was not heading to acquire the 9 apertures golden pill, as he still could not access the forest where it was concealed. The only comforting news was that Wu's lover and son also appeared to have found no means of entry. Today, Chen Jie intended to visit the newly established grave of his parents to pay his respects. On this day, Uncle Emo accompanied him to the cemetery. Brothers, sisters-in-law, behold, your child has made something of himself. At this moment, Uncle Emo spoke to the newly erected grave. I have arranged such a fine resting place for you. Ordinary servants could never achieve this. He is now a steward, far surpassing my own children. You cannot fathom how envious I am of you. Hearing Uncle Emo's words, Chen Jie smiled faintly, pouring a cup of wine before his father's gravestone. Indeed, there existed a culture of competition among servants, each wishing to embellish their ancestors' graves. Yet not everyone could afford such luxuries. In this instance, Chen Jie had nearly exhausted 50 taels of silver. Uncle Mo too desired to restore his own parents' graves, but lacked the necessary funds. Many servants could only envy others, as they were unable to distinguish themselves and earn the family's favor and rewards. This was likely an environment and atmosphere deliberately cultivated by the family. Ultimately, only those servants who excelled and showed promise could enjoy such privileges. In his youth, Chen Jie had observed other servants who had crafted their parents' and grandparents' graves far better than those of their peers, igniting a similar yearning within him. However, now that childhood desire had been fulfilled, "Father, mother, rest assured, your child is thriving. Having restored your grave, I shall now devote myself to my own endeavors." Although he was unsure why he had suddenly acquired the ability to borrow the wisdom of the deceased, he had diligently sought information over the past few days, perusing various texts available within the estate. He sought to uncover the reasons behind this blessing, but found no relevant records. He could only regard it as a divine gift. Since heaven had been kind to him, Chen Jie resolved to make good use of this ability to transform his destiny, to alter the fate of future generations of the Chen family, ensuring they would not be born into servitude and exploitation. Chen Jie gazed at his parents' gravestone, silently articulating these thoughts in his heart, for he dared not voice them aloud. Such matters must remain concealed from all. After all, Chen Jie had borrowed the intellect of Steward Wu, possessing his life experiences and insights. He understood that such extraordinary abilities must never be spoken of lightly. Although Uncle Mo treated him with great kindness, and Chen Jie trusted him implicitly, it was still unwise to disclose such matters. This secret must remain buried deep within, lest it bring calamity, just as Chen Jie and Uncle Mo were paying their respects to his parents. A figure named 88 rushed over. "Steward Chen, there has been another order from the master," 88 reported. "It appears a collapse has occurred in the mining area, resulting in casualties among the servants. We may need to send more servants to replace those lost. The others are in a state of panic, and many are struggling to work. You must return to restore order." "What? The mine has collapsed? So soon?" Chen Jie was momentarily taken aback. "It has only been a few days." "Yes, it occurred in the very area where 83 and the others were dispatched," 88 continued. "That's just how the mines are. Sometimes, they collapse without warning." Hearing this, Uncle Mo's complexion turned pale, as a wave of dread washed over him. Had it not been for Chen Jie, he would have been the one sent to that mine. Now, he could not fathom standing here alive. "What of 83? Chen Jie inquired. "Is he dead?" In truth, Chen Jie harbored a certain anticipation, hoping to hear that 83 had perished in the mine. After all, 83 had tormented him during childhood. Following their previous conflict, Chen Jie had wished to maintain a temporary truce, only to find 83 seeking revenge. Given 83's relentless nature, Chen Jie naturally sought to eradicate him completely to prevent any future troubles. The messenger had not provided specifics. 88 then stated, "I do not know the fate of 83. All I can say is that among the servants we sent last time, one has perished, several sustained minor injuries, and a few have suffered severe disabilities. The specific list has not yet been disclosed. Therefore, whether 83 is dead, lightly injured, or severely disabled remains unknown. You will need to return to find out." "Very well," Chen Jie nodded. "I will return." Chapter 25. The Shattered Egg. Soon after, Chen Jie made his way back. "Steward Chen, here is the list of casualties from your second house's 8th district." Shortly thereafter, the chief steward from the second house, Steward Wu, personally arrived to present Chen Jie with a sheet of paper. "Please review this list of injuries and fatalities. Afterward, select some individuals to fill these vacancies. For the deceased, you will need to process the compensation, and for the injured, you must also provide comfort. As for the severely disabled, they will be returned tomorrow, so see to their arrangements. We cannot allow the spirits of the servants to be dampened. Those who are severely disabled should be assigned lighter duties thereafter. Do not target them deliberately. As stewards, we must consider the welfare of the family and cannot be solely concerned with personal grievances." Zhu Guanshi, the overseer of the second branch, was a portly man with a face lined with numerous wrinkles and pockmarked skin. At that moment, he was patting Chen Jie's shoulder with a solemn expression. "Severely disabled, 83. At this juncture, Chen Jie also glanced at the list in his hand, realizing that this fellow had not perished after all. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. He had assumed that 83 had met his end in the mines, only to discover that he had merely sustained a severe disability. "Thank you for your guidance, Chief Manager." Rest assured, I will prioritize the family's interests and will not deliberately create difficulties for our meritorious contributors due to personal grievances. Chen Jie now comprehended the reason behind Zhu Guanshi's admonition. After all, it was 83 who had been returned severely disabled. Previously, it had been Chen Jie who had replaced Uncle Mo's name on the list with 83's. This matter was well known within the second branch of the estate. Thus, it was evident that Zhu Guanshi had come specifically to deliver this warning to Chen Jie. Otherwise, he could have simply sent a servant with the list. Very good, young man, sharp as a tack. Zhu Guanshi remarked, patting Chen Jie's shoulder once more. You should indeed set aside any personal matters concerning 83 for the time being. His injuries are quite grave. Both his legs and much of his lower body have been rendered useless. And it is said that even his manhood has been shattered that in such circumstances, if you were to persist in targeting him, it could tarnish your reputation. Young man, there is no need for haste. The future is long. His manhood shattered? 83, indeed. Chen Jie felt a swirl of complex emotions at Zhu Guanshi's previous remarks. After their confrontation, he had once declared that should 83 seek revenge, he would crush him. What had begun as mere bravado had inexplicably come to fruition. 83 had indeed been rendered incapacitated in the mines. Thank you for your counsel, Chief Manager. I am enlightened and eternally grateful. With that, Chen Jie expressed his respect and bid farewell to the rotund, pockmarked Zhu Guanshi. With this development, matters had become quite complicated. 83, though gravely injured, had returned, and despite his lack of merits, he had undoubtedly endured hardships. As he watched Zhu Guanshi depart, Chen Jie mused, the second miss will not permit me to continue my relentless pursuit of him. I must indeed grant him a temporary reprieve. In the future, I shall find an opportunity to eliminate him completely. The following day, Chen Jie conducted his rounds with an air of authority, instilling fear among the household servants. After all, those who did not take their duties seriously might find themselves on the list destined for the mines. By the next day, 83 was indeed carried back on a stretcher, his complexion pale and his legs rendered useless. Lying there, he appeared utterly feeble, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he had once presented in the estate. Have you heard? Have you heard? 83 has suffered an accident in the mines, his lower body is destroyed, and his manhood shattered. How tragic. Does that mean he can never marry or have children? This is the consequence of crossing Manager Chen. Initially, Chen had warned 83 not to provoke him further, or he would crush him. It seemed 83 had not heeded the warning, and now the prophecy had manifested. Soon enough, news of 83's injuries spread, and the estate's servants began to gossip. What? 13th brother's manhood shattered. Meanwhile, 86, who had been shoveling dung, was momentarily stunned by the news, nearly losing his balance and almost toppling the bucket he carried. He had grown accustomed to the unpleasant task, though the cloth stuffed in his nose still caused him discomfort. Upon hearing about 83's current state, a wave of relief washed over him. The mines were truly terrifying. He was fortunate not to have been assigned there. However, his relief was short-lived as he quickly realized that the family might send new individuals to work in the mines. His expression turned pale as he pondered. What should I do now? If I had known, I would not have bullied 87 alongside 83, nor would I have crossed Manager Chen. How can I truly earn his forgiveness? Lost in these thoughts, 86 felt tears welling up. Just then, 84, clutching several books, passed by. Why? Oh heavens, must you treat me thus? Why must you be so cruel? In a fit of rage, 86, still gloved, seized a handful of muck and hurled it towards 84. Startling him. 86, what are you doing? 84, having anticipated this, quickly retreated, raising the books in his arms defensively. Do you not see what I am holding? These are the books the second miss has specifically requested I restore. If you dare to sully them, I will inform the second miss that you obstructed the restoration of our important collection, and she will impose severe punishment upon you. This admonition, coupled with the sight of the precious books, rendered 86 hesitant to act. Noticing this, 84 scoffed. 86, if you're angry, take it out on Manager Chen. What merit is there in directing your ire at me? You are likely not here to vent your frustrations, but rather to grovel before him. Am I right? After all, you fear that the next 83 could very well be you. With that, he disdainfully turned away, feeling secure in his position as he was involved in the restoration of the books. A task sanctioned by the second Mississippi. Chen Jie would not be able to replace him with someone else to work in the mines. He was safe, unlike 86, who was in a state of panic and despair. 86 could only watch bitterly as 84 walked away. Chapter 26. Madness. Meanwhile, 83 lay in a room within the second branch, tended to by a household servant skilled in medicine. Chen Jie, as the overseer of the second branch, approached the door with an air of feigned concern to visit 83, the hero who had returned from the mines gravely injured in service to the family. Standing beside him was 88, whom Chen Jie had appointed as his assistant after taking on his managerial role, allowing him to engage in lighter tasks. Free from the burden of horse care, that it was prudent to have a trusted aide nearby for assistance with minor duties. While Uncle Amo was also trustworthy, he was an elder and not easily directed. Outside the small infirmary in the second branch, several household servants had gathered, taking advantage of their break to witness the proceedings. After the physician had completed his treatment, Chen Jie entered the room and beheld 83 lying on the sickbed. His legs were immobile, with a significant portion having been amputated due to the injuries sustained in the mines. Fortunately, his posterior remained intact, but it was the loss of his manhood that was most critical. Following such grave injuries, 83 appeared exceedingly frail, his gaze vacant. Although he was awake, his eyes lacked focus until Chen Jie entered. Bringing a spark back to them, 83, I commend you for your sacrifice for the family. Rest assured, your contributions will not be forgotten. As your direct overseer, I shall advocate for additional compensation on your behalf. Fear not, the family will not neglect any loyal servant who has rendered their service. Chen Jie continued, once you recover, I shall arrange for you to undertake lighter duties. For now, concentrate solely on your healing. Chen Jie seemingly has truly forgotten the myriad grievances he once bore against Ba Shi-san. Approaching him, he sat beside Ba Shi-san's bed, gently grasped his hand, and offered words of kind consolation. If one were to encapsulate this moment in a single phrase, the most fitting would be grandiloquent. Indeed, at this moment, Chen Jie was nothing if not grandiloquent. After all, deep down, he harbored no affection for Ba Shi-san. The memories of being bullied by him, and the chaotic retaliation that followed, were not easily forgotten. How could Chen Jie genuinely care for him? Yet, as the overseer, he was obliged to feign concern, even if merely as a formality. Surrounding them were numerous house servants from the second house in the 8th district, all watching Chen Jie's performance. Ba Shi-san, you wretched dog, you bastard, I will take you on, I will end you. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Ba Shi-san lost his composure. He pushed himself up from the bed, attempting to lunge at Chen Jie, as if he intended to tear him apart. His face was contorted with rage, and his eyes brimmed with hatred. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Jie's words, he was utterly ungrateful. Instead, he glared fiercely, hurling venomous remarks. This caused Chen Jie's expression to darken slightly. However, he quickly composed himself and wore a smile once more. After all, he was a person of standing now. He could not afford to display hysteria. The other servants, witnessing Ba Shi-san's outburst, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. After all, Ba Shi-san was still under Chen Jie's jurisdiction. To oppose someone of authority was exceedingly unwise. At any moment, the opportunity might arise for Chen Jie to undermine them, to put their lives at risk, just as Ba Shi-san's current predicament stemmed from Chen Jie's reassignment. Leading him to the mines, everyone felt a shiver of trepidation. This was a line they dared not cross. Yet, it soon dawned on them that Ba Shi-san's unstable mental state might be due to his current incapacitation. He seemed to have lost the will to live, offering no respect to Chen Jie whatsoever and openly cursing him. I will fight you to the death. Ba Shi-san raged. Chen Jie, I understand you are injured and in turmoil. So I can empathize with you. I won't hold your words against you. Rest assured, whatever you say, I will take as mere expressions of anger. Once you recover, I shall ensure you are assigned a lighter task. In the face of Ba Shi-san's ferocity and madness, Chen Jie remained remarkably calm. He easily evaded Ba Shi-san's desperate swipes, for Ba Shi-san was in a weakened state. Confined to the bed, his legs rendered useless, any movement he made was met with pain, rendering him incapable of touching Chen Jie in the slightest, although Ba Shi-san's words irked Chen Jie. Even stirring a desire for revenge, he maintained a facade of warmth. After all, Chen Jie was a person of status now. He could not allow himself to succumb to the chaos of the moment. Ba Shi-san, he said with an air of authority, you may call me Chen Jie. You wretched creature, if you have the courage, kill me. Do not beat around the bush, do not feign civility, do not play your cunning games. If you are a man, come and kill me. At this, Chen Jie's calm demeanor only served to further incite Ba Shi-san's fury. If you do not kill me today, I swear that I will find a way to end you, dragging you down to hell with me." Ba San spat vehemently. Hearing this, Chen Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, responding with feigned grandeur, "Very well. If you say I am not a man, I shall accept that. I understand you are gravely injured and emotionally distressed, and I recognize that your words stem from anger. Focus on your recovery. Once you are well, return to work and contribute to the family." Meanwhile, Chen Jie's inner wrath was boiling. Yet, bound by family rules, he could not resort to direct violence. Upholding these rules served his interests better. He had no intention of acting impulsively. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of satisfaction watching Ba San in such a pitiful state. Reflecting on the years of torment inflicted upon him by Ba San in his youth, he found a twisted joy in witnessing Ba San's downfall. "You dare question my manhood? Say it again. I dare you. Chun, say it once more, and I will end you." Meanwhile, Ba San was spiraling further into madness, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chen Jie stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing Ba San's descent into frenzy, the more Ba San lost control, the more Chen Jie found himself reveling in the situation, for every outburst signaled Ba San's increasing torment. Chapter 27. The desire for revenge. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from outside the door, followed by a figure rushing in, collapsing beside Ba San's bed. "Sister." Upon seeing the young woman, Ba San burst into tears, throwing himself into her embrace. The two siblings held one another tightly, Ba San's mania giving way to vulnerability, tears streaming down his face. Chen Jie, however, regarded the woman with a wary glance. After all, the state of her brother was a direct consequence of his reassignment. She might seek vengeance on his behalf. Yet, this woman was merely an ordinary servant, and Chen Jie did not take her too seriously. Ba San did indeed have family. He was not as isolated as Chen Jie, who was forlorn and solitary. However, Ba San's family were also just common servants, lacking any significant background. This was precisely why Chen Jie had acted without hesitation to exact his revenge. "Sister, it's all his fault. I want to kill him." Ba San cried to his sister. "No, I will castrate him. I will ensure he can never be a man." "Enough, stop." The woman did not echo Ba San's venomous sentiments. Instead, she rebuked him. "Chun, as the overseer, is merely fulfilling his duties for the family. All orders are in accordance with family regulations. How can you harbor hatred towards him? Is this how I raised you?" Rising, the woman offered Chen Jie a wry smile, saying, "I apologize, Chen. My brother has not been well guided in his youth. If he has wronged you in any way, I hope you can show him leniency, that I will make sure to educate him properly moving forward." Chen Jie was momentarily taken aback, speechless. At that moment, a man in his 30s, who had accompanied the woman, stepped forward. "Greetings, Chen. I am his brother-in-law," he said with a smile, extending his hand. "That I have recently been promoted to overseer at the tea house. We are now equals. My surname is Fu. So, he was Overseer Fu." Chen Jie shook his hand in return. "A pleasure to meet you. That I have heard that you and my brother-in-law had a disagreement. However, this mining accident was merely an unfortunate occurrence, an inevitable part of the family's development." Overseer Fu continued. "That I understand he is struggling to cope and may be blaming you, but my sister and I will help him see that his suffering was a sacrifice for the family." The man remained courteous, a smile gracing his face. However, within Chen Jie, alarm bells rang louder than when Ba San had cursed him. After all, a barking dog seldom bites. Those like Ba San, who merely spat threats, rarely executed any genuine acts of revenge. Yet, individuals like his sister and brother-in-law, with their seemingly friendly demeanor, posed a greater threat. Such people, when they did strike, could deliver a lethal blow. Chen Jie had not anticipated that Ba San had a brother-in-law who was also an overseer. While he was of a similar rank, merely at the lowest level, had Chen Jie known earlier of this connection, he might have sought reconciliation with Ba San instead of resorting to such severe measures. However, it was too late. Chen Jie had already acted, leaving Ba San in a state where he could no longer even be considered a man. Chen Jie currently harbors doubts regarding Ba San's ability to endure this situation. He wonders if his sister and brother-in-law can truly forget about the matter entirely and refrain from defending Ba San. Undoubtedly, on the surface, they cannot afford to sever ties completely. Since the other party has taken the initiative to express goodwill, Chen Jie feels compelled to reciprocate. "Rest assured, Brother Fu, I have not taken to heart some of the grievances he harbored against me. Furthermore, I did not deliberately intend to transfer him to the mining area. Chen Jie sincerely explained. At that time, I had just assumed my managerial role, and there were many lists that I could not alter. I could only remove one name from the list. However, the replacement was not solely my decision. It was a collective consideration involving the young ladies around the 2nd Mississippi, yet I genuinely did not anticipate that a mining disaster would occur. As some mines are generally safe from such calamities, no one wishes to witness such events. After all, the grievances between Bashir-san and me are merely childhood squabbles, not life-and-death enmities that I in our last spar. I emerged victorious, having vented all my childhood frustrations. Chen Jie maintained his composure as he spoke. After engaging in pleasantries with the Fu family, he slightly bowed and patted Bashir-san on the shoulder, advising him to take care of his injuries and offering a few comforting words to Bashir-san's sister. He then exchanged a few more polite remarks with the Fu family manager before turning to leave with Bashir Ba. Once outside the room and away from the crowd, Chen Jie's expression hardened. "Brother, I believe you must exercise caution regarding Bashir-san's sister and brother-in-law. They do not seem to be benign individuals." At this moment, a hint of worry appeared on Bashir Ba's round face as he reminded Chen Jie I in the presence of outsiders. Bashir Ba addressed Chen Jie as Manager Chen. But privately, Chen Jie permitted him to call him brother. Thus, he offered this advice in a fraternal capacity. "Fear not, brother. I am well aware of the situation," Chen Jie replied with a smile that he then continued forward. Contemplating the urgency of acquiring the 9 Orifices Golden Elixir, Chen Jie's brow furrowed as he pondered this matter. Yet there was currently no progress. The 2nd Miss had yet to provide him with an opportunity. Despite having assumed the position of a minor manager in the 2nd House and 8th District, he still could not remain by the 2nd Miss's side. How could he accompany her in the search party? Chen Jie ruminated deeply. Although he had borrowed insights from Manager Wu and understood many of the family's regulations, he was acutely aware that the family operated under strict protocols. As the manager of the 2nd House and 8th District, his responsibilities were confined to that territory. The personnel accompanying the 2nd Miss on her search were a different set of household servants. Chen Jie needed to find an excuse or opportunity to achieve his goal more naturally. Could it be that a sudden murder case arises, allowing me to make my mark? At that moment, Chen Jie had a sudden thought. After all, I could borrow the knowledge of the deceased. Once the victim has passed, I could tap into their knowledge to discern who the murderer is and the details of the crime. If I could trace back the evidence, wouldn't that be as easy as pie? If I were to showcase such meticulousness and keen observational skills, perhaps the 2nd Miss, in her fruitless search within the mountains, would seek to include me in the search party. Chen Jie mused that this line of thought might indeed be viable. But where would a murder case come from? Am I to fabricate one myself? However, if I were to create a murder and subsequently solve it, the consequences would be dire if the 2nd Miss were to discover it. She is no fool. She is astute. Chapter 28. A visit. Just as Chen Jie contemplated these matters, Uncle Mo approached him. He invited Chen Jie to dinner at his home that evening, reminding him not to forget. The household servants each had their own rooms and small courtyards. Although they resided within the main household, it was essentially their own little home, while the main family could reclaim these houses at any time. It was generally not the case, provided one remained loyal and diligent in their duties. Although the accommodations for ordinary servants were somewhat modest, Chen Jie, having become a manager, had upgraded to a much better room. Uncle Mo, on the other hand, still resided in his original quarters. "All right, Uncle Mo, I will practice my skills for a bit and then head over," Chen Jie replied, to which Uncle Mo nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Afterward, Chen Jie removed his shirt in his courtyard and began his training. Despite inheriting Manager Wu's martial prowess, his own physique remained relatively frail that he needed to engage in daily exercise to strengthen his body. Merely borrowing Manager Wu's intellect would not suffice to enhance his physical capabilities. That is simply not the case. Chen Jie had only inherited the consciousness. His body remained his own. Strengthening it required rigorous training. Particularly since he had yet to cultivate internal energy, the state of his physical fitness was therefore paramount. After a session of practice, Chen Jie took a shower. Time was drawing near, so he changed his clothes and set off for Uncle Mo's residence for a visit and a meal. Uncle Mo lived in the servant quarters of the 2nd House and 3rd District. Although Uncle Mo was affiliated with the 2nd House and 8th District, he resided in the 3rd District due to his wife belonging to that household, necessitating their cohabitation. Uncle Mo chose to live with her to accommodate his spouse, which explained why he had not previously lived with Chen Jie during the times when Bashir San and Bashir Lu bullied Chen Jie. Uncle Mo was somewhat powerless to intervene. Young Chen Jie had to endure the hardships alone. However, Chen Jie could not blame Uncle Mo. After all, he was not Chen Jie's biological father. Uncle Mo's assistance was a matter of goodwill, and he was under no obligation to help. Even the occasional small favor from Uncle Mo was something Chen Jie greatly appreciated. Upon arriving at the 3rd District servant quarters, Chen Jie walked straight in. "Greetings, Manager Chen." The household servants residing in this area greeted him with smiles, their demeanor and tone imbued with respect. Although Chen Jie did not directly oversee their district, he still held a higher status than them. Should they treat him with disrespect, it could potentially lead to unfavorable outcomes should he exchange interests with the district manager. Life in a large family like the Lu's necessitated constant vigilance. Chen Jie understood this mindset, so he responded to each greeting with a smile and a nod. After taking a few steps, Chen Jie arrived at the entrance of Uncle Mo's home. The first sight was a small front courtyard. Though there were no chickens or ducks kept there, the household's resources, such as livestock, were managed collectively. If a servant wished to cook for themselves, they would need to use their monthly allowance to purchase supplies from the family. Generally, they could partake in communal meals without the need to cook every day. Various rules governed their lives. Just as Chen Jie reached the courtyard entrance, he heard, "Jie, you've arrived. Come in, come in." Uncle Mo, seated in the courtyard, immediately came out to warmly welcome him. "Your aunt and sister are busy in the kitchen, and your brother-in-law is helping as well." "Uncle Mo, there is no need for such formality." Chen Jie chuckled, patting Uncle Mo on the shoulder. "Let us keep it casual." Uncle Mo, beaming, took Chen Jie inside while puffing on his pipe. Outside the courtyard, some onlookers gathered, and Chen Jie's arrival seemed to elevate Uncle Mo's status. "Jie, you're here. Soon." A plump middle-aged woman wearing an apron emerged from inside and greeted Chen Jie warmly. Come in. Come in. The dishes are nearly ready." She was Aunt Mo, possessing an oval face. Although her features were not particularly striking, she had a small mole on the left side of her face and slightly uneven eyes. She is not particularly tall, indeed somewhat short. After all, if she were exceedingly beautiful, it is unlikely she would have married Uncle Mo. Nevertheless, she possesses a certain charm. Her skin is quite fair, and she is generously endowed both in the chest and posterior, which are her advantages. Considering Uncle Mo's status, appearance, height, and character, his marrying her is rather unexpected. Chen Jie has even heard some whispers suggesting that Uncle Mo's wife had an entanglement with some servant in her youth. And after becoming pregnant, the servant refused to marry her, which led her to wed Uncle Mo instead. Furthermore, the daughter of Uncle Mo, whom Uncle Mo referred to as Chen Jie's sister, is, in fact, not his biological child. Of course, these are merely rumors, unverified and uncertain. "Please, Aunt, there is no need for such formality." Chen Jie immediately interjected. "This is not my first visit. We needn't prepare an elaborate feast, not a simple meal will suffice." "Oh my, Jie, I never expected you to achieve such success," and Mo said with a radiant smile, stepping forward to grasp Chen Jie's arm, patting his hand repeatedly. "This time, we owe it all to you. Otherwise, old Mo might have ventured off to the mines. Aunt, this is simply what I ought to do." Chen Jie replied with a smile. As for the position of steward, I was merely fortunate, truly fortunate. I happened to peruse some books on mathematics during my leisure, and unexpectedly, this led to a slight recognition from the young lady. As he spoke, Chen Jie withdrew his hand from Aunt Mo's grasp. He had long been aware that Aunt Mo wielded a certain influence that in the past, when he visited, she often regarded him with disdain. However, now that he had assumed the role of steward, she had become exceedingly warm and accommodating. Quite pragmatic, indeed, to be candid. Chen Jie harbored little affection for Aunt Mo, as her authoritative demeanor lingered in his childhood memories. Additionally, there were whispers of her flirtatious nature, having had questionable associations with some male servants in earlier years. Although there had been no recent rumors, the past left a sour taste, and thus, he was not fond of her overt familiarity. Yet, outwardly, Chen Jie maintained a respectful demeanor. After all, she was Uncle Mo's wife. In his youth, Uncle Mo occasionally brought Chen Jie here, and he had indeed savored Aunt Mo's cooking on several occasions that it was impossible to turn his back on her now. However, to genuinely develop a fondness for her was quite unattainable. Chapter 29. Alluring Jie, is that you? At that moment, a young woman peeked from the kitchen. My apologies. My sister is still preparing the last dish. She will join you shortly to toast. This young woman's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Aunt Mo. As if she were a youthful version of her. She had slightly uneven eyes, yet possessed a delicate oval face, fair skin, and a voluptuous figure, exuding an enticing charm. This was Uncle Mo's eldest daughter. However, Chen Jie couldn't help but notice that her facial features bore little resemblance to Uncle Mo, resembling her mother instead. Was that reasonable? Chen Jie mused silently that of course, he was astute enough not to voice such thoughts. Miss Lien, please feel free, Chen Jie replied. There is no need for such formality. Truly. Mo Lien smiled and responded, then I shall indeed be informal. Please make yourself comfortable. She then turned to return to her tasks. Shortly after, a young man a few years older than Mo Lien emerged from the kitchen. He was broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, and possessed a well-defined face with strong features, standing approximately 7 feet tall. Steward Chen, my apologies for the delay. I was assisting in the kitchen. He stepped forward, presenting a warm smile as he addressed Chen Jie. I hope you won't hold it against me for not welcoming you sooner. This man was Mo Lien's husband. An ordinary servant with no higher rank. However, his father had once been good friends with the steward of the second and third households, allowing him to navigate his position quite well. In the past. When Chen Jie visited Uncle Mo's home, Aunt Mo had looked down upon him and was not particularly kind. Yet, this man, Mo Lien's husband, had always been cordial. What are you saying, brother-in-law? Of course not. Chen Jie laughed, and please, don't call me Steward Chen, just call me Xiao Jie, as you did before. If you insist on calling me that, I might not return next time. Who would have thought? Jie. You are far more accomplished than I, Zhao Yang remarked, laughing as he complimented Chen Jie. I used to think quite highly of myself, but now, in comparison to you, I feel as if I have merely existed like a dog all these years. His flattery was direct, yet felt natural, likely a result of his previous experience ingratiating himself with the steward of the second and third households. My rise to the stewardship is indeed sheer luck. Chen Jie responded. Compared to you, brother-in-law, I still have much to learn. I recognize that I must seek your guidance in many matters moving forward. Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, Uncle Mo, Aunt Mo Lien, and Zhao Yang were all taken aback. This time, seeing Chen Jie, they felt he was entirely transformed. Though it was the same face, the same voice confirming his identity, Chen Jie now exuded confidence and poise, effortlessly navigating conversations. In contrast to the past, when he had been somewhat awkward and less articulate due to his solitary upbringing and lowly status, the current Chen Jie, having borrowed the intellect of Steward Wu, had undergone a complete metamorphosis in social interactions. As a steward, he was accustomed to various formalities, and with the recent consumption of a vitality-enhancing elixir, his physical vigor and spirit had noticeably improved, enhancing his overall demeanor. In summary, the present Chen Jie was indeed a stark contrast to the boy he once was. And it was no wonder they were astonished. Although they were surprised, they did not dwell on it, attributing the change to the influence of his new role. After all, he was now in charge of dozens of servants. Additionally, boys of Chen Jie's age, around 13 or 14, naturally experienced significant growth in a short span, leading to noticeable transformations. All right, the last dish is ready. At that moment, Mo Lien emerged from the kitchen, holding a dish and announcing, "It's still hot. Jie, come and eat while it's warm." "Yes, Jie, please take your seat," Aunt Mo chimed in cheerfully. "Taste the culinary delights prepared by your sister and aunt. Come, Jie, you should sit at the head of the table." Mo Lien added, "There is no need for formality. Today, you hold the highest position here. You truly are extraordinary now. Oh no, I'm still a junior. How can I take the head seat?" Chen Jie quickly countered. "Let Uncle Mo sit there. If you insist on placing me at the head, I shall leave, for I cannot eat under such circumstances. It is truly a pleasure to see how you have grown." Zhao Yang remarked with a smile, "Come, elder, please take the main seat. Since Jie does not regard us as outsiders, let us also be unreserved." Indeed. Uncle Mo, please take your seat," Chen Jie urged, nudging Uncle Mo toward the head of the table. "What kind of relationship do we have? Continue to treat me as you always have." Very well." Uncle Mo laughed. "If that is the case, I shall not be polite. Jie, you have become quite the remarkable young man. It is a pity my brother could not live to see this day and share in the enjoyment. Let us not speak of that any longer. Come, let us drink, for tonight we shall indulge until we are thoroughly inebriated." Chen Jie naturally smiled and exchanged pleasantries with them. Soon after, cups were raised and clinked, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Both Imogen and Aunt Imo, the two women present, also partook in the drinking as the evening progressed and the cups continued to circulate. Nearly everyone at the table had succumbed to intoxication. The first to fall was Uncle Imo, who, in his great joy, had consumed quite a bit. Zhao Yang, seated beside Chen Jie, engaged him in drinking games. And Chen Jie did not refuse, partaking in the playful exchanges that as the night wore on. Chen Jie found himself somewhat intoxicated. Unexpectedly, Chen Jie felt a foot brush against him beneath the table, nearly grazing a sensitive area. This took him by surprise. Glancing opposite him, he saw two women, one older and one younger, casting flirtatious glances his way as they leaned forward. Their ample bosoms, supported by the table, prominently caught his eye. Chen Jie was momentarily bewildered. Unable to discern which of the two had initiated the contact beneath the table. What could this mean? As a mere steward, did he truly enjoy such privileges? Chen Jie couldn't help but wonder if Aunt Imo and Lian Jie harbored feelings for him, or if they were entangled in some predicament that compelled them to seek his assistance in such a roundabout manner. Of course, Chen Jie did not indulge in any lascivious thoughts regarding the two women. Despite their generous figures, he held no improper desires. After all, one was Uncle Mo's wife and the other was Zhao Yang's. Moreover, if his suspicions were accurate, it suggested that they were in considerable trouble. Although he shared a good rapport with Uncle Imo, Chen Jie had no intention of courting complications that could arise from their potential troubles. Furthermore, engaging with another man's wife was something Chen Jie found wholly unacceptable, as it contradicted his moral principles. He was still a virgin and had no intention of pursuing illicit affairs. Consequently, the unexpected encounter had sobered him somewhat. He lowered his gaze, but the foot had already retreated. In that moment, he could not ascertain who had brushed against him. The two women exchanged awkward glances before lowering their heads and returning to their drinks. Chen Jie chose not to dwell on the incident, surmising it was merely a result of Imogen's exuberance after a few drinks. Perhaps mistakenly brushing against her husband Zhao Yang in her revelry, he decided to let it pass, treating it as though it had never occurred. Lian Jie, brother-in-law, and Aunt Imo, I truly had a wonderful time tonight, but I find myself quite intoxicated. If I continue to drink, I fear I might vomit. Chen Jie, feeling a sense of urgency, quickly stood and declared, "No more for me. I must take my leave that I have matters to attend to at the estate tomorrow." Chen Jie spoke with sincerity. He felt slightly unsteady, genuinely inebriated, though not to the point of losing consciousness. After all, he had yet to cultivate his internal strength, remaining an ordinary man. The Nine Orifices Golden Elixir was still beyond his reach, though he had gained some martial prowess from Steward Wu. It merely enhanced his physical capabilities marginally. The consumption of a blood-strengthening pill had increased his physical strength and tolerance for alcohol, but not by much. Imogen and the others did not insist he stay. As the gathering had been a mere gesture of gratitude towards him, they certainly would not force a guest to the point of sickness. Uncle Imo off to the restroom? Chen Jie inquired as he prepared to leave. You need not accompany me. Just take good care of Uncle Imo. Nonsense. I must see you off, Imogen insisted. You are quite intoxicated. Go on. We shall manage here. Zhao Yang and Aunt Imo echoed her sentiments, reassuring him that everything would be fine. Chen Jie nodded, refraining from further discussion. Then I shall have Lian Jie escort me back. Dear husband, mother, do take care, she said to a woman. She had imbibed less and was not as inebriated. She insisted on seeing Chen Jie to his residence, supporting him for a short distance before returning. Chen Jie felt no apprehension about her walking home alone, as they were within the family estate, where few would dare to act with malice. Imogen was merely concerned about him collapsing on the roadside due to his inebriation. Upon returning to his room, Chen Jie drank copious amounts of water to alleviate his drunkenness. He then lay on his bed, his mind hazy and eyes bleary. How could he gain the second Mrs. Trust further? How could he venture into the mountain woods to obtain the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir? As he drifted off to sleep, Chen Jie pondered the matter. Perhaps a murder case could provide an opportunity for him to showcase his abilities, but currently, none existed. Should he orchestrate one himself? Consider the possibility of eliminating the 83 or 86. Then he could solve the mystery himself. But what if the second miss discovered his scheme? How could he create a murder without leaving traces? Or perhaps, within the estate, there were existing conflicts he could exacerbate, leading to mutual destruction. However, if his methods were not adept, the estate's stewards would easily unravel his plot, leaving no room for him to demonstrate his talents. Enough of this. I should adopt a different approach. He thought it seemed rather complicated. Tomorrow, perhaps I should consult Miss Xiaorong to gather some intelligence about the current situation in the mountains. He envied Xiaorong for her proximity to the second miss. Yet, as a man, he faced limitations. It was indeed a hassle. Were he a woman, he could simply serve the second miss directly. But as a man, one would need considerable martial skills or other talents to earn such a position. Did the second miss lack any extraordinary artists or musicians? Chen Jie mused. Could I perhaps find a deceased painter or musician to borrow their talents and thus approach the second miss? This plan appeared to be more feasible than solving a case, as cases do not simply materialize. Yes, this method seems promising. It should work. With this thought, Chen Jie smiled contentedly and slipped into a deep slumber. However, he did not anticipate that upon waking the next day, before he could consult Xiaorong or search for suitable deceased poets or artists to borrow their skills, he would hear that a murder had occurred within the estate. It had transpired in the second branch's third courtyard. The family's Lu Wei-jun had already secured the area. The second miss had just returned from the mountains, her heart brimming with anger. Having failed to locate the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir, a murder within the family had ignited her fury, prompting her to order a thorough investigation into the case. The lives of the household servants were typically matters resolved internally. Particularly during an era of feudal lords in such times, major families generally handled their own cases. Of course, they could request the aid of expert investigators, but given the multitude of servants and talents within the family, there were individuals adept at investigation among them. Thus, the Lu family took it upon themselves to look into the matter. That morning, Chen Jie, still suffering from a hangover due to the previous night's revelry, rubbed his temples and inquired of the nearby 88, a murder in the third courtyard. Who was it? Who died? He recalled visiting that area the previous day, finding everything to be in order. How could a murder occur so suddenly? Who has passed? At that moment, 88 opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Jie, causing him to shiver involuntarily as he turned to 88. Their eyes locked. And 88 struggled to articulate the words several times before finally revealing, 17 Gu. It was Uncle Emo who has died. At the age of 88, he finally managed to speak with great difficulty. Chapter 31. Borrowing the mind. He was well aware of the strong bond between Chen Jie and Uncle Emo, which was indeed quite profound. In fact, the relationship between Uncle Emo and Chen Jie surpassed his own. He and Chen Jie had only recently begun to grow close, all due to the tumultuous events surrounding the horse incident, which had forged them into good brothers. However, Uncle Emo had been caring for Chen Jie since he was a child, consistently looking after him throughout the years. With no father present, Chen Jie had almost come to regard Uncle Emo as a father figure. What? Uncle Emo has died? This is impossible. Consequently, Chen Jie was suddenly struck with shock. Just last night, we were drinking together. Everything seemed perfectly fine. How could he have suddenly passed away? Without further hesitation, Chen Jie splashed water onto his face to wash away the remnants of sleep. After scrubbing his face clean, he took a sip of water and rinsed his mouth vigorously. I do not know that moment, the 88-year-old remarked. I only just heard the news and rushed over to find you. Chen Jie quickly tidied himself up and dashed outside. With the 88-year-old trailing closely behind him, the two made their way directly to the second house, Area 3. Upon arrival, they found the entrance to the courtyard, where a contingent of uniformed guards from the Lu residence had gathered. Numerous household servants were clustered nearby, murmuring amongst themselves. At this moment, second Miss Lu Yujiao, adorned in resplendent attire, stood with her arms crossed, her piercing gaze and cold demeanor exuding an air of authority. Find out the truth of this matter, identify the true culprit, and ensure they face the most severe punishment. She directed her words toward a refined middle-aged man with graying temples, saying, to dare to commit murder within the family. How audacious. Upon hearing her words, all present involuntarily shuddered, including the distinguished middle-aged man beside her, who was quite knowledgeable and particularly adept at solving cases and reasoning. Thus, he often accompanied the second miss, assisting her in interrogations and unraveling mysteries. Chen Jie did not know his full name, only that he was referred to as Mr. Ku. Rest assured, second miss, I shall conduct a thorough investigation, Mr. Ku replied solemnly. However, this case is indeed rather peculiar. I currently have no leads, so I kindly ask for more time. Chen Jie peered through the entrance, catching sight of Uncle Mo lying lifelessly on the ground, his body already stiff and clearly devoid of life. Just last night, everything was fine. They had been drinking together, and now he was suddenly gone. It was all too difficult for Chen Jie to accept. Although he had hoped for a murder case within the residence to showcase his keen observational skills and talents in solving mysteries, he never wished for Uncle Mo's demise. Had he known such would occur, he would have preferred to avoid the situation altogether, choosing a different path to draw closer to the second Mississippi. What on earth happened? How could Uncle Mo have died so suddenly? Chen Jie's heart ached. While Uncle Mo was not his father, he had been the most caring elder in Chen Jie's life over the years. Now that Chen Jie had finally achieved success, having become a steward, he had envisioned a future where Uncle Mo could enjoy a comfortable life. He never anticipated Uncle Mo would pass away so soon. Who was responsible for Uncle Mo's death? Why did this happen? Regardless of who it is, I will ensure they pay with their blood. At that moment, Chen Jie's eyes reddened. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. While these thoughts raced through his mind, he charged forward, only to be blocked by Lu Weijun. Step aside. I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that Uncle Mo is truly dead, with my parents absent. He was my greatest elder, and I regarded him as my father. Let me in. Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, the second miss gestured for him, saying, "All right, let him through." "Thank you, second miss." Chen Jie responded with a respectful nod before rushing past Lu Weijun. As he approached Uncle Mo's body, he hesitated, not wanting to disturb the crime scene. However, Mr. Ku was already by his side, promptly advising him, "Do not disrupt the evidence. That I just want to see if Uncle Mo is really dead." Chen Jie replied to Mr. Ku, "I cannot accept this outcome." He then deliberately reached out to lightly touch Uncle Mo, hoping to determine if he could read Uncle Mo's mind, just as he had done with Steward Wu previously. Chen Jie refrained from manipulating Uncle Mo's body excessively. He merely brushed his fingers against a small area of exposed skin. He intended to check Uncle Mo's condition and ascertain the cause of death. He did not intervene, observing as Chen Jie's fingers made contact with the area of skin, which had already been examined by him. After a brief moment, Chen Jie felt no unusual reaction. What could be the reason? Is my ability to borrow minds not continuous? Was my previous reading of Steward Wu's mind merely a fluke? Am I unable to read Uncle Mo's mind? Chen Jie was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recalled that when he had buried Steward Wu's body with Uncle Mo, he had not initially touched any exposed parts of Wu's corpse when lifting him onto the stretcher. At that time, as they were nearing completion of the grave, Uncle Mo had mentioned the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir. Chen Jie had first explored Wu's body and only later prepared to dispose of it with Uncle Mo. It was at that moment that he had suddenly managed to read Wu's mind, a process that had required some time. Thus, Chen Jie continued to feign his examination of the corpse, maintaining the appearance of a diligent investigator. He continued to touch the exposed areas of Uncle Mo's body. Finally, after several breaths, a familiar virtual screen materialized before his eyes, just as it had the last time, reading the deceased's mind. "Would you like to proceed?" "Indeed, my ability to borrow the minds of the deceased is persistent." Seeing this virtual screen, Chen Jie could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This is not a figment of my imagination. I have truly acquired this extraordinary ability. Although I do not understand why this ability has manifested within me, it is undeniable that I now possess it consistently. However, it seems that certain conditions must be met to activate this ability. There must be a sufficient duration of contact with the deceased's exposed skin before I am alerted to the possibility of borrowing their mind. Faced with this realization, Chen Jie's response was resolute. "Read." He chose to borrow Uncle Mo's mind. As he confirmed the reading, a wave of dizziness washed over him. As if he had been struck by a hammer, the mind borrowing was successful. However, this time, Chen Jie was prepared, and he did not stumble. Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "I will uncover who killed Uncle Mo. You wretched fiends, you will pay dearly for this. I will not let you escape." Soon after borrowing the mind, Chen Jie found himself immersed in Uncle Mo's memories, the recollections of his life unfolding within his mind. Chapter 32. The Case. Before long, as Uncle Mo's memories unfurled in Chen Jie's consciousness, he became aware of the events leading up to Uncle Mo's demise. It turned out that this man was responsible for Uncle Mo's death. Chen Jie's pupils contracted as he gazed upon the scenes from Uncle Mo's memory. How could a human possess such malice? Moreover, piecing together his own analysis, he swiftly grasped the full situation, comprehending what had transpired the previous night. It was such a deep and malevolent scheme. At that moment, Chen Jie did not step forward to declare his intention to solve the case. This was primarily because he had only just assimilated the memories of Uncle Mo nearby. Mr. Ku's voice resonated. Manager Chen, it is said that you were drinking in this house last night and returned only at the hour of the rat. Please recount all that you witnessed and heard last night, and take your pen and paper to write it down in detail. There must be no fabrications. I, Ku, am currently here on behalf of the second young lady to conduct an inquiry. Therefore, any deceit will be met with family discipline. Yes, Mr. Ku, rest assured, I shall provide a thorough account of my experiences from last night, without a trace of falsehood, Chen Jie replied earnestly, cupping his hands in respect. Meanwhile, he noticed that at the nearby tables, Imo Lien, Antimo, Zhao Yang, and two others were all diligently recording their statements. The first three were familiar to Chen Jie, while the latter two were also known to him. One was Ning Guanshi, the steward of the 3rd District, appearing to be in his 40s, looking younger than Uncle Mo. He sported a short beard but was considerably more handsome than Uncle Mo. Standing taller and with a healthier complexion, his skin significantly fairer as a steward. Though he lacked complete freedom in the family, his life was certainly better than that of an ordinary servant. The other individual was a robust man in his 40s known as Niu Lao San. Bearing the designation 71 that he was not a steward but merely a common servant, belonging to the 8th District, which Chen Jie managed. However, he did not reside in the 8th District but in the 3rd. For the same reason as Uncle Mo, his wife lived in the 3rd District. Unfortunately, both his wife and daughter had succumbed to a previous epidemic, leaving him a solitary bachelor. His features were not handsome. Rather somewhat unattractive, though his physique was strong, with a notably large nose, suggesting he possessed considerable strength. These individuals were currently the primary subjects of the investigation. Between the tables, there was a screen separating them, a precaution against collusion among the witnesses. This was Mr. Ku's preferred method of inquiry, allowing the subjects to document their personal details and experiences within the relevant time frame. Although Chen Jie had not interacted much with Mr. Ku previously, Steward Wu had some understanding of him. Thus, Chen Jie found nothing amiss as he approached the table on the left, picked up a pen, smoothed out the paper, and began to write about his experiences from the previous night. As he wrote, he had to temporarily suppress the memories he had gleaned from Uncle Mo, recounting his experiences solely from his own perspective. Once he finished, Chen Jie submitted his paper. The one collecting these accounts was Miss Xiaorong, who, devoid of any expression, collected Chen Jie's paper without a word. Meanwhile, the statements from Imo Lien and the others had already been collected. After taking Chen Jie's written account, she handed it over to Mr. Ku, not to the second young lady, who was engrossed in the statements from Imo Lien and the others. While Chen Jie was still writing, Mr. Ku had already reviewed the statements from Imo Lien and the others. Now he focused solely on Chen Jie's submission. The second young lady had taken a seat in a luxurious chair brought by the servants, appearing visibly angered. She had evidently decided to take a direct role in the investigation. Perhaps lying down alone bored her, for she began analyzing the written accounts. The surrounding servants dared not make excessive noise, whispering among themselves. After a while, both the second young lady and M.R.K.E. looked up. Ning Guanshi, your account is the simplest. At the time of the incident, you were at home, caring for your young son. You should have no suspicion. However, as the steward of the 3rd District, you should be most familiar with its circumstances. M.R.K.E. inquired. Please tell us whom you believe killed 72. Was it 71? Are you certain that you heard a commotion that night and saw 71 fleeing in panic from 72's residence? The term 72 referred to Uncle Mo's servant designation. In an ordinary household, others did not refer to him as Uncle Mo, but rather by his number, Mr. Ku. I believe it was indeed 71. Ning Guanshi replied respectfully. Last night, I was at home taking care of my son. As my wife has passed, and my eldest son also died young, now, I only have my youngest son, Bauer. I have been especially protective and demanding of him. Last night, Bauer had not completed his homework, so I was there to supervise his studies. After he finished, he asked me to tell him a story. Unbeknownst to me, he fell asleep, and I dozed off beside him. In a daze, I heard someone scream. It seemed to be the voice of the Imo family daughter. Groggy, I stepped outside and saw a figure hastily fleeing from 72's home. I did not think much of it and returned to sleep. But reflecting now, it must have been 71 without a doubt. As he spoke, he glanced at Niu Lao San and Imo Lien. I did not kill him. I did not murder 72. Of course, at that moment. Niu Lao San also exclaimed, second young lady, I truly did not commit murder. I indeed went to 72's house that night, but as soon as I entered, I was startled by a shout from a maid of the Mo family, causing me to flee immediately. Niu Laosan looked towards Aunt Mo as he spoke. The reason I went to 72's house was merely to meet with his wife in secret before I was married. We had some past entanglements. Moreover, she herself sent a letter inviting me. She proposed a rendezvous under the moonlight, stating that Manager Chen from the 8th District was coming to drink, and she would find a way to intoxicate everyone, allowing me to come and enjoy myself with her. Thus, I went. Unexpectedly, I encountered her daughter, who screamed, and fearing discovery, I hurriedly slipped away. I did not even see 72 that night. I am truly wronged. I am not the murderer. The real culprit lies elsewhere. I implore the second young lady and Mr. to discern the truth. At this moment, Niu Laosan knelt on the ground, his face full of despair, repeatedly crying out in protest. Chapter 33. Confrontation. You speak nonsense. 72. Who invited you to meet under the moonlight? I never wrote a letter to you. Do not slander my reputation baselessly. What evidence do you have to substantiate your claims? Speak without proof. Produce the invitation letter. Aunt Mo retorted, equally indignant. I acknowledge that in my youth, I had some dealings with you, but those were in the past. Since my marriage, I have had no desire for further association with you. You pursued me relentlessly despite my repeated rejections. My husband, old Mo, must have been killed by you. You entered my home at night, attempting to harass me, and were confronted by old Mo, who had been drinking. Aunt Mo's voice was sharp and commanding. I in a fit of rage, or perhaps by accident. You must have strangled my husband. Is that not so? Finally, Aunt Mo cried out in anguish. Mr. Ku, second young lady, I beseech you to ensure justice for old Mo. His death is a grave injustice. As she spoke, she wept sorrowfully, collapsing to the ground. I do not have that letter anymore. I burned it. Niu Laosan responded helplessly. When we met previously, you expressed concern about being discovered and forbade me from keeping it. Thus, I always complied, burning it each time. But I am truly wronged. Second young lady, Mr. Ku, I implore you to see clearly. By the end of his plea, he could only bow repeatedly in supplication. Indeed, that is how it transpired last night. At this moment, Mo Lian also stepped forward, her voice trembling with sorrow. Initially, my father said we should congratulate Manager Chen for being favored by the young lady and promoted to steward of the 8th District. So we prepared some fine dishes and wines to invite Manager Chen. We drank until nearly the hour of the hour. My husband, mother, father, and Manager Chen were all intoxicated, and I was somewhat tipsy too. Though not severely. Since my father was already drunk, he returned to his room to rest first. My mother, concerned that Manager Chen might become too drunk on the way back and sleep by the roadside, which could reflect poorly on him, insisted on accompanying him back. Thus, I assisted Manager Chen on the way, passing by many other servants' residences. Someone must have seen us as we made our way back. After sending Chen Guancher back, the servant returned. Just as he arrived, he noticed a shadow lurking suspiciously, causing him to shout in alarm. The figure hastily fled, and the servant recognized him as Qi Shi, the notorious Niu Laosan. This man had often troubled the servant's mother in the past. Initially, the servant's father had treated him like a brother, but after discovering his harassment of the mother, their relationship had soured. Yet, Niu Laosan, with his thick skin, continued to bother her, taking advantage of the servant's father's meek disposition, being physically weaker and less skilled than him, thus daring to overstep boundaries repeatedly. The only person he seemed to fear was the servant's husband. However, on that night, the husband was also inebriated. Perhaps knowing this gave Niu Laosan the audacity to come. Yet, upon hearing the servant's cry, he fled, frightened of attracting attention. As for the rest, the servant was oblivious. Feeling somewhat dizzy, he went home, where he found both his mother and husband had returned to their rooms, slumbering from drink. He too lay down immediately and fell asleep without a glance at his father. It was only the next day, upon awakening and deciding to check on his father, that he discovered the tragic news of his father's death, leading him to scream in horror. My father met a cruel fate. I implore Mr. and the second miss to take charge and seek justice for him. Mo Lian recounted the events of the previous night. Mr. required no formal record since Mo Lian had already written a brief account. However, her oral testimony could provide a new layer of assessment based on her genuine demeanor. By the end of her account, Mo Lian knelt down. You despicable Qi Shi. At that moment, Zhao Yang burst forth in anger. exclaiming, "My father-in-law treated you with great kindness, calling you brother. Who would have imagined you would secretly attempt to tarnish my mother-in-law's honor? Do you have no sense of morality? You are utterly inhuman." Driven to madness, my mother-in-law had previously confided in me about your harassment, and I had warned you. Yet, you disregarded my words. Seizing the opportunity while my father-in-law was intoxicated, you murdered him. How cruel and malicious. Now, having killed, you were caught fleeing by my wife, and other servants from the 3rd District also witnessed this. Is there any room for doubt? Do you dare to argue otherwise? Do you still have the audacity to claim my mother-in-law invited you for secret dealings? You are despicable beyond measure. Second miss, Mr. Ku, I beseech you to punish this Chen Jie severely, to avenge my father-in-law, who lived a life of honesty and diligence that it is unfathomable that he met such a tragic end at the hands of Chen Jie. Truly, heaven is blind. I implore the second miss for compassion and MRDKE for a thorough investigation. Zhao Yang's eloquence captured the attention of all present, stirring emotions among them. The surrounding servants whispered among themselves, speculating whether Niu Laosan truly killed old Mo. Niu Laosan had indeed long coveted the Mo family, that I always thought he had a shifty demeanor, and he leered at the Mo family's daughters. I once witnessed him seemingly harassing one of them. Last night, I distinctly heard a cry from the Mo household. Like you, I caught a glimpse of a figure hastily fleeing, which appeared to be Niu Laosan. I can testify to this. Last night, I, too, got up for a midnight call and saw him running past from outside. That it seems the murderer is undoubtedly this man. As people continued to murmur, the truth appeared to be unraveling before their eyes. It wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. This is a wrongful accusation. Someone is framing me. Niu Laosan continued to protest his innocence. You shameless woman, why do you slander me? In a fit of rage, he shouted at Mo. It must be you. You lured me here with your letters and now deny it. You are the one who killed old Mo, intending to frame me. Just as he was about to charge at Mo, she sprang up like a cat with its tail stepped on. That I have always known how thick-skinned you are, but I never imagined you would have the audacity to act. Do you think you can deceive Mr. Ku in the second miss? Chapter 34. The Portrait. You despicable Niu Laosan. At this moment, Ning Guanshi stepped forward in anger, reprimanding. I told you to marry a woman, and I even introduced you to a widow servant. Yet, you turned her down. Just think, if you had listened to me and taken a wife, would we have been driven to this point? Meanwhile, Chen Jie remained silent, merely observing the commotion, for he already knew who the murderer was. He needed to find the right moment to reveal himself and unmask the culprit, ensuring they faced the family's justice. However, he could not act recklessly, as he would have to explain how he obtained information from Uncle Mo's mind. The atmosphere was tense. Niu Laosan and Aunt Mo continued their heated exchange, and with Ning Guanshi, Zhao Yang, and Mo Lian all speaking up, the scene became chaotic. The second miss glanced around and spoke, instantly silencing everyone. Mr. Ku, what do you have to say? Miss, based on the examination of Chen Jie's body, he indeed died from strangulation, Mr. Ku respectfully stated. However, there were no signs of struggle or fighting. The marks on his neck suggest he was likely strangled in a calm state. Possibly after being drugged, or perhaps he was too intoxicated to resist. More investigation is needed before we can draw a conclusion. Perhaps, miss, you should return to rest for now, and I shall update you once there is more progress in the case. That is of no consequence. That I wish to see this case resolved, to uncover the perpetrator. The second miss insisted. There hasn't been a case like this in the estate for a long time, and I must see justice served. Mr. Kanu he couldn't oppose her. He then stated his intention to investigate elsewhere. At this moment, Chen Jie stepped forward. Chen Guanshi, what do you intend to do? Xiao Rong immediately blocked Chen Jie, asking, what is the sudden closeness to the miss? Second miss, I wish to accompany MRKE as his assistant, Chen Jie declared, disregarding Xiao Rong. Uncle Mo treated me well since childhood. He is like a half-father to me. Now that he has met with such a calamity, I wish to participate and help unearth the true culprit. I pledge to follow MRKE closely and will not hinder his work. I simply wish to learn and contribute, and I know Uncle Mo well enough to perhaps offer some insights. Second Miss Liu Yujiao glanced at Chen Jie and then at Mr. Ku, who seemed to defer to her judgment. 87. You should have no suspicion, she finally declared. If you wish to harm Chen Jie, simply send him to the mine district where he belongs, and that would suffice. Thus, I shall grant you this opportunity to assist Mr. Ku in the investigation. However, should you fail to uncover the truth, I shall punish you both. She spoke with an air of authority, her chin held high, her voice soft yet firm that I fear nothing. If the truth eludes us, I willingly accept punishment, Chen Jie replied boldly. Thank you, miss, for your generosity. I am deeply grateful, he added. Humph. The second miss waved her sleeve dismissively. Flattering words alone are useless. Go investigate. If you two fail to uncover the truth, you shall both receive 20 lashes. Afterward, the group proceeded on foot to the residence of Niu Laosan, with Ning as their guide. Being the steward of District 3, he possessed an intimate knowledge of the residences of the household servants within that area. Moreover, his own suspicions were minimal at present. The so-called investigation naturally required them to inspect the homes of the individuals involved in the case, seeking evidence and clues. The residences of Mo Lin and Zhao Yang had previously been sealed off by the guards after the incident, and the same applied to Niu Laosan's abode. Upon encountering Steward Xiao Chun, Mr. Ku also offered his congratulations, remarking that it was time to commend Steward Chun for his successful promotion to steward, albeit a rather lowly one. All of this was largely due to the young lady's favor. Steward Chen humbly replied, Mr. Ku, you overstate my merit as a steward of District 8. I am hardly your equal. Your ability to accompany the second young lady, learning and serving her directly, is truly enviable. 100 lowly stewards like myself could not compare to you. Mr. Ku, upon hearing this, chuckled with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Soon, they arrived at their destination, entering Niu Laosan's residence. The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, and her maid, Xiao Rong, were also observing the surroundings within the house. Having acquired some knowledge of the case, they could not help but begin their own inquiries. Steward Ning similarly surveyed the area. Although he appeared somewhat inexperienced in the art of investigation, the focus of the group remained primarily on Mr. Ke, while Steward Chen wandered about, taking in the details. At that moment, Steward Chen first approached a corner of the room and discovered a small iron barrel containing some burned ashes, remnants of paper that had been incinerated, mixed with some soot. This was likely what Niu Laosan referred to as the stolen letter inviting infidelity, sent by Aunt Mo Chun. You found it quite quickly, Mr. Ke remarked, unable to suppress a hint of surprise. He had been searching for this very item since entering. Fortune favors the bold, Chen replied to Mr. Ku. Do you think this could indeed be what Niu Laosan described? It is possible, Mr. Ku replied as he examined the remains closely. While everyone gathered around the ashes, Steward Chun turned to search beneath Niu Laosan's bed. What is this? He exclaimed upon discovering a portrait of Aunt Mo hidden there. This lecture. This was not something Chen stumbled upon by chance. Rather, Steward Wu had previously had some dealings with Niu Laosan and was aware that he secretly kept Aunt Mo's portrait to gaze at lewdly. The group gathered around once more. Let me see. The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, approached and snatched the painting, scrutinizing it closely. Why are there dried stains on it? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing her innocent and naive inquiry, Mr. Ku and Steward Ning exchanged awkward coughs. What is it? This prompted Lu Yujiao to frown slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with indignation. What is wrong with these stains? She was somewhat displeased, not understanding why her question elicited such reactions from the servants, who seemed to regard her as somewhat foolish. 87, you tell her. At this moment, the second young lady directly pointed at Chen, having noticed his slightly embarrassed expression. Yes, miss, Chen replied. These stains are likely the result of Niu Laosan. In the quiet of night, gazing at the portrait and indulging himself, causing his release to land upon it. After hearing this, Chen felt compelled to speak candidly, adding, once the liquid dries, it leaves behind hardened spots like these. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes in astonishment at Chen's bluntness before the second young lady, who felt a flush of color rise in her cheeks. Chapter 35. Discord with a resounding slap. The second young lady cast aside the painting, allowing it to fall to the ground. Chen had anticipated this reaction and refrained from catching it, for both he and Steward Ning had felt a sense of revulsion upon realizing the nature of the stains. However, Xiao Rong, undeterred, stepped forward to pick it up and displayed it before the others, seizing the opportunity to impress. She seemed entirely unconcerned about the stains, unaffected by any feeling of disgust. Observing this, Chen couldn't help but silently marvel at Xiao Rong's ability to stay by the second young lady's side. Clearly for a reason. The portrait, however, revealed no further insights. Were it not for this situation, Chen would not have dismissed it so lightly. Not long after, the group continued their investigation throughout the room. After some time had passed, Having completed their examination of Niu Laosan's residence, Mr. Ku inquired of Steward Ning, "What are your thoughts? Is there anything we have overlooked that might aid us?" "Niu Laosan is utterly repulsive," Steward Ning replied. "He has left such vile evidence on the portrait, which strongly suggests he has long harbored ulterior motives towards Aunt Mo. It is quite possible he is the one who killed old Mo. He certainly does not strike me as a good man." Steward Ning did not divulge anything particularly new. "Steward Chen, what is your opinion?" Mr. Ku then turned to Chen, asking, "You expressed a desire to assist me in solving this case. What observations have you made?" "I believe Niu Laosan is not the murderer," Chen declared. "The ashes in the barrel do resemble remnants of burnt letters. Niu Laosan undoubtedly harbored an infatuation for Aunt Mo and may have even harassed her. However, I doubt he would resort to killing old Mo. To be candid, my Aunt Mo has always been somewhat flirtatious and lewd. Thus, I reasonably suspect an affair may have indeed occurred between them. Yet, on that day, old Mo was quite intoxicated. Niu Laosan would not have chosen that moment to commit murder. If I were in his position, even if I wished to eliminate old Mo, I would likely opt for a different method or strike outside the family's domain. After all, the consequences of acting within the family would be severe. Furthermore, Niu Laosan was not drunk. He would not have acted impulsively if he had killed old Mo. There should have been signs of struggle or confrontation. Yet there are none. Therefore, I hold considerable doubts about him being the murderer." Chen articulated his perspective, subtly showcasing his observational skills before the second young lady, laying the groundwork for his eventual unveiling of the truth and resolution of the case. His aspirations for the 9 Apertures Golden Elixir drove him forward. With old Mo now deceased, he could only seize the opportunity to act, while simultaneously seeking vengeance for old Mo. "Steward Chen, your thoughts align with mine." Mr. nodded in approval, stroking his beard. "However, the identity of the true murderer remains undetermined. Second young lady, shall we visit Zhao Yang's residence next?" Mr. Ku had already investigated the home of old Mo and Aunt Mo. Yet it was known that Mo Lian resided with Zhao Yang, not at old Mo's dwelling. "Very well," Lu Yujiao nodded. "Let us go." Following this, Steward Ning continued to lead the way, with the group respectfully accompanying the second young lady as they proceeded directly to Zhao's household. The Zhao residence was not far from old Mo's home, and thus they arrived swiftly. Zhao Yang and Mo Lian had not yet had children since their marriage, so with both now under guard, their home stood empty. Chen, Mr. Ku, Steward Ning, the second young lady, and Xiao Rong began their search. Xiao Rong, eager to impress the second young lady further, put in extra effort, yet she found nothing of note. Steward Ning appeared somewhat dazed, as if he lacked proficiency in investigation, often merely following along without contributing much. Zhao Yang's home held no particular significance, merely bearing the marks of 2 inhabitants. While searching Zhao Yang's room, Chen stumbled upon a concealed box containing various intimate items, such as whips and ropes. "What is this?" Chen feigned astonishment. "Hiss," Steward Ning gasped in disbelief, remarking, "This young couple certainly knows how to indulge in their pleasures." The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, cast a glance, her delicate complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. After all, she was still in the bloom of youth, unmarried and a cherished daughter of a prominent family. Meanwhile, Mr. Ke picked up an object, scrutinizing it closely. Subsequently, the group moved to another room for inspection. In this chamber, the bed was stripped of blankets and mosquito nets. There were no clues to be found within these walls. That moment, Steward Ning murmured, "Indeed, it is utterly barren." Miss Xiaorong echoed softly, "Yes, it is completely empty." The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, furrowed her brows slightly. "There are still traces." That instant, Chen Jie deliberately wiped his finger across the surface, then glanced at his impeccably clean fingertip. "This is indeed a trace. What is it, Brother Chen?" "It seems you have disowned something," Mr. Ku inquired with keen interest. "It appears, Brother Chen, that you possess a natural talent for investigation." Steward Ning, Miss Shirong, and the second young lady Lu Yuji were taken aback by his words. "This room is devoid of dust," Chen Jie continued. "If this chamber was intended as a guest room, it should have been furnished with blankets and quilts. Yet, it is completely bare and remarkably clean." "And what of that cleanliness?" Miss Xiaorong's beautiful eyes blinked, unable to restrain her voice. "What does this signify?" The second young lady remained silent, her gaze reflecting a semblance of confusion. "Miss, what I mean to convey is that I suspect this room was indeed inhabited." Steward Ning interjected. "However, it has been intentionally arranged in this manner. From what I understand, Zhao Yang's wife, Immortal, is not known for her industriousness. It stands to reason that the couple, being childless, should share the same quarters. Correct. Are you suggesting? The second young lady Lu Yujiao, upon hearing this, suddenly realized Zhao Yang and Immortal have been living apart. Chen Jie nodded affirmatively. Lu Yujiao then turned her gaze toward Mr. Ke. Indeed. Brother Chen's insight is quite sharp. Mr.Ke concurred. In response to your inquiry, I deduced that the couple's relationship has indeed soured. They were aware of our impending investigation. Hence they preemptively tidied the room to project an image of marital harmony. Chapter 36. Further interrogation. The maid from the Imo family had indeed mentioned that Zhao Yang and she often quarreled and had been living separately. Steward Ning remarked, I initially thought she was speaking lightly. Yet it appears that they have genuinely been living apart. But who, then, has been using those lewd implements found in Zhao Yang's room? They appear clean, suggesting they are not infrequently utilized. Thus, it stands to reason that Zhao Yang is entangled with another woman. Chen Jie asserted directly, I believe this aligns with the direction Mr.Ke wishes to investigate. Indeed, I had my suspicions regarding Zhao Yang and Old Mo's wife. Mr. Ke remarked with a smile. One retains her allure, while the other is tall and handsome. It is quite plausible that Zhao Yang has engaged in an affair with Old Mo's wife, given that his daughter, Immortal, is at odds with him. What? That scoundrel Zhao Yang is involved with his sister-in-law. Steward Ning's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. What troubles you, Steward Ning? You seem rather agitated. Chen Jie inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I am simply quite surprised. Steward Ning replied with a forced smile. Old Ning, your wife has passed. You wouldn't be engaging in an affair with the Mo family's women, would you? Mr. Ke probed directly. That is unfounded, Mr. Ke, Steward Ning exclaimed, startled. I confess, in my youth, I did have some interactions with Old Mo's wife. However, after my marriage, I truly ceased all contact with her. You are aware of the deep affection I held for my late wife, he asserted earnestly. It is precisely because I cannot forget her, and I wish to protect my son from any suffering that I have refrained from marrying again these past years. I am certainly not the sort to pursue another man as wife. Chen Jie, Mr. He, the second young lady Lu Yujiao, and Miss Shearing all regarded Steward Ning with seriousness, yet his demeanor was earnest. The group nodded in understanding. Afterward, Mr. Ke led everyone back to Uncle Mo's residence. This moment, Zhao Yang, Immortal, Aunt Mo, and Old Nyo San remained under restraint. The guards from the Lu family continued to stand watch. Mr.Ke intended to interrogate Immortal, Zhao Yang, and Aunt Mo separately. First, they called upon Immortal. Child, do not fret. Speak freely about any matters concerning you. Mr.Ke began to interrogate Immortal. Steward Ning could not help but cautiously remind her. Mr.Ke is astute and will certainly advocate for you. Regardless of whether the culprit is Old Nyo San or another, Mr. Ke will ensure the perpetrator is brought to justice, and the second young lady will undoubtedly command appropriate punishment. Thank you, Uncle Ning. Immortal, hearing Steward Ning's words, smiled and replied, her voice tinged with vulnerability. I appreciate your comfort. I shall remain strong. Moreover, I will cooperate with Mr. Ke, for I trust that he will unveil the truth and that the young lady will restore my mother's honor and avenge my father. Steward Ning nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Mr. Ke prepared to commence his questioning, but he first turned to the second young lady. It is you who shall be interrogated. I shall merely observe. She gestured dismissively, reclining elegantly on an opulent chaise. Immortal, you must honestly disclose the nature of your relationship with Zhao Yang. I, along with Steward Chun and the second young lady, have already examined your residence. Mr. Ke's tone turned stern before the second young lady. If you dare to lie, it will be a capital offense. He then slammed his hand on the table as he spoke coldly. Immortal was understandably alarmed. The second young lady was known for her intolerance of deceit. After hesitating, she finally admitted that her relationship with Zhao Yang was no longer as intimate as it had been at the outset of their marriage. They often quarreled, leading to a prolonged separation. Then why did you specifically tidy up your beddings and linens? Mr. Ke pressed further, raising his voice. And why did you attempt to disguise your relationship in Zhao Yang's room? What are you trying to conceal? Are you attempting to deceive the young lady and the household? Mr. Ke, please spare me. Immortal knelt, her voice trembling. I harbor no disrespect towards the household. I merely wish to keep our family matters private. Following my father's death, I knew inquiries would arise. and I did not want everyone to know of our marital discord. I simply wished to preserve a semblance of dignity. Mr. Ku, Chen Jie, and the others exchanged glances with the second young lady. Recognizing her lack of intent to punish Mo Lian, the interrogation continued, but yielded little further information. Soon, Mo Lian was dismissed. Next, Mr. Ku summoned Aunt Mo, you shameless woman, engaging in an affair with your son-in-law, thereby disrupting the harmony between him and your daughter. Your daughter and son-in-law have already been forthcoming. He wasted no time, addressing her directly. Confess, do you have an illicit relationship with your son-in-law? I advise you to answer truthfully before the second young lady. For deceit will be met with severe consequences. Upon hearing this, Aunt Mo could no longer conceal the truth. That I admit to having been overly intimate with Zhao Yang, she stammered, her lips quivering. To engage with your son-in-law. You wretched servants truly have no shame. The second young lady's gaze was filled with disdain as she listened. Steward Ning, standing nearby, wore a similarly grim expression. You brazen hussy, how disgraceful. Thankfully, I did not marry you back in the day. You heartless man, how dare you speak of disgrace when you once professed your affection for me, only to marry another? Aunt Mo retorted bitterly. Steward Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. The second young lady cast a surprised glance at both Steward Ning and Aunt Mo. Though she had known of Steward Ning's past interactions with Aunt Mo, she had assumed them to be superficial. However, it appeared their history was far more entangled than she had anticipated. You servants truly cannot refrain from scandal, the second young lady murmured, her brow furrowing. However, she refrained from speaking further, for she understood that this was, in fact, the tone established by the family. It allowed the servants a degree of freedom within certain bounds. After all, suitable young male and female servants must eventually unite, giving rise to a new generation of household servants. So, is it truly you? Have you been clandestinely consorting with Zhao Yang on that fateful day, after old Mo had indulged in drink and Chen, the steward, had departed? Did you and Zhao Yang engage in reckless abandon? Only to be discovered by old Mo upon his awakening? And then, in a fit of panic, did you take his life? At this juncture, Mr. Ke interjected, coincidentally, just after you had committed murder, old Nyo-san arrived, seeking to entangle you, only to be startled away by your daughter's sudden appearance. Thus, you sought to shift the blame onto old Nyo-san, did you not? Chapter 37. Recognition of infidelity. Upon hearing these words, Aunt Mo's expression changed dramatically. This is an injustice. Truly, I am wronged. While it is true that Zhao Yang and I shared certain indiscretions of a romantic nature, I would never harm anyone. Aunt Mo lamented. It was old Mo who was surely killed by old Nyo-san. Both Zhao Yang and I were intoxicated that day. How could we have had the strength or time for such dalliance or to take old Mo's life? Your daughter, Mo Lian, escorted Steward Chen back to his residence. Yet Mr. countered. The only ones remaining in the household were you, Zhao Yang, and old Mo, who can attest to your drunken state. Is it possible that you both feigned inebriation? And once your daughter departed, you eagerly resumed your illicit affair, perhaps even in the parlor? Did you think old Mo to be in a stupor and approach him for your trysts, only for him to rouse unexpectedly, prompting you to act in a panic and strangle him? Thus, old Mo, still inebriated, met his untimely demise by strangulation, resulting in the peculiar state of his corpse. Before Aunt Mo could respond, Mr. Ku slammed the table. You brazen harlot, before the second young lady, if you continue to conceal the truth, and it is later revealed to be a lie, it will be your death sentence. You should be aware of the young lady's methods. She detests those who deceive her. These words left Aunt Mo pale and trembling, tears streaming down her face. I am innocent, Mr. Ku. I am truly innocent. Second young lady, I swear I did not kill my husband. Though I may be licentious and have an affair with Zhao Yang, I harbor no murderous intent. I was indeed under the influence. As for whether Zhao Yang was truly intoxicated, she now found it hard to ascertain. Yes, if the murderer is not old Nyo-san, then it must be Zhao Yang. It is possible that after I fell unconscious, he remained sober and took the opportunity to strike, seeing that Aunt Mo was resolute. Mr. Ku's expression shifted. Ultimately, they took Aunt Mo away and summoned Zhao Yang. You bold Zhao Yang, daring to engage with your mother-in-law. Now that both your wife and mother-in-law have confessed, you would do well to speak the truth. Mr. continued to pressure him. Should you dare to conceal anything, you should know the consequences of deceiving the young lady. At this moment, Steward Ning could no longer hold his tongue and said to Zhao Yang, I was once good friends with your father. As long as you are honest and have not committed murder, I will intercede on your behalf. Hearing the words of M.R.K.E. and Steward Ning, Zhao Yang's countenance transformed. He then knelt, confessing his affair with Aunt Mo. Chen Jie recalled that fateful night when a woman's foot had accidentally brushed against him beneath the table. It seemed that it was Zhao Yang's foot intended for a more intimate rendezvous, but it had inadvertently touched Chen Jie instead. Adulterous couple. Chen Jie thought of Uncle Mo and the long period during which she had been unfaithful to him, and his gaze grew cold. In truth, he had known of their affair shortly after borrowing Uncle Mo's mind. Uncle Mo had sensed something amiss, but had chosen to endure it. He thought that as long as she did not seek companionship outside their home, allowing her liaison with Zhao Yang was acceptable, better than her seeking out someone like old Nyo-san, which would bring him greater shame. By permitting her affair with Zhao Yang, at least it remained within the confines of their home, and it severed her ties with old Nyo-san. As Chen Jie grasped Uncle Mo's mindset, he felt speechless, astonished that Uncle Mo could tolerate such humiliation. Yet, as he contemplated, he found it equally frustrating. Uncle Mo possessed little charm or appeal. He was not handsome, was aging, and lacked prowess in bed, unable to satisfy such a lustful woman. However, he was unwilling to divorce and disrupt the family unit, instead wishing to maintain the facade of a complete home. Thus, he chose to endure the humiliation. Thinking this way, Chen Jie felt an even deeper anger towards Uncle Mo, having been married to this woman for so long. He had devoted himself entirely to her, entrusting her with all his finances. After receiving his monthly allowance, he would hand it over to her to manage. He catered to her every whim, striving to fulfill her desires, giving her everything he had. Yet, she did not love him in return, treating him like a mere servant. At times, she would shamelessly flirt with old Nyo-san in front of him. Once, she had even been caught in the act with old Nyo-san by Uncle Mo, who was powerless to retaliate and ended up beaten. Afterward, she scolded him for his ineffectiveness, asserting that had he been competent, she would not have sought affection elsewhere. Moreover, she did not wish to be divorced. She intended to continue her infidelities with old Nyo-san and others. Alas, Uncle Mo still did not divorce her, a testament to his deep-seated affection. Or, from Steward Wu's perspective, one might argue that Uncle Mo's feelings were not love, but rather a misguided sense of obligation, having invested so much in her that he mistakenly believed he could not live without her. Thus, he allowed her to belittle and demean him. Had it been Steward Wu, he would not have tolerated such behavior and would have dealt with her severely, perhaps even to the point of physical confrontation, before casting her aside and ensuring her disgrace. However, Uncle Mo lacked such resolve, continually submitting and enduring humiliation. After giving so much, he still hoped for her to remain by his side. Of course, had it been Steward Wu, he likely would not have invested so much to find himself under the thumb of a woman. Yet, Zhao Yang insisted, "I did not kill my father-in-law, Mr. Ku, second young lady. Please see the truth. I truly lack the courage to commit murder." While Zhao Yang admitted to the affair, he denied any involvement in the murder. "Uncle Ning, I genuinely did not kill anyone. Please speak on my behalf to Mr. Ku and the second young lady." "Uncle Ning, I truly lack the courage to kill. You have watched me grow up. You know me well. That night, I fell unconscious that I had no idea when old Nyo-san killed my father-in-law. It was only when I awoke the next day to hear Lien'er's scream that I learned of my father-in-law's demise." He wept profusely, bowing repeatedly to Mr. Ku, second young lady. "This boy Zhao Yang has been raised under my watchful eye. While he may indulge in cleverness and possess a roguish charm, he does not strike me as someone capable of murder." At this point, Steward Ning was also moved and advocated for Zhao Yang, asserting, "The true culprit must be old Nyo-san." Chapter 38. The true murderer, take him away for now, Mr. Ku concluded, for Zhao Yang had firmly maintained his stance, leaving no further avenues for inquiry. After Zhao Yang was led away, the second young lady, Lu Yujiao, stood up. "Well done, Mr. Ku. You have performed admirably. In a short span, you have uncovered significant details regarding this case," she remarked. "I am quite satisfied. So, who is the true murderer? Old Nyo-san or this adulterous pair?" Mr. Ku respectfully clasped his hands. Based on the forensic examination and the precise time of death, coupled with testimonies from those present, it is evident that the two events did not coincide perfectly. Therefore, by the time old Nyo-san entered the scene, the victim was already deceased. Thus, the culprits are none other than the adulterous couple. The second young lady nodded in affirmation. "Very well, Shirong, proceed to announce the decree. The truth has been unveiled. The murderers are indeed this lecherous pair. Bring forth their execution. No, subject them to flogging, and then hang them until death. They must be made to suffer under the sun until their very last breath." This shall serve as a warning to all other servants, lest they follow in their misguided footsteps. Understood. Mississippi Xiaorong immediately bowed in response. This servant shall see to it. Chen Jie, upon hearing this, had initially intended to speak, but ultimately sealed his lips, for the true perpetrator was not this pair of adulterers, but rather another individual entirely. Chen Jie had contemplated revealing the entire case, yet the second young lady's method of punishing the lecherous couple resonated with his own sentiments. He thought it better for them to endure additional suffering. After all, if the actual murderer were to be thoroughly exposed and the truth laid bare, this couple would face no charges of murder, only those of debauchery, which would lead to a far lighter sentence. Before long, Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo were directly bound by the household guards and hung in the courtyard of the second residence. Many servants from the second residence gathered to witness the spectacle. Xiaorong wielded a long whip, mercilessly flogging Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo. The murderers, this lecherous couple, having been discovered in their debauchery, resorted to murder to silence their victim. The young lady has decreed they shall be flogged and then hung until death. All servants, take heed. Do not tread the same path, Xiaorong declared coldly. As she spoke, she prepared to raise her whip once more. Enough, cease the flogging. Let them hang until death, the second young lady interjected, for otherwise, it would be too lenient a punishment for them. Upon hearing this, Xiaorong immediately halted her actions. The surrounding servants were astonished, engaging in hushed discussions. We are not the murderers. We did not kill anyone, truly. Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo cried out in protest. Master Ke, second young lady, Xiaorong, we are wronged. Yet Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo continued to proclaim their innocence. As for Niu Laosan, his lascivious behavior towards the wives of other servants had brought shame upon the household. Xiaorong then added, he shall be punished similarly, to be hung for a day. Niu Laosan was also bound and suspended, though he appeared rather pleased, for at least he would not face death. Just a day under the sun, and my life will be spared. Thank you, second young lady, for your discernment, and thank you, Master Ke, for your keen insight. He continued, I accept my punishment wholeheartedly. From now on, I shall serve the family diligently, until my dying breath. You two lecherous scoundrels sought to live in indulgence while plotting to frame me for your crimes. This is your consequence. This is your fate. Did you truly believe your conspiracy could escape Master Ke's discerning gaze and evade the young lady's scrutiny? Zhao Yang, filled with rage, shouted, Master Ke, have you taken a bribe from Niu Laosan? Niu Laosan, did you not offer Master Ke a favor to shift the blame onto us? It must be so. Yes, it must be. The second young lady, we are wronged. Master Ke has accepted a bribe to absolve Niu Laosan. Simultaneously, Aunt Mo cried out, we are innocent. The true murderer is Niu Laosan. We implore you. Second young lady, investigate further. Master Ke must be involved. The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, turned her gaze towards Master Ke. You two slanderers. When did I ever bribe Master Ke? I would never, Niu Laosan retorted. Meanwhile, Master Ke, who had arrived to witness the execution, wore a dark expression that he could scarcely believe that these two were still attempting to argue, even accusing him. Facing death, you still spout nonsense. Master Ke stated coldly, this case is overseen by the second young lady herself. Do I possess the audacity to scheme and accept bribes under her very nose? My loyalty to the young lady is as evident as the heavens above and the earth below. At the time of the incident, I was searching for herbs with the young lady in the woods. Upon returning to the estate, I learned of the case. How could I have possibly accepted a bribe beforehand? After the incident, Niu Laosan was apprehended. Every interrogation was conducted with witnesses present. Moreover, he is merely an ordinary servant. What could he possibly possess that would tempt me? Utterly absurd. Hearing this, Lu Yujiao found his reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. As she turned her gaze back to Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo, her eyes grew even colder. It was apparent that she truly believed these two were grasping at straws in a desperate attempt to prolong their lives. What of an ordinary servant? Perhaps he secretly harbored precious elixirs or rare techniques. Zhao Yang then remarked, is it not permissible to insinuate something to you through words? There are many ways to offer a bribe. Perhaps he holds some leverage over you. Aunt Mo added, thus, you protect him. Master Ke was at a loss for words. The two spoke with such conviction and presented their own logic that he was left unsure of how to defend his innocence. Old Mo, what a tragic fate you have met. You were killed by Niu Laosan. At this moment, Aunt Mo wailed to the heavens, you have committed such disgraceful acts and still killed your father. Why? Just then, Mo Lien finally appeared. rushing forward with a look of indignation as she gazed at Aunt Imo and Zhao Yang. Father had long since discovered your affair, yet he continued to give you opportunities, never exposing your misdeeds to the world. Allowing your names to be tarnished, I never imagined you would still not spare him and would resort to such vile means. You are truly wicked beyond measure. Father, how cruelly you have perished. As she spoke, Imo Lian appeared overwhelmed with grief, collapsing to the ground in tears. Chapter 39. The Revelation. Imo Lian, are you all right? Are you hurt? At that moment, a 6 or 7-year-old boy rushed over. Embracing and comforting Imo Lian, "Oh, not be sad. Do not cry. I am here for you." "Thank you, Bauer. I am fine." Imo Lian replied, gently patting his head. "You are such a good child." This boy, Bauer, was the son of Steward Ning. "Do not grieve, dear girl," Steward Ning said, joining his son. At least now the truth is clear. The young lady has rendered her judgment. These two will pay with their lives. Your father can now rest in peace. Woe is me. Imo Lian lamented. "Uncle Ning, I am in such pain. Why has heaven treated me so? All my kin are gone. I will be left all alone. What shall I do?" As she spoke, the body that had been striving to rise once more succumbed. Nearly collapsing. At that moment, Ning Guanshi hastily supported her. Naturally, the crowd surrounding them was overwhelming. Ning Guanshi, being quite mindful of the distinction between genders, merely rested his hand upon Imo Lian's elbow before swiftly withdrawing it. "Mr. Daku, I believe there is something amiss regarding this matter." Meanwhile, Chen Jie observed Imo Lian and the comforting Ning Guanshi from behind, his gaze cold. At last, Chen Jie took a couple of steps forward, pulling Ke aside a few paces, and whispered, "The true culprit is not this pair of illicit lovers." After all, Chen Jie had known the truth from the very beginning. He had merely been gathering evidence and seeking the opportune moment to step forward and showcase his abilities before the second miss, hoping to leave a lasting impression on her, with the ulterior motive of later entering the mountains to seize the 9 Orifices Golden Pill. Of course, it was also to avenge Uncle Imo. Chen Jie had initially thought that if Ke were to claim all the credit in front of the second miss during the case's resolution, without mentioning him at all, thereby denying him the chance to shine, he would not disclose the final truth of the case to Mr. Ku. Instead, he would prefer to present it independently. However, Mr. Ku had not shied away from Chen Jie and had occasionally invited him to participate in the investigation. Thus, at this moment, Chen Jie could not bypass Mr. Ku. "What do you mean?" Mr. Ku was taken aback, asking, "Chen Laodi, have you discovered a new clue?" As he spoke, he gazed thoughtfully towards Imo Lian, as if he had suddenly grasped something. Chen Jie then reiterated, "Not knowing if it is true, I ask you, esteemed brother, to correct me if I am wrong." Ke solemnly replied, "Upon careful reflection, I do believe there remains something amiss in this case. I suspect the true culprit is Imo Lian." At this moment, Chen Jie wasted no time and directly stated, "In fact, she orchestrated everything." "Chen Guanshi, do you have any evidence?" Mr. Ku frowned and inquired, "Are you certain? Is this truly the case?" Chen Jie then shared the truth as he understood it, feigning that he had deduced it from evidence, quietly narrating it to Mr. Ku. After concluding, Chen Jie asserted, "Hence, Imo Lian is indeed the culprit." Mr. Ku's expression shifted multiple times, revealing his realization of negligence. Following this, Mr. Ku's countenance darkened, and he remarked, "I never would have thought that I had been deceived by Imo Lian. This woman possesses a profound cunning. Why are you two whispering?" The second miss also noticed the exchange between Chen Jie and Mr. Ku, frowning as she inquired, "Is there perhaps a new development in the case?" "Mr. Ku," Chen Jie prepared to withdraw gracefully, suggesting, "It would be best if you conveyed this to the miss." After all, if Chen Jie were to usurp the opportunity to present the findings himself, it would appear as if he were seeking the limelight. Moreover, Mr. Ku had previously asserted that the culprits were Zhao Yang and Aunt Imo. If Chen Jie were to openly contradict that now, it would be tantamount to slapping Mr. Ku's face. Yet, since Ke had himself made the claim, it could not be construed as a personal affront. Indeed, I report to the miss that the case indeed possesses further intricacies. Ke stepped forward, declaring, "The true culprit is not this pair of illicit lovers, but rather Imo Lian. Imo Lian, do you think I truly cannot see through everything? Do you believe I would mistake them for the true culprits? I merely wish to observe your reaction upon such a conclusion. I sought to allow you to believe that your scheming had succeeded." Ha ha ha. Imo Lian's face stiffened, her pupils quivering. "How could this be, Mr. Ku? Why do you speak so?" Imo Lian retorted. At this moment, Ning Guanshi, who had been taken aback, immediately interjected, "This is absolutely impossible. Mo Lian is a kind-hearted girl, one who does not seek conflict with the world. How could she commit such an act? Moreover, the deceased, old Mo, was her father. A tiger does not consume its cubs. Surely, a daughter would not strike down her own father. What evidence do you possess? Since I dare to claim this, I certainly have evidence to this juncture." Mr.Ke added, "As for the evidence, Chen Guanshi, please step forward and elucidate the truth of this case for everyone present." Chen Jie had thought that Mr.Ke intended to take all the credit for himself. To his surprise, Mr. Ke shifted his tone, deliberately allowing Chen Jie to take the spotlight. Chen Jie looked towards Mr. Ke, recognizing that he was more familiar with certain details. Mr.Ke continued, "It is most fitting for you to explain. What is happening?" Meanwhile, the second Miss, Liu Jiao, furrowed her brow, casting a cold glance at Mr. Ke, and softly asked, "How has the culprit turned into this woman?" Replying to the miss, Mr. Ke quietly explained, "I did not intentionally conceal the truth. In fact, I was previously insufficiently meticulous and thorough in my investigation and was misled by this woman. However, Chen Guanshi has uncovered more clues, hence the current situation. It is not a deliberate concealment from the miss. Chen Jie merely wished to avoid embarrassing me." The second miss, Liu Jiao, paused, her anger dissipating. Her earlier annoyance stemmed from believing that Mr.Ke had kept her in the dark and played her for a fool. "Since that is the case, allow me to clarify the matter." Chen Jie stepped forward, asserting, "Because I had been investigating alongside Mr. Ke, it was under his guidance that I uncovered additional clues. Every lead points to you, Mo Lian." With that, Chen Jie strode forward, proclaiming, "Mo Lian, confess. In your quest for vengeance against your philandering husband and your lascivious mother, you cruelly murdered your own father. You are a woman of truly wicked heart. The most venomous of hearts belongs to women. Indeed. What do you mean? I do not comprehend what you are saying." Mo Lian trembled, raising her face to meet Chen Jie's gaze, countering, "Chen Guanshi, a Jie. No, brother, why do you speak of me so? How could I be the murderer? Uncle Mo is my father, my own flesh and blood. How could I harm him? Yes, I was indeed angered by Zhao Yang's affair with my mother, but I would never go so far as to commit such an act. Have you misunderstood my intentions, dear sister? Had we not already concluded that the case was resolved? The culprits are these two illicit lovers. Or perhaps it was Niu Lao San. How could it possibly be me?" At this moment, Zhao Yang, Mo, Niu Lao San, and the others, who had been left hanging in the balance, looked on in disbelief at Chen Jie and Mo Lian. Previously, they had assumed the crime had been committed by the individuals across from them, intending to shift the blame onto them. They had never anticipated that the perpetrator would be a third party. And even more so, the dearly beloved daughter of the deceased, Mo Lian. Chapter 40. The truth. I certainly possess evidence. However, I shall not present it just yet. Allow me to clarify what you have done. Listen closely and see if my words align with the truth. At this moment, Chen Jie raised his voice once more, declaring, "Mo Lian, you have long been aware of your husband's affair with your mother. Thus, you harbor a deep hatred for them, yet you felt powerless. So, you devised a plan for your father, Uncle Mo, to uncover this affair. However, Uncle Mo took no action. Therefore, upon learning that Uncle Mo intended to invite me to his home for a drink, you began plotting the scheme. That day, after we became intoxicated, you drugged both Uncle Mo and your mother, as well as your husband Zhao Yang. After I had succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, you insisted on escorting me back to my lodgings, merely to establish an alibi for yourself. Many witnesses observed your presence, thus ensuring your innocence. Yet, at the same time, Uncle Mo was already in your chamber. Ensnared by your trap, you had predetermined the timing. Once that time arrived, with the mechanism activated, Uncle Mo would be slowly strangled, and in his drugged state, he would be unable to resist. This explains the marks found on the corpse." As he recounted these events, Chen Jie felt a pang of sorrow. In that moment, Uncle Mo was being murdered, yet he remained blissfully unaware in his drunken stupor. Alcohol truly is a perilous substance. Everyone present was rendered speechless by Chen Jie's deductions, astonished that the truth was, indeed, as such. Mo Lian's complexion shifted yet again. Nevertheless, she still feigned composure. Her palms clenched tightly. As for your mother and Zhao Yang, they too had succumbed to your drug and were unconscious, which is why they both insisted that they had been intoxicated and remembered nothing of that night. At that moment, Chen Jie raised his voice once again, stating, "It was only the following day that you discovered Uncle Mo's corpse, at which point they realized that a life had been lost. As for Niu Lao San, it should be you who, in advance, imitated your mother's handwriting. Using the letters your mother exchanged with Niu Lao San, You summoned him here. Moreover, the letter specified the time, intending for him to arrive just as Uncle Mo was nearing death. Then, after you sent me away, you hurried back. The reason being to seize that very moment and frighten Niu Laosan away. Am I correct? I have inquired along the way with the household servants residing nearby. Some of them, who rose for a midnight call, saw you hurrying back along the latter part of the route, even breaking into at this moment. Several onlookers among the household servants also spoke up, corroborating Chen Jie's words that Mo Lian's complexion paled further, yet she still endeavored to maintain her composure. After Niu Laosan fled, if I am not mistaken, you immediately went to Uncle Mo's room and concealed the device you had set up to strangle him. Chen Jie continued. Once the scene was arranged, you went to bed. The next day, you feigned discovering the corpse, raising a loud outcry. Your mother and your husband were startled. Both firmly believed that it was Niu Laosan who had dealt a fatal blow to your father the previous night. You then told the two of them that the scandal must not be revealed to avoid humiliation. Hence, you and your husband hurried back to your shared quarters, altering the signs of your previously separate residences, transforming them into a semblance of a loving couple living harmoniously. The reason for this was because you were aware that Miss Eyre had Mr. Ku, a skilled investigator, by her side. He would undoubtedly ascertain the precise time of Uncle Mo's death, which would reveal a slight discrepancy with Niu Laosan's arrival. Thus, after a thorough investigation, Niu Laosan's suspicion would be dispelled. While tidying up your own home, you deliberately cleaned the room you had previously occupied separately to ensure that Mr. Ku would notice your past separation with Zhao Yang. Subsequently, he would unearth the affair between your mother and your husband, and through Niu Laosan's misdirection, when Ke discovered the affair between your mother and your husband, he would surely believe that this was the truth and would not delve any deeper. This was your plan and expectation, was it not? Alas, you underestimated Mr. Ku. He had already seen through all your arrangements. Mo Lian's complexion grew even paler. Meanwhile, hanging in the air were Zhao Yang and Mo and Niu Laosan, all with altered expressions. Clearly, the various details Chen Jie spoke of aligned with their own knowledge. They had not realized that Mo Lian was scheming in such a manner. Everyone admired Mr. Ku. Mr. Ku, slightly embarrassed, coughed. After all, he knew that this final layer was uncovered by Chen Jie. Chen Jie's current remarks were merely to give him face. Ultimately, the situation culminated into what it is now. Chen Jie scoffed, clapping his hands, openly praising yet subtly mocking. Your mother and your husband have become murderers who will be executed by Miss Eyre, and Niu Laosan will believe that he was lured into becoming a scapegoat by your mother and your husband. He would not suspect you at all. In the end, no one would think of you, and thus, you would escape the confines of the family's web. All the wealth belonging to you and Zhao Yang as a couple would fall into your hands alone. Including your mother's inheritance, albeit not substantial, it would nonetheless all be yours. You would have avenged yourself against the two adulterers, fulfilling your inner resentment. More importantly, you could thereafter pursue a relationship with Manager Ning openly. Perhaps even unite with him. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Mo Lian's face truly changed dramatically. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, beside Mo Lian, Manager Ning was equally astonished. His mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at Mo Lian. He found it hard to believe that Mo Lian had committed such heinous acts out of such motives. After being neglected by your husband Zhao Yang, you had developed feelings for Manager Ning because of his kindness and concern towards you. Chen Jie continued. He regarded you as a junior to care for. Yet you, seeing his tenderness, could not forget your late husband, valuing loyalty above all. The crucial point was that he was a manager, more appealing to you than your husband Zhao Yang. Thus, you had long harbored deep feelings for him. However, you understood that Manager Ning, with his stringent moral principles, would never accept a married woman, but you wished to divorce Zhao Yang, who refused to agree. After all, without the identity of a son-in-law, he would find it inconvenient to interact with your mother. Moreover, Zhao Yang was the son of Manager Ning's deceased good brother. Manager Ning regarded Zhao Yang as a nephew. Had Zhao Yang still been alive, even if you ended your marriage with him, Manager Ning would likely never accept you. Therefore, you resolved to take drastic measures to instigate a murder case to eliminate all those you despised. Following which, you would become a widow with lingering charm. At that point, a widow like you and a bereaved Manager Ning would indeed be a perfect match. This could also be inferred from Bauer's behavior. You must have worked hard to build rapport with Bauer for the arrival of this day. Hence, Bauer is so close to you. You must be the closest person to Bauer in the entire estate. Apart from Manager Ning, right? Had it not been for your meticulous efforts, how could there be such a result? As Chen Jie articulated these thoughts, all present, including Miss Eyre, Manager Ning, and the various onlookers, including the household servants, were left in utter astonishment. At this moment, Lian's face had turned ashen, her lips trembling uncontrollably. She had never imagined that her thoughts and actions would be so accurately discerned by Chen Jie. It was as if he had floated in the air that night, observing her complete every deed. Chapter 41. Appreciation. Including Zhao Yang and Mo and Niu Lao San, who were now suspended, were all equally bewildered. Each gazed at Lian in disbelief. Uncle Mo had treated you so well, yet you had killed him. Did you think that after such schemes, you could be with Manager Ning at this time? Chen Jie stepped forward, coldly laughing as he said to Lian, "You cannot be together, because Manager Chen's kindness towards you is not born of affection, but because he knows that you are actually his flesh and blood. You must also know that you are not the biological daughter of Uncle Mo. This is why you dealt him such a cruel blow, is it not? But what you do not realize is that your biological father is Manager Ning." And with this revelation, Chen Jie finally shattered Lian's psychological defenses. "This is impossible. You are lying. How could I possibly be the daughter of Uncle Ning?" she screamed. "You are spouting nonsense. This cannot be true." At this moment, observing Lian's reaction, Chen Jie understood that the matter was settled. Everything had come to rest. Miss Air had made her judgment. At this time, Chen Jie was unreserved towards Lian. This woman was not Uncle Mo's biological daughter. Moreover, she had intentionally orchestrated for Uncle Mo to discover the affair between Zhao Yang and Mo, thinking that Uncle Mo would take action to kill. To her surprise, Uncle Mo did nothing. Lian was extremely enraged, hurling harsh insults at Uncle Mo, declaring him not a man, calling him a coward, and so forth, thoroughly demeaning him. Nonetheless, Uncle Mo had indeed been able to endure. Despite everything, he still held back. As for how Chen Jie knew about the relationship between Lian and Manager Ning, it was certainly from Uncle Mo's mind. In truth, Uncle Mo had long been aware that this daughter was not his biological child. Yet he still raised her with care, treating her as if she were his own, never having mistreated her. Uncle Mo actually had a son, born to Mo after Lian, following which Uncle Mo could have lavished love upon his son and treated Lian harshly or ignored her. Yet Uncle Mo did not. He treated them equally. However, Uncle Mo's genuine affection over the years earned him not a shred of kindness in return. Instead, this woman repaid him with the utmost disdain. Even in the end, this woman, in pursuit of her own ambitions, regarded Uncle Mo merely as a tool, ultimately leading to his demise. Thus, Chen Jie had no intention of being lenient towards her. Uncle Mo's son has now been dispatched by the family to a distant place, engaged in other work, and does not reside here. The son represents Uncle Mo's hopes. Otherwise, he would not have endured so much. Uncle Mo wished for his family to avoid scandal, not wanting his son to become a subject of ridicule. Alas, such a virtuous man met with such a tragic fate, particularly when he had been kind to her in the past. Consequently, Chen Jie was filled with both anger and sorrow. As for evidence, it certainly existed. Chen Jie then turned to Lian and said, "The traps you set, the poisons you purchased, the letters you pinned, you do not suppose you left no traces, do you?" Lian, "I sympathize with your anguish of being betrayed by both your husband and mother. However, you should not have harmed Uncle Mo. You wished to punish the adulterous pair and sought freedom to marry Ning Guanshi. This is understandable, but do you know how I came to learn of your relationship with Ning Guanshi? It was Uncle Mo who informed me. He had long been aware of your connection. Have you forgotten how your father, Uncle Mo, treated you? Have you forgotten all that he has done for you throughout your upbringing? He cared for you even more than for your own brother, his biological son. A person as noble as he. Yet, you ruthlessly took his life." At this moment, Lian was struck dumb, recalling all the kindness Uncle Mo had shown her in her childhood. Chen Jie's final words caused tears to stream down her face uncontrollably. She had always believed that Uncle Mo was unaware of her true parentage. Little did she know, Uncle Mo had known the truth all along, yet treated her as if she were his own daughter, and she had slain such a man. Moreover, the one she loved was someone she could never be with. This revelation was perhaps the most devastating blow to Lian. She had meticulously plotted everything to marry Ning Guanshi openly. Yet now, all was rendered impossible. Subsequently, Chen Jie presented the gathered evidence, the mechanisms, the herbs, the handwriting. There were traces of all. Most importantly, Lian's expression had already revealed everything. The discovery that Ning Guanshi was her biological father utterly shattered her defenses. Could it be that we do not have to face death? Meanwhile, Zhao Yang and Mo were filled with unrestrained joy. Soon, they had the cloth strips removed from their mouths. It was not us three who killed old Mo. It was Lian. Thank goodness for Chen Guanshi. or else this woman would have succeeded in her scheme. Niu Lao San was the first to exclaim, "We previously accused one another, even casting suspicion on Mr. Ke. What fools we were. Thank you, Jie. Thank you for saving Aunt Mo." Aunt Mo wept as she expressed her gratitude. "Chen Guanshi, it is all my brother-in-law's fault. Thank you. If not for you, my brother-in-law would have been finished." He acknowledges his mistakes. Brother-in-law is truly sorry for what he did to Uncle Mo. At that moment, Zhao Yang also hurriedly confessed, acknowledging his errors to Chen Jie. After all, as the steward, Chen Jie could very well retaliate against the two of them for Uncle Mo's sake. Chen Jie merely regarded them with calm eyes. Choosing not to speak further, he certainly did not wish to see them both live freely. However, he had to ensure that the true culprit was brought to justice. Mo Lian could not be allowed to escape the family's regulations. As for Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo, they could be dealt with later. Mr. Ke, Chen Jie, both of you have performed admirably. At this moment, the second miss spoke up, acknowledging the contributions of both men. "That I have taken note of your efforts, and you shall not be wronged in the future." Chen Jie and Mr. quickly cupped their hands in respect. Expressing their honor in serving the young lady, they merely uttered words of loyalty. Yet, the second miss soon waved her hand, signaling them to cease their proclamations. "Chen Jie, your keen observational skills are commendable." Displaying a certain charisma akin to Mr. Ke, the second miss continued, "From now on, you shall accompany me, managing affairs in District 8 while also accompanying me into the mountains to search for the 9 Orifices Golden Elixir." The second miss directly addressed Chen Jie in this manner. Upon hearing this, Chen Jie felt a surge of excitement. His heart racing as he struggled to swallow. It was known that his initial purpose had been to enter that mountainous region and retrieve the 9 Orifices Golden Elixir. Now, having solved the case, the second miss indeed intended to take him into the mountains. After all, she had been unable to locate the elixir, and someone with Chen Jie's investigative skills might provide insights previously overlooked. Yet, amid his elation, Chen Jie couldn't help but think of Uncle Mo's body, still warm, and the recognition he received from the second miss was built upon Uncle Mo's tragic demise, rendering his smile elusive. Just then, before Chen Jie could utter any declarations of loyalty, the second miss gestured for him to step aside. She then pronounced her judgment upon Mo Lian. This woman dared to scheme within the estate and sought to murder her own parents. Her crimes are heinous and utterly deranged. Coldly, the second miss declared, "Execute her by Ling Qi. There shall be no hanging. The punishment shall be by slicing." At this, the household servants trembled in fear. The punishment of Ling Qi involved cutting away flesh piece by piece while still alive. A torment so horrific that merely contemplating it sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 42. The curtain falls. Chen Jie did not plead for Mo Lian's mercy. After all, she had caused Uncle Mo's death. And Chen Jie could not forgive her. "No, just kill me. Miss, spare me this fate." At that moment, Mo Lian was filled with terror, attempting to dash away in a bid to end her life against something. "Stop her," young Miss Xiaorong immediately shouted. The second Miss's 2 guards quickly rushed forward. These guards possessed inner strength, moving far quicker than Mo Lian. She was destined to be captured for execution. "Wretched woman, do not think of self-harm." However, at that moment, Ning Guanshi, who was closer to Mo Lian, shouted and charged towards her. In a moment of carelessness, Mo Lian seized the dagger from his grasp. "Ning uncle." Mo Lian paused, casting a deeply affectionate glance at Ning Guanshi, and in the next instant, she plunged the dagger into her own body. She collapsed to the ground, uttering, "If there is a next life. Ning uncle, may we not be father and daughter?" Ning Guanshi's eyes brimmed with tears. The second Miss's guard stood in shock. Chen Jie was equally taken aback. Zhao Yang, Aunt Mo, Niu Lao San, and the other servants present were all stunned. The second Miss's expression darkened. "Bold Ning Guanshi, the young lady has decreed a severe punishment, and you dare to act on your own accord," granting her a swift end. Before the second miss could continue, young Miss Xiaorong spoke coldly. "Did you think your actions could deceive the second miss? You clearly intended to place the dagger in her hand. Did you not? It was not a mere snatching. With her inner strength, how could you rush in and allow her to take the knife? Do you think you can fool anyone?" The second Miss's eyes, filled with coldness, fixed upon Ning Guanshi. "The old servant has erred," he said, lowering his head under the weight of her gaze. He then turned and knelt before the second miss, tears streaming down his face. Pleading, "Please punish me. Mississippi, you defied my orders in my presence." The second miss coldly replied, "However, considering your intentions were for your daughter's sake, it is somewhat excusable. Furthermore, you have served me well over the years." She commanded, Bring Ning Guanshi to be suspended. He shall be whipped 30 times and hung for 1 day. Whether he lives or dies by this time tomorrow, it shall depend on him. The old servant thanks the second miss for her grace. Ning Guanshi knelt in gratitude. May the second miss be magnanimous. Chen Jie secretly sighed at the scene. There was no other way. After all, Mo Lian was Ning Guanshi's daughter. He could not bear to witness his daughter face such a brutal execution, especially since her actions stemmed from her desire to be with him. This was exacerbated by the fact that he had not disclosed their father-daughter relationship, resulting in such tragic consequences. Naturally, he could not stand idly by. Fortunately, Ning Guanshi had been diligent in his duties. And the second miss spared his life. As for you two adulterers, you shall also be suspended. Rest assured, should you dare to conspire again, do not blame me for being merciless. Afterward, the second young lady remarked. After all, it is due to the two of you that the mansion has become engulfed in chaos, resulting in such a tragic incident. I dare not, the servant replied hastily. Zhao Yang also cried out. Second young lady, I shall make a firm distinction from this woman and shall never again be close to her in this lifetime. Thank you for your magnanimity. I too express my gratitude. Said Mo, I shall never again associate with this man. As for the punishment of Niu Laosan, it remains unchanged. Subsequently, Ning Guanshi, Zhao Yang, Mo, and Niu Laosan were all suspended. Miss Xiaorong stepped forward, administering punishment to Ning Guanshi. Once this was concluded, the second young lady turned and departed with Miss Xiaorong and the others in tow. Chen Jie and M.R.K. accompanied them as well. Naturally, the second young lady instructed both Chen Jie and Mr. Ku to return home to rest, summoning them only when necessary. They complied respectfully. Miss Xiaorong, being a lady, could accompany the second young lady even during her rest, while Chen Jie and Mr. Ku, as men, could only do so while on duty. Afterward, Chen Jie and M.R.K. bid farewell as they watched the second young lady leave. Mr. Ku, thank you for the opportunity you provided for me, allowing me to earn the second young lady's favor. Chen Jie said earnestly, in the future, I owe you a favor. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall do my utmost to help. No need for such formality, Mr. Ku replied. If not for you, I might have inadvertently caused an injustice, wrongfully accusing Zhao Yang and the others. As for your recognition by the young lady, it is due to your own capabilities, for she values talent above all. However, your words today have truly resonated with me. Henceforth, let us address each other as brothers. The two exchanged smiles. M.R.K. then mentioned that his wife and children awaited him at home, so he would take his leave. He resided in the second house of District 13, which was quite a distance away. Having accompanied the second young lady into the mountains for several days, he wished to return to see his family. Chen Jie, understanding, did not press him to stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Mr. Ku, Chen Jie's smile faded as thoughts of Uncle Mo's death weighed heavily on his mind. His recent elevation in status, having garnered the second young lady's favor and the opportunity to enter the mountains for the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir, was tragically intertwined with Uncle Mo's demise. This inner conflict left him torn. He felt joy at his recognition, yet sorrow for Uncle Mo's passing. That he recalled how not long ago, he and Uncle Mo had buried Steward Wu together in the rain. Those moments felt like they had just occurred yesterday. And now, in the blink of an eye, Uncle Mo was gone. Such is the unpredictability of life. Uncle Mo's tragic existence instilled in Chen Jie a sense of vigilance. He resolved never to endure a life of subservience, enduring humiliation merely to survive. As Uncle Mo had it, if possible, he would live freely and joyfully. As a man, he must be strong. Chen Jie silently affirmed this to himself. After all, Uncle Mo had suffered under Aunt Mo's dominance simply because he lacked strength. Not only did he support another's daughter, but he also endured the shame of betrayal, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of a daughter he had raised but who was not truly his own. Henceforth, my partner must genuinely love me. I shall never play the role of a substitute as Uncle Mo did. Chen Jie vowed, if any woman dares to betray me, I shall not hesitate to end it decisively. It was evident that Uncle Mo had refrained from parting ways with Aunt Mo largely due to the immense sacrifices he had made for her. Having given her everything, he felt he could not find a better woman should he leave. And perhaps no other would even consider marrying him. It was this mindset that led him to a life of such misery. Moreover, there was Ning Guanshi, who was also a martial artist with internal strength. Chen Jie grew wary again. Although Ning Guanshi had previously exhibited a sense of morality and gentlemanly demeanor, Mo Lian had been driven to desperation under his watch. She had nearly faced a gruesome punishment. To protect his daughter from suffering, Ning Guanshi had endured humiliation and punishment himself. I must remain cautious around him. He may seek revenge at any moment. Chapter 43. Hidden Truths. I merely wish to avoid being bullied. To prevent those who care for me from suffering unjustly, Chen Jie lamented inwardly, yet it seemed he had inadvertently offended numerous individuals. Upon reflection, he had wronged 83, 86, 84, as well as 83's sister and brother-in-law. Not to mention Ning Guanshi, all of whom had become his adversaries. There was also Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo, who might seek retribution as well, while Aunt Mo might not act against him. Given her promiscuous nature, Zhao Yang was uncertain. Despite his earlier expressions of gratitude for Chen Jie's assistance in clearing his name, Chen Jie understood that if Zhao Yang gained power, he might very well retaliate. Chen Jie had a fair grasp of Zhao Yang's character. However, it was not prudent to act against him just yet, considering the case had only recently concluded. Furthermore, Chen Jie had previously utilized his authority against 83. The second young lady was undoubtedly aware of this. If Chen Jie were to target Zhao Yang again, it would not be wise. Yet, it was possible that Ning Guanshi would not spare Zhao Yang either. Especially since Zhao Yang had married Mo Lian but had treated her poorly, Zhao Yang bore an undeniable share of responsibility for her fate. Consequently, it was likely that Ning Guanshi would take matters into his own hands without Chen Jie's involvement. After all, Zhao Yang was directly managed by Ning Guanshi in District 3. However, it was also possible that Zhao Yang's late father had been a close friend of Ning Guanshi. After contemplating, Chen Jie decided to observe the situation before acting. If Ning Guanshi took action, Chen Jie would not need to intervene. If Ning Guanshi refrained from acting, Chen Jie would have to seize the opportunity to strike first. He needed to obtain the 9 Orifices Golden Elixir swiftly, to become a formal martial artist, and to grow stronger. Subsequently, Chen Jie reiterated to himself that as long as he continued to grow stronger, those he had offended would merely be ants, unable to shake the foundation of his elephantine strength. Following the resolution of the case, Uncle Mo was not immediately buried. They needed to notify his son. The next day, Uncle Mo's son, Mo Yong, a robust 18-year-old, hurried back upon receiving the news. The second young lady had yet to summon Chen Jie into the mountains, so he came to attend Uncle Mo's funeral. At this moment, Uncle Mo's body had been prepared, and Mo Lian's body lay nearby. Mo Yong, in profound grief, knelt in silence. Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo were still suspended, leaving Mo Yong as the sole family member present. It was only when Chen Jie arrived that Mo Yong turned to him. Chen Guanshi, thank you that I have heard about the situation. It is thanks to you that my father can finally rest in peace. He said, Brother Yong, you may call me a Jie. Just as before, Chen Jie replied, there is no need for formalities. Uncle Mo treated me like a son. I merely followed Mr. K's lead in solving the case. My prior closeness to Uncle Mo allowed me to uncover more clues that I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me, as your sister Mo Lian met her end due to my involvement. Of course not. Mo Yong shook his head. My sister got what she deserved. I never imagined she would kill our father. Chen Jie felt a sense of relief. At least Mo Yong was reasonable. Afterward, Mo Yong and Chen Jie took Uncle Mo and Mo Lian's bodies for burial, without waiting for Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo, as both had wronged Uncle Mo, and Mo Lian despised them. Being merely household servants, neither Uncle Mo nor Mo Lian could have a proper funeral. Some other servants came to pay their respects to Uncle Mo, while Mo Lian was only scorned. However, those who came to pay their respects to Uncle Mo merely lit incense and departed. Ultimately, only Chen Jie and Mo Yong remained, along with 88, who now served as Chen Jie's assistant and came to help. The group carried the bodies on a stretcher to the secluded burial ground designated for household servants. This location was near where Chen Jie and Uncle Mo had previously buried Steward Wu. As they prepared to proceed, an unexpected text appeared before Chen Jie's eyes during Mo Lian's burial. Would you like to read the deceased's memories? Chen Jie found himself in a state of hesitation. Mo Lian was not a warrior. She was merely an ordinary servant. There seemed to be little advantage to be gained. Yet, after some contemplation, Chen Jie's curiosity was ultimately piqued. After all, he was eager to understand how Mo Lian had become so ruthless as to take direct action against Uncle Mo previously. Mo Lian had appeared relatively normal. Although she had suffered betrayal at the hands of Zhao Yang and had been wronged by her mother, which twisted her psyche, her infatuation with Supervisor Ning could be seen as a reasonable explanation for her current state. Nevertheless, Chen Jie wished to perceive the case from Imo Lian's perspective. Thus, he proceeded to delve into her memories. Consequently, Chen Jie mused inwardly. The borrowing of consciousness has been successfully achieved. Soon, he accessed Imo Lian's memories. Witnessing her childhood where she was doted upon by Uncle Imo despite being a servant, her early years were filled with happiness under his care. She dutifully performed her tasks, and her masters were not harsh. In her youth, she held a fondness for Uncle Imo, as he had spent more time with her than Aunt Imo, who was often preoccupied with other men. However, as she matured, Imo Lian began to perceive Uncle Imo as incompetent and weak, leading her to lose respect for him. Eventually, she discovered from her mother that she was not Uncle Mo's biological daughter. Strangely, instead of feeling sorrow or anger upon learning this revelation, Imo Lian felt a sense of joy, relieved to realize she was not of the stock of that ineffectual man. Yet, when she inquired about her biological father, her mother remained tight-lipped, leaving her with no choice but to abandon the question. Subsequently, she ceased to ponder such matters, and soon after, she became involved with Zhao Yang. What surprised Chen Jie was that initially, Imo Lian was not enamored with Zhao Yang. Rather, her affections were directed towards Supervisor Ning. Whenever she encountered Ning, she felt an indescribable sensation. She found him handsome, mature, and gentle, truly admirable in every regard. Unfortunately, Ning was still married, and his devotion to his wife was unwavering. Moreover, as a servant, she had no right to take multiple wives. Servants could only marry other servants, adhering to a monogamous structure. Given that Imo Lian was an untouched maiden, she could not pursue Ning openly, and was compelled to bury her feelings deep within her heart. Of course, Ning's steadfastness and affection only served to deepen her admiration for him as time passed. Imo Lian reached the age where marriage became imperative, for servants were expected to establish families. It was not feasible to remain single indefinitely, as the lack of familial bonds and offspring among servants was detrimental to the clan's interests. Furthermore, masters found it challenging to manage servants without families. Thus, under the pressure from Aunt Imo and Uncle Imo, Imo Lian was urged to marry. At that time, Zhao Yang had fallen head over heels for her and fervently pursued her. Zhao Yang was quite presentable, and his deceased father had been a close friend of Supervisor Ning. Consequently, Zhao Yang held a respectable position in the community, earning the respect of many other servants. To Imo Lian's eyes, there seemed to be no better suitor than Zhao Yang. Gradually, she accepted him, and they married. Yet, what astonished Chen Jie further was that even after their union, Missouri Lian's infatuation for Ning persisted. Zhao Yang, grateful for Ning's care, frequently visited him, and as Zhao Yang's wife, Imo Lian often accompanied him. Witnessing Ning's kindness towards his wife only fueled Imo Lian's envy and admiration. Additionally, she noticed that Ning treated her with a gentle warmth. Eventually, during an outing, Imo Lian deliberately led Ning's wife into a perilous area to gather herbs, resulting in her being bitten by a venomous snake and meeting her demise. In truth, Imo Lian had long been aware of the snake's presence in that area. Following this event, she was plagued with anxiety, fearing retribution. However, since the family had not discovered her involvement, and no one knew of her intentional guidance towards Ning's wife, she felt a sense of triumph. This success planted a seed of change within her mind, suggesting that if approached correctly, murder could serve as a viable solution to problems. Indeed, this woman had already taken a life, which explained her audacity in this instance. Chen Jie observed Imo Lian's memories. He silently lamented. It was truly inconceivable. After Ning's wife passed, Imo Lian frequently offered him comfort, and Ning remained gentle towards her, expressing gratitude for her solace. However, Ning repeatedly affirmed to others that he could not forget his late wife and had no intention of remarrying, discouraging any attempts to introduce other female servants to him. As a result, Imo Lian refrained from expressing her affections or desires towards him, leading Ning to perceive her simply as a sympathetic niece. Unbeknownst to Ning, who was aware of Imo Lian being his biological daughter, he unconsciously displayed a biased fondness towards her, further complicating Imo Lian's emotions. Gradually, she grew indifferent towards Zhao Yang, and their marriage soured. Zhao Yang, feeling pressured, resorted to arguments with Imo Lian, but she maintained a moral high ground. Subsequently, Zhao Yang sought solace in alcohol. One fateful night, Imo Lian orchestrated an encounter between Zhao Yang and Aunt Imo. Facilitating their illicit affair, she orchestrated numerous accidental moments of intimacy between the two, such as having Zhao Yang inadvertently stumble upon Aunt Imo while she bathed, or ensuring Zhao Yang was shirtless when her mother was summoned. Eventually, she even drugged their drinks, leading to their unconsented liaison. Afterward, there was no need for Mo Lian's manipulation, as the two began their affair of their own volition. Consumed by desire, Mo Lian observed everything. Initially, she contemplated instigating Uncle Mo to take action, believing that revealing Zhao Yang's betrayal would incite Uncle Mo's wrath and lead to one of them being killed. She thought that if Uncle Mo eliminated one, she could assist in disposing of the other. With Uncle Mo's affection for her, she was confident he would take the blame, granting her freedom and the opportunity to be with Supervisor Ning. She believed that as long as she was not Zhao Yang's wife, she would eventually be with Ning, who treated her differently than the other female servants. However, she underestimated Uncle Mo's restraint. Infuriated, she scolded him for a considerable time, but he continued to wallow in silence. This ultimately led to the current case. Chen Jie reflected, Mo Lian is truly malicious. Initially, he had thought Zhao Yang was the instigator, seducing Aunt Mo, or that Aunt Mo had seduced Zhao Yang due to her lewdness. Little did he know, it was Mo Lian's deliberate manipulation that orchestrated the events. Of course, Zhao Yang and Aunt Mo were not virtuous either. Yet, Chen Jie couldn't shake the feeling that Mo Lian's memories suggested a certain ambiguity in Ning's feelings towards her. He pondered, during their private interactions, did their glances carry an undertone of mutual attraction? Ning was well aware of Mo Lian's true relationship with him. It should not have been the case. Or perhaps Mo Lian had distorted her perception of Ning's regard for her? It was also possible that Ning was not entirely virtuous, as Mo Lian, while not exceptionally beautiful, possessed a figure that could easily sway many men. After all, these individuals were not paragons of virtue. Chen Jie shook his head. Among this assembly of wrongdoers, only Uncle Mo stands as a good man. With these thoughts, Chen Jie felt a pang of sorrow. Goodness, when too earnest, often met with tragic ends. Naturally, such matters could not be disclosed. Mo Yong and Ba Shirba were unaware that Chen Jie had accessed Mo Lian's memories. After the burial, the group returned. Unlike the previous funeral for Supervisor Wu, today the weather was clear, devoid of rain. Thank you for your hard work today, Chen, Mo Yong expressed as they parted ways. Brother Yong, you are too courteous. As I mentioned, Uncle Mo is like a father to me. Chen Jie replied. Chen Jie spoke. Afterward, Mo Yong expressed his gratitude to Ba Shirba. Chen Jie also acknowledged Ba Shirba's hard work, advising him to return and rest. Subsequently, the group parted ways. Unexpectedly, shortly after Chen Jie returned, he received a notification from the second young lady, instructing him to join her in the mountains to search for the 9-portal golden pill. Upon receiving this command, Chen Jie's heart fluttered with excitement. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he strode towards the direction of the second young lady. Before long, he arrived at the courtyard of the second young lady. At that moment, Chen Jie noticed that Mr. Ku was already present. Brother Ku, you arrived so swiftly. Chen Jie greeted Mr. Ku, as they had previously agreed to address each other with brotherly familiarity. Surrounding them were several individuals, all lined up and waiting. Turning his gaze to the other side, Chen Jie spotted Xiao Rong, the second young lady's attending maid, who was engaged in conversation with others. Chen Jie refrained from interrupting, although Xiao Rong appeared momentarily idle. Their eyes inadvertently met, prompting Chen Jie to bow slightly and say, I have the honor of meeting you. Miss Xiao Rong was exceedingly courteous. However, Xiao Rong merely offered a faint, insincere smile and remained silent. Chen Jie returned a polite smile and stepped back to join Mr. K. That moment, the second young lady, Lu Yujiao, clad in resplendent attire and adorned with a cloak, emerged with an air of nobility. All right, everyone, follow me into the mountains, she declared succinctly. With that, she advanced, stepping over a male servant who knelt as a stool, and entered a lavish carriage. Xiao Rong and the other maidens followed suit. Xiao Rong boarded the carriage. She cast a glance at Chen Jie outside, her expression somewhat disdainful. Her demeanor radiated confidence, as sitting in the same carriage with the second young lady signified a level of closeness and trust that surpassed that of Chen Jie and the others. Chen Jie silently observed without uttering a word. Indeed, he had never ridden in such a carriage before. However, the Steward Wu had retained some memories of it, having once been a close confidant of the second young lady. Wu had certainly been inside the carriage before, which was exquisitely decorated and exceedingly comfortable. Yet, on this occasion, Chen Jie felt perfectly suited to ride alongside on horseback. Being inside the carriage would have been uncomfortable for him, as his purpose for entering the mountains was to seize the 9-portal golden pill, not to genuinely assist the second young lady Lu Yujiao in her quest. Chapter 45. Partners at this moment. The grand carriage of the second young lady occupied the center of the entire procession. Flanking it on either side were fully armed guards. As for Chen Jie and Mr. Ku, they rode on the outer fringes and at the rear. Indeed, although the second young lady had summoned Chen Jie to accompany her into the mountains, it was merely a fleeting acknowledgement of his previous investigative prowess. Throughout this journey, the second young lady had barely exchanged a word with him, as her retinue was vast and comprised of diverse talents. The investigative skills that Chen Jie had previously displayed were akin to a younger version of Mr. K. If Mr. He could not assist the second young lady in locating the 9-portal golden pill. What could Chen Jie possibly do? The second young lady herself did not harbor high hopes. Her summons was simply a matter of convenience. Chen Jie, however, found solace in the second young lady's indifference. He was certain that he would not reveal the true location of the 9-portal golden pill. In fact, he feared that if the second young lady placed too much expectation upon him, he would be unable to deliver, leading to disastrous consequences. The current situation was indeed delightful. Should he fail to locate the 9-portal golden pill, he could merely offer a few casual apologies, and that would suffice. The entire procession continued onward. After a time, they arrived at their intended destination. At this point, the entire mountain range had been thoroughly surrounded by the Lu family's armed guards. Upon reaching the site, Chen Jie and Mr. naturally halted their horses. Chen Jie gazed ahead, observing numerous servants laboring diligently within the boundaries established by the Lu family's guards. Many were digging into the earth, meticulously sifting through the excavated soil in search of the 9-portal golden pill. They were indeed digging 3 feet deep. Only after confirming that the soil contained no pills would they transfer it to another cart for disposal elsewhere. The 9-portal golden pill would undoubtedly be contained within an extraordinary vessel, crafted from materials capable of withstanding the weight of earth and stone, ensuring the pill's preservation over time. The second young lady suspected that Wu and others had hastily buried the 9-portal golden pill in this area. Thus, she had summoned numerous servants to excavate it over the past few days. In the distance, Chen Jie noticed silhouettes flitting about on the adjacent mountains. The second young lady was not overlooking the heights, suspecting that individuals who had previously come into contact with the pill might have hidden it there. The second young lady's list of suspects extended beyond just Wu. All those individuals were now deceased, having fallen victim to her wrath. Only Wu had been buried by Chen Jie. Of course, although the second young lady Lu Yujiao had summoned many individuals, they were still insufficient in number relative to the vast mountain expanse. Thus, the 9-portal golden pill had yet to be discovered. At this moment, Xiao Rong lifted the curtain of the carriage, and the second young lady's delicate visage emerged as she gracefully descended. Chen Jie and Mr. Ku dismounted in unison. With a wave of her hand, the second young lady directed everyone to their respective tasks. Chen Jie and Mr. approached the perimeter of the secured area. Simultaneously, Mr. Ku whispered to Chen Jie, "All who enter must undergo a thorough inspection. Compliance is mandatory." Chen Jie nodded, having already observed the armored guards meticulously inspecting each individual entering the area, including the second young lady herself. This was, of course, a demonstration of her commitment to ensuring security. The guards conducting the checks were her most trusted maidservants. However, this measure also served to prevent anyone from using her presence as a cover to smuggle the 9-portal golden pill away. Lu Yujiao displayed remarkable caution as for Xiao Rong and the other maidservants. They were inspected by female guards. Chen Jie also noticed some servants emerging from within, covered in dirt and grime, evidently having labored throughout the night. Seeking rest to exit the secured area, they were required to strip completely for inspection by the guards, ensuring that no one had secretly discovered and concealed the 9-portal golden pill. At this juncture, Chen Jie entered the inspection zone. The area was quite simple, delineated by a few screens. Upon entering for inspection, a guard with a stern demeanor instructed Chen Jie to disrobe completely. Chen Jie promptly complied, shedding all his garments, leaving nothing on point. 2 guards then scrutinized his form, one even reaching forward to prod at his backside. This left Chen Jie feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he understood that these were the rules set forth by the second young lady. Given that Lu Yujiao herself underwent inspection, what could Chen Jie possibly say? Once the inspection was complete, he was permitted to dress again and step out from behind the screens. Subsequently, he crossed the perimeter and truly entered the mountainous area where the nine-portal golden pill was said to be concealed. Should he discover the pill, he must not act impulsively by consuming it. Such folly could lead to catastrophic consequences. A robust guard captain, clad in full armor and sporting a thick beard, cautioned Chen Jie as he entered. Do not be swayed by greed. If you find the pill, report it to the family for a substantial reward. That is the righteous path. Chen Jie assured him of his unwavering loyalty to the second young lady, promising that if he were to discover the nine-portal golden pill, he would know precisely what to do. Ultimately, after enduring the rigmarole, Chen Jie finally set foot in the wooded region known for harboring the elusive nine-portal golden pill. Chen, once we enter the mountains, we must search for the nine-portal golden pill in pairs to monitor one another and prevent any emergence of greed, Mr. Ku advised at this moment. Mr. Ku was still whispering to Mr. Chen by the ear, saying, "It is possible that today you and I may be assigned to the same group." Just then, Miss Air called out to Chen Jiao, 87, "Come here," when Lu Yujiao summoned the household servants. Her manner of address varied at times. She would simply recall the number, and at other times, when she could not remember the number, she would call out by surname. In this instance, Lu Yujiao did not use Chen Jiao's full name, but rather his surname followed by the number. Chen Jiao was uncertain whether there was any ulterior meaning behind this. Was it to remind him, despite having assumed the role of steward, to remember his servant number and not forget his origins? Or was it merely casual? "Miss, your servant is here," Chen Jiao replied respectfully, though he felt somewhat perplexed. "Today, you will be partnering with Xiao Rong," the second miss stated directly. She continued, "Previously, during your time in the manor, your observations during case resolutions were meticulous. Therefore, you need not be confined to one place like ordinary servants. You may roam freely to investigate. Should you discover anything that leads me to the Nine Orifice Golden Pill, I shall reward you handsomely." "Yes, your servant will obey," Chen Jiao responded with deference, assuring her that he would exert himself wholeheartedly to seek the golden pill. At this moment, the young lady Xiao Rong, standing nearby, displayed a hint of surprise, followed by a slight frown of discontent. Previously, she had always been by the side of the second miss, but now she was assigned to accompany the newcomer, Chen Jiao. This, however, was also a sign of trust, as the second miss wished for her to keep an eye on this first-time visitor. "It seems the second miss holds you in high regard." "Chen Laudi, congratulations," Mr. Ku remarked with a smile, clasping his hands together. Chen Jiao managed a faint smile, pondering how to accomplish his objectives under the watchful gaze of Xiao Rong. After greeting Xiao Rong, Chen Jiao approached her, cupping his hands in respect. "This is my first visit here in search of the golden pill. I am unfamiliar with the customs. I hope you will guide me." "What is there to guide? Just search in this restricted area. You may go wherever you wish. After all, I have been here many times and have not been able to help the miss find the golden pill," Xiao Rong replied. "Arms crossed. In any case, you just need to search. The miss merely wants to see if you can find it. I am simply following you. Then I shall trouble you to accompany me," Chen Jiao said with a smile. "Enough chatter. Let us begin." Xiao Rong gestured dismissively to Mrk. He had already paired up with another servant and commenced searching for the golden pill in the vicinity. The second miss mounted her horse, accompanied by other maidservants, and began patrolling the area. Chen Jiao also mounted his horse, leading Xiao Rong deeper into the grounds. Given the vastness of the area, walking alone would not suffice to cover much ground. Thus, as one tasked by the second miss to survey the entire area, riding was essential. Of course, one could not gallop aimlessly. They were restricted to designated paths. Beyond these thoroughfares, one had to dismount to investigate other locations. Chen Jiao rode. He surveyed the surroundings, comparing them to the memories instilled by Steward Wu. Discerning the specific location of the Nine Orifice Golden Pill, numerous spots in the mountainous region had already been excavated by those dispatched by the second miss, leaving behind a series of pits. The second miss was uncertain where Steward Wu had hidden the pills, hence the decision to excavate areas that appeared to be potential hiding spots, rather than starting from the edges and working inward, which would require excessive manpower and resources given the extensive forested area. They excavated wherever suspicion arose, and many trees had already been felled, their bark and trunks examined, as it was suspected that Steward Wu had concealed the Nine Orifice Golden Pill within the trees. Chen Jie even observed individuals capturing rodents in the mountains, killing them to search for pills within their bodies. suspecting that Steward Wu might have hidden the pills beneath the hides or flesh of some animals. It was said that numerous tigers had also been slain in the process. This was truly an endeavor of digging 3 feet into the ground. The second miss was indeed determined to leave no stone unturned. Chen Jie could not help but silently marvel at this. Fortunately, Steward Wu had fled to the mountains and concealed the pills deep within a cave. As Chen Jie's gaze fell upon a nearby mountain, he mused. Steward Wu must have understood the second miss's mentality well, having accompanied her for many years. Thus, he had hidden the pills effectively, eluding discovery thus far. He noticed 2 figures moving about on the mountainside, indicating that the second miss had sent people to search there as well. However, the entire forested region was extensive, with numerous high peaks and caves, making it quite challenging to locate the true hiding place of the Nine Orifice Golden Pill, which lay deep within a cave that Chen Jie had just observed. In that secluded, naturally formed crevice, Steward Wu had stealthily entered, discarded the pills contained in a bottle into the fissure, and shaped stones to fit snugly at the base of the crevice. Blocking it off, the exterior surface of the stone was old and weathered, and Steward Wu had not filled the entire crevice. From an external view, it appeared empty, unless someone were to excavate the mountain surrounding the crevice. Removing the stones, the pills would remain concealed. In summary, Steward Wu had hidden the pills exceptionally well, which was why the second miss's extensive search had yielded no results. That time, Steward Wu had acquired the pills by killing his companions, keeping them for himself, and had even evaded capture for a while. Upon returning, however, with his fellow searchers all dead, he became a prime suspect in the eyes of the second miss. Others who had experienced similar situations as Steward Wu were also subjected to rigorous interrogation and met with dire fates. Such was the fate of household servants. Without absolute evidence, one could be executed at will. There was no room for reasoning. Of course, Steward Wu had sensed that he might be in danger before rejoining the group. Yet his insatiable greed for the Nine Orifice Golden Pill had compelled him to take the risk. Thus, before returning, he had sent word of the pill's location via carrier pigeon to his lover. Originally, Chen Jie had intended to discreetly remove the Nine Orifice Golden Pill from the mountains, but observing the second miss's current determination, he realized that it would be impossible to do so in the near future. After all, the pills could not simply be consumed. They required special handling and an appropriate environment, or else they would lead to explosive demise. Now, Chen Jie understood that his only course of action was to ensure that Steward Wu's lover and son would be unable to locate the Nine Orifice Golden Pill. Furthermore, after surveying the area, he found no hiding method superior to that employed by Steward Wu. It seemed that his only option was to destroy the marks left by Steward Wu. Thus, Chen Jie silently resolved that even if Steward Wu's lover and son were to enter this mountainous region, they would be unable to find the cave. The pills would eventually be his. While contemplating this, he pretended to search all around, leading Xiaorong through the mountains. He wore her down to the point of exhaustion, causing her to break into a sweat. You wretched 87, have you found any clues after all this running around? Xiaorong could no longer contain herself, her beautiful eyes blazing with intensity. Currently, there are no leads. But since the miss has granted me this opportunity and trusts me, I am willing to devote myself wholeheartedly to her service. Chen Jie replied, or perhaps, dear Xiaorong, are you fatigued? Shall we pause for a moment before continuing? Are you implying that your loyalty to the miss surpasses mine? Chen Jie did not utter the words that would suggest to Miss Xiaorong to tire herself out and then rest alone. Such statements would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Instead, Chen Jie merely displayed his unwavering loyalty to the young lady, provoking her to accompany him longer, thereby unsettling her. After all, her previous expression of discontent was quite evident. Furthermore, her agitation served Chen Jie's purpose well, as it allowed him to pursue his own objectives with greater ease. How could I possibly be less devoted to the young lady than you? Thus, let us continue our investigation. At that moment, Miss Xiaorong stated, however, you had better uncover something substantial. Chen Jie chuckled, leading Miss Xiaorong on a lengthy pursuit. Eventually, during their journey, he inadvertently erased some of the landmark signs left by Steward Wu near the cave of the hidden elixir. These were not mere markings or directional signs. Had they been so, they would have been discovered by other searchers. Rather, it was the peculiar shapes of the trees and large stones surrounding the cave, along with certain structural features within that were described in Wu's letter to his lover and son for locating the cave. Chen Jie took advantage of the search to subtly alter certain aspects of the cave's entrance. For instance, he shattered a sizable rock, moved another, and broke portions of the cave walls, transforming a left-turning corridor into a 3-way intersection. Consequently, based solely on the descriptions in the letter, Wu's lover and son would be utterly unable to locate the true hiding place of the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. Chen Jie's actions, while somewhat extreme, were not entirely out of the ordinary. Many of the servants dispatched to search the mountain were also engaged in similar activities, albeit with less violence. Chen Jie did not limit his alterations to the specific cave containing the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. Rather, he applied the same treatment to several caves. Therefore, Ms. Xiaorong remained oblivious to any irregularities. After a long day of labor, although Chen Jie felt utterly exhausted, he had ultimately achieved his goal. He had erased all traces left by Steward Wu. Even if Wu's lover and son managed to enter, they would be incapable of discovering the true location of the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. As evening fell, everyone reconvened, preparing to exit the mountain and return home. With the moon absent from the night sky, it was ill-fated for any further searches for the elixir. Thus, only the guards remained stationed there. While most of the other servants returned to rest. At this juncture, the second young lady inquired of Chen Jie whether he had uncovered any leads. This Chen, whose name belied his true capabilities, had merely been fortunate in previous cases. However, before Chen Jie could respond, Ms. Xiaorong interjected, it was only due to years of camaraderie with old MOS group that he stumbled upon the hidden clues. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of solving the case. Today, he searched high and low for an entire day and ended up with nothing. Chen Jie, his face flushed with embarrassment, admitted his shortcomings to the second young lady. Attributing the lack of findings to his incompetence, it is not your fault. After all, the mountain has been riddled with pits and various traces have been obliterated, so it is only natural that you cannot discern anything now. The second young lady then declared, very well. Let us exit the mountain and return. As they departed, Chen Jie, of course, underwent a thorough inspection once more. Stripped bare, he concealed nothing. Even the area behind him was scrutinized to ensure he had not hidden anything. Only upon passing this examination could he leave. On the return journey, Chen Jie rode alongside Mr. Ku, trailing behind the second young lady's carriage. At the same time, Ms. Xiaorong rode beside him, casting a fierce glare in his direction. After all, the exertion from running about with Chen Jie had left her sweaty and unpleasantly odorous, leading the second young lady to deny her entry into the carriage on their way back. Consequently, Ms. Xiaorong felt somewhat indignant and, disinterested in Chen Jie, urged her horse ahead to overtake him. Chen Jie said nothing, merely offering a calm smile in response. The cave where Steward Wu had concealed the elixir and the methods of concealment, though discreet, were indeed quite ingenious. At that moment, Chen Jie pondered. If the second young lady remained relentless in her pursuit, it was only a matter of time before the elixir would be discovered. After all, it is not the possibility of discovery that is feared, but the chance that one day, two servants might unwittingly stumble upon that cave and uncover the hidden passage. What if they began to relentlessly dig and break through the surrounding rocks until they unearthed the concealed chamber? If one day, the second young lady dug without success yet suspected the elixir might be hidden in one of the mountain caves, she could deploy a large number of workers to excavate every cave with fissures and openings. What then? The elixir could very well be exposed. This scenario was not without merit. I must devise a strategy to persuade the family to withdraw personnel from this mountain. Chen Jie mused to himself. Currently, the second young lady had amassed a considerable workforce here in search of the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir, which bore an element of risk. After all, if a significant portion of manpower were redirected elsewhere, it could yield considerable wealth. Spending a short time on the mountain was acceptable, but if prolonged, the family would inevitably oppose it. However, the second young lady enjoyed a commendable reputation within the family, and thus far, no one had voiced dissent. Yet, if some unforeseen circumstance arose within the family necessitating the withdrawal of a large contingent of personnel, they might well cease the excavation for the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. At that time, it would present the true opportunity for Chen Jie to obtain the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. But how could he orchestrate the family's withdrawal of personnel from this mountain? Chen Jie furrowed his brow, deep in thought. What capabilities do I possess that could compel the family to redeploy a large workforce from here? I am but a lowly steward. After much contemplation, he found himself without a solution. He could only bide his time and act when the opportunity arose. Ultimately, this was the conclusion Chen Jie reached. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Chen Jie had yet to find an opportunity to create any incident that would prompt the family to withdraw personnel. He could only hope for an automatic occurrence of events, such as conflicts with other prominent families. Unfortunately, none had transpired recently. Yet, there was a silver lining. The second young lady still had not located the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. Moreover, aside from overseeing the responsibilities associated with his position, Chen Jie diligently practiced martial arts every day. However, he had yet to cultivate any inner strength. He had to concede that he was not the so-called prodigy of martial arts. In comparison, his talents were rather mediocre. If this continued, without the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir, it was likely he would never become a martial artist. Oh, the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. How can I persuade the family to withdraw a large contingent of personnel from the mountain? How can I truly obtain the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir? In his moments of leisure, Chen Jie could not help but voice these thoughts within his heart. But for now, with no opportunity at hand, he could only continue to wait. While Chen Jie was engrossed in these musings, suddenly, a command arrived from the second young lady, summoning him to meet her immediately. What could it be? Why has the second young lady called for me so suddenly? Chen Jie felt a chill run down his spine. It had been 3 days since she last permitted him to accompany her into the mountain. What could have prompted this sudden summons? Indeed, the second young lady had previously sought Chen Jie's assistance, believing his acute observational skills could aid her in locating the Nine Orifice Golden Elixir. However, after the last instance where he had failed to uncover any leads, along with the various tasks she had assigned in the 8th district over the past few days, he had not been called back into the mountain. Could it be that his efforts to erase those traces had inadvertently revealed his intentions? Had Miss Xiaorong discerned something amiss? As he made his way to the second young lady, Chen Jie's mind raced with possibilities. Had I outmaneuvered Miss Xiaorong, only to find that she had been the one to outsmart me? Soon enough, Chen Jie arrived at the courtyard where the second young lady resided and was ushered inside to a grand hall. The second young lady sat regally upon a high seat, cradling a teacup in her hands, draped in an exquisite blanket. She exuded an air of nobility and beauty, her posture exuding confidence. Beside her stood servants who massaged her shoulders and gently fanned her. At the same time, Miss Xiaorong had also been summoned, coincidentally encountering Chen Jie. Miss Xiaorong, Chen Jie. At the entrance, the two individuals exchanged a brief glance, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, they said nothing further and entered the grand hall together. Upon encountering the young lady, both bowed respectfully. Chen Jie, you have been performing admirably these past few days. Suddenly, the second young lady remarked, although you are a newcomer, you remain composed and handle every task with remarkable efficiency. I am exceedingly pleased with your performance. Even though you have yet to cultivate inner strength and are not a martial artist, you are still a talented individual. I have always valued talent and will not be remiss in rewarding it. You previously assisted the household in solving a case, which warranted a reward. However, I had exhausted my stock of Zhuangshu Dan at that time. Now, I present you with these 3 Zhuangshu Dan as a reward. You may take them and consume them. Then continue your practice to see if you can cultivate inner strength. Zhuangshu Dan. Chen Jie was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the second young lady would suddenly bestow such a reward upon him today. Nevertheless, as a servant, he felt compelled to accept the master's generosity. Therefore, he eagerly accepted the elixirs, kneeling and exclaiming, "Thank you, second young lady. I am immensely grateful. For the rest of my life, I shall serve you with utmost devotion and dedication." As for Xiaorong, the second young lady continued, "I did not summon you here today for a reward." She then turned her gaze toward the initially excited and expectant Xiaorong, delivering this unexpected statement. Xiaorong, who had been quite thrilled, had assumed that the second young lady would also reward her. After all, the young lady had already been generous to her on numerous occasions. Xiaorong immediately replied, "The Zhuangshu Dan you gave me previously was quite generous. I am content and do not dare to seek further rewards from you. But may I ask, why have you summoned me today?" "I have called you both here," the second young lady stated, "to arrange a marriage. Chen Jie, I am betrothing Xiaorong to you. Treat her well from now on. Xiaorong, you will marry Chen Jie." There was a pause as the second young lady continued. "Of course, since your father has passed away, it has not yet been 3 years. It will be 3 months from now before the wedding." "What?" Chen Jie was taken aback, not expecting the second young lady to make such an announcement at that moment. Xiaorong was equally stunned, rendered speechless by the sudden proposal. Chen Jie glanced at Xiaorong and then at the second young lady. Having borrowed the thoughts of several individuals, he understood that this was the second young lady's way of ensuring his loyalty for the future. After all, Chen Jie, now a steward under the second young lady, was devoid of family ties. No parents, no siblings, no spouse, nor children. Even Uncle Imo, whom Chen Jie had considered a father figure, had met with a tragic end. This was an unhealthy and unstable situation. The second young lady did not wish for her subordinate to remain unwed. Indeed, a bachelor often had little to lose. Although Chen Jie professed his loyalty, the second young lady felt it prudent for him to have a family that in doing so, he would acquire vulnerabilities, spouse and children, thereby curtailing any reckless behavior in the future. Moreover, their offspring could continue to serve the Liu family. Typically, ordinary household servants, even if single, would not be forcibly matched by the master. They were granted time to interact and find partners among the other female servants. However, since Chen Jie had become a steward, the second young lady directly arranged for him to wed Xiaorong. After all, a steward's bride could not be of inferior quality, yet given Chen Jie's lowly status, she could not be exceedingly exceptional either. Xiaorong was deemed suitable in the eyes of the second young lady. Xiaorong's face paled slightly, perhaps shocked by the sudden command. Thank you for the betrothal. Second young lady. However, Chen Jie quickly regained his composure and knelt, stating, I am deeply grateful for your command. Second young lady, I shall strive to foster a family and contribute to our lineage, and I will wholeheartedly serve the family and you. He then inquired, but, second young lady, may I ask if Xiaorong is willing? Chen Jie looked toward Xiaorong, who seemed on the verge of speaking. As long as you understand gratitude, that is sufficient. The second young lady interjected, waving her hand delicately. I have said all that I needed to say. You may both take your leave. Seeing this, Chen Jie dared not utter another word, and neither did Xiaorong. They rose and exited respectfully. Once in the courtyard, Chen Jie turned to Xiaorong, feeling a mix of emotions. He had never expected that, in an instant, Xiaorong would become his fiancée, and that they would wed in 3 months. Previously, during the steward assessment, Xiaorong had been the one presiding over the proceedings that time. Chen Jie had been merely an ordinary servant. Indeed, life was full of surprises in truth. Chen Jie could not claim to have any particular affection for Xiaorong. Though he had never experienced romantic entanglements, having borrowed the minds of Wu, Uncle Imo, and Imo Lien, he understood what it meant to genuinely love someone. The thrill and joy of a heart racing in excitement. Yet, he felt none of that when faced with Xiaorong. Xiaorong was quite pleasant in appearance. While not a great beauty, she was certainly attractive enough. Therefore, if he had to marry, he would not be entirely opposed. After all, as a servant, he had no right to refuse the master's command. However, he noticed that Xiaorong's expression was rather displeased. Chapter 49. The division of Dan. Chen Jie quickly realized that she was not particularly eager to marry him. I do not wish to marry you, Chen. You must find a way to dissolve this engagement. Indeed, Xiaorong coldly commanded him, causing Chen Jie's expression to change. He had previously extended her courtesy, but now, she was speaking to him with an imperious tone. Initially, Chen Jie had been polite due to his recent appointment as steward, still finding his footing. However, it was clear that the second young lady held him in some regard. Given that she could betroth Xiaorong to him, it indicated that Xiaorong's standing in the second young lady's eyes was not significantly higher than his own. At most, they were of comparable status. Thus, Chen Jie felt no need to be courteous. You do not wish to marry me? I, too, have no desire to wed you, he retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaorong. However, you must understand that as a servant, I cannot alter the young lady's will. After all, servants are merely the property of the master, and no servant can defy the master's command. Xiaorong was taken aback by Chen Jie's unexpectedly firm demeanor. Her expression growing darker. If you do not wish to marry, then find a way to persuade the second young lady to change her mind and annul the engagement. This, Chen Jie replied coldly. Currently, I lack the capability to do so. Xiaorong fell silent, her expression troubled. However, should marriage be inevitable, I will accord you the respect you deserve. Observing Xiaorong's arrogance being quelled, Chen Jie shifted his tone, stating, after all, if the young ladies will remain unchanged, we shall indeed become husband and wife. I assure you that while I may not harbor strong feelings for you at present, should I become your husband, I will strive to treat you well and fulfill my responsibilities. This was his stance. Chen Jie articulated this speech to avoid severing ties completely. If he could not alter their fated marriage, he would indeed have to shoulder his responsibilities. After all, despite borrowing the thoughts of the deceased, he could not rise to a level where he could extricate himself from the Liu family in a timely manner. Having concluded his remarks, Chen Jie turned and walked away, leaving Xiao Rong standing there with a grim expression. Later, upon returning to his quarters, he encountered Ba Shirba. Contemplating, Chen Jie retrieved the Zhuangshu Dan that the second young lady had gifted him. Brother, the second young lady previously bestowed upon me a few elixirs. I shall share one with you. He took out one of the elixirs and handed it to Ba Shirba. Here, take it. Jiegu, this is Zhuangshu Dan, isn't it? 88's plump face quivered as he involuntarily remarked, I cannot accept this. Such a thing must cost several hundred taels, does it not? Moreover, the resources within my family are rather limited. At times, even with wealth, one cannot procure what they desired, and oh more idle chatter. Just accept it. Chen Jie replied unequivocally. You have yet to cultivate your internal energy, and this is precisely what you need to fortify your vitality, thereby increasing your chances of eventually mastering it. The second young lady has bestowed upon me more than one. As brothers, what need is there for further discussion? Acknowledge me as your elder brother and accept it. After all, 88 had once aided Chen Jie in his endeavors. Previously, when Chen Jie assumed the role of steward, he appointed 88 as his assistant, significantly improving his circumstances. Yet, it was evident that 88 also found himself in need of support at this juncture. Chen Jie could not afford to forget him. Having already consumed one blood-fortifying pill, Chen Jie knew that ingesting more would result in diminishing returns. Thank you, Brother Jie. 88's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. Fully aware of the pill's rarity, though it held little significance for the second young lady, for those of their humble status, it was indeed precious. I shall say no more. Henceforth, wherever you go east, I shall not venture west. Chen Jie merely smiled, patting 88 on the shoulder before allowing him to depart with the pill to consume it. After all, strengthening his vitality sooner might enable him to cultivate his internal energy and become a proper martial artist. Once 88 had left, Chen Jie retreated indoors to take a blood-fortifying pill himself, subsequently practicing martial arts in hopes of mastering internal energy. With the Nine Orifices Golden Pill still elusive and the second young lady's entourage surrounding the nearby forest, Chen Jie found no opportunity to have them withdraw. For now, he could only rely on himself, curious to see if 2 additional blood-fortifying pills would yield the desired result. As night fell, Chen Jie, to his disappointment, still had not succeeded in cultivating his internal energy. After digesting yet another blood-fortifying pill, he did feel a slight increase in his vitality, though the enhancement was not as pronounced as it had been after the first. Meanwhile, 88 emerged from his quarters, his face aglow with delight. Though he too had not mastered internal energy, the effects of the blood-fortifying pill had significantly bolstered his vitality, rendering him considerably stronger. Despite his corpulent frame, his movements now possessed a newfound lightness. Not long after, he encountered 84 approaching him head-on. Humph. While many of the household servants in this second district had shown him respect as Chen Jie's companion, this particular 84 was different, having been explicitly appointed by the second young lady to manage the family's library. Thus, he regarded 88 with disdain. In this moment, 88 recalled 84's haughty demeanor from before, when he had believed himself capable of becoming steward and had even coerced 88 into kneeling that time. Chen Jie had urged 88 not to submit, yet he had faltered, enduring the humiliation of prostration. He had yet to reclaim his dignity from that encounter, especially since he remembered that 84 had also attempted to make Chen Jie kneel, but Chen Jie had remained resolute, incurring no loss. 88 felt certain that Chen Jie would also wish to reprimand 84. However, because 84 had been appointed by the second young lady in Chen Jie's presence, it would be inappropriate for him to act against him. Yet, 88 felt emboldened to take matters into his own hands. His previous reluctance to confront 84 stemmed merely from their comparable strengths. Now, having gained confidence from the blood-fortifying pill, 88 strode forward, deliberately colliding shoulders with 84, feigning an accidental bump, and then abruptly blocking his path. Stop right there. What do you mean by this, 84? You collide with me and simply walk away without an apology. What are you doing? 84 retorted, his expression darkening. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? You crashed into me first, yet you dare accuse me. We are all walking together, 88 coldly asserted. You claim I struck you first, when it was clearly you who collided with me. You little piglet, 84 sneered, his demeanor hardening. Are you looking for a fight? You think I fear you? At this moment, 84 stood his ground, aware that, due to the second young lady, Chen Jie could not retaliate against him. Though 88 might wish to create trouble, he could only do so as an individual. However, 84 was unafraid of 88. After all, neither had cultivated internal energy, and their skills in combat were comparable. Indeed, 84 fancied himself slightly more agile. You dare act so brazenly after colliding with me? Are you not afraid? Let us put that to the test. With that, 88 swiftly retaliated. He took a decisive step forward, swinging his arm in a powerful punch. Bang! Though 84 had prepared to defend himself, he was unprepared for the sudden surge of strength from 88, who struck him with such force that he staggered back, his arm throbbing with pain. How is this possible? Why has your strength increased so suddenly? 84 gasped, his face paling. Yet, 88 wasted no time on idle talk, advancing with another fierce blow. Though 84 struggled to fend him off, he ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. Chapter 50. Crisis. After receiving a punishing blow from 88, 84 fell to the ground, only to be overpowered as 88 mounted him and unleashed a barrage of strikes. Did you think I would kneel to you back then, you wretch? Did you ever imagine this day would come? With that, 88 delivered a cold slap to 84's face. Though 84's expression darkened, he remained defiant, as if to say, go ahead, kill me if you dare. Oh, so you think you're tough? In response, 88's anger flared, and he struck again. 84 could only shield his face and retreat. By now, several household servants had gathered to watch the spectacle. This fellow crashed into me first. I was merely engaging in a friendly spar with him. 88 addressed the onlookers. Many have witnessed this. Such martial exchanges among servants can often be misunderstood. After all, this is a realm where martial arts prevail. The distinction between a brawl and a friendly match is often merely a matter of perspective. At that moment, 84 could only swallow his pride, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He realized that 88's sudden boost in strength was likely due to the blood-fortifying pill or some similar resource. The other servants, well aware of 88's status as Chen Jie's assistant, would certainly not side with him in this dispute. Ultimately, this altercation would be deemed a mere sparring session, for 88 had shown restraint, refraining from inflicting serious harm. Thus, the two parted ways after their tumultuous exchange. What a relief! At last, he had avenged the humiliation of his earlier kneeling. 88 gazed upon the disheveled 84, unable to suppress his thoughts. I was truly foolish back then for not heeding Brother Jie's advice, allowing that scoundrel to force me to kneel. Regrettably, it would not be prudent to kill him within the family, but giving him a beating is quite satisfactory. After all, with his abilities, he could never match up to Brother Jie. To kill him would be to do him a favor. With that, 88 hummed a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, several household servants approached to flatter him, inquiring about the sudden increase in his strength that allowed him to best 84 so decisively. It was common knowledge that previously, 88 and 84's martial prowess had been roughly equivalent, both among the weaker servants. After some contemplation, 88 chose not to disclose the truth of Chen Jie providing him with the pill, as he had just bested 84. Revealing such information might imply he was being manipulated. After all, 84 had been appointed by the second young lady to manage the library. Naturally, though 88 remained silent, the surrounding servants were not naive. They understood that 88 must have received some form of benefit to become so formidable. Given his lack of connections, it was evident that such advantages could only stem from Chen Jie. The following day, news of the second young lady bestowing several blood-fortifying pills upon Chen Jie spread throughout the estate. Chen Jie likely had relayed this information from the young lady, and soon, the household servants of the second district were abuzz with gossip. 88 has truly aligned himself with the right side. Who would have thought that Steward Chen would even share blood-fortifying pills with him? That lad is truly fortunate. Each and every one of them harbored envy and jealousy to owe their astonishment. This 87th, surnamed Chun, had unexpectedly garnered the admiration of the second young lady. Meanwhile, the 83rd, who was nursing his wounds and whose beard had scarcely grown due to a shattered egg, lay in his sickbed, exclaiming with bitterness, "How infuriating! Had I known then, I would not have followed that scoundrel 83rd in opposing the 80-7th at the same time." The 86th, who was busy mucking out, muttered to himself, after being thoroughly beaten back then, "I should have kept a low profile or proactively severed ties with him." Sigh. Chen Jie, oh Chen Jie. Concurrently, the 84th, still feeling some pain throughout his body, was sorting through his collection of books while gritting his teeth in resentment. "I never expected that even the Zhuangxuiden, such a precious item, would be bestowed upon that sycophant 88th. How despicable. I shall not let the two of you off easily. Moreover, the second young lady pondered why Chen Jie was favored with several zwangswaiten, while she received none. Simultaneously, he felt an intense jealousy. For managing the collection of books was no easy task. Sighed at this moment. The 88th, feeling somewhat anxious, approached Chen Jie and inquired, Brother Jie, will I bring trouble upon you? Do you think the second young lady will believe that I intentionally followed your orders to strike at the 84th? Rest assured, I will clarify to the lady that it was my own idea, he assured. It's all fine. Chen Jie patted the 88th's shoulder with a smile, saying, given my current standing with the second young lady, it is unlikely I will face punishment for this. You handled it well. I have always found the 84th rather displeasing. The fact that he demanded you kneel, and even intended for me to do the same, was quite intolerable. However, it would indeed be inappropriate for me to wield my authority to eliminate him outright. Yet, if you engage in a natural dispute with him, a simple martial arts sparring to inflict some minor injuries, that is inconsequential. After all, Chen Jie had previously borrowed the intellect of Steward Wu and was relatively confident in understanding the temperament of the second young lady. Thus, he remained entirely unperturbed. Hee. The 88th felt reassured and replied with a grin. Next time he gets arrogant, I shall teach him another lesson. But not too often. Chen Jie cautioned, if you frequently beat him, it may disrupt his management of the collection, and the second young lady might genuinely hold it against you. Oh, the 88th nodded in agreement. Then I shall refrain from beating him. After some time, should I find him displeasing? Chen Jie smiled. Then you may strike him again. The 88th laughed in return, just as Chen Jie had anticipated. At this moment, the second young lady Lu Yujiao was accompanied by Miss Xiaorong, passing by the library. Second young lady, you must take charge for your servant. Seizing the opportunity, the 84th rushed out to plead his case. Miss, it is like this. Miss Xiaorong was beside the second young lady, reporting on the altercation between the 88th and the 84th. However, contrary to the expectations of both the 84th and Miss Xiaorong, the second young lady, having received the elixir, was willing to share it with her subordinates, those who had previously shown her kindness. Rather than displaying anger, she chuckled softly. This Chen Jie is adept at distinguishing between gratitude and grievances. Quite commendable. The 84th's expression stiffened, while Miss Xiaorong, though somewhat unwilling, quickly composed herself. 84th continued to diligently manage the collection. After uttering this, the second young lady Lu Yujiao simply turned and left. Yes, miss, your servant will remember. The 84th replied respectfully, his expression darkening that he fully comprehended that, in the eyes of the second young lady, his standing was indeed considerably inferior to that of Chen Jie. Meanwhile, Miss Xiaorong cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling 84th. Her gaze filled with anger and contempt. She then turned and respectfully followed the second young lady Lu Yujiao. The reason she had deliberately spread the word about Chen Jie receiving the elixir was to make the second young lady believe that Chen Jie had intentionally instigated the 88th to assault the 84th. Although the 84th was not particularly significant, the previous time, the second young lady had explicitly appointed him to manage the collection in front of Chen Jie, implying a form of protection for him. Now that the 84th had been assaulted, Miss Xiaorong had hoped for the second young lady to be enraged, thereby diminishing Chen Jie's favor, which might lead to the dissolution of her engagement. However, she was utterly disappointed to find that the 84th's value in the eyes of the second young lady was far less than she had anticipated. Clearly, the second young lady viewed the 84th as possessing only a modicum of talent. Concluding that he was not to die, yet, Chen Jie, within proper limits, could discipline the 84th without any objections from the second young lady. This rendered Miss Xiaorong's calculations utterly void at the same time. Chen Jie and the 88th were still engaged in conversation. By the way, Brother Jie, do you think the 84th will harbor resentment towards us? The 88th inquired. And you should also be cautious of the 83rd and that brother-in-law of his. Moreover, you ought to be wary of Steward Ning from the 3rd district as well. Fear not, I have it under control. Chen Jie nodded. For the time being, they are not in a position to act against me. My current concern lies with another individual, Miss Xiaorong. Brother, do you have any further insights into her? For instance, is she involved with a certain gentleman? After all, Miss Xiaorong had previously appeared quite discontent when the second young lady arranged a marriage for her. Chen Jie believed himself to be quite presentable, and his standing with the second young lady was gradually rising. Logically, Miss Xiaorong should not be so opposed. However, she had intentionally brought up the matter of receiving rewards from the second young lady, seemingly attempting to undermine him through the incident involving the 88th and the 84th. Thus, Chen Jie speculated that Miss Xiaorong might already have someone in her heart. She did not wish to marry him, yet did not seek to change the second young lady's mind about the engagement, instead wishing to eliminate him. If this were indeed the case, then at this moment, Miss Xiaorong would pose the most pressing threat to Chen Jie. Chapter 51. The Engagement Cancellation. However, Chen Jie was still unaware of whom Miss Xiaorong's beloved might be. Although he had previously borrowed the minds of Steward Wu, Uncle Mo, and Mo Lian, gaining their memories, none of them had any significant interactions with Miss Xiaorong. Therefore, he had no knowledge of which gentleman Miss Xiaorong might be secretly involved with. In their impressions, Miss Xiaorong seemed to maintain a rather virtuous demeanor. Since there were currently no deaths in the estate, Chen Jie could not utilize his memory-reading ability on others to grasp the situation. Brother Jie, rest assured, I will discreetly find someone to help you inquire. The 88th offered that if I obtain any news, I will report it to you immediately. Chen Jie's aide. The 88th had been informed of Chen Jie's engagement to Miss Xiaorong by the second young lady. Thus, he quickly grasped Chen Jie's intention. Thank you for your efforts, my brother, Chen Jie said, patting the 88th's shoulder. Having recently assumed the role of steward, Chen Jie had only begun to familiarize himself with the personnel of the 2nd branch and the 8th district. As for the other servants, he had yet to establish connections. Miss Xiaorong, being close to the second young lady, traversed multiple servant districts. Therefore, if her beloved resided in another servant district, Chen Jie would find it challenging to identify him immediately. He could only rely on the 88th and others to assist in the investigation. They might enlist the help of acquaintances from other servant districts to inquire. The steward, Chen Jie, was not in a position to intervene directly. It was more appropriate for his subordinates to handle such matters, which underscored their importance. Some situations were simply not suitable for him to address personally. The 88th, having recently benefited from Chen Jie's favor, having consumed the Zhuangsuiden, which enhanced his vitality and strength, and having thoroughly vented his frustrations on the 84th, would undoubtedly be eager to assist Chen Jie. We must also find a way to mobilize family members to withdraw the second young lady's personnel from that mountainous region. Chen Jie contemplated as he watched the 88th depart. That he mused, I must obtain the Jiuqiao Jindan and become a formal martial artist to progress even further. After all, I have attracted quite a few adversaries. The 83rd and his sister-in-law are likely eyeing me, and the 86th, whom I assigned to muck out, may also harbor resentment. Chen Jie paced in the courtyard, reflecting, though the 84th was thoroughly beaten by the 88th, and it was the latter who struck him, he will undoubtedly hold me accountable for this. I must also remain vigilant towards Steward Ning, especially since his beautiful daughter, whom he dearly loves, perished due to my unveiling of the truth behind the case. Including Zhao Yang and Antimo, this pair of illicit lovers, though they have survived, can no longer rekindle their past romance. It is uncertain whether they harbor any resentment towards me. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand undoubtedly pertains to Miss Xiaorong. However, investigations require time, and Chen Jie can only await patiently. Chen Jie resumed his martial training for a while, after which he attended to his duties as the steward. His primary focus was to inspect the household servants in the 2nd house of the 8th district, assessing their daily labor progress. Had they completed their assigned tasks? Were the floors swept clean? Had those responsible for dusting the furniture done so, without leaving a speck? Had the ones tasked with manure collection, such as the 86th servant, diligently gathered the requisite amount? After concluding all these tasks, Chen Jie returned to his quarters. Just as he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, unexpectedly, the 88th servant burst in. Go! I have discovered the identity of Miss Xiaorong's beloved. He exclaimed breathlessly that it appears to be Jiang Kun. Jiang Kun? Chen Jie offered the 88th servant some tea. I solicited the assistance of some friends among the servants in other districts and spent some silver to inquire about Miss Xiaorong. The 88th servant took a sip of tea and continued, It is said that Miss Xiaorong frequently visits the 5th district, where she often engages in private conversations with Jiang Kun. In fact, she visited the 5th district today, though her visits are ostensibly justified. Many have noted having seen her laughing and joking with Jiang Kun, giving the impression of a flirtatious relationship. Thus, it is very likely that he is indeed the one. So it is him? Chen Jie furrowed his brow. If this is the case, it certainly makes sense. Jiang Kun is also a steward, and he possesses a handsome appearance that it is said that his martial skills are commendable. Though he has yet to cultivate internal energy, he shows great promise. However, it seems Jiang Kun has a fiancée. His fiancée, Yi, who is also a servant, has been betrothed to him since childhood. Unfortunately, shortly after reaching maturity, she fell ill and has been bedridden ever since. Jiang Kun has always portrayed himself as a man of deep loyalty, caring for his sick fiancée Yi and refraining from seeking another partner. Indeed, it must be him. The 88th servant added. He cannot abandon his ailing fiancée Yi, thus his interactions with Miss Xiaorong must remain clandestine. They likely plan to wait for his fiancée Yi to pass before petitioning the second young lady for permission to marry. However, unexpectedly, before his fiancée Yi's demise, the second young lady bestowed Miss Xiaorong upon you. Therefore, when the second young lady issued the marriage decree, Miss Xiaorong dared not voice her concerns. This is indeed plausible. Chen Jie nodded. Before Jiang Kun's fiancée Yi passes, it is certainly inappropriate for him to take another as his wife, let alone admit to any affair with Miss Xiaorong. After all, the second young lady is known to value loyalty among her subordinates. Are you concerned that Miss Xiaorong and Jiang Kun may conspire against you? The 88th servant inquired. If they cannot overturn the second young lady's decree, might they seek to undermine you instead? What should we do now? A sense of foreboding indeed lingered in Chen Jie's mind. Yet how to address this predicament required careful contemplation. Precaution was undoubtedly not a viable strategy, as one could never anticipate when they might strike. The 88th servant proposed, should we confess to the second young lady, inform her that Miss Xiaorong has a beloved, and that it is Jiang Kun? Given that Jiang Kun's fiancé Yi appears to be in a dire state, it is understandable for him to have affections for another. But would the second young lady agree to annul the marriage arrangement? It's hard to say. Furthermore, if we expose their relationship, might we not offend Jiang Kun? After all, his fiancée Yi is in a precarious condition, and he may be contemplating drastic measures against her. At such a moment, revealing this could complicate matters for him. Let us observe for now. Continue to discreetly monitor Jiang Kun for me. Chen Jie instructed. I shall also reach out to Miss Xiaorong to gauge her sentiments. If necessary, I will have to approach the second young lady directly. This way, even if they are plotting against me, should anything happen, the second young lady will suspect them. Moreover, Jiang Kun's fiancé, he would be safeguarded from any potential harm he might intend. We can only wait, letting nature take its course. In any case, this strategy grants me a certain advantage. Thus, Chen Jie proceeded as planned. He made several visits to Miss Xiaorong, feigning the concern of a fiancé. However, her demeanor remained rather unwelcoming. And Chen Jie did not press the issue. On one particular day, while reporting to the second young lady, Lu Yujiao, about certain matters in the 8th district, he noticed her in good spirits, praising his diligence. Additionally, upon seeing Miss Xiaorong nearby, Chen Jie stepped forward and addressed the second young lady. I humbly request that you retract the marriage decree between me and Miss Xiaorong, for I sense that she may have another love. Is that so? The second young lady's expression shifted slightly, her lovely eyes locking onto Chen Jie. Are you certain? Who is her beloved? At that moment, Miss Xiaorong's countenance also changed, just as she was about to speak. The second young lady raised a delicate hand, her slender fingers halting her. Xiaorong, refrain from speaking. I am currently inquiring of Chen Jie. Chen Jie had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had intended only to make a brief mention, allowing the second young lady to press Miss Xiaorong for answers. He hoped that she would confess her affections, enabling him to request the annulment of the marriage decree once more. Now that Miss Xiaorong was silenced, the second young lady turned her questioning gaze back to Chen Jie. He contemplated whether to reveal Jiang Kun's name. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to speak candidly. Though he could not be entirely certain, the 88th servant had suggested that it was quite likely to be why disclosing this information, the worst outcome could merely be a misunderstanding. However, if it were indeed Jiang Kun, matters could become quite complicated. He would find it difficult to act against his ailing wife, and equally against Chen Jie. Though this sense of urgency stemmed from Chen Jie's intuition, he believed there was merit to it. Given that he had gleaned insights from the mind of Steward Wu, who had lived for decades, Jiang Kun, Chen Jie stated directly, I have heard from others, though I do not know the truth of it. It is said that Miss Xiaorong and Steward Jiang have maintained a close relationship. Furthermore, Miss Xiaorong has shown little warmth towards me and has expressed considerable reluctance regarding our marriage. Thus, I believe it is unwise to force her into this union, that I recognize that you have good intentions for me, wishing for me to have a wife and a family, so that I may serve our family and you with greater peace of mind. However, since Miss Xiaorong's heart belongs to another, to take away her love would surely lead to unrest in the household, adversely affecting my ability to perform my duties and, ultimately, the family's interests and yours. Therefore, I boldly request that you reconsider. Jiang Kun, the second young lady paused, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. She then turned to Miss Xiaorong and inquired, Xiaorong, is this as he says? At that moment, Chen Jie also looked towards Miss Xiaorong. Absolutely not, she interjected, stepping forward. I assure you, I have no romantic involvement with Steward Jiang. Our interactions are merely customary amongst servants within the household. Of course, I hold a deep respect for Steward Jiang's devotion to his ailing fiancée Yi, which has led to a closer bond than with other servants. However, I assure you, it is purely a platonic friendship, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Upon hearing this, Chen Jie was momentarily taken aback, and he gently furrowed his brow that he found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether the 88th servant had erred in his investigation, or if Miss Xiaorong was merely denying her affections out of concern for Jiang Kun. But if she denied it now, what would become of their potential future together? If the second young lady did not believe her, she could summon Jiang Kun for a confrontation. Unexpectedly, Miss Xiaorong continued, to my knowledge, Steward Jiang is not far from here and should arrive shortly. The second young lady, Lu Yujiao, cast a glance at Chen Jie and then smiled slightly. Summon Jiang Ku and At this moment, Chen Jie found himself at a loss, compelled to await Jiang Kun's arrival. Before long, a young man of approximately 20, with thick eyebrows and striking features, made his entrance. This was Jiang Kun. He had received a commendable education, and moreover, his father had once held a managerial position. Thus, at a young age, he too had ascended to a role of authority. My lady, this is a misunderstanding. The relationship between me and Miss Xiaorong is purely platonic. A gentlemanly friendship devoid of any romantic entanglements. It is certainly a misunderstanding on Manager Chen's part, Jiang Kun asserted with determination. Chen Jie furrowed his brow once more. Very well, Manager Chen, have you heard? You are overthinking things. The second young lady interjected. Miss Xiaorong and Jiang Kun share no romantic feelings. Yet, Chen Jie turned his gaze towards Miss Xiaorong. Xiaorong, do enlighten us. If it is not Jiang Kun, then who is the object of your affections? The second young lady pressed. Now is your chance to reveal your heart, and I shall grant you the opportunity to take the lead, my lady. I currently have no such inclinations, Miss Xiaorong firmly replied, much to Chen Jie's astonishment. Did you hear that, Chen Jie? Xiaorong has neither a secret affair with Jiang Kun nor a beloved, the second young lady continued. Thus, let us cease discussing the matter of rescinding the betrothal. Of course, Xiaorong, you cannot be so aloof towards Chen Jie, my intention in arranging your marriage to him is because I find him quite agreeable. You and Chen Jie should strive to coexist harmoniously, and over time, affection may blossom. Let this matter rest. I do not wish for such trivialities to trouble me again. You may all leave now. With the second young lady's decree, Chen Jie, Jiang Kun, and Miss Xiaorong dared not voice further objections. The three of them bowed respectfully before exiting the room. My apologies, Manager Jiang. It seems I have misjudged the situation, Chen Jie said as he cupped his hands in apology outside the door. Not at all, not at all, Jiang Kun replied with a smile, returning the gesture. It is entirely natural for Manager Chen to harbor such thoughts. Given my frequent interactions with Miss Xiaorong, after exchanging a few words, Jiang Kun turned to Miss Xiaorong with a smile. Miss Xiaorong, it seems you have been rather distant towards your fiancé, since the lady has spoken. It is indeed appropriate for you both to spend more time together to avoid any future misunderstandings. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused, Brother Jiang, Miss Xiaorong replied. Not at all, since there is nothing further. I shall take my leave, Jiang Kun stated before turning to depart. Farewell. As Chen Jie watched Jiang Kun's retreating figure, he continued to frown, sensing that something was amiss. Miss Xiaorong, are you certain you have no romantic interest? Chen Jie inquired once more. Previously, you were quite adamant about not wanting to marry me. I assumed you must have someone in your heart, which prompted me to take advantage of the second young lady's good mood to propose rescinding the betrothal for your freedom. Yet, now you speak differently? Why was your attitude towards me so dismissive? Was it merely that you found me unappealing? If so, why not simply claim to have a preference for someone else to facilitate the withdrawal of the betrothal? Initially, I did not consider our relationship in a romantic light, Miss Shirong replied, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. Hence my indifferent demeanor, which may have led you to overthink things. I apologize. However, Brother Zhang truly has eyes only for his fiancée Yi, and her condition has improved somewhat. You need not doubt him that yes for us. I still have 3 months left in my mourning period. During this time, perhaps we can attempt to cultivate some feelings. However, I am rather slow to warm up to people, and the suddenness of the betrothal is a lot for me to process. So I hope you can understand yes for why I did not fabricate a romantic interest to serve as a shield for the betrodhal's retraction. That is simply because I cannot deceive the lady. After all, she detests being lied to. Is that so? Chen Jie frowned again, but eventually nodded. Very well, since that is the case. I shall make an effort to seek you out more often and spend time together. I too need to adapt to this betrothal, as we must both adjust to one another. After this conversation, the two parted ways, each with their own responsibilities to address. Miss Xiaorong, though often seen by the second young lady's side, had her own duties to attend to. Watching her leave, Chen Jie couldn't help but furrow his brow once more, feeling that something was still amiss. Jiang Kuan was not her beloved. Did she truly have no one in her heart? Or was there someone else she could not reveal at this time? Chapter 53. Competing for food, though his instincts told him something was off, Chen Jie had no concrete evidence to pinpoint the discrepancy, and thus accepted Miss Xiaorong's words for the moment before turning to return. Jie, how did it go? Upon his return, Ba Shirba approached, his plump face quivering with curiosity. Did Miss Shirong and Jiang Kuan admit to anything? Has the betrothal been rescinded? Chen Jie shook his head and recounted the events as they had unfolded. What? They share no romantic connection, Ba Shirba exclaimed, then quickly apologized. My apologies, Jie. It seems my investigation was flawed and led to an embarrassing misunderstanding before the lady. We are brothers. Let us not dwell on that. Chen Jie reassured, patting Ba Shirba's shoulder. Since Miss Xiaorong has denied any romantic inclinations before the second young lady, it may be that she simply has yet to find someone in her heart. Ba Shirba nodded. Indeed, she might not have a beloved yet. After all, as she stated, the second young lady detests being deceived. Miss Xiaorong would likely not dare to mislead her. Perhaps that is the truth. She simply needs time to accept the betrothal. Jie, I believe it may be best not to overthink this, and instead focus on cultivating a relationship with Miss Xiaorong, he advised before taking his leave. Chen Jie, having shed his outer robe and inner garments, donned only a pair of shorts, proceeded to practice his martial arts in the courtyard, sweating as he cleared his mind. What are the most pressing matters I need to address? As he practiced, Chen Jie began to organize his thoughts. First, he needed to devise a strategy to persuade the family to allocate personnel to extract the second young lady's people from the mountain where the Jukiao Golden Elixir was hidden, thereby obtaining the elixir and truly altering his fate. This would also empower him to confront those such as Ning Guan, Ba Shi San, Ba Shi Si, Ba Shi Lu, and Ba Shi San's brother-in-law without fear. Second, regarding Miss Xiaorong, since she claimed to have no romantic interest, he would choose to believe her for the time being. After all, they were to be wed eventually, and attempting to nurture their feelings was only fitting. However, he needed to remain vigilant. After all, on the day the lady first arranged the betrothal, Miss Xiaorong's vehement rejection was quite instinctive. Now, she suddenly proposed to develop their relationship. Something felt amiss. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Jie continued to train until he was drenched in sweat, at which point he paused to bathe. The next day arrived swiftly. The second young lady's entourage continued to excavate the mountains in search of the Jukiao Golden Elixir. Though they had yet to find it, Chen Jie was consumed by anxiety, fearing that one day the elixir might be discovered by a servant who would then present it to the second young lady. However, despite his position as a manager, Chen Jie was merely a small-time overseer beneath the second house. Thus, influencing the mobilization of a large number of family members was not as simple as he wished it to be. Therefore, he resolved to focus on nurturing his relationship with Miss Xiaorong. He prepared some food, placed it in a food box, and personally delivered it to Miss Xiaorong at the Jinxiu courtyard, where she was managing some female servants engaged in embroidery work that day. Unexpectedly, as he walked along the path with the food box in hand, a petite girl with a cherubic face and a hint of baby fat suddenly dashed out, dressed in a finely crafted skirt. The fabric of her attire was exquisite, each stitch meticulously done, the sash at her waist accentuating her slender form. making her bosom appear even more pronounced, evoking a sense of youthful allure. "That I'm so hungry," she exclaimed, running and demanding. "Where's the food? Hurry and prepare something to eat." As she dashed past Chen Jie, her delicate nose caught a whiff of the aroma, and her beautiful eyes lit up. How delightful! Then, with a swift turn, she cast her gaze upon Chen Jie, who held a food box in his hands. Subsequently, she stepped forward, her inner energy surging forth, and her figure shot directly towards Chen Jie with remarkable speed, reaching him in an instant. "What is it that you hold?" Her stance became poised, standing elegantly, one jade-like hand resting on her left waist, while the other pointed towards Chen Jie, slightly raised. "Which household do you serve? Are you from our third branch? Is that hot dish in your hand meant for me? I am quite famished. I wish to eat. I have just returned from outside," surprised by the young lady's sudden demand. Chen Jie was momentarily taken aback, yet he felt no anger, for she was not of lowly status. She was the third young lady of the Lu family, the sister of Lu Yujiao. As a member of the main household, she wielded the authority of life and death over the servants. Although Chen Jie primarily served the second branch and was not directly managed by the third young lady, the distinction between the master and the servant was inherently clear. Having encountered the third young lady before, Chen Jie, the steward of the second branch, immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "To be honest, miss, this box indeed contains freshly prepared hot dishes that I intended to deliver it to my betrothed." The elevated status of the master allowed her to claim what she desired from the servant, especially for something as simple as food. A servant could not refuse. However, Chen Jie was not foolish enough to hand over the food without explanation. So he first articulated its intended purpose, believing this would lend more weight to his request. "Is this for your betrothed?" The third young lady paused slightly at his words. Then, biting her lip, she waved her hand and said, "Very well, since that is the case. A lady should not deprive others of their joys. Take it to your betrothed. I shall endure a little longer." With that, she clapped her hands and turned to leave. "Please, miss, hold on." Chen Jie stepped forward, earnestly detaining Lu Yuming, and respectfully said, "I implore you to dine with me. It is rare that I have prepared a meal just as you return from outside. Feeling hungry, it is our serendipity and my fortune." Lu Yuming paused, momentarily taken aback. "No, that I truly do not wish to eat," she replied, waving her hand. "You need not flatter me out of fear that I shall not hold it against you. Your betrothed is of utmost importance." Chen Jie, upon hearing this, wore an expression of gratitude. "Miss, your understanding of my position touches me deeply. Thus, I am more than willing to offer you my meal." He then raised his voice. "Of course, if possible, I would hope that you could speak a few kind words about me in front of my betrothed. In that way, she will see that I have your favor, and it would surely delight her. Perhaps even more than receiving the food itself. Furthermore, you would be able to enjoy a warm meal immediately. Would this not be a win-win situation? Miss, what do you think? Please, dine with me." Having borrowed the wit of Steward Wu, Chen Jie seized this splendid opportunity to ingratiate himself. Although this might seem somewhat obsequious, as a servant, his very life was in the hands of the masters, leaving him little choice. Opportunities to curry favor with the masters must not be squandered. After all, this small gesture of goodwill might prove beneficial in the future. Additionally, offering the food to the young lady Lu Rong might yield little in return, whereas having Lu Yuming partake could bring greater rewards. At that moment, Chen Jie, with his eloquent persuasion, rendered Lu Yuming momentarily speechless, as if he had struck upon some truth. She pondered, stroking her chin, before nodding in agreement. "Very well then, let it be as you say. Come, let me sample your culinary skills. You are quite impressive. By the way, what did you say your name was?" Chen Jie. He promptly introduced himself once more. "Lu Yuming," the third young lady replied. This left Chen Jie somewhat amused. Who would not know her name? In any case, having formed a small rapport with the third young lady, he believed that as long as she enjoyed the food and praised him before Lu Rong, he would not suffer any losses. His original intent had indeed been to cultivate a bond with Lu Rong. It seemed that having the third young lady speak well of him might garner her favor more effectively than merely sending her food. In retrospect, Chen Jie had actually gained quite a bit. Lu Yuming, for her part, had not lost anything. She had dined well while giving little in return. All she needed to do was praise another servant in front of him, expressing her appreciation, a small sacrifice of time and words. Soon after, Lu Yuming settled down in a nearby pavilion, opening Chen Jie's food box to savor the dishes within. Not bad. The flavors are quite pleasant. She continued to converse with Chen Jie, Did you prepare this food yourself? Chen Jie noted that the third young lady was not as stern as the second and bore a certain innocence typical of youth. She was indeed younger than him. However, Chen Jie dared not to be overly familiar. He remained respectful, fully aware of his place as a servant. His very freedom was subject to the whims of others. While the master might jest casually, it was imperative for a servant to maintain decorum. To join in such frivolity could easily lead to dire consequences, for one never knew which words would cross the boundary of jest. Thus, Chen Jie approached Lu Yiming respectfully, recounting his situation. He sought to leave a favorable impression on her, especially by sharing details about his betrothed, ensuring that she would remember this meal fondly. Rest assured. Since I have partaken of your food, I shall fulfill my promise, Lu Yiming affirmed. When the time comes, I will accompany you to meet Lu Rong and inform her that I have consumed the meal you prepared, praising you in the process. Thank you, Miss, Chen Jie said, bowing deeply. I am immensely grateful. Of course, it is only right, Lu Yiming replied. Chen Jie refrained from further comments, silently observing the third young lady as she enjoyed her meal. Lu Yiming, being slightly shorter than the second young lady, sat atop a high chair, her feet dangling above the ground as she reveled in the food. Her little feet swayed playfully, presenting a charming sight. At that moment, Chen Jie took the opportunity to observe Lu Yiming closely. Previously, he had never had the chance to converse with her face to face, although he had seen her on occasion. He had always been too self-conscious to meet her gaze, walking by with his head bowed. Now, in close proximity, he could not help but acknowledge her beauty, her fair skin, delicate features, cherry-like lips, large expressive eyes, petite nose, and slightly chubby cheeks added to her youthful allure, making her far more captivating than Lu Rong. Of course, Chen Jie remained acutely aware of his position as a servant and dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Lu Yiming. He merely assessed her beauty through the lens of a young man. While he could draw upon the insights of the deceased to climb higher in the future, he had yet to acquire the coveted ninth aperture golden core. Despite his efforts over several days, thus, Chen Jie is no longer so arrogant. He does not dare to harbor any covetous thoughts toward the young lady of the Master's family as he waits for the third miss to finish her meal. He prepares to introduce her to his fiancée, Miss Xiaorong, hoping that the third miss will speak a few kind words about him in her presence. However, just as the third miss has consumed a considerable amount of food, a plump maid rushes in, exclaiming, "Not good. Third miss, one of the spies has died." This maid, appearing to be around 14 or 15, is visibly flustered, her ample form rendering her less than graceful, a stark contrast to the elegant third miss. Lu Yiming. What? One has actually died. How could he not withstand it and simply perish? Chen Jie cannot help but think, I must go see. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming rises directly to follow the maid. Hey, third miss, why are you leaving so abruptly? Chen Jie is momentarily taken aback, then quickly grabs the food box and hastens after her, saying, You haven't forgotten our previous agreement, have you? After all, they had discussed that after eating, she would accompany him to Miss Xiaorong and speak a few flattering words. Now that she has eaten a significant portion, she suddenly wishes to depart. Rest assured, I will handle this matter first. Once it is resolved, I shall accompany you to meet your fiancé, Lu Yiming declares, her confidence unwavering. The maid, a mere servant, has never doubted the integrity of her lady's words. Chen Jie, upon hearing this, adopts a serious demeanor, affirming, Indeed, I have never questioned your commitment. Although he had just harbored doubts, he could not express them openly. Of course, I am quite well, Lu Yiming retorts with a huff. Subsequently, Chen Jie finds himself at a loss for words, left to offer further compliments while following Lu Yiming. Before long, they arrive at a room. Upon entering, Chen Jie's pupils involuntarily constrict. Inside, two men lie sprawled, their bodies marred by countless wounds and drenched in blood. One young man is completely motionless, his abdomen still, having already succumbed to death. The other, a middle-aged man, remains alive yet is bound tightly to an iron cross, his body riddled with whip marks and burn scars. What kind of spies are these? Are they sent by a foreign nation or another family? Chen Jie is perplexed, though Lu Yiming offers no explanation. Instead, she and the plump maid commence mercilessly whipping the still-breathing middle-aged man, subjecting him to relentless interrogation. Yet the man remains surprisingly stoic, uttering not a word. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Chen Jie's curiosity piques, but he refrains from voicing his questions. Instead, he approaches the lifeless body of the so-called young spy. Feigning an interest in uncovering clues, he inspects the corpse with a cursory touch, and moments later, his abilities activate that a vision flashes before him, asking if he wishes to borrow the deceased's memories. Without hesitation, Chen Jie mentally resolves, read. After all, he had approached with this very purpose in mind. Retrieving the memories serves not only to satisfy his curiosity, but also to understand why Lu Yuming regards this matter with such gravity. He contemplates whether he might leverage this opportunity to influence his family's allocation of resources, persuading them to withdraw personnel from the pursuit of the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir, thereby securing it for himself. Soon enough, a stream of memories floods into Chen Jie's mind. He soon comprehends the situation. These two men had stealthily infiltrated a forest owned by the Lu family under the cover of night. This forest is under the jurisdiction of the third house, and thus, the men were apprehended by Lu Yuming's associates. This incident had occurred several days prior. However, the men remained tight-lipped about their true intentions, leading to the current predicament. What? The tomb of the martial sage Lei Hong. It lies beneath that forest. How is that possible? As Chen Jie processes the memories, his pupils constrict once more, and he trembles. Lu Yuming's interrogations have yielded little. She merely senses something amiss, prompting her relentless questioning. In a prestigious family like the Lu's, they are the lords of their domain, wielding the authority to deal with intruding vagabonds as they see fit. The martial sage Lei Hong was a renowned figure in his day, and his tomb might contain numerous treasures, such as powerful techniques. Chen Jie reflects, however, that the excavation of such a grand tomb would surely attract significant attention. Fraught with numerous traps, given his current status and strength, he realizes he has no hope of claiming anything from within. Though tempted, he quickly understands that the treasures within the martial sage's tomb are beyond his reach. Without informing the master's family, sneaking in under the cover of night to excavate would likely prove futile, as he would be met with certain death from the various traps. Thus, it is imperative that he report this information to the master's family and inform Lu Yuming. In no time, Chen Jie has formulated his thoughts. Moreover, this presents a splendid opportunity. Once the tomb of the martial sage is unearthed, the Lu family will undoubtedly dispatch a multitude of personnel to guard and excavate the site. Consequently, the second Miss forces will be drawn away, enabling him to procure the Nine Orifices Golden Elixir. Unexpectedly, during this delivery of food to Miss Xiaorong, he encounters Lu Yuming, leading to such a fortunate turn of events. Is this not the opportunity he has long awaited? Chen Jie muses, excitement bubbling within him. Previously, he had pondered how to persuade the second Miss to withdraw her men from the mountains, and now he has found a promising opportunity. However, conveying the existence of the martial sage's tomb below that very area to Lu Yuming poses a challenge that must be handled delicately to avoid exposing the source of this information and inadvertently revealing his ability to extract memories from the deceased. At this moment, Lu Yuming continues her interrogation of the nearly lifeless middle-aged man, yet he remains resolutely silent, even as he endures relentless torment. The two men had infiltrated that forest to gather intelligence, and they are now convinced that the tomb of the martial sage Lei Hong lies beneath. They have already conveyed this vital information to their kin via carrier pigeon. Their refusal to divulge any details stems from the fact that this opportunity was derived from a treasure map said to have been left by Lei Hong's descendants. This chance represents their family's hope for resurgence. Once a noble house in its own right, their lineage has suffered decline due to the wars among the various lords, leading to their eventual downfall and subsequent relegation to the status of wandering vagabonds. Now, driven by the desire to restore their family's glory, they believe the treasures within the tomb of the martial sage will be their salvation. After all, in the era of Lei Hong, he was unparalleled in strength, achieving the pinnacle of martial prowess. With this conviction, the two men refused to acknowledge or disclose the existence of the martial sage's tomb. Previously, they fabricated other excuses, claiming they had come to steal or gather intelligence on the Lu family. However, their inconsistent testimonies raised Lu Yuming's suspicions, prompting her to continue the interrogation. After some contemplation, Chen Jie takes the initiative to speak. Third Miss, since the interrogation has yielded little progress, might I attempt to assist? Lu Yuming turned her gaze towards Chen Jie, somewhat astonished. Previously, the servant had assisted the second young lady in unraveling a murder case, demonstrating a certain proficiency in such matters that, of course, it was merely a statement. If the third young lady was willing, the servant could give it a try. If not, it would be of no consequence to that moment. Chen Jie spoke again. Miss, It is true that Steward Chen previously solved a murder case, one that was rather intricate, with layers upon layers of complexity. However, he saw through it all. I have indeed heard of this matter at this juncture. The chubby maid beside Lu Yuming also interjected that I seemed to have heard a whisper of this affair. But I had not given it much thought. So, the person behind the rumors was you. Chen Jie? Lu Yuming responded. Very well. If that is the case, then assist me in conducting an interrogation, if you achieve results. I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly afterward. The servant expressed confidence in his ability to assist with the interrogation. Chen Jie then made a request. However, I have one condition, which is that no one may be present during the interrogation. What do you mean by that? The third young lady, Lu Yuming, along with her chubby maid and a few others behind her, were all taken aback. Why must there be no one present while you interrogate? Chen Jie explained with a bow. The method of interrogation involves secrets passed down from an elder. That elder forbade me from disclosing this information and even made a solemn oath to ensure it remained concealed. So I must ask for your understanding. Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuming and the others were left in stunned silence. If not, I fear I cannot assist with the interrogation, Chen Jie added. Such a matter exists. Lu Yuming furrowed her brows, her hands clasped against her ample bosom. However, after a slight smile graced her somewhat cherubic face, she nodded, saying, Very well, I shall grant your request. After all, it is a matter of desperate measures. With that, she turned to her attendants. Enough, all of you. Leave at once. Wait outside and do not allow anyone to disturb Steward Chen during the interrogation. The chubby maid and the other servants bowed respectfully, acknowledging, Yes, miss. Before retreating one by one. At this moment, Chen Jie looked at Lu Yuming seriously and said, Miss, you two must step outside for a moment. Lu Yuming's expression turned slightly awkward. I too must leave? Chen Jie, how bold of you. I am a young lady. Yet Chen Jie remained silent. Humph. In the end, Lu Yuming tossed her head, arms crossed over her chest, and huffily exited the room. Chapter 56. Interrogation afterward. The interrogation room was left with only Chen Jie and the battered middle-aged man. The reason Chen Jie insisted on interrogating this man alone was not due to any special methods he possessed, but rather a simple desire to eliminate the individual. Otherwise, it would be challenging for Chen Jie to explain the source of the information he had just gleaned regarding the location of the martial sage's tomb. By eliminating them, he could convincingly assert that all he had learned came from the dying man's lips, making the narrative seamless and unassailable. Reveal whatever you have, he demanded, his brow furrowing. The middle-aged man, though weakened, opened his swollen eyelids defiantly and spat towards Chen Jie. However, due to his frailty, the spit lacked vigor, and Chen Jie, already prepared, deftly sidestepped it. Originally, I intended to make your end quick, but given your attitude. Do not blame me, Chen Jie remarked, his expression turning cold. He then picked up some silver needles intended for interrogation and approached the middle-aged man, ruthlessly inserting them, eliciting anguished cries from the man. Having accessed the memories of this man's accomplice, Chen Jie knew of the harm they had inflicted upon innocent women during their travels, and thus he held no mercy in his actions. Outside, Lu Yuming and the others shuddered at the sounds emanating from within, privately lamenting Chen Jie's ruthless demeanor. What has Chen Jie done to elicit such screams? Lu Yuming mused. Could it be akin to what is described in plays, stabbing him afterwards? Surely, Chen Jie is not that depraved. Yet, the middle-aged man remained defiant, attempting once more to spit at Chen Jie, only to be evaded again. After tormenting him for a while, Chen Jie grew weary of the drawn-out process. He plunged a silver needle directly into the man's brain. In a short while, the middle-aged man convulsed violently before succumbing to death. In his final moments, he uttered, You shall not extract the truth from me. I require no such confession. I merely need your demise. Chen Jie replied with a low scoff, observing the man's transformation into a corpse. Shortly thereafter, a luminous screen appeared before Chen Jie, inquiring if he wished to borrow the deceased man's memories. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to proceed, seeking to compare the information with that from the previous accomplice, ensuring no inconsistencies existed. It would be quite troublesome if the prior accomplice had been deceived. However, the information regarding the tomb of Lei Hong in the middle-aged man's mind corroborated that of his partner. After confirming the alignment of their memories, Chen Jie was convinced that beneath that forest lay the potential resting place of the martial sage. Lei Hong. Miss, please enter. The interrogation has concluded. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jie tidied up the scene, ensuring no traces of wrongdoing remained. so as not to reveal that his actions had merely been to kill rather than conduct an interrogation. He then wiped his hands clean and stated, "The motives of these two men for entering the forest have been revealed at that moment." Lu Yuming promptly opened the door and walked in. "Is he dead?" she inquired, approaching the lifeless body of the middle-aged man, checking for breath. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she glanced at Chen Jie's abdomen, questioning, "You killed him? How could you?" Seeing the interrogated individual deceased, the others who had followed Lu Yuming into the room were also momentarily stunned that he is indeed dead, but prior to this, he had divulged his intentions. Chen Jie maintained his composure, replying, "Moreover, this information is of great significance. I shall only disclose it to you. Mississippi, please, step this way." Lu Yuming regarded Chen Jie thoughtfully, yet he remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. "You all may leave," she eventually commanded. After a moment's consideration, Lu Yuming waved her hand. "I wish to converse with Chen Jie in private. Fear not. While I am indeed a paragon of beauty and grace, he would not dare to disrespect me." "Yes, miss," the others replied, bowing as they took their leave. Lu Yuming then sat down on a nearby stone table, arms crossed over her ample bosom. "Now, tell me, what have you discovered? These two men, sneaking into the forest at night, what were they after? Were they here to survey the Lu family's affairs? To assassinate someone, or to steal something? Surely they do not aim to pilfer my undergarments or intimate apparel. How absurd." She tilted her fair face, pouting and blinking. "None of those." Chen Jie shook his head. Lu Yuming, taken aback, had not anticipated that all her guesses would be dismissed. Then what were they here for? She demanded, rising to her feet and approaching Chen Jie. "Spare me the suspense." Chen Jie chuckled. Having initially played coy due to the second young lady's haughty demeanor, seeing the third young lady so eager, he decided to be direct. They came in search of the location of the legendary martial sage Lei Hong's tomb. He continued, they had obtained a treasure map and traced their way here in their pursuit of revitalizing their family. They dared to venture forth, only to be captured by you. Furthermore, the two had likely already determined that the tomb of the martial sage was either beneath or near the forest, which had filled them with excitement. Miss Lu Yumling was equally astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief as she nearly leapt to her feet. "What? The tomb of the martial Saint Lei Hong is located beneath or near that forest. How can this be possible? Is it true?" It was only natural for Lu Yumling to be excited. After all, Lei Hong, the martial saint, was the foremost martial artist of the world over a century ago. A legendary figure in martial arts. However, after his death, his teachings had not been passed down, leaving a void that practitioners of martial arts had long lamented. If it is indeed true, as the middle-aged man had claimed, and I believe he was not deceiving us, then it stands to reason. Chen Jie continued, "During my interrogation, I took advantage of his momentary confusion. Moreover, prior to their capture, the two had already leaked information about the tomb's location to their accomplices nearby. Therefore, miss, if you have any interest in this martial saint's tomb, preparations must be made promptly. Otherwise, their kin may arrive first, claiming the treasures within." Chapter 57. Reporting the news at this point, Chen Jie ceased to elaborate. Having conveyed the majority of pertinent information that he had said enough, the exact location of the tomb had been roughly assessed by the two who had just perished, yet Chen Jie chose not to divulge this information, preferring that the Lu family mobilize their own personnel to excavate and search. This way, Lu Yujiao's faction would be compelled to mobilize a significant number of people. Meanwhile, during this period, Chen Jie could secure the Nine Orifice Golden Pill. After all, having provided the Lu family with such valuable intelligence, it would be unreasonable for him to gain nothing in return, granting the Lu family the opportunity to discover Lei Hong's tomb. He deemed it entirely justified to request a Nine Orifice Golden Pill. This matter was of great significance, and Chen Jie insisted on absolute confidentiality. This information must not be disclosed to anyone else. Lu Yuming, still in shock, took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I will report this matter to my family. If it can be verified that the martial saint's tomb indeed lies beneath, then it shall belong to the Lu family. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you are well rewarded. The Lu family will not neglect you. Do you have any particular rewards in mind? Speak freely. Of course, should you desire me, this well-endowed beauty, that is absolutely out of the question." "Thank you, Miss 3, Chen Jie replied, immediately bowing respectfully. "Please do not jest with me. As a mere servant, I dare not covet even a fraction of your grace." He continued, "It is an honor to serve the family. However, I kindly ask that when you report this matter, you remove my name from it. After all, once you report it, the family is bound to dispatch personnel to conduct excavations. Meanwhile, the second miss is still in another mountain searching for the Nine Orifice Golden Pill. Utilizing a considerable number of hands that I am in charge under the second miss. Should she discover that it was I who jeopardized her quest, I fear for my life. The second miss might well have me executed. Thus, I implore you to understand my concerns. Lu Yuming nodded in acknowledgement. Your concerns are not unfounded. Indeed, my second sister is quite heavy-hearted and rather domineering. She spoke earnestly. If excavations here disrupt the search in the mountains, there is a significant chance that you will be blamed. That being the case, fret not. Though I may be well endowed, I am not foolish. I will remember your contributions in this matter. Should we indeed discover the tomb, I will privately reward you. If not, it matters little. I will ensure your presence remains undisclosed, and you need not worry about the second miss punishing you. Upon hearing Lu Yuming's words, Chen Jie expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Miss 3. He smiled faintly, praising her once more. Your generosity and broad-mindedness are truly admirable, and I am deeply grateful that I, in truth. Chen Jie had formulated this approach to Lu Yuming after thoroughly contemplating her character. Having borrowed decades of memories from Steward Wu, who had spent ample time in the household and understood the third Mrs. temperament well. Therefore, Lu Yuming's reaction had long been anticipated by Chen Jie. Of course, I am broad-minded. I am quite ample in stature, she exclaimed with a playful tone. Now, I shall report to the family at once. With that, she turned to leave but paused after a few steps. Turning back to say, by the way, regarding your fiancée, Miss Xiaorong, I will come by to accompany you both for a while after I have reported to the family. Rest assured, I am a woman of my word. Once I promise something, I shall see it through. Your word is your bond, Miss, Chen Jie replied, bowing again to I am in complete admiration. Naturally, I am fair-skinned, beautiful, well-endowed, and of excellent character. I am the best lady in the world. Lu Yuming declared with a huff. Remember, be loyal, and you will surely be rewarded. Bring some fine food for Steward Chen, so he may take it to his fiancée, Miss Xiaorong, she instructed her servants before departing. Treat Steward Chen well. Give him whatever he desires, but only in terms of food and drink. If he asks for anyone to sleep with him or engage in such matters, that is absolutely out of the question. Chen Jie looked at Lu Yuming, somewhat speechless. Her subordinates appeared entirely unfazed by her remarks. Afterward, Lu Yuming left, and Chen Jie watched her retreating figure, his heart racing with excitement. It seemed that the tomb of the Marshal Saint Lei Hong he had reported might indeed be real. This revelation could grant the Lu family a tremendous opportunity. Yet, it was something Chen Jie had found difficult to acquire. Relinquishing it did not cause him any regret. He was finally on the brink of obtaining the Nine Orifice Golden Pill. Chen Jie was exhilarated. Furthermore, he had presented the Lu family with such a grand opportunity. Lu Yuming had previously stated that if they discovered the tomb, she would privately reward him. This prospect filled Chen Jie with great anticipation for the days to come. Subsequently, Chen Jie gathered the lavish food prepared by the third Mrs. trusted servants and, carrying the box of delicacies, made his way to find Miss Xiaorong. The preparations took considerable time, and as he waited for several hours, he could clearly sense the mobilization of family personnel. He understood that the third miss must have reported the news that as he walked, he overheard the steward's confidants bustling about, one of whom was declaring, the laundry house must also allocate some personnel, arrange for at least 20 strong male servants to be freed up immediately. Indeed, this was the Lu family, a true noble family, comparable to the palaces of a small nation in the western regions. It was vast, with numerous servants and various institutions. The laundry house, for instance, dealt with the creation and washing of garments. Everything related to clothing was processed here, including the very servant attire Chen Jie wore. Most of the workers in the laundry were women, but certain processes required robust men. There were also guards to maintain order, the majority of whom were male. The personnel to be allocated were among these male servants. I am Chen Jie, steward of the 2nd Branch S 8th District, Chen Jie declared, presenting his identity badge. I am here seeking the permission granted by the miss for my fiancée, Miss Xiaorong. The guard here inspected Chen Jie's jade tablet before permitting him to pass. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jie entered directly, carrying a food box, and arrived at the true location of Miss Xiaorong. At that moment, in this place, a portion of the female servants were engaged in washing clothes, blankets, and quilts, while another group was embroidering patterns onto garments. Miss Xiaorong was among those embroidering, having come here primarily to assist the second young lady in supervising and ensuring that the batch of clothing met the second young lady's requirements, both in quality and quantity. At this time, Miss Xiaorong was personally embroidering, an act she was not obliged to perform. This was likely her way of demonstrating loyalty to the second young lady and seeking to curry favor with her. Whether or not she embroidered was of little concern to Chen Jie, as it did not pertain to his interests. However, a figure standing close to Miss Xiaorong caught Chen Jie's attention, causing his pupils to constrict and his brow to furrow. The proximity of this figure to Miss Xiaorong suggested an intimate connection, and it was a man. Could this person be Miss Xiaorong's true beloved? Due to the angle from which he viewed them, Chen Jie could not discern the man's features, only his silhouette, and thus, he mused to himself. Chapter 58, Gong Pu. Who might this be? At that moment, Chen Jie promptly approached to inquire. After all, he was the rightful fiancé of Miss Xiaorong, bestowed upon her by the second young lady, and he had ample grounds to ask. Naturally, he could not simply ignore the situation or remain silent while observing. Upon hearing his voice, the young man turned to look at Chen Jie, his gaze appraising. Who are you? Chen Jie, you've come. Of course, Miss Xiaorong also spoke up, saying, by the way, let me introduce you both. Chen Jie, this is Brother Gong Pu. He is also in charge from the main house. Brother Gong, this is Chen Jie, the new steward of the second house in the 8th district. Upon hearing this, Gong Pu remarked, so you are the one the second young lady referred to as Miss Xiaorong's fiancé? Indeed, that is I. Chen Jie replied with a smile, that I am grateful for the second young lady's generous favor. By the way, I noticed that Brother Gong was offering many pointers to Miss Xiaorong regarding her embroidery. I would like to express my gratitude for your care towards my fiancé. Chen Jie concluded with a respectful gesture, although Chen Jie did not harbor particularly strong feelings for Miss Xiaorong. The second young lady had arranged their union, and he was therefore expected to spend more time with her. Thus, as long as this relationship existed, Chen Jie could not remain indifferent to other men's closeness to her. It was necessary to assert his claim. Do you have feelings for Miss Xiaorong? Unexpectedly, Gong Pu directly countered Chen Jie's inquiry. Brother Chen, let me ask you, do you truly care for Miss Xiaorong? Brother Gong, what do you mean by that? Chen Jie retorted, what position do you hold in asking whether I like Miss Xiaorong? Position, Gong Pu replied candidly. I have no qualms in telling you. My position is first and foremost as a friend, a good friend. Furthermore, I will be frank, I have feelings for Miss Xiaorong. As her admirer, I am asking you, how does my dual position qualify me to inquire? Oh, a good friend and admirer. Chen Jie's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, that position is indeed quite compelling that I should respond. Since you are so forthright, I shall be as well. To be honest, I cannot claim to have deep feelings for Miss Xiaorong at this moment. After all, the second young lady's betrothal was rather sudden for me. Initially, I believed Miss Xiaorong had someone else in her heart, and I even approached the second young lady to request the annulment of the engagement. However, I was surprised when Miss Xiaorong herself stated that she currently has no love interests. Therefore, the second young lady did not rescind the engagement. Now that I am engaged to her, I am naturally inclined to follow the second young lady's wishes and spend more time with Miss Xiaorong, hoping to cultivate feelings over time. If we were to marry in the future, I would certainly fulfill my responsibilities as her husband. However, upon recounting this, Chen Jie suddenly thought, since Miss Xiaorong has no one in her heart, does this mean, Brother Gong, that you are harboring unreciprocated feelings? Unrequited love is rather unfortunate, especially when the object of affection is already engaged. Therefore, I hope that moving forward, you can maintain a certain distance from my fiancée. Is this request unreasonable? Or do you disregard the second young lady and her engagement altogether? Yet, in response to Chen Jie's words, Gong Pu did not retreat. Though you are Miss Xiaorong's fiancé, you are still merely her fiancé, he stated. You expect to control her interactions with normal friends before marriage. That seems rather narrow-minded and twisted, does it not? I believe that request is a bit excessive. My interactions with Miss Xiaorong regarding household matters are unavoidable. Moreover, we have maintained our relationship within the bounds of propriety, without any impropriety whatsoever. Also, do not use the second young lady to pressure me. I certainly respect her. However, the engagement has yet to be formalized. I have feelings for Miss Xiaorong, and there is no need to conceal that. Although Miss Xiaorong claims she has no love interests, I believe my standing in her heart is slightly greater than yours. Therefore, I will not give up. especially since there are still 3 months until your wedding day. The second young lady can bestow an engagement, but she can also rescind it. If I can achieve something noteworthy, I may request the eldest young lady to petition the second young lady for my marriage to Miss Xiaorong. What could possibly be wrong with that? This is for Miss Xiaorong's benefit. After all, you do not seem to hold much affection for her, and she may not find happiness if she were to marry you. Yet I am quite certain of my feelings for her. Chen Jie's face turned slightly cold. So what you mean is, you intend to pry my fiancée away right before my eyes? Chen Jie said coldly, Do you think you can disregard me so easily? As a man, how do you think I should feel in such a situation? You would feel displeased, Gong Pu replied. Of course. I know that, but I do not care. Since you mentioned being a man, why don't we resolve this like men? Come, let us have a fight. I want to see how capable you are. If you cannot hold your own, then you should just be quiet. Oh, a fight? Chen Jie scoffed. Do you think I fear you, Gong? Bring it on. After all, Chen Jie had a slight understanding of this man and knew he had not cultivated internal strength. As long as Gong Pu had not attained such prowess, Chen Jie felt no fear. With the recent gifts of several robust blood pills from the second young lady, Chen Jie's strength had increased further. Coupled with Manager Wu's practical combat experience, dealing with Gong Pu was well within his capabilities. Enough talk. Gong Pu rolled up his sleeves and declared, Let us fight right here and now. In truth, after their exchange of words, the tension between Chen Jie and Gong Pu was palpable and could erupt at any moment. Throughout the entire exchange, Miss Xiaorong had remained silent, merely listening. Please, you two, do not resort to fighting. Dai was only at this moment that she spoke up. Brother Gong, my engagement to Chen Jie was bestowed by the young lady to my slight familiarity with you is understandable. And it is reasonable for him to feel a bit upset. However, I cannot completely disregard Brother Gong for your sake. In essence, she was maintaining neutrality, treating both parties equally. Chen Jie listened, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction toward Miss Xiaorong. However, he kept his thoughts to himself. Today's provocation from Gong Pu had indeed been intentional on Chen Jie's part. If Gong Pu were truly Miss Xiaorong's beloved or potential suitor, then stirring up a ruckus with him would ultimately serve a beneficial purpose. After all, once a conflict arose, Gong Pu would be deterred from employing any underhanded tactics against Chen Jie. Otherwise, he would certainly be suspected of foul play. At this point, the verbal sparring had achieved the effect Chen Jie desired. Seeing that Miss Xiaorong had intervened to halt the impending conflict, Chen Jie decided to withdraw and no longer pursue a confrontation with Gong Pu. Watch the fight. However, unexpectedly at this moment, Gong Pu disregarded Miss Xiaorong's words and resolutely charged towards Chen Jie, delivering a powerful punch. Clearly, his anger was on the rise. Perhaps it was that he did not wish to relinquish this opportunity. Aiming to suppress Chen Jie in one fell swoop, or to showcase his strength before Miss Xiaorong, demonstrating who among the two men was superior. Yet at that instant, Chen Jie stepped back, skillfully evading Gong Pu's fist with a deft maneuver. Since you insist on fighting, very well, I shall engage you. Simultaneously, Chen Jie's gaze turned icy, and his own temper flared. In confronting such a person, mere words would not suffice. It was imperative to subdue him on a physical level. Chapter 59. A severe beating him. Gong Pu was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his attack had been evaded. Clearly, he had not anticipated Chen Jie's agility. Nevertheless, he still held confidence, for among those who had not yet cultivated internal energy, he considered his own strength quite formidable. Thus, he pressed forward, taking 2 steps and launching attacks with both fists. Yet again, Chen Jie deftly sidestepped every strike. Gong Pu's martial arts were characterized by grand, sweeping moves, imbued with considerable power. Therefore, Chen Jie refrained from immediate retaliation, instead opting to retreat in rapid, nimble steps. Meanwhile, Miss Xiaorong appeared flustered, glancing anxiously from side to side. Stop fighting, both of you, please, she implored, yet she did not rush in to intervene, merely observing this juncture. The commotion between Chen Jie and Gong Pu had also attracted the attention of several household servants from the laundry courtyard. How did those two come to blows? Practicing martial arts is one thing, but this seems far from mere sparring. It appears to be an actual fight. It seems to be Gong Pu from the main house against Chen Jie from the second house. They could not possibly be engaged in normal sparring. It is said that Gong Pu is fond of Xiaorong, yet she is promised to Chen Jie, with their wedding set for 3 months hence. It seems these two have come to blows over that. Why does Chen Jie keep evading? It appears he cannot match Gong Pu, some remarked. After all, Chen Jie was significantly younger than Gong Pu and had yet to cultivate internal energy. He likely fell short in terms of strength and combat skills. Moreover, Gong Pu's martial style was fierce and relentless, delivering wave after wave of attacks. For those who had yet to cultivate internal energy, even 10 would not suffice to withstand him. Chen Jie is being foolish, engaging in a contest of strength with Gong Pu when it should be a battle of wits. Was this truly Chen Jie's choice? He must have been coerced. Gong Pu was insistent on throwing punches. What else could he do? It was indeed a pitiable situation. There was no avoiding a painful beating today, and he would undoubtedly lose face. The female laundry servants continued their work while gossiping incessantly, and even a few male servants cast curious glances. However, Chen Jie paid no heed to those around him. After all, without internal energy, his strength did not greatly differ from Gong Pu's. Necessitating complete focus at that moment, he narrowly dodged another blow. Humph, do you think being agile will allow you to evade forever? Gong Pu retorted, altering his technique, realizing that his left and right punches were failing to connect. He suddenly lunged forward, attacking both high and low. Yet, this was precisely the moment Chen Jie waited. As Gong Pu shifted his strategy, his energy began to wane. Thus, after dodging Gong Pu's strike aimed at his face, Chen Jie did not evade the subsequent attack directed at his abdomen. Instead, he executed a precise block with his palm. Following this, he surged forward with a powerful stride, delivering a crushing blow to Gong Pu's chest. Gong Pu attempted to counter with his other hand, using his elbow to deflect Chen Jie's strike. However, Chen Jie leaned forward, channeling power from his legs, waist, and shoulders, crashing into Gong Pu's shoulder with a resounding impact. Gong Pu was sent reeling, desperately trying to maintain his balance. Yet, Chen Jie did not afford him a moment's respite. He pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of sweeping punches. Initially, Gong Pu retreated and attempted to block with his arms. But after several strikes, he could no longer withstand the assault. A punch landed squarely on his abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Jie struck again from the left side. The blow connected with a resounding thud, instantly reddening Gong Pu's cheek and loosening a tooth. The force sent him reeling, dazed and disoriented. Just as he struggled to regain his footing, Chen Jie was already upon him once more, delivering a devastating punch that struck his jaw, causing agony to radiate through his mouth. Staggering back, Gong Pu was unable to steady himself before Chen Jie executed a powerful kick to his chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sliding across the floor, Gong Pu's chest convulsed painfully, and he writhed on the ground like a wounded insect. "How dare you act so arrogant before me?" Chen Jie declared, advancing with relentless kicks, refraining from pinning Gong Pu down for a savage beating. After all, Gong Pu still possessed considerable strength and had consumed several strength-enhancing pills. If Chen Jie were to grapple with him, it could devolve into a mere contest of brute force. Hence, Chen Jie struck and retreated, maintaining distance to avoid being caught. After all, he had the tactical mind of Wu Guanshi, coupled with decades of combat experience. After enduring 3 kicks, Gong Pu could no longer suppress his cries of pain. Yet just as Chen Jie prepared to land another kick, Gong Pu executed a roll, grasping Chen Jie's foot. Anticipating this, Chen Jie launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Gong Pu's head, causing blood to gush from his nose. Is it possible that Gong Pu has lost so easily? Chen Jie is surprisingly formidable. How did he turn the tide so swiftly, with such ferocity? This is truly remarkable. Gong Pu had been thoroughly bested, reduced to a pitiful state, blood streaming from his nose, appearing utterly desolate, unbeknownst to them. The stronger of the two was the younger Chen Jie. Meanwhile, the onlookers among the laundry servants could not contain their astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances and murmuring among themselves. "Gong Pu, are you ready to concede?" At that moment, Chen Jie added, "Will you dare to pursue my fiancée again?" As he spoke, he charged forward once more, delivering another kick to Gong Pu's abdomen. Gong Pu curled in pain, and just then, Xiao Rong rushed in front of him, blocking Chen Jie. Chapter 60. Bewilderment. Although Miss Xiao Rong had leaped forward to shield Gong Pu, Chen Jie felt little concern. After all, conflicts within the family would never escalate to the point of murder. He could not continue his assault indefinitely, as it could lead to dire consequences. With Miss Xiao Rong's intervention, it seemed an opportune moment to halt. "I have not lost. I refuse to concede. If you are brave, let us battle with weapons," Gong Pu declared defiantly. Unexpectedly, he continued, Fighting barehanded is not my strongest state. I am at my peak when armed. Should we engage with weapons, you would stand no chance against me. Chen Jie was left speechless. Having just endured a brutal beating, he still claimed he had not lost. Using weapons was indeed excessive. Nevertheless, Chen Jie shook his head and remarked, "Swords have no eyes. If one truly inflicts permanent harm upon the opponent, it would be detrimental to the family's assets. Such actions are unbecoming of us. I refuse to continue this fight with weapons." It was not as if they were using forged blades from Kaifeng. What was there to fear? Yet, to his surprise, Gong Pu had already risen, charging toward the rear left, unbeknownst to where he had procured a sword, and tossed an unsheathed knife to Chen Jie, exclaiming, "Enough of the nonsense. Let's continue the battle. You won't escape unscathed." Chen Jie caught the long knife thrown his way, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Initially, he had no desire to resort to weapons. This was indeed a bit much. In martial exchanges between families, weapons were seldom employed. In truth, Chen Jie was not afraid of Gong Pu, for he too had trained in the art of the blade under Wu Guan. However, given Gong Pu's aggressive demeanor, he had no choice but to retaliate. Clearly, Gong Pu felt aggrieved after being bested by Chen Jie moments ago and sought to reclaim his honor through armed confrontation. "Stop this fighting, Brother Gong. Please cease." At this moment, Miss Xiaorong interjected from the sidelines. However, she merely uttered these words without stepping in front of Chen Jie to shield him from Gong Pu's assault, which deepened Chen Jie's frown, revealing his dissatisfaction. Earlier, when Xiaorong had rushed forward to stand before Gong Pu, Chen Jie had not been angered. He believed that, had he lost, she might have intervened. Yet now, as Gong Pu confidently brandished a weapon against him, Xiaorong refrained from defending him, which felt somewhat hypocritical. Chen Jie understood that Xiaorong likely did not harbor any genuine affection for him, merely being bound by the engagement decreed by the Second Mississippi. His own feelings for her were not particularly strong. It was merely the obligation imposed upon them by their families that persisted. Observing her indifference towards him, Chen Jie felt a pang of discontent. Of course, it was also possible that she believed he could easily defeat Gong Pu, thus choosing not to interfere, or perhaps she was merely curious to see who would prevail in this armed conflict. For the time being, Chen Jie chose to remain silent. He raised his blade, still sheathed, to parry Gong Pu's descending strike. Meanwhile, the household servants of the Huan Yi courtyard continued to spectate, engaging in fervent discussions regarding the strength of Chen Jie and Gong Pu in their weaponized duel. Just as Chen Jie was about to make his move, a sudden voice rang out, "Taste my alluring jade leg." In that instant, a figure leaped forward with remarkable agility, far more formidable than either Chen Jie or Gong Pu. Like a leopard, it bounded twice before launching itself at Gong Pu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, sliding for quite a distance, leaving a trail of crimson blood in its wake. The sheer force of the kick had caused Gong Pu's body to scrape violently against the ground, tearing his clothing and breaking his skin. "Who dares?" Gong Pu seethed in fury, realizing he had been ambushed. However, upon recognizing the voice and lifting his gaze to see his assailant, he immediately fell silent, for it was none other than the third miss, Lu Yuma. "Esteemed miss, I am at your service at this moment." Miss Xiaorong and the other household servants respectfully bowed. Chen Jie was equally astonished, having not anticipated that Lu Yuma would personally intervene on his behalf. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly returned the gesture, saying, "This humble servant greets the Third Mississippi. There's no need for such formalities," Lu Yuma replied, stepping forward to assist Chen Jie, her hand gently resting on his. This elicited a tremor in Chen Jie, not due to the softness of her hand or the captivating fragrance of youth that enveloped her, but rather because of her demeanor towards him. It suggested that her recent report concerning the Lei Hong tomb had yielded favorable results. Only under such circumstances would she treat him in this manner. Chen Jie was keenly aware that Lu Yuma could not possibly harbor feelings for him, a mere servant. She had never been one to indulge in romantic notions. At least, that was his perception of her character. Why would she come to his aid? Wasn't he merely a steward from the second branch? What was happening? Meanwhile, the gathered servants exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion palpable. Miss Xiaorong shot a puzzled look at Chen Jie and then at Lu Yuma. Why are you two engaging in such internecine conflict? Yet Lu Yuma refrained from openly declaring her assistance to Chen Jie. Mindful of her previous conversation where he expressed a desire to distance himself from the Lei Hong tomb affair to avoid incurring the second Mrs. Wrath, having recently received familial praise for her report, Lu Yuma was cautious not to appear overly biased towards Chen Jie, lest the second miss, Lu Yujiao, deduce that he was the one behind the information. Thus, Lu Yuma maintained a facade of propriety as she addressed the situation. "This is outrageous," she declared. "Bring that Gong Pu here. Give him 30 lashes. "Yes, miss." Immediately, 2 tall guards stepped forward, dragging the already injured Gong Pu aside to commence his punishment. The sound of the whip cracking echoed in the air. "This is unjust. It was I and Chen Jie who fought. Why must I alone bear the punishment?" Gong Pu exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Although he was a steward of the first branch, he was no more than an equal to other stewards. A legitimate daughter like Lu Yuma could reprimand him as she pleased, unless he were a favored steward under the protection of a particular lady. Yet Gong Pu had yet to attain such standing, leaving him with little recourse but to voice his grievances in vain. "What is happening here?" Miss Xiaorong was equally perplexed. The surrounding servants exchanged whispers of astonishment. As for Chen Jie, he reflected on the time he had forcefully consumed Gong Pu's meal due to his hunger. Lu Yuma, sensing the need for clarification, addressed the onlookers. "I owe him a small favor, hence I shall absolve him of his punishment." Then turning to Xiaorong, she remarked, "You must be Xiaorong, Chen Jie's fiancée. He mentioned you to me before. He prepared a meal for you, did he not? How fortunate you are to have such a good fiancé. However, I was famished at the time and took the liberty of consuming his dish. I hope you do not take offense." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to understand the situation, while Xiaorong grasped the reason for Lu Yuma's favorable treatment of Chen Jie, casting an astonished glance between the two. "Chen Jie is indeed fortunate," she acknowledged, "and I am gradually coming to terms with our engagement." Lu Yuma, fulfilling her promise, gently patted Xiaorong's shoulder, advising, "Stay by his side, marry him, and bear his children. You shall not want for blessings." As the esteemed daughter of the family, such public praise for Chen Jie was indeed a significant gesture. Xiaorong, taken aback, did not expect Lu Yuma to speak so highly of him. "Thank you, third miss," she replied respectfully. "I feel fortunate to have Chen Jie as my fiancé, though the engagement came rather suddenly, and I need time to fully accept it." The surrounding servants continued to murmur in astonishment. "Chen Jie has indeed won the favor of the third miss. This fellow, who previously garnered the favor of the second miss, now finds himself favored by the third miss as well. What is going on with this lad? He has yet to master any internal strength, yet he appears to possess such fortune. I can't help but feel envious. Is it truly the case that knowing how to cook brings such benefits? By mere chance, one can even win the admiration of a young lady. While it may not equate to capturing her heart, the fact remains that a mere servant is unworthy of such affection and cannot harbor such thoughts. Nevertheless, to gain the favor of a young lady is indeed quite a remarkable achievement. Henceforth, I too must diligently hone my culinary skills. One by one, they whispered amongst themselves at that moment, after fulfilling her promise. The third miss did not engage in further conversation with Miss Xiaorong. Instead, she addressed Chen Jie, saying, "Chen Jie, come here for a moment. I have a few words I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Chen Jie understood that the third miss likely wanted to speak to him regarding the earlier report about the Lei Hong tomb to the family. "Yes, Mississippi." Chen Jie respectfully clasped his hands and approached her for a brief conversation. Indeed, the third miss merely informed Chen Jie that she had reported the news to the family and that it had garnered their attention. Finally, the third miss added that should anything be unearthed, Chen Jie would surely benefit from it. Furthermore, if nothing were to be discovered, he would not be held accountable, so he need not worry. To his surprise, the third miss, who generally appeared to be quite playful, exhibited a thoughtful demeanor when it came to serious matters. With this, the situation seemed to pose no detriment to Chen Jie. "Thank you, third miss," he replied, immediately adopting a deeply moved expression, clasping his hands with tears in his eyes, and saying, "Your concern for a mere servant like me is profoundly appreciated." While Chen Jie was indeed a bit touched, it was not to the extent of shedding tears. Yet, having absorbed the wisdom of Manager Wu, he recognized that as a servant, it was essential to demonstrate loyalty and foster goodwill with the masters. This was, after all, a means of survival. Thus, he exaggerated his emotions, feigning tears in his eyes. Why acting skills are surprisingly commendable. He mused internally, feeling a sense of pride in his performance. Do not be overly moved. This young lady is simply of such a good nature. At that moment, the third miss raised her fair chin and proudly adjusted her bosom, declaring with a sense of self-satisfaction. Chen Jie, however, found himself unable to bask in his own pride, as he began to suspect that it was not his acting prowess that elicited such a response, but rather the third miss's own vanity. How unfair. This is truly unjust. Meanwhile, on the other side, after being whipped, Gong Pu trembled and lamented. It was merely a sparring match. Others in the household have engaged in similar activities. Why am I the only one punished? Is it simply because I lack culinary skills? Are you dissatisfied? At that moment, the third miss cast her beautiful gaze toward him. Do you wish to receive 10 more lashes? And no, I dare not. I am not dissatisfied, Gong Pu stammered, trembling all over. I am quite content. Oh, since you are so satisfied, it indicates that you were whipped quite well, the third miss replied innocently. Turning to the two burly men who had administered the punishment. Then you should give him 10 more lashes, as he seems so pleased. You have worked hard. Please continue providing him with satisfactory service. Upon hearing this, Gong Pu's face stiffened, and he wore a smile that was more sorrowful than laughter. Yes, Mississippi. At that moment, one of the burly men sneered. It is no trouble to serve the Mississippi. The other man chimed in with a grin. Indeed, we ought to provide him with further service. No, Gong Pu quickly interjected. I am actually not satisfied. I am not satisfied? Oh, not satisfied, the third miss retorted. Then you too must intensify your efforts until he is satisfied. Gong Pu felt as though he might weep. Should he be satisfied or not? Just then, another figure stepped forward, a refined and handsome middle-aged man. That I implore the second miss to spare Manager Gong. He bowed respectfully and continued. Manager Gong merely acted impulsively. He would never harbor any disrespect toward you. Miss, thank you, Uncle Jiang, Gong Pu responded, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, recognizing that even at such a moment, someone had come to plead for him. I was once good friends with your father. The middle-aged man replied. I cannot turn a blind eye. Even if the miss wishes to impose punishment, I must shamelessly plead for leniency. Having said that, he bowed to the third miss once more. If the miss insists on continuing to punish Gong Pu, I kindly ask that you allow me to share in the burden. Jiang Shu, do you think your service to me has earned you any merit? The third miss said. You believe I would spare this thoughtless Gong Pu for the sake of a mere steward like you? Upon hearing this, the household servants collectively held their breath, nearly suffocating from the tension. Indeed, you are correct. I will, however. Just then, the third miss unexpectedly shifted her tone, smiling as she declared, you do have some merit with me. Since you have this face, I will grant you this favor. Let Gong Pu off this time. Do not trouble him any further. Thank you, third miss. Jiang Shu immediately expressed his gratitude with a loud bow. Jiang Shu? At this moment, Chen Jie scrutinized the middle-aged man. Realizing he was Jiang Kuan's uncle, notably, after his arrival, he observed that Miss Xiaorong's gaze toward him seemed a tad too gentle. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment, leaving Chen Jie uncertain if he had misinterpreted her expression. Chapter 62. The Binding of a Wife. Afterward, Chen Jie began to wonder if he was overthinking things. If Miss Xiaorong truly had someone in her heart, why had she denied and rejected his proposal to withdraw the engagement the last time they spoke? Initially, he had believed Jiang Yi to be her beloved, but it now appeared he had been mistaken. After all, Jiang Yi had categorically denied any such connection in front of the second Mississippi. Miss Xiaorong also firmly denied it, making it improbable. If it were false, it would mean deceiving the second miss, who despised being misled. Ironically, Gong Pu, who had just been punished, seemed more inclined toward her. He genuinely liked Miss Xiaorong. Even knowing she had been promised to Chen Jie by the second miss, yet he still displayed a competitive spirit. As for Jiang Shu, he was considerably older than both Gong Pu and Miss Xiaorong, and he was already married. Moreover, his wife was in good health, unlike Jiang Ye's wife, who was bedridden with illness. Furthermore, Chen Jie recalled that Miss Xiaorong had not interacted much with Jiang Shu. Just then, as Chen Jie pondered these thoughts, a commotion erupted. What is happening? What is all this fuss about? The third miss, Lu Yumong, furrowed her brow and inquired, can you servants not learn to be more mature and composed in your actions? Chen Jie, too, felt puzzled by the uproar. However, he found himself somewhat speechless at the third miss's words, as her own behavior rarely exemplified maturity and composure. Report to the third miss, someone has died, a trembling young servant announced. Died? Who has died? Lu Yuming was taken aback. Generally, fatalities were rare within the family. Servants were strictly forbidden from causing harm to one another, as each servant was considered the property of the master. Even the severely disabled, like the 83, were not condemned to death, as they still held some value for performing minor tasks in bed.at. That moment, Chen Jie merely glanced at the reporting servant without dwelling too much on it. The deceased is manager Jiang Shu's wife, but the messenger added a single line. What? Chen Jie exclaimed in astonishment. What? Lu Yuming echoed, glancing at Jiangshu beside her before continuing. Why did she die? What was the cause? Due to the fact that Jiangshu's wife is a servant of the third house, she falls under the management of the third young lady. Therefore, upon her death, the news was reported to the third young lady. In a large family like the Lu family, which resembles a small nation, intermarriage among servants of different houses is quite common. After all, the genetic diversity among servants is essential for the health of their offspring. Moreover, the young ladies and young masters from various houses do not necessarily have discordant relationships. Many of them share amicable, even intimate connections. Consequently, the unions among their respective servants occur quite naturally. However, some awkward situations can arise, such as when a pair of servant spouses have children, yet their respective masters suddenly find themselves in conflict or engaged in power struggles. This can complicate matters significantly, potentially leading to their relegation to less favorable positions or even dangerous tasks like mining. Of course, such occurrences are merely a possibility and not particularly frequent. As a result, when choosing their partners, servants often consider various factors. Those with a conservative disposition may refrain from uniting with servants from other houses. In any case, Jiangshu's wife has unexpectedly passed away. What? My wife? No. At this moment, Jiangshu's face reflects shock and disbelief as he exclaims, how could this happen? Where? The individual who discovered the body has made a preliminary assessment, suggesting that during her training, she may have succumbed to a fit of madness, causing her internal energy to run amok within her meridians, ultimately leading to her death from a ruptured vessel. The person reporting the incident paid no heed to Jiangshu's distress and continued to address Lu Yuming with utmost respect. Lu Yuming, momentarily taken aback, felt relieved that it was not a homicide. She did not dwell on it further. Had it been a murder, akin to the incident involving Mo Lian, an investigation would have been necessary. However, in cases like this, where the demise was due to a mishap in martial training leading to accidental death, there's nothing more to be done but ensure a proper burial. There have been several similar instances within the family, with individuals succumbing to such fates every year. Since Jiangshu's wife had cultivated her internal energy, it was expected that this energy would circulate within her body, providing her with strength far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Yet, with great power comes great risk. The manipulation of internal energy carries inherent dangers if one practices the wrong techniques or experiences a disruption in their meridians. It could lead to fatal consequences. Generally, martial artists are cautious in their training and opt for reliable techniques, with the family providing only well-tested methods. Unexpected events, however, are inevitable. Even ordinary citizens can meet with fatal accidents while simply walking by a river, let alone those engaged in martial arts. The pursuit of extraordinary strength is fraught with peril. Aunt Jiang has actually died, Chen Jie noted, observing that Miss Shearing also appeared somewhat stunned. Sister-in-law. Wasn't she perfectly fine just before? At this time, Gong Pu's face bore a look of sorrow. Shortly thereafter, the person delivering the news led the way, and Lu Yuming set off towards the scene of the death. Chen Jie, you should accompany me, Lu Yuming added, but do not misunderstand. It is not that I harbor any affection for you, that I merely wish for you to observe, given your previous prowess in solving cases. Rest assured, Mississippi, I am fully aware of my station and would never entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Chen Jie replied with a resigned smile. There is no need for such elaborate reassurances. As they sprinted towards the scene, Jiangshu led the way with a face full of grief, followed closely by Miss Xiaorong and others. Gong Pu, being injured, was supported by someone as they moved forward, for it seemed they had some prior acquaintance with Jiang Guan's wife. Before reaching their destination, Chen Jie noticed Jiang Yi running towards them. Clearly having heard the news. As the nephew of Jiangshu, he could not remain indifferent to his aunt's misfortune. Soon, they arrived at the scene of Jiangshu's wife's death. Chen Jie surveyed the area and saw a middle-aged woman with a square face sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her head tilted unnaturally. She had already lost her breath, with blood at the corners of her mouth and a crimson stain before her. Some parts of her skin had split open, and the garments around the wounds were soaked in blood. It appeared that she had met her demise due to a mishap during her training, causing her internal energy to explode within her body. My lady, Jiangshu cried out in anguish, rushing to embrace his wife's legs. Choking back tears as he lamented, I warned you not to push yourself so hard in your martial practice. Why did you never heed my advice? Now, you have left me. Tears streamed down his face, evoking deep sorrow in those who witnessed the scene. Chapter 63. Memories. Chen Jie, take a closer look, Lu Yuming instructed. Yes, miss, Chen Jie replied respectfully, stepping forward to feign an examination of Jiang Shu's wife's corpse. As he pretended to search for clues, Jiang Shu, sensing Chen Jie's approach, prudently stepped back to avoid disturbing the scene, allowing Chen Jie to conduct his investigation. What do you see? Are there any issues? At this moment, Chen Jie had yet to activate his cognitive abilities, but the third young lady pressed, "Do not remain silent. Share your observations with me. I detest men who play coy. You must be forthright." Chen Jie remained speechless but understood her intent. The blood before him appeared to be from a case of hemoptysis, while the bloodstains nearby were the result of ruptured skin, with blood flowing from the wounds and soaking her clothing. It was indeed a case of accidental death due to a fit of madness, likely originating from ruptures in her legs, arms, shoulders, back, and abdomen. The internal organs had been compromised, causing a surge of blood and resulting in her spitting blood. Chen Jie could only articulate his findings based on his observations, drawing the attention of those around him. "My lady, I implored you not to exert yourself so in your martial practices," Jiang Shu lamented again. His sorrow palpable. "Sister-in-law, how could you have been well one moment and gone the next? I remember when I visited, you made me several meals that I have not forgotten." Gong Pu, supported by others, expressed his grief. "Aunt, indeed, she practiced diligently and relentlessly," Jiang Yi added, tears in his eyes. "Who would have thought that life could be so unpredictable? It is truly arduous to cultivate martial skills, and one must contend with the risk of accidental death from a fit of madness." Miss Shearing remarked nearby, "This confirms that she perished due to a fit of madness." Lu Yiming nodded in agreement. "She sought to excel and contribute to the family, and it is for this that she has perished. Rest assured, the family will not let down those who strive for its betterment, and neither will I. Thank you, third young lady, for your kindness. If my wife could hear your words, I believe she would take great comfort in them." Jiang Shu responded. Lu Yiming dismissed his compliments, stating, "I possess a natural excellence. There is no need for you to extol me. Of course," she waved her hand dismissively, "but now, a life is at stake, and I am not inclined to listen to flattery. How could a person, in good health, suddenly pass away without leaving even a child behind? It is truly tragic." Chen Jie, listening to the third young lady's self-praise, felt at a loss for words at such a time. She was engaged in self-adulation while claiming to despise flattery. Yet, others were not surprised. They were well accustomed to her nature. Only Chen Jie, who usually stayed with the second house, found it somewhat disconcerting. Just then, a shimmering vision flashed before Chen Jie's eyes, displaying the message, "The thoughts of the deceased have been accessed. Would you like to retrieve this information?" Chen Jie remained puzzled about the nature of this cognitive ability. "At this moment, I have come to understand that one must make contact with the deceased's skin. After a certain period, it will be triggered." With unwavering determination, Chen Jie immediately activated his abilities. After all, the sudden descent into madness of Jiang Shu's wife, although it appeared to be an accident, felt inherently wrong to Chen Jie on an instinctual level. Soon, the reading concluded, and he was struck by a sensation akin to being struck by lightning. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged into Chen Jie's mind. Every fragment of Jiang Shu's wife's life. This woman, too, hailed from a family of servants. Her parents were also servants, and she grew up within the Lu household. Unlike Chen Jie, who had no parental presence, she was accompanied by her parents, who were in charge at that time. As she blossomed into adolescence, she found herself enamored with the young master on one occasion. She was taken advantage of by him, yet he did not marry her. In a drunken stupor, he failed to acknowledge her, as she was not particularly beautiful. It was only inebriation that drove him to such impulsive actions. Upon regaining his senses, he feared the embarrassment of being discovered to have consorted with a servant of ordinary looks, thus he denied it altogether. Moreover, she was not pregnant, and as a servant, she lacked the courage to act otherwise. Drowning her sorrows in tears, for an extended period, she remained ensnared in her melancholia. However, during this time, she refrained from self-destructive behaviors, instead dedicating herself to martial arts practice. Ironically, this commitment led to notable progress. She not only cultivated her inner strength but also enhanced her understanding of martial techniques, thereby elevating her status among the numerous female servants of the family. It was during this phase that she met Jiang Shu. Jiang Shu was strikingly handsome, possessed a natural talent for martial arts, and excelled in scholarly pursuits, marking himself as a paragon among the younger generation of the family. He sought her guidance in martial arts, and as an elder sister, she generously imparted her knowledge. In the aftermath of their interactions, it did not take long for her to develop feelings for Jiang Shu, initially unaware of her emotions. She felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing him surrounded by other female servants, at which point she realized her affection for him. However, burdened by her past and her perceived lack of beauty, she felt a sense of inferiority and hesitated to express her feelings. Yet, Jiangshu remained oblivious to the affections of the other female servants and frequently sought her out for martial arts advice. One fateful night, under the influence of alcohol, she could no longer restrain herself and kissed Jiangshu, who unexpectedly confessed his feelings for her as well, leading to their union in due course, with the assistance of her parents. Jiangshu ascended to a managerial position at a young age, and his martial skills flourished. Tragically, his parents met their demise while attending to family matters, reportedly at the hands of a martial arts master from a rival clan. This calamity fueled her determination to train even harder, postponing childbirth until her martial prowess reached a certain level. Jiangshu, respecting her wishes, agreed, stating that they were still young and that children were not of utmost importance. Years passed until, not long ago, she inadvertently stumbled upon a martial arts manual. According to its records, mastery of this technique would grant immense power in her quest for vengeance. She resolved to cultivate it. Jiangshu, upon learning of her intentions, attempted to dissuade her, but she remained steadfast, prompting him to respect and support her decision. Subsequently, she began her training in this new martial art, withholding the manual from the family. However, not long after, she sensed something amiss. Her internal energy became increasingly difficult to control. Initially attributing it to an adjustment period as indicated in the manual, she continued her practice up until this point. The memories of this woman's life appeared quite ordinary, just as Chen Jie presumed matters were simply as he perceived, believing he had overthought the situation regarding the martial issues faced by this woman. He was soon confronted with a disturbing memory. It depicted the woman on the brink of death, her body racked with agony, yet still clinging to life within that very training chamber. To his shock, the figures of Xiao Rong and Jiangshu emerged. Chapter 64. A betrayal. In this moment, Jiangshu and Xiao Rong were entwined, fingers interlaced in a display of intimacy. Meanwhile, Jiangshu's wife, bloodied and with cracked skin, widened her eyes in disbelief as she beheld the scene before her. You too? When did this happen? Is it not true that the martial arts manual I obtained was orchestrated by you both? You anticipated my ambition in martial arts, knowing I would not present this manual to the family, and instead would succumb to greed and practice it in secret. Jiangshu, oh Jiangshu, after all these years of marriage, I have wronged you in no way. I have supported your rise to power, aiding your progress in martial arts, and this is how you repay me. When I sought to practice the manual, you feigned concern, dissuading me, yet you knew I would pursue it regardless, did you not? I never imagined you to be such a person. I misjudged you. As she spoke these words, profound sorrow enveloped her, the pain in her eyes suffocating. Was it true that Jiangshu was truly in love with Xiao Rong? A chill coursed through Chen Jie's heart. So my earlier instincts were not mistaken? After all, I have borrowed the minds and wisdom of several individuals, and I am no longer an ordinary adolescent. The cumulative insights of these individuals have bestowed upon me a perceptiveness that sets me apart from typical youths. It was perhaps for this reason that I sensed something peculiar between Jiangshu and Xiao Rong. Yet, if they were indeed in love, why did Xiao Rong refuse when I suggested the withdrawal of the marriage contract with the second young lady? These fleeting thoughts raced through Chen Jie's mind as he continued to observe. In the memories, Jiangshu could not help but sneer. You, worthless woman, not only are you unattractive, but you also refuse to bear me children. After all these years devoted solely to your martial training, you return home to find not a single warm meal, and you dare to voice complaints. I was blind to marry you. Indeed, the manual you possess was our design. Did you think it mere coincidence that you discovered such a manual? I intentionally dissuaded you, knowing full well you would ignore my counsel. After all, you are selfish and self-absorbed, just as you refuse to bear children. You resolutely pursued this manual, and now it is your own doing. Do not blame me, dear wife. Please, upon your demise, I shall marry Xiao Rong, for she is the one who truly loves me. Together, we shall bear children and find happiness. Unlike you, she is not selfish or self-centered. She is the one with whom I wish to spend my life. Jiangshu continued. Xiao Rong, I never expected you to be such a shameless person. At that moment, Jiangshu's wife weakly retorted, You have seduced my husband. You are over a decade younger than him, and yet you dare to pursue him. Moreover, I have heard you were betrothed to the second young lady. How could you betray her and pursue my husband? How do you justify your actions to your fiancé? And where do you place the second young lady? You do not understand Jiangshu's worth. You should relinquish him to me. You are unworthy to be Jiang Shu's wife. Yet Xiaorong boldly replied, you will never comprehend the bond Jiang Shu and I share. Someone like you, devoid of love and consumed by hatred, cannot grasp what true love entails. As for my engagement, you need not concern yourself. My fiancé is utterly foolish. While I may have initially expressed my dissatisfaction quite directly, he suspects I have feelings for another. Yet he has never considered Jiang Shu that he foolishly believes Jiang Yi is my beloved. Jiang Yi is deeply devoted to his wife. How could he ever be my beloved? I am close to Jiang Shu because of our mutual affection. However, this has only led to misunderstandings with my foolish fiancé, which have even reached the ears of the second young lady. Quite amusing, really, but it matters not. He shall never uncover the truth. As for the second young lady's engagement, we shall resolve that ourselves. In fact, you could have simply agreed beforehand. The second young lady is my marriage. Jiang Shu then remarked, given the current circumstances, we must eliminate Chen Jie. That's imperative. At that moment, I never anticipated that Chen Jie would suddenly request the second miss to retract the marriage contract. Miss Shearing also stated, the incident occurred rather unexpectedly, so I didn't think much of it at the time. I spoke impulsively. After all, brother Jiang Shu, you still have this woman as an obstacle, which prevents us from being together for now. If the second miss were to annul my engagement with Chen Jie, she might subsequently bestow me upon another, which would indeed be troublesome. Thus, I thought it wiser to let him serve as a shield for the time being, considering Chen Jie's foolishness and believing that Jiang Yi is my beloved. It seems that his previous success in the Mo Lian case was merely due to the advantage of long-term interaction with the Mo family. Besides, I still have Gong Pu, this second fool, to utilize that I could make Chen Jie believe that his rival is Gong Pu, allowing everyone to witness the conflict between them. When the opportunity arises, we can dispose of Chen Jie, and all suspicion will fall upon Gong Pu, sparing us from blame. Indeed, this is a sound plan. Jiang Shu nodded in agreement. Chen Jie merely possesses some knowledge in mathematics but lacks the ability to cultivate inner strength. We should find an opportunity to eliminate him. We have 3 months. He will undoubtedly venture out at some point, and then I shall crush him. Let Gong Pu take the blame. Why then? This wretched woman will be gone, and I will be free to pursue the eldest Mississippi. Surely, she will understand my years of service to her. The eldest miss maintains a cordial relationship with the second miss, so securing her betrothal to me should pose no issue. At that time, we shall wed, and I will cherish you for a lifetime. I trust you will also remain devoted to me. Miss Shearing embraced Jiang Shu, adding, as for Chen Jie, we cannot be blamed. It is merely unfortunate that he crossed our paths. Moreover, that imbecile had the audacity to leverage the mining district list against me, demanding blood tonic and silver. I have long harbored disdain for him. It is only fitting to eliminate him, allowing him to serve as the stepping stone to our happiness. You two scoundrels. Meanwhile, Jiang Shu's wife, seated cross-legged on the bed, spat blood upon hearing their cruel intentions. Such a vicious heart. Are you not afraid that your scheme will be unveiled, leading to the wrath of family regulations descending upon you both? She exclaimed, laughing bitterly. However, Miss Xiaorong shook her head. You think too much, aunt. You will perish due to your own folly, leaving no evidence behind. Your ability to speak now is only because we wish to observe your reactions. Soon, we shall sever the vessels in your throat, rendering you mute as you languish here. Meanwhile, we will roam elsewhere, creating ample alibis. No one will suspect us. The clandestine bestowal of that technique to you was a mere recent affair, and any evidence of it has long since vanished. Your demise will ultimately be attributed to your own greed and concealment of the technique, failing to report the family's circumstances, and recklessly practicing martial arts. What relevance does it hold for us? As for Chen Jie, he is merely an insignificant pest. Jiang Shu coldly scoffed. I can eliminate him with a mere flick of my hand. Thereafter, this pair of scoundrels ceased their idle banter. Jiang Shu advanced, channeling his inner strength to strike at the woman's throat. The internal force surged, rupturing the vessels of her throat, causing a torrent of blood to flow forth. The woman on the bed opened her mouth in vain, unable to produce sound. Her limbs, too, had suffered damage to their meridians, rendering her immobile. She could only sit there, cross-legged on the bed, glaring with hatred as the scoundrels departed. Chapter 65. The acquisition of the pill once the door to the cultivation chamber closed. Despair enveloped the woman's heart. The chamber was meticulously sealed and soundproofed, designed to prevent disturbances during martial training. Individuals like Chen Jie, who had yet to cultivate inner strength, needed to continuously hone their physical bodies outdoors. Those who had achieved inner strength required quietude to meditate and circulate their energy. Typically, a tranquil environment was essential for optimal training results. As for the outcome, it was unsurprising. The woman perished within the cultivation chamber. Her life's memories came to an abrupt end there. Xiaorong and Jiangshu indeed possessed hearts as cold as ice, employing such ruthless tactics. Chen Jie, upon witnessing the scene, felt a chill in his heart. These two scoundrels intend to tread over my corpse to be together? What wrong have I committed? After assuming my responsibilities, Xiaorong forbade me from altering the upper lists, and I acquiesced. I merely rescued an Uncle Mo. I agreed to various conditions, seizing the opportunity to request a blood tonic and several taels of silver. What's amiss with that? Wasn't that rather modest? I could have easily refused her. As for the marriage contract, it was the second miss who abruptly arranged it. Furthermore, I sensed that Xiaorong harbored affections for another, and I proactively petitioned the second miss, risking reprimand from the eldest miss, hoping to retract the arrangement and grant her freedom. Yet she stubbornly refused to annul the engagement. Was it because if the arrangement were rescinded, Jiangshu would be unable to swiftly deal with the first wife? Fearing that the sudden resolution of the first wife would appear too suspect, so I am to be used as a shield and must be eliminated. Chen Jie's heart filled with resolve. You two scoundrels. If you seek to end my life, I shall preemptively eliminate you. However, it was unfortunate that within Jiangshu's wife's memories, Chen Jie discovered no evidence of reconciliation. He could not directly expose Jiangshu and Xiaorong's malevolence nor utilize the family regulations to bind them. Should I relay this information to the third miss? Chen Jie pondered, ultimately shaking his head in decision not to speak. For indeed, there was no evidence. Voicing it would result in nothing more than speculation, which could easily be construed as slander. In the end, it would harm Xiaorong and Jiangshu not at all, but rather provoke their vigilance. After all, the third miss had mobilized a substantial number of family members due to the matter concerning the thunderstorm tomb, and the second miss's associates would soon be dragged into the fray. Subsequently, Chen Jie mused, at that time, I shall enter the mountains, acquire the 9 apertures golden pill, and upon my transformation, I shall no longer fear Jiangshu and Xiaorong. We shall see then who perishes first. Ultimately, Chen Jie said nothing. The third miss, Lu Yaming, arranged for the body to be dealt with and offered a few words of consolation to Jiangshu. Jiangshu continued to feign sorrow, showcasing his impressive acting skills. Had Chen Jie not delved into his wife's mind, he might have never perceived Jiangshu's true, malicious nature. Jiang Yi, Gong Pu, and others surrounding them expressed their grief. But they quickly took their leave, stating they would return to pay their respects once the funeral was held. After all, they were merely household servants with their own matters to attend to. The recent death had a connection to them, allowing for a brief visit. Now that everything was settled, lingering any longer was unwarranted. Who would have thought that aunt would depart so suddenly? Miss Xiaorong feigned sadness as she spoke. The deceased has passed. May you find solace. Observing this, Chen Jie addressed Xiaorong. Moreover, Xiaorong, I reiterate, if you have affections for another, I hope you can confide in me. I remain willing to accompany you to the second miss to plead for her to retract the marriage. After all, a forced marriage bears no sweetness. The second miss, while domineering, is still considerate. She desires our union to ensure our happiness and family. What are you saying, Chen Jie? I have told you, I do not have affections for anyone. At this moment, Xiaorong continued, you wouldn't misinterpret Gong Pu, would you? He is merely infatuated with me, but he does not qualify as my beloved. Of course, I must clarify that I do not currently harbor feelings for you. But since the second miss has commanded it, I believe we can continue to spend time together and see how things progress. Very well, since you say so, let it be so. Chen Jie smirked slightly, saying, since there is nothing further here, I shall return. There are matters requiring my attention in the 8th district of the second house. By the way, Chen Jie, thank you for the food you sent. At this moment, Miss Xiaorong added, although the dishes you personally prepared were consumed by the third miss, I truly enjoyed the provisions you sent afterward and appreciated your thoughtfulness. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Chen Jie smiled faintly, choosing not to say anything further as he turned to leave. Previously, he had considered granting these two misguided souls another chance. After all, if Xiaorong were willing to accompany Chen Jie before the second miss and beseech her to retract the engagement, the conflict between Chen Jie and Jiangshu could be resolved. However, It was evident that they still believed that Jiang Shu's wife had recently passed, and given that Jiang Shu had not achieved any recent merits, it would be inappropriate for him to request assistance from the eldest miss to pursue Xiaorong. Thus, they stubbornly clung to their original plan, utilizing Chen Jie as a shield for Xiaorong, continuing to present him as her fiancé. Perhaps once Jiang Shu achieved some merit and the turmoil surrounding his wife's death subsided, they would turn their attention to Chen Jie. It seemed that this pair truly regarded me as insignificant, determined to trample upon me to ascend. As Chen Jie reflected on this during his walk back, he concluded that, for the time being, they likely would not act against him. He still had some time to secure the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir. After all, within the estate, he held no fear of the two. What truly concerned him was the possibility that, should he be compelled to venture outside, his inadequate martial prowess might provide them an opportunity to eliminate him. Upon arriving at the 8th district of the Second Manor, Chen Jie learned that the Second Miss had already ordered a significant number of guards to withdraw from the mountains where the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir was hidden. By the following day, the majority of the forces had retreated, leaving only a small contingent behind to continue a sporadic search. The departing personnel had already set off to assist the family in excavating the site of the Lei Hong tomb. Chen Jie had not been dispatched to join the search for the Grand Tomb. Instead, he remained within the estate, managing the affairs of the 8th district. On that fateful afternoon, after arranging everything, Chen Jie ventured into the mountains. The remaining search party was lackadaisical, especially since the second miss was no longer supervising them. Their cursory searches were merely a pretext for idleness, lacking the previously established extensive perimeter of vigilance. Consequently, Chen Jie easily evaded them and entered the mountainous region. Soon, he arrived at the designated area within the forest. Upon entering the cave, he navigated several turns until he reached the precise location where the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir was concealed. Ha! The 9 Aperture Golden Elixir shall finally be mine, Chen Jie exclaimed internally, exhilaration coursing through him as he retrieved his prepared tools to commence the excavation of the elixir from its stony confines. In the past, Manager Wu had discovered this natural crevice within the cave, secured the elixir in a vial, and then tossed the vial into the depths of the crevice, subsequently sealing it with appropriately sized stones to conceal it. Thus, the crevice appeared deceptively deep, and any attempt to probe it would only encounter the stones that Manager Wu had used to fill it. Furthermore, due to the seamless manner in which the stones had been fitted, directly retrieving the vial was not feasible. Employing an iron rod to disrupt the stones would likely shatter them, but it could also risk breaking the vial containing the elixir, given the depth of the crevice. Reaching in to extract the elixir from the rubble posed a significant challenge. Thus, armed with a hammer and an iron chisel, Chen Jie surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before swiftly springing into action. He pressed the chisel against the rocky wall of the crevice and struck it forcefully with the hammer. The collision produced a resounding clang, and as the hammer met the chisel, a crack echoed through the cave. The hammer's impact drove deeper into the rocky wall, causing fragments to protrude into the crevice. Chen Jie, wielding the chisel, leveraged his legs, waist, and arms to pry at the stones with fervor, dislodging numerous rocks. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to be discovered. At that moment, Chen Jie dared not be complacent, for he was intent on unearthing the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir. Thus, he resorted to this method, which, while effective, was also noisy. He needed to work rapidly. Even if someone heard the commotion, as long as he could secure the elixir before anyone arrived, he could make a hasty escape with another strike. The hammer and chisel clashed again, and the rocky wall crumbled once more. Chen Jie repeated this action with remarkable speed, and fortunately, having consumed several blood-strengthening pills, his stamina and strength had significantly increased. Otherwise, he would not have been able to maintain such pace. However, despite his efforts, as he widened the crevice and paused to catch his breath, he realized he was drenched in sweat. The cave, by nature, was considerably cooler than the outside world, yet here he was, perspiring profusely. This was due in part to the intensity of his exertion and the immense psychological pressure he felt, without the luxury of rest. Chen Jie plunged back into the enlarging crevice, taking up the iron chisel once more, and forcefully struck the wall at the bottom. Finally, the wall crumbled, revealing a concealed space. Releasing the hammer, he thrust one hand into a small opening, prying out a diamond-shaped stone that had been placed there by Manager Wu. Not wanting to dwell on it, he released the chisel and extended his other hand deeper into the crevice. where he indeed felt a bottle-like object. It was still there, just as he had remembered from Manager Wu's recollections. Chen Jie was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing as he thought, the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir. At long last, you are within my grasp. In that moment, Chen Jie was filled with profound emotion. He had exerted tremendous effort to obtain this elixir. It felt as though ages had passed since he first learned of its existence. Back then, Uncle Mo was still alive, yet now he had passed away. It was truly a case of the world has changed, though, in reality, it had not yet been a month since Manager Wu's burial. To Chen Jie, it felt like an eternity. He had initially thought that by borrowing Manager Wu's insights, he could simply retrieve the 9 Aperture Golden Elixir within a day or two. Little did he know that the second miss would seal off this area of the mountains. Fearing that Manager Wu's son and lover might find a way to claim the elixir first, Chen Jie had to first erase any signs of the cave before the second miss ordered the troops to withdraw. And he had to unearth the Lei Hong tomb's information to report to the family. Finally, after all this effort, he had secured the elixir. Reflecting on it, he realized just how arduous this journey had been. As a result, Chen Jie felt a slight moisture in his eyes. On one hand, he was deeply moved by the culmination of his efforts. On the other hand, the thought of having consumed this elixir and finally stepping into the realm of true martial artists filled him with excitement. Nevertheless, despite his elation, Chen Jie remained quite clear-headed. After all, he had borrowed the wisdom of several deceased individuals, acquiring their life experiences. He was no longer an ordinary Navi youth. He understood that his earlier reckless excavation, although the guards dispatched by the second young lady were quite distant, might still have attracted attention. Thus, he needed to make a swift exit. Consequently, after retrieving the vial of the elixir, he scarcely paused to examine it before preparing to leave. Before departing, however, Chen Jie casually took the hammer and all with him. These items could not be left behind. Otherwise, if the second young lady's men arrived, they might discover something amiss. Yet, as long as the hammer and all were removed, unless the guards were particularly observant, they would likely not notice any changes in the cave, given the myriad of winding tunnels within. Moreover, most of the second young lady's subordinates had gone to excavate Lei Hong's tomb, leaving only a few behind who were not even tasked with searching the cave. They had no recollection of what the cave had previously looked like, making it improbable for them to notice the enlarged crevice. However, leaving the hammer and all behind would be a different story. If those individuals stumbled upon the awl and hammer and reported back to the second young lady, her keen intellect would easily deduce that the 9 Orifices Golden Pill had been hidden there. Furthermore, upon her team's departure, someone had seized the opportunity to take it away. It was even possible that she would surmise that the culprit was one of her own subordinates. In such a scenario, Chen Jie would find himself in a predicament. Hence, it was imperative to carry away both the hammer and all. After vacating the cave, Chen Jie concealed himself in a nearby cavern, observing the surroundings. He had expected the guards sent by the second young lady to rush over upon hearing the noise he had made. However, it soon became apparent that Chen Jie had overestimated the situation. For days, the search for the golden pill had yielded no results, and the searchers had long since given up, consumed by despair. Some even speculated that the golden pill was no longer hidden within the mountains. Without the second young lady's supervision, they had become lax, indulging in drink and rest after the intense labor imposed upon them previously. They had not come to scour this area at all. This was fortuitous. Thus, when he later consumed the golden pill, his aptitude transformed. Shedding his former self, he would likely not arouse the second young lady's suspicions regarding the 9 Orifices Golden Pill. Chen Jie mused silently. Considering that at just over 14 years of age, it was not uncommon for a youth of his age to experience a sudden awakening during training, subsequently embarking on the path of martial arts with notable progress. Chapter 67. Encounter. Following this, Chen Jie prepared to return with the elixir. Since the 9 Orifices Golden Pill could not be ingested directly, it needed to be consumed gradually with water to facilitate digestion. Moreover, it was said that, despite the small quantity, its potency was formidable, necessitating a tranquil and safe environment for proper assimilation. Otherwise, one risked adverse effects rather than benefits. However, as Chen Jie made his way back under the cover of night, a figure suddenly materialized not far from him, colliding directly with him. Bathed in the faint moonlight, he recognized the individual as a robust youth. Although Chen Jie had never seen this boy in person, he instinctively identified him, for he was none other than the illegitimate son of Steward Wu. Being the son of Steward Wu, Chen Jie was quite familiar with his demeanor. Thus, he immediately recognized him. At that moment, the boy was lurking in the shadows of the woods, and it was evident he was there in search of the Nine Orifices Golden Pill, having received communication from Steward Wu regarding its location. Chen Jie swiftly turned to flee. As he was currently masked, if he could escape quickly, the boy would not ascertain his identity. Yet, unexpectedly, the burly youth gave chase, pursuing him with fervor. "Halt!" he growled, threateningly demanding to know the source of the noise he had just heard. Whether it was Chen Jie who had caused it, and if he possessed knowledge of the golden pill's whereabouts, the boy had discerned that Chen Jie lacked internal energy, which allowed him to catch up swiftly. Furthermore, his speed was impressive, nearly overtaking Chen Jie, which raised Chen Jie's apprehension. Nevertheless, it was apparent that the youth had not cultivated internal energy, providing Chen Jie with some relief. However, based on the boy's speed, it was possible that his physical prowess exceeded Chen Jie's. More accurately, their strengths were likely comparable. After all, running faster merely indicated that his leg muscles were more developed, suggesting that his overall strength might surpass Chen Jie's current capabilities. Nevertheless, Chen Jie speculated that the boy's combat experience and proficiency were likely inferior to his own, as he had drawn from the memories of several deceased individuals, including not only Steward Wu but also 2 spies who had previously explored Lei Hong's tomb. They possessed considerable experience in life and death struggles, augmenting Chen Jie's own abilities. Thus, the situation entailed that while Chen Jie may have been slightly weaker in raw strength, he likely held an advantage in combat experience and skill. Consequently, their abilities were probably quite similar. "What do you want from me, brother?" Chen Jie inquired. "How could I possibly have the Nine Orifices Golden Pill? Indeed, I entered seeking it, but the noise from the cave was not my doing. If you insist on pursuing me, what benefit do we gain if we recognize each other and report back to our families, only to face the young lady's wrath? Are you planning to kill me? Surely, you jest. You suddenly accuse me of possessing the golden pill and insist on my demise. I am not afraid of you, I assure you. However, do not let the true bearer of the golden pill escape." Chen Jie framed his hasty retreat as a fear of identity exposure to their families. Yet, the burly youth remained relentless, gradually closing the distance. "Could you be Wu De? At that moment, Chen Jie's eyes darted. And he quickly added, "I am Gong Pu, a close associate of Steward Wu. I recognize you now. You are indeed the son of Wu Shu. Wu De. What a misunderstanding. We are family." Chen Jie recalled that before Steward Wu's demise, he had mentioned having an illegitimate son and had even introduced Chen Jie to him and his mother, though he had only observed them from afar. "What?" The youth's expression shifted dramatically. "You are Gong Pu. My father actually shared this with you?" After all, such matters were typically known only to a select few. Chen Jie, having accessed Steward Wu's memories, was privy to this information. "Indeed, Wu Shu informed me that you are 2 years my senior." Chen Jie continued, "I discreetly assisted Wu Shu while at the Lu family. He saved my life once. When Wu Shu was subjected to severe torture by the second young lady, he revealed nothing to her. In the end, I was the one who helped him pass on. As he indicated to me that he was suffering greatly, he understood the young lady's temperament. Revealing anything would result in death regardless. Thus, he chose silence, hoping only to end his suffering sooner. It was I who, under the guise of aiding in the execution, facilitated his departure." "What?" The youth's expression changed again. "You were the one who helped my father pass on." "Yes," Chen Jie nodded, sighing. "That is indeed the case. However, I do not know how you feel about it. Do you harbor resentment towards me for ending his life, or are you grateful for alleviating his pain?" "Of course, I am grateful." The youth sighed. My father spoke of the second young lady's tyrannical nature and ruthless methods. To perish under her hand is indeed a stroke of fortune. "Thank you, brother Gong Pu. You truly startled me, Wu Gu," Chen Jie remarked. "The moment you spotted me, you pursued me relentlessly, leading me to believe that the second miss had orchestrated this, intending for us to harbor ulterior motives and secretly seek out the elixir of life." "That sound of stone striking," the youth before him inquired. "Was it truly not your doing? How could it possibly be me? I have no idea where the elixir is located," Chen Jie replied, shaking his head. "Uncle Wu usually does not disclose anything to the young lady. Do you think he would confide in me? I merely entered here on a whim, searching about. I thought I heard a noise from that direction. So I came to investigate. To my surprise, I encountered you, and right away, you pursued me. My martial skills are lacking, with no internal energy to speak of, and my physique is not particularly robust. All I could do was flee. Initially, I suspected that you had taken the elixir and intended to silence me, which startled me. Could it be that my father was seen when he concealed the elixir? At this moment, the stout youth furrowed his brow. Pondering, is it possible that the markings in the cave were altered, which is why I cannot locate the exact position? Or am I simply muddled and unable to find it? Or could it be that the second miss of the Liu family conducted a haphazard search, disrupting the marks left by my father? At this juncture, he did not harbor much suspicion toward Chen Jie, for Chen had spoken of various matters concerning his father. Moreover, he recognized him as the illegitimate son of Steward Wu and was aware that he had a living mother. These revelations made him subconsciously trust Chen Jie to some extent. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Jie was subtly guiding the stout youth through an uneven terrain. This area was strewn with fallen leaves, concealing numerous pits dug by the household servants. Chen Jie had previously traversed this region and was familiar with the environment, yet the stout youth evidently lacked such knowledge at this moment. The information imparted by Chen Jie unsettled his already wavering mind, causing him to instinctively follow Chen's lead. Suddenly, he stepped awkwardly, causing his body to tilt precariously. Of course, he immediately extended his arms to stabilize himself, striving to regain his footing. Death! At that instant, Chen Jie sprang into action with lethal intent. He surged forward like a venomous serpent, delivering a diagonal slash aimed at the stout youth. Chapter 68. You? The stout youth was taken aback, quickly realizing he had fallen into a trap. Chen Jie had intentionally revealed information about his father and had pointed out his identity as an illegitimate child. Such details, which he believed should remain unknown to outsiders, being disclosed so suddenly left him indeed shaken. Furthermore, he had unwittingly stepped awkwardly, and now, at this moment of ambush, he comprehended that everything was a scheme devised by the youth before him. Yet, he could not fathom how Chen Jie had come to know of his illegitimate status. Was Chen indeed a trusted confidant of his father? Did he possess knowledge of the elixir's location? Perhaps, before his death, his father had sought to secure an insurance policy by revealing the whereabouts of the elixir and his own identity, intending to keep it for himself. These were the fleeting thoughts that raced through the stout youth's mind. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Faced with the descending blade, he swiftly twisted his waist and threw his shoulder back, desperately attempting to evade the strike. In the darkness, as Chen Jie's blade swept through the air, it cleaved a fallen leaf in two but did not penetrate the stout youth's flesh. His evasion had been swift enough. Although his feet made little change, his upper body twisted backward, narrowly avoiding the upward slash from Chen Jie. After all, his strength surpassed that of Chen Jie, enabling him to react more quickly, particularly in close quarters. However, at this moment, Chen Jie let out a cold snort within his heart, with both hands gripping the blade. He pivoted his arms, angling the blade downward. With forceful movements from his shoulders and waist, he delivered a diagonal slash from above, striking downwards from right to left. Simultaneously, Chen Jie lunged forward, closing the distance. The blade hovered above the stout youth, who could only propel himself backward with great urgency to avoid the descending strike. Yet, he was not quick enough. Chen Jie had already launched a second attack. In his effort to evade the first strike, he had already expended considerable strength, and his body was not in an optimal position to execute a sudden leap. With a piercing sound, Chen Jie's blade found its mark against the stout youth's chest, the sharp edge slicing through clothing and skin, causing blood to gush forth and stain both his garment and the blade crimson. Still, the blade continued its descent, threatening to sever bones within his chest. Fortunately, the force from his previous retreat had been considerable, allowing him to veer away just in time, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. Nevertheless, the wound, deep enough to expose bone, sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, blood continuing to spurt uncontrollably. You betrayed my father? At this moment, fury erupted in the stout youth's eyes, for in his mind, Chen Jie had undoubtedly been a confidant of his father, which was how he had acquired such information and recognized his identity. Yet now, Chen Jie was betraying his father and attempting to take his life. Naturally, he could only utter a few words, as he was now gravely injured and devoid of fighting spirit, clutching his wounded chest. He immediately turned and fled, relying on his speed to escape. However, it proved futile. At that moment, Chen Jie surged forward a few steps, utilizing his agility to kick a stone on the ground, sending it flying. With a resounding thud, it struck the stout youth's right knee, causing him to stumble. After all, he was already wounded, his speed diminished, his mind was not as clear as before, and coupled with Chen Jie's clever maneuvering, Though he lacked the stout youth's strength, Chen's application of power was beyond what the youth could match. This kick, a feat that an ordinary youth could not accomplish, required decades of training to master. Yet, Chen Jie had inherited this skill seamlessly. As the stout youth stumbled and fell, Chen Jie charged forward, raising his blade for another strike. Unexpectedly, the stout youth executed a roll, narrowly evading the blow. Nonetheless, it was of little use. Chen Jie swiftly redirected the blade for a slicing attack, nearly severing his left arm. A cry of pain escaped him, and he propelled himself forward with a fierce kick. However, this time, his intent was not to create distance but to lunge at Chen Jie. After all, his strength exceeded Chen's. If they could grapple closely, perhaps he still had a chance. Yet, having absorbed the martial experiences of several individuals, Chen Jie was far too astute to fall for such a clumsy tactic. He stepped forward, pivoted his body, and effortlessly evaded the stout youth's desperate lunge. Concurrently, Chen Jie's blade turned sharply, descending with force. With a sickening sound, the stout youth raised his right arm in a futile attempt to grasp the blade's back, seeking to block it, only to have his arm severed cleanly by Chen Jie's strike. He cried out once more, "Help! Jin!" At the same time, he yearned to shout louder, desperate to inform others that the Jin Dan lay right here, urging them to come quickly and seize it. Earlier, he had refrained from calling out, believing he could still evade capture. After all, he was not of the Lu family. Should the few remaining subordinates left by the young lady discover him, and should those formidable masters apprehend him, it would surely spell his demise. However, Chen Jie, as a mere servant of the Lu family, could assert that he had ventured into the forest seeking the Jin Dan for the second young lady. It was of no consequence, especially since the second young lady had not barred access to this area. Thus, there were no issues to contend with, despite the fact that everyone was aware his actions might stem from self-interest. Ultimately, it would not warrant a death sentence. Moreover, Chen Jie held a position of responsibility. Therefore, he had initially kept silent. Yet, at this juncture, it was futile to call out, for in the next moment, Chen Jie swiftly pivoted, his blade flashing through the darkness, slicing through the skin of his throat, and severing his trachea. Blood gushed forth, abruptly silencing his words, leaving only intermittent gasps that in mere moments. Filled with unwillingness, he cast a final glance at Chen Jie before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "I had no intention of killing you." Chen Jie coldly regarded the corpse before him, reflecting inwardly, "But you insisted on entangling yourself with me, courting your own demise." Simultaneously, a flicker of fear lingered within Chen Jie. After all, the strength of the robust youth posed a genuine threat to him, surpassing Chen Jie in power. Had the encounter turned into a struggle, and if he had failed to manage the situation, being ensnared in close combat could have proved disastrous, potentially resulting in his death and the loss of the Jin Dan. Fortunately, through skillful words, he had managed to influence the youth's mind, coupled with his inherited experience in combat, thus eliminating him. Chapter 69. Reinforcement. I am still too weak. Chen Jie lamented inwardly. It is fortunate that I encountered this fellow, who lacked inner strength. Had I inadvertently crossed paths with a master of internal energy in this shadowy forest, adhering to the principle of better to kill an innocent than let one escape, I would surely have met my end. He resolved to depart swiftly and seek a means to digest the 9 Orifices Jin Dan, for that was of utmost importance. Subsequently, Chen Jie hastily left, but not before dragging the corpse to a large tree, where he disposed of it in a pit previously dug by the household servants in search of the Jin Dan. He then covered the body with some of the loosened earth and scattered a few weeds atop, concealing the remains to prevent the second young lady's remaining subordinates from discovering the corpse and launching an investigation. Having completed this task, Chen Jie swiftly made his exit. Throughout his return journey, he remained tense, his heart racing with trepidation at the thought of encountering other skilled fighters that he feared that these masters, acting indiscriminately, might eliminate him without hesitation. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution. Luckily, perhaps due to his prior reconnaissance of the surroundings, the journey back was relatively smooth, and he encountered no further individuals. The other masters within the estate did not obstruct his path, primarily because most of the elite subordinates of the second young lady had been dispatched to search for Lei Hong's tomb, leaving behind only a handful of ineffectual individuals, many of whom were inebriated and languid. Chen Jie had initially worried he might encounter Wu Guanshi's lover, the mother of the robust youth he had just slain. From the memories gleaned from Wu Guanshi's mind, this woman possessed inner strength as well. At present, Chen Jie was by no means her match. Fortunately, Everything unfolded smoothly. It was possible that the robust youth had come alone to seek the Jin Dan, or perhaps the woman had arrived, but was searching in another area. Regardless, she did not impede Chen Jie's progress. He resolved to digest the Jin Dan and cultivate his internal energy. This was the path he must pursue. Upon returning to his quarters, Chen Jie closed the door, removed his night attire, and promptly entered the bath, eager to cleanse himself of the grime. Meanwhile, he mused, without inner strength, I remain woefully inadequate. There are many who seek my life now. The brother-in-law of 83. Ning Guanshi, Jiang Shu. These individuals seemingly possess inner strength. Some may appear otherwise, yet I cannot ascertain their true capabilities. It is also possible that Zhao Yang and his companions, 83, 84, and 86, harbor discontent. Furthermore, that fool Gong Pu, though Ms. Xiaorong merely exploits him, might genuinely view me as a rival and seek to eliminate me. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Jie recognized the imperative to grow stronger. He must hasten his ascent. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jie quickly emerged from the bath. He took a towel to dry himself and retrieved the precious jade vial containing the 9 Orifices Jin Dan. However, it was already late, and he opted not to consume the elixir immediately. His venture into the mountains and subsequent skirmish with Wu Guanshi's illegitimate son had consumed considerable time. Now that he was back in his room, having washed up, it was quite late, and dawn was imminent. As a steward, he had matters to attend to at first light. The time available was insufficient for him to fully absorb the medicinal properties of the Jin Dan. Adequate time and a suitable environment were necessary for such an endeavor. Thus, Chen Jie had no choice but to postpone it. He then retired for the night and soon fell asleep. Not long after, the crowing of roosters heralded the arrival of dawn. Chen Jie roused himself, invigorated, and promptly got out of bed. After washing up, he immediately set out to fulfill his duties as a steward, ensuring that he performed his responsibilities flawlessly to avoid arousing suspicion regarding his late-night excursion into the mountains for the elixir. However, Chen Jie was taken aback when he received a command from the head steward of the second house, instructing him to take some personnel from the second house to the tea house for support. He surmised that personnel had been dispatched to assist in excavating Lei Hong's tomb, resulting in a shortage of hands at the tea house, necessitating his assistance. Ordinarily, this order would pose no issue. Yet, Chen Jie recalled the brother-in-law of 83, who seemed to be employed at the tea house. Now, Chen Jie would be venturing into the territory of the Fu family to work. This realization instilled a sense of crisis within him. If the Fu family sought vengeance for 83, they might take this opportunity to retaliate against him. After all, he was unfamiliar with the environment there. It was, after all, their territory. Moreover, the Fu family seemed to possess considerable martial prowess. Should that individual seize the chance to ambush him while he was alone or find a way to isolate him, it could lead to dire consequences. I have one day left. I must digest the medicinal properties of the 9 Orifices Jin Dan. I will consume it tonight. Under the vigilant watch of Chen Jie, he immediately began to contemplate in silence. Before long, night fell. Fortunately, that evening was relatively uneventful. After Chen Jie had taken care of everything, he returned to his accommodation. He prepared a bath barrel filled with ice water and took the precaution of locking the door to avoid any disturbances. For additional security, he summoned Ba Shirba to help guard the entrance, informing him that he was to cultivate and requested not to be disturbed. Ba Shirba, now following Chen Jie, was living a far better life than before. He obeyed Chen Jie without question, quietly standing guard at the door, which pleased Chen Jie immensely. Once everything was settled, Chen Jie returned to his room and locked the door once more. At last, he retrieved the jade vial again. As he slowly opened the vial, a rich fragrance wafted forth, instantly refreshing his spirit. Without delay, Chen Jie poured out the elixir contained within the vial, revealing a yellow pill that exuded an enticing aroma. Hesitant to consume it directly, he carefully sliced off a small piece with a knife, returning the remainder to the vial and sealing it once more before placing the small piece into his mouth. As soon as the piece touched his tongue, it began to dissolve, filling his mouth with a delightful fragrance. Soon, it transformed into a warm current that Chen Jie swallowed down into his abdomen. Moments later, he felt a fiery sensation within, as if he had ingested several potent chili peppers. This warmth coursed through every part of his body, and he distinctly felt his limbs brimming with newfound strength. Even as the heat and discomfort intensified, as if his body might burst from the pressure, Chen Jie quickly shed his clothing and plunged into the prepared bath barrel, primarily to cool down his overheated body. Drawing in a sharp breath, he felt a considerable relief and could not suppress a groan of satisfaction. Chapter 70. Refinement. After absorbing the medicinal properties of the elixir within the icy water, Chen Jie emerged from the barrel and began practicing his body refinement technique within the confines of his room. He aimed to transform the energy coursing through him into internal strength. This world's martial arts emphasized the refinement of essence into qi, for internal strength is a form of qi. It is said that the origins of martial arts can be traced back to ancient cultivation practices. Qi is the precursor to strength. If one were to cultivate it to perfection, they could transcend to immortality, achieving the status of a martial immortal. Thus, in order to cultivate internal strength, one must invigorate their essence, allowing it to surge and flow. Then, using specialized training methods, this essence can be refined into an extraordinary internal power. Chen Jie was well aware of this method of body refinement, as it had been passed down through his family. Steward Wu had successfully cultivated internal strength using this very technique. Therefore, as Chen Jie practiced this body refinement method, he did so with fluidity and proficiency. This technique was known as the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Method. As he practiced, he embodied both dragon and tiger. At times he moved like a serpent, and at others, he lunged like a tiger. Each movement required the coordination of various body parts. For instance, a simple lunge demanded simultaneous strength from the arms, with each hand adopting different postures and force. His legs also moved differently, with his toes gripping the ground, channeling the vitality of his entire body. Simultaneously, in his mind, he envisioned transforming into the forms of the dragon and tiger. Despite having obtained the Nine Orifices Golden Pill, Chen Jie was uncertain whether he could cultivate internal strength. Thus, he immersed himself in practice. After a while, he was drenched in sweat, noticing that his skin had expelled some dark perspiration. Upon seeing this, Chen Jie felt a surge of joy, for according to the martial arts manuals he had studied, this phenomenon indicated the expulsion of impurities from within his body, signifying a gradual transformation. This was also a precursor to the cultivation of internal strength. Elated, Chen Jie intensified his training. Eventually, fatigue enveloped him, and he sensed that the energy absorbed from the Nine Orifices Golden Pill had been fully digested. Without hesitation, he retrieved the pill once more, slicing off another small piece before sealing the remainder back in the vial. He placed the small piece into his mouth, allowing it to dissolve before swallowing it whole. Soon after, he felt a renewed warmth spreading throughout his body, causing his skin to emit a faint glow. The heat was intense, as if he were engulfed in flames. Chen Jie hastily returned to his prepared ice tub, submerging himself entirely while occasionally allowing his nose to break the surface for air. He had prepared ample ice, harvested through the use of nitrate, which was routinely needed for various tasks in the family's second branch. Thus, he was unconcerned about any inquiries from the family, as he had discreetly set aside a portion for himself. During this period, he had been preparing to digest the Nine Orifices Golden Pill. Having long plotted to acquire it, the icy temperature allowed Chen Jie to suppress the searing heat within, enabling his body to gradually absorb the new potency. Furthermore, since the consumption of the Nine Orifices Golden Pill necessitated the cooling effect of ice water, Steward Wu had refrained from taking it in the mountains, knowing that without ice water to temper it, the pill's potency could be lethal, even in minuscule amounts. Chen Jie continued to rely on the ice water to stabilize his body temperature, allowing the medicinal properties to be absorbed. At this moment, he felt his earlier fatigue dissipate, replaced by a surge of energy, as if he could easily run 30 miles without breaking a sweat. The same dosage of the elixir was now far more tolerable. With renewed determination, Chen Jie rose and resumed practicing the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Method within his room. This time, he noticed that the dark sweat expelled from his body was considerably less than before, filling him with joy that he understood that the impurities within him had significantly diminished. Moreover, he realized that his strength had indeed increased. While practicing the same martial art, his speed had improved compared to earlier. At this rate, it seemed likely that he would soon cultivate internal strength. He wondered whether he might achieve this tonight, for tomorrow he might have to lead a group to the tea house, where he would potentially face the lethal intent of his sister-in-law and brother-in-law from the 83rd branch. Although he could take his time, the imminent danger urged Chen Jie to hasten his progress. Thus, he continued his rigorous training without pause. Once again, he retrieved the Nine Orifices Golden Pill, slicing off another thin piece to consume, following it with ice water to suppress the heat, before continuing to refine his body. This cycle repeated 5 times. Just as Chen Jie began to doubt his ability to cultivate internal strength, questioning whether he lacked the innate talent for martial arts, or if the Nine Orifices Golden Pill was not as miraculous as rumored, He suddenly felt a faint warmth coiling in his abdomen during his practice. Though this warmth was subtle, Chen Jie keenly sensed the difference as the warmth circulated. He felt a surge of power emanating from his abdomen, invigorating his waist and entire frame. Was this the internal strength? Chen Jie could not resist closing his eyes to savor the sensations within his abdomen. Indeed, he could vaguely perceive a small, yellow-sized vortex rotating within his dantian. It had come to fruition. He had finally cultivated internal strength and become a true martial artist. Recalling the memories of Steward Wu's accomplishments, Chen Jie was certain of his success. Moreover, I have yet to finish the Jiao Chao Jin Dan. I have only consumed 5 small slices. Truly, the Jiao Chao Jin Dan is remarkable. Even with just these 5 thin slices, I have realized a long-cherished dream. Although I have merely cultivated a small amount of internal energy, and the increase in strength is not yet substantial, this marks a qualitative transformation. It fills Chen Jie with excitement. Becoming a martial artist signifies that Chen Jie may indeed have the hope of shedding the shackles of servitude and attaining freedom in this lifetime. This is the only path for him, born into bondage, to defy fate and alter his destiny. At last, a glimmer of light shines at the end of this dark road. Chapter 71. Unblocking the Meridian. Subsequently, Chen Jie continued his cultivation that he initially practiced alone for a while, seeking to see if he could enhance his internal energy through self-discipline. Having developed his internal energy, he had yet to transition into cultivating through seated meditation and controlled breathing. This was because Chen Jie's meridians had not yet been unblocked. His internal energy currently only existed within his dantian. He was merely at the initial stage of an internal energy practitioner. Now, Chen Jie aimed to further cultivate and strengthen his internal energy, using this augmented energy to unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians. Only by unblocking these meridians could he then proceed to cultivate through breathing techniques. Particularly, if he could unblock the Ren and Du meridians, he would achieve a new qualitative leap, transforming into a master of a higher echelon. Thus, Chen Jie diligently continued practicing the Longhu Lian Tiju. However, he soon realized that progress through self-cultivation was exceedingly slow, with minimal enhancement to his internal energy. Consequently, he retrieved the Jiao Chao Jin Dan once more, sliced another thin piece, consumed it, and then soaked in a bath. Before emerging to practice the Lian Tiju once again, after consuming the Jiao Chao Jin Dan, the medicinal potency surged within his body, enabling Chen Jie's cultivation to progress at an astonishing rate compared to before. The medicinal energy quickly transformed into internal energy during his training, gradually accumulating within his dantian, enlarging the energy vortex. After fully digesting the medicinal potency of the Jiao Chao Jin Dan, Chen Jie discovered that the internal energy vortex in his dantian had expanded to the size of a peanut, whereas it had previously been merely the size of a soybean. This improvement was commendable. Most individuals would require several years to achieve such a feat after attempting to unblock his meridians. Chen Jie refrained from consuming more Jiao Chao Jin Dan, as he felt it prudent to allow his body some rest. He could not continuously ingest medicinal energy, lest his body become overwhelmed. Moreover, his internal energy had already seen considerable growth, providing him with sufficient strength for the next phase of his cultivation. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Chen Jie began to practice the meridian unblocking technique. Although he had once been merely an ordinary servant, he was well aware of the cultivation methods employed by formal martial artists. Having borrowed the knowledge from Steward Wu, Chen Jie employed the yin-yang spiral meridian technique, a foundational method for utilizing internal energy, widely circulated in the martial world. Many practitioners begin their journey of unblocking meridians using this technique. The essence of this method lies in harnessing one's subconscious will to control the energy vortex within the dantian, halting its rotation and transforming it into an elongated shape. He would then fold this shape in half, creating one open end and one closed loop. Next, he focused on the open end, intertwining the 2 strands of internal energy to form a spiral. One end of the spiral would close, while the other would have 2 pointed openings. He then directed the spiral's pointed energy entity to rotate within his body, gradually guiding it from the dantian into the Chong meridian. As he began to unblock the meridians, the spiral's pointed tip would excavate the path ahead, akin to a worker digging a tunnel. However, the 8 extraordinary meridians follow specific routes, so it was crucial to adhere to the original path to avoid errors, ensuring future cultivation would proceed without issues. Typically, novice practitioners would exercise extreme caution during this stage, fearful of mistakenly excavating the wrong meridian path. However, Chen Jie, having borrowed the wisdom of Steward Wu, possessed the experience of having unblocked meridians multiple times. Thus, he hesitated not and commenced the unblocking process. He directed his internal energy spiral tip into one of the meridians, initiating the excavation. As the internal energy rotated, the blockages within the meridian were steadily dismantled, transforming into impurities that remained in his body. Naturally, these impurities became trivial, loose debris. Once Chen Jie had exhausted his internal energy, the spiral tip vanished, for internal energy is not a permanent substance. It is something that depletes and must be restored through cultivation. Consequently, Chen Jie rose to practice the Longhu Lian Tiju, converting the vital energy within his body back into internal energy. This moment, the medicinal potency of the Jin Dan he had consumed earlier had already been digested, resulting in a slow transformation of internal energy. Nevertheless, Chen Jie persevered, working up a considerable sweat. Through this perspiration, he expelled the impurities unearthed from unblocking his meridians. Subsequently, he retrieved the Jiao Qiao Jin Dan once more, sliced off another thin piece, and consumed it as before. After soaking in ice water for digestion, he rose to practice the Longhu Lian Tiju again. Indeed, as he digested the medicinal potency of the Jin Dan, his internal energy swiftly recovered. As Chen Jie continued to train, expending the medicinal energy, the spiral tip within him grew even larger than before. Once again, he settled into a cross-legged position, directing his will to control the spiral tip, continuing to unblock the previously targeted meridian. Remarkably, the speed of his progress had increased. Previously, when the spiral tip was smaller, it was akin to a small individual attempting to excavate a vast cavern. Now, it resembled a more robust individual wielding a larger tool, thus naturally accelerating the pace of excavation. It was indeed the Jiao Qiao Jin Dan that facilitated this progress. Chen Jie mused inwardly. For an ordinary martial artist, achieving such an advancement in the unblocking of meridians overnight would be impossible. Yet, Chen Jie had accomplished it. Thus, he continued his practice, deeply immersed and earnest, nearly losing track of time. He only noticed the persistent darkness outside the window, which had a slight gap. If dawn had arrived, light would have streamed through. Chen Jie was uncertain how long he had been cultivating, perhaps after consuming 2 more thin slices of Jiao Qiao Jin Dan. Each time he ingested it, he would digest the medicinal energy while simultaneously excavating. Finally, Chen Jie successfully unblocked the first of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the Chong meridian, within the realm of his consciousness. Upon reaching the end of the meridian, he found not an empty expanse but a bend leading into another meridian. The 8 extraordinary meridians are interconnected, resembling a vast spider web. Chapter 72. Connection. The first meridian. The Chong meridian had been successfully unblocked halfway. Chen Jie revealed a smile upon his face. Indeed, he had only traversed half of the path thus far. The Chong meridian, part of the extraordinary 8 meridians, originates from the lower abdomen, specifically from the Qi Hai Dan Tian, and extends downward to delve into the perineum, ultimately connecting with the Yin Qiao meridian. This was the very endeavor Chen Jie had been laboring towards. However, the entirety of the Chong meridian encompasses far more than this singular aspect. Chen Jie continued to consume small, thin slices of the Jiao Qiao Jin Dan, persisting in his cultivation, utilizing the same method of refinement as before. He restored his internal energy. The spiral spike re-emerged within his dantian, and with the enhanced potency of the Jiao Qiao Jin Dan, the spiral spike grew slightly larger than before. Next, Chen Jie directed the spiral spike to excavate from the Qi Hai of his abdomen towards his chest. He undertook the same clearing task, directly reaching the location of the Ren meridian, which is one of the critical components of the Ren and Du meridians. Upon arriving at the Ren meridian, Chen Jie paused. Unlike when he had penetrated the Yin Qiao meridian, he did not directly enter the Ren meridian. The clearing of the Ren and Du meridians is the final stage. He must first clear the other 6 meridians before commencing with the Ren and Du pathways. Otherwise, practicing martial arts would lead to an imbalance of yin and yang, causing chaotic internal energy and potentially resulting in an explosion within his body. These principles are documented in the manuals of martial arts. At last, the entire Chong meridian had been successfully cleared. Chen Jie wiped the sweat from his brow and stretched lazily, after rising to fetch a nearby water jug and taking several hearty gulps. He returned to sit cross-legged once more. At this moment, the spiral spike of internal energy had not yet been fully consumed. Although it had diminished by half, there was still internal energy remaining within him. Therefore, he did not rush to consume more Jiao Chao Jin Dan, but instead resumed his excavation of the meridians. This time, he aimed to delve into the Yin Xiao meridian, which commences at the perineum and connects through the inner thigh down to the soles of the feet. Essentially, it links the inner sides of both legs back to the perineum and abdomen. Continuing his work, Chen Jie closed his eyes in meditation, mobilizing his internal energy and laboriously excavating. However, it must be noted that this meridian was longer than the previous Chong meridian, as the thigh extends a greater distance than the path from the abdomen to the perineum and chest. Consequently, Chen Jie found it necessary to consume a bit more of the Jiao Chao Jin Dan. When slicing the Jiao Chao Jin Dan, he made the pieces slightly thicker than before, as his body had grown somewhat stronger. Thus, he could digest a greater quantity of the medicinal substance overall. As a result, the spiral spike within him also increased in size. Each time he ingested the thin slices of the Jin Dan, it fortified his internal energy. The spiral spike consequently became even stronger than before, allowing him to clear the Yin Xiao meridian at a quicker pace than he had with the Chong meridian. After approximately half an hour of diligent work, Chen Jie successfully opened the meridian that connected the inner sides of both thighs to the perineum and the abdominal dantian. The Yin Xiao meridian was thoroughly cleared. Filled with excitement, Chen Jie glanced through the gap in the window. Dawn had yet to break. Few could claim to have cultivated internal energy and cleared 2 meridians in a single night. A sense of pride welled up within him, though he acknowledged that the potency of the Jiao Chao Jin Dan played a significant role, not merely his own exceptional talent. Nonetheless, he had acquired the Jiao Chao Jin Dan, and he was gradually beginning to alter his fate. Despite achieving considerable progress, the looming prospect of visiting the tea house, where danger might await, urged Chen Jie to remain vigilant. He continued to immerse himself in his practice, slicing off another small piece of the Jin Dan, soaking it in ice water to absorb its potency, and then executing the Longhu Yin Tiju to transform it into internal energy. Before commencing the excavation of another meridian, this time, he would delve into the Yang Qiao meridian, which parallels the Yin Qiao meridian but traverses the outer thigh. It extends from the abdomen through the perineum and along the outer thigh down to the soles of the feet. The tasks of clearing the Yin Qiao and Yang Qiao meridians were roughly equivalent in terms of effort. However, the clearing of the Yang Qiao meridian proved to be swifter, as the additional slices of Jin Dan had further bolstered his internal energy. Moreover, the Yang Qiao meridian, unlike the Yin Qiao meridian, ascends to connect with the waist after passing through the groin, as it follows the outer path. Having successfully cleared 3 meridians, Chen Jie pondered his next move. With 3 meridians already cleared, he could choose to clear any of the remaining 3. Deciding to begin with the Yinwei meridian, he swiftly repeated his previous process, consuming slices of the Jiao Chao Jin Dan, soaking in ice water to digest the medicinal power, practicing the Longhu Yin Tiju, and then cultivating internal energy to transform it into the spiral spike. He began to excavate along the documented path in the martial arts manual. The Yinwei meridian also begins at the abdomen, specifically at the chi high of the dantian, connecting upward to the chest and abdomen while also linking downward to the Yin Xiao meridian. Unlike the Chong meridian, which connects to the center of the chest, the Yinwei meridian connects to the left and right sides of the chest, making it somewhat different overall. However, the overall distance to be cleared was not as extensive as that of the Yang Qiao meridian, allowing Chen Jie to complete the clearing more swiftly this time. Typically, ordinary individuals would require considerable time to clear a meridian, needing to rest for extended periods after exhausting their internal energy with each excavation. Yet, aided by the Jiao Chao Jin Dan, Chen Jie's internal energy remained abundant, providing him with limitless motivation. With the 4 meridians now cleared, Chen Jie felt a surge of exhilaration. He had hardly consumed half of the Jiao Chao Jin Dan. It was no wonder he had strategized for so long to acquire this elixir. With renewed determination, he resolved to clear the remaining 2 meridians before resting for the night. Chen Jie promptly decided that he would finish the task before sleep. However, he was not so ambitious as to think he could clear the Rin and Du meridians tonight, as they were the most challenging to open and not easily traversed. The clearing of the Rin and Du meridians is a significant marker for a martial artist, while the other 6 meridians are relatively easier to clear. With sufficient time and energy, an ordinary martial artist could accomplish this. Yet, not everyone could successfully open the Rin and Du meridians at this moment. Chen Jie recalled 88, who was standing guard at the door, oblivious to the hour of the night. Thus, he made his way to the entrance, Upon opening the door, he found 88 standing vigil, yawning but still maintaining a semblance of alertness despite his evident fatigue. Chapter 73. Transformation. Chen Jie patted 88 on the shoulder, saying, "Thank you, brother. However, I have nearly finished my practice, and you may return to rest, get some extra sleep tonight, and reappear during lunch tomorrow in the afternoon. We will gather to head to the tea house." After all, Chen Jie was the steward of the second house, 8th district, and allowing 88 to rest a bit longer was the least he could do. They were not scheduled to depart for the tea house until the afternoon. Jie, you're being too polite. Are you certain you've completed your practice? I can continue to stand guard here if need be. 88 replied. Yet, Chen Jie reassured him, it really is fine now. You should go back and get some sleep, that we need to be in good spirits for our trip to the tea house tomorrow afternoon. After all, Steward Wu may also be present to lead the group, and other servants from different districts might join us. If we appear too fatigued, it could upset Steward Wu or draw criticism from the other district stewards. Upon hearing Chen Jie's words, 88 nodded in agreement, saying, all right, good, yeah, I will head back to sleep. You should rest as well. Chen Jie nodded in agreement, watching as Bashir turned to leave. He then closed the door behind him. At this moment, Chen Jie felt that his cultivation had reached a relatively stable state, and he was no longer apprehensive about being disturbed. Instead of succumbing to sleep, he sliced off a small piece of the Jiao Chao Jin Dan and absorbed its medicinal power, transforming it into inner strength to continue clearing the remaining meridians. This time, he focused on the Dai Mai meridian, which originates from either side of the navel in the lower dantian, traverses through the waist, and intersects with several previously cleared meridians before wrapping around to terminate at the spine. Chen Jie began his work on the left side, diligently excavating, then continued to consume more medicine before switching to the right side, until both sides met at the spine, completing the clearing process. Excellent. Now excluding the Ren and Du meridians, only one final meridian remained. A smile returned to Chen Jie's face, despite having cultivated for most of the night. His body felt invigorated, brimming with energy thanks to the Jiao Chao Jin Dan. Only his mental faculties felt somewhat fatigued. He then resumed his seated meditation, focusing on the final Yang Wei meridian, which extends from the spine, the endpoint of the Dai Mai. This meridian also branches into two directions, one leading downward to the bladder and the other upward to the heart, drawing on the life experience imparted by Wu Guanshi and others. Chen Jie proceeded with caution, excavating with fervor. After consuming several more Jin Dan slices, he finally cleared this meridian as well. Instantly, these 6 meridians formed an interconnected network. Chen Jie transformed the spiral energy into a vortex. At this moment, the overall size of the inner energy vortex within his dantian resembled that of a quail egg, having been augmented through the continuous absorption and transformation of the medicinal properties during the meridian clearing. Chen Jie then summoned a slender thread of inner strength, allowing it to flow from the Yin Xiao and Yang Xiao meridians, circulating through his feet and returning to the dantian, then looping through his left foot back to his abdomen. He continued this process around the waist, traversing several other meridians, confirming that each was flowing freely without any blockages. Satisfied, Chen Jie nodded. He refrained from continuing to clear the Ren and Du meridians, as these were notoriously difficult and required careful handling. Moreover, the night had grown late, and he needed to rest to avoid the risk of being unable to rise in the morning, despite the invigorating effects of the Jiao Chao Jin Dan. The mental exertion from channeling his inner strength had left him feeling somewhat weary. He understood that his spirit needed rest. Nevertheless, before succumbing to slumber, Chen Jie practiced the martial arts he had learned from Wu Guanshi. Not in a simplistic manner devoid of inner strength, but rather integrating the rotation of inner energy into his strikes. His inner strength surged through the Yang Wei, Yang Qiao, Chong Mai, and Dai Mai meridians, empowering his movements. In an impressive display, Chen Jie leapt forward, delivering a straightforward punch. That moment, the inner strength coursing through him enhanced both his lower body and upper torso, imbuing his form with formidable power. A simple dive felt significantly faster than before. After pausing to assess his condition, he retracted his fist, pivoted, and executed 2 swirling kicks, feeling a marked increase in the strength of his legs, even producing a faint whooshing sound in the air. However, he noted that the power in his arms had not improved significantly, primarily because the Ren and Du meridians remained unconnected. Without these pathways open, inner strength could not flow to his arms and head. limiting the power to the torso and lower body. This is why contemporary warriors regard the successful clearing of the Ren and Du meridians as a significant milestone. After all, hands are utilized more frequently than feet in daily life. And striking with hands is generally more convenient and agile. Once the Ren and Du meridians are cleared, the 8 extraordinary meridians would form a cohesive network, unlike the current situation where only the 6 meridians were interconnected. The synergy of all 8 meridians would yield a more potent effect, allowing inner strength to circulate throughout the body, amplifying the power generated in every corner and enhancing its ferocity. All in all, it was quite impressive. In one night, he not only cultivated inner strength, but also cleared 6 meridians. Consuming merely half of the Jiu Chao Jin Dan. Chen Jie felt quite satisfied. He glanced at his jade bottle. Noting that half of the Jin Dan remained, settling back into a meditative posture, he practiced breath control, now able to absorb the spiritual energy from the air, thanks to the 6 meridians having been unblocked. No longer reliant solely on the Jiu Chao Jin Dan for recovery, he soon replenished the inner strength he had expended, observing the vortex of inner energy in his dantian, now resembling a quail egg in size. Chen Jie opened his eyes with satisfaction. After exhaling deeply, he approached a nearby bucket filled with clear water, scooping some up to wash himself clean. He then took a garment to dry off his body. Chapter 74. A visit following this, Chen Jie fell into a deep sleep, awakening the next day at the hour of S.A.S. the steward, and having already arranged various matters with his household servants the day prior. He found no need to rise early today. As for Bashir, he could indulge in a leisurely slumber without concern. After a good night's rest, the fatigue that had plagued his mind dissipated, confirming that his earlier exhaustion stemmed from the excessive mental effort in channeling inner strength. Once awake, Chen Jie sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to assess his condition. The inner energy vortex remained the size of a quail egg, and 6 of the 8 extraordinary meridians had been cleared. He lightly summoned a thread of inner strength, allowing it to flow smoothly through the meridians, and felt a surge of vitality throughout his torso and legs. He hoped that Bashir's sister and brother-in-law would be wise enough not to provoke him. Otherwise, they would have no one to blame but themselves. With his inner strength returned to the dantian, Chen Jie murmured to himself, contemplating whether he should take the initiative. If he waited for them to strike first, he might find himself in peril, as hidden dangers are often the hardest to defend against. Yet, the tea house was their territory, raising the question of how he could eliminate them without drawing attention or incurring the wrath of family rules. This was indeed a dilemma. After all, he was tasked with bringing the household servants to the tea house for support. Though most of the family's experts had been dispatched to search for the Lei Hong tomb and protect that area, it remained a family domain that if matters were to escalate, internal strife among household servants would surely violate family regulations. Moreover, the supervising steward, Zhu Guanjia, undoubtedly possessed superior martial skills compared to Chen Jie. Should he violate family rules, he would have little chance against Zhu. Perhaps it would be best to proceed with caution and adaptability. After considering these matters, Chen Jie finished his grooming and stepped outside, determined to check on Bashir. Ever since the mining accident that had left Bashir injured, his sister had been eager to take him to the tea house. However, the physician's advice against long-distance travel due to Bashir's condition had put a halt to those plans. Bashir's sister and brother-in-law had already returned to the tea house. Point 1 cannot remain indefinitely. Previously, her sister stayed behind to care for her for a few days. Nowadays, he has managed to become somewhat self-sufficient. Typically, it is the designated physician and medical staff who visit to check on him and provide care. Aside from that, he is allowed to recuperate alone at home. The family doctor specializes in treating only the family members and does not provide services externally. That on ordinary days, the household servants experience only minor injuries or illnesses, and they are not numerous. Consequently, those servants with medical knowledge occasionally find themselves responsible for the daily care of those who are injured or ill. This illustrates the daily dynamics among the household servants within a large family in the current societal context. However, what Chen Jie did not expect was to encounter Bashir San right outside the door. Bashir Lu was equally taken aback, surprised that Chen Jie had come to visit Bashir San so early in the morning. "You scoundrel! I thought I could consider you a brother. Yet here you are mocking and humiliating me. That I must have misjudged you." At the same time, Chen Jie heard Bashir San, lying in bed, indignantly exclaim, "If I weren't incapacitated, I would certainly give you a good thrashing." At that moment, Bashir Lu retorted, "You rascal, When you were sent to the mines, you wanted to drag me down with you. Did you ever consider me a brother? You wretched creature. I'm here now to witness your misery. This is your comeuppance, do you understand? Chen Jie observed from outside, listening with a faint smile. He could not discern whether the two were genuinely quarreling or merely engaging in a performance. Having grown up together, they were as inseparable as real brothers. In their youth, they often bullied Chen Jie, but after he borrowed the wits of Wu Guanshi, they could no longer intimidate him. Instead, it was Chen Jie who ended up overpowering them. Subsequently, after Chen Jie assumed control, he sent Ba Shi to the mines, which greatly angered him. Ba Shi Lu, not being sent, felt it was unjust, leading to a significant rift between them. Afterward, Ba Shi became crippled in the mines, losing his virility. Meanwhile, Ba Shi Lu was continually assigned by Chen Jie to the unpleasant task of manure collection. Initially, Chen Jie believed that the brothers were truly at odds, merely displaying a superficial camaraderie. However, it seemed that perhaps it was all an act underpinned by a tacit understanding. After all, when Chen Jie became the overseer, Ba Shi was abruptly dispatched to the mines, potentially facing death at that time. Chen Jie had just taken up the role, and due to the predetermined list set by Xiao Rong, he could not make drastic alterations, which spared Ba Shi Lu from a similar fate. Perhaps at that moment, a sense of crisis had already formed between the two brothers, leading to their performance of feigned animosity to protect Ba Shi Lu. In the present circumstances, would Ba Shi Lu secretly bully Ba Shi? Chen Jie thought it improbable, yet he was disinclined to expose their act. Nonetheless, Ba Shi Lu seldom visited Ba Shi. Why had he come today? Chen Jie speculated that perhaps Ba Shi Lu was preparing to head to the tea house and wished to exchange some words with Ba Shi, only to be inadvertently caught by Chen Jie. Observing Ba Shi Lu's slightly pallid complexion and the sweat beading on his forehead, Chen Jie felt he had surmised correctly at that moment. Ba Shi Lu turned and feigned surprise at seeing Chen Jie. He quickly approached with a fawning smile, saying, "Chen Guanshi, what brings you here? When did you arrive?" I was merely teasing him and certainly did not intend to cause him any harm. That I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have acted so impulsively. I was just upset that this fellow tried to drag me into his troubles. Chen Jie simply nodded and replied, "Ba Shi Lu, there is no need to be anxious. I merely came to check on Ba Shi's recovery, as I am, after all, his direct overseer. It is part of my responsibilities. Regarding your behavior, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate. You should slap yourself 10 times as penance. Do not let it happen again." Upon hearing this, Ba Shi Lu's expression froze. Yes, he complied, raising his hands to strike his own face repeatedly, leaving it swollen and red after 10 slaps. All right, that is enough. Why must you be so vigorous with your self-punishment? Chen Jie interjected, feigning concern that on the surface, he maintained a facade of decorum, as befits someone of his elevated status. Following this, Chen Jie refrained from further conversation with Ba Shi Lu and directly approached Ba Shi's bedside. Upon seeing Chen Jie, Ba Shi did not grovel, but rather coldly turned his head away, saying, "What do you want? Are you here to finish me off? If so, then go ahead, spare me your pretense. Even Ba Shi Lu treated me with that same disdain. Why must you feign concern?" Now, Ba Shi, having lost his masculine capabilities, had undergone some physical changes. He was no longer as robust, having grown thinner. With paler skin, his beard was gone, and his voice had become more delicate, giving him a somewhat effeminate appearance. Nonetheless, his demeanor remained resolutely defiant, without a trace of subservience towards Chen Jie. Perhaps the loss of his virility had left him in a state of despair. Though it was likely merely a fleeting thought, he must still possess a survival instinct. Otherwise, why was he still alive and not resorting to suicide? However, Chen Jie did not delve into his psychological state. Observing Ba Shi's countenance, he smiled and said, "Ba Shi, please do not speak so harshly. The grievances of our youth were merely childish squabbles. To be frank, I have come to seek reconciliation. I genuinely wish to mend our relationship. I acknowledge that sending you to the mines was a mistake on my part, but at that time, I had no other choice. You know how much I cared for Uncle Mo. I could not bear to see him in danger. I had to remove him from the list, but I had just become the overseer and was still finding my footing. My only intention was to ensure Uncle Mo's safety. It was Xiao Rong who made the final decision, and to compel my compliance, she threatened me while offering me a blood reinforcement pill and 50 taels of silver. You can verify this if you don't believe me. The inclusion of your name was also her suggestion. I merely went along with it. I never intended to be so harsh towards you, as our conflicts were just petty disagreements. Moreover, the list had already been established before my tenure. Many in the household had vested interests with Xiaorong and had been preemptively appeased. Nevertheless, I admit that I played a role in your misfortune in the mines, and I bear some responsibility. However, given that you bullied me so many times during our childhood, I would say we are even now. Would you not agree? My visit today is not only to assess your health, but also to ask if you would be willing to bury the hatchet and let bygones be bygones. To renew our friendship. After all, we grew up together. If you are willing to be my friend, we can be brothers once more. What do you think? Then addressing Ba Shilu, he continued, I was indeed quite upset with your past behavior towards me. But recently, I have come to terms with it. After all, you have endured enough time in the manure pits. If you are willing to reconcile, we can be brothers, and I will no longer assign you to such distasteful tasks. Really? Ba Shilu exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Chen Guanshi, you truly forgive me and are willing to put our past behind us, freeing me from the manure duty. The task was indeed unbearable. Leaving him reeking after each day's work. Of course, I would never deceive you. Chen Jie replied earnestly. Once we return from the tea house, if you do not mind and are willing to be friends, you shall no longer have to toil in the manure pits, and we will erase our past grievances. Ba Shilu nodded in agreement, saying, Chen Guanshi, you truly possess a magnanimous heart, since you have said so. I am, of course, willing to. I am entirely devoted to you, and shall serve as your subordinate. Let us not speak of subordinates. From now on, you shall be my brother. Chen Jie patted him on the shoulder, saying, in this household, the number of people I can trust is quite limited. You too, on the other hand, I am relatively familiar with. I have my doubts about the others. Henceforth, let us strive together to contribute to our family. Ba Shilu nodded in agreement. Ba Shi-san, lying on the bed, inquired, Chen Jie, is what you just said true? Chen Jie nodded earnestly. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? Ba Shi-san continued. That wretched girl, Xiaorong, it turns out to be her. In our youth, I indeed bullied you, and I acknowledge that I was in the wrong at that time. The recent mining disaster can, in fact, be considered my own retribution. Moreover, it was imperative for someone to mine, and I have heard that many people were bribing Xiaorong due to the list issues. I, relying on my brother-in-law, did not bribe her, which may have led to my selection. In any case, I trust you. Since you, Chen Guanshi, have said so, I, like Ba Shilu, shall accept your proposal. From now on, we shall wipe the slate clean regarding our grievances. I shall not hold you accountable for the pain inflicted during the mining disaster, and you shall not dwell on my past bullying. He spoke sincerely. That you two can reconcile with me is indeed a fortunate matter. In our childhood, it was merely playful banter. Chen Jie replied with a smile. Then let us agree on this. The grievances of our past are hereby resolved. From this moment onward, all that has transpired will be left behind. A new chapter begins. The future is a fresh start, and together we shall contribute to the family. If either of you has any requests or requires my assistance, feel free to voice them. Within my capabilities, I shall gladly help. Chen Jie spoke earnestly to Ba Shi-san, and Ba Shilu listened attentively. Subsequently, Chen Jie offered some words of comfort to Ba Shi-san. After ensuring he could rest, he departed with Ba Shilu. Chen Jie patted Ba Shilu on the shoulder, saying, Go on, tidy up a bit. After lunch, we shall head to the tea house. Brother, see you shortly. Ba Shilu responded. I am truly delighted and excited to be recognized as your brother and to receive your forgiveness. I never anticipated your remarkable generosity. Very well, I shall go prepare and then join you, he replied, turning away. Chen Jie watched Ba Shilu's retreating figure, furrowing his brow before turning his gaze back to Ba Shi-san's quarters. Though Chen Jie had spoken with great gravitas, pledging to resolve their conflicts, he knew better than to take their assurances at face value. Chapter 76. Niu Meng. The reason for such a performance was merely to test their intentions or perhaps to secure a safeguard. Hoping to truly resolve this enmity. If reconciliation were possible, Chen Jie could avoid a direct confrontation with Ba Shi-san's brother-in-law at the tea house. However, considering Ba Shi-san's current condition, it was improbable he would accept reconciliation. The acceptance he displayed was likely mere pretense. Chen Jie primarily hoped to sway Ba Shilu. Yet, Ba Shilu had not divulged anything further, leaving Chen Jie uncertain whether he had conspired with Ba Shi-san and his brother-in-law or remained steadfast in his intent to ally with them against Chen Jie. Having done what he could, All he could do now was wait for the right moment. Later, Chen Jie strolled through the second estate, inspecting the work of the other servants to ensure arrangements were in place for his visit to the tea house. Afterward, he returned to his residence for a brief tidy-up before having lunch. Following the meal, he and the others gathered outside the residence of Steward Wu from the second estate before taking a carriage to the tea house, which was situated some distance away. Unexpectedly, just as Chen Jie was contemplating how Ba Shi-san's sister and brother-in-law might act against him, he was taken aback when he saw his good brother Ba Shi-ba, a stout figure, suddenly sent flying by a kick from someone. This caused Chen Jie's expression to darken, and his gaze turned icy. After all, Ba Shi-ba had stood guard for him the previous night. How could he stand idly by while his brother was being bullied? At that moment, Chen Jie recognized the assailant, stirring a sense of unease within him, for he recalled that he and Ba Shi-ba had no prior grievances with this individual. The only possible connection was through Ning Guanshi, as this person appeared to be one of Ning Guanshi's subordinates. Why would he suddenly attack Ba Shi-ba? Chen Jie rushed forward, inquiring about the situation, and learned that the altercation had begun when their shoulders collided while walking, which escalated into a verbal dispute and ultimately physical confrontation. Understanding this, Chen Jie felt an increased sense of urgency. The reason for this sudden attack on Ba Shi-ba could very well be linked to Ning Guanshi, especially in light of the previous incident involving Immortal King. After Chen Jie exposed Immortal King, she ultimately met her demise. Although Ning Guanshi publicly claimed to hold no grudge against Chen Jie, the fact that one of his old friends had now launched an attack raised concerns. Whether this was instigated by Ning Guanshi or merely an impulsive act by the man himself remained uncertain. However, the sense of crisis was palpable, if it was the former, upon returning to the tea house. Chen Jie might find himself confronting not only this assailant, but also Ning Guanshi, as the Second Estate's 3rd District was also sending representatives to the tea house, and Ning Guanshi was among them. "Brother, are you all right?" Chen Jie quickly helped Ba Shi-ba to his feet, inspecting his injuries. In addition to some bruising on his face, Ba Shi-ba bore multiple contusions on other parts of his body, indicating he had been severely beaten. Chen Jie felt a surge of anger rise within him. They were still within the family grounds, and today he was supposed to gather with them. He had arrived a little late. And now his good brother had suffered such violence. This individual had struck Ba Shi-ba on the face, clearly showing a lack of respect for Chen Jie. "Niu Meng, what is the meaning of this? Why are you attacking those from our district?" Chen Jie turned to confront the assailant, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion. Niu Meng was his name, a servant from the 3rd District, though he was not a steward. He was nonetheless part of that district, which placed Chen Jie in a precarious position regarding authority over him. Typically, a common servant would fear the repercussions of a steward from another district forming an alliance with their own steward, leading to potential retaliation. For example, they might misuse their power to undermine the servant. However, Niu Meng had a favorable relationship with Ning Guanshi, who had seemingly assisted him on numerous occasions. Thus, Niu Meng had no fear of repercussions from Ning Guanshi due to Chen Jie. Consequently, he did not regard Chen Jie with any seriousness that moment. Chen Jie surveyed the area, noting that Ning Guanshi had yet to arrive, whether by design or coincidence. "What is this about fighting?" Niu Meng shrugged, replying, "Chen Guanshi, your words are misplaced. I was merely sparring with this little fatty. Earlier, as he was walking, he carelessly bumped into me. When I sought an apology, he refused, leading us to engage in a friendly exchange of skills. Such is the norm among martial practitioners. A few bumps and bruises are to be expected, and no serious injury or loss of life occurred. So what is there to discuss? This is well within the family's allowance. Is it not?" He spoke nonchalantly, as if unfazed by the situation. "So you are deliberately causing trouble?" At this moment, Chen Jie's gaze turned icy. He ceased to dally and declared directly, "Very well. Let us engage in a friendly sparring session." As he spoke, Chen Jie released the grip on Ba Shi-ba and approached Niu Meng. "Are you certain you wish to fight me?" "Good. I was just eager for a bout." Meanwhile, Niu Meng clenched his fists, the bones cracking audibly. "Just don't end up crying from the beating," he warned, for he was indeed older than Chen Jie and possessed a robust physique, far more imposing than Ba Shi-san, a true behemoth. The commotion between Chen Jie and Niu Meng garnered the attention and chatter of numerous household servants nearby. Is manager Chen really going to spar with Niu Meng? He is the strongest without inner strength, they murmured, aware that anyone lacking inner energy was no match for him, given his muscular build. Why is Niu Meng so unafraid of manager Chen? After all, Chen Jie holds a managerial position. You don't understand. Niu Meng seems to have a close relationship with Ning Guanshi from District 3. He isn't concerned about Chen Jie at all, as Chen Jie has no authority over him. Niu Meng was known for his impulsive and reckless nature, but it was likely that upon returning from work and hearing about Mo Lian's demise, he sought to defend Ning Guanshi's honor. Deliberately instigating trouble, the whispers persisted, while Chen Jie considered whether or not to employ his inner strength as Niu Meng charged towards him. Chapter 77. The first clash if relying solely on brute strength. Combined with the martial arts techniques he had previously acquired, Chen Jie, despite being slightly shorter and less muscular than his opponent, felt no fear towards Niu Meng. After all, his martial arts proficiency was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, having consumed half of a 9-aperture golden pill, his physical strength already surpassed that of an average person. Revealing his inner strength now might intimidate the onlookers, deterring them from further provoking him. Yet it could also unveil his hidden capabilities. Should anyone wish to harm him afterward, it would be disastrous. Ultimately, exposing his mastery of inner strength had both its advantages and disadvantages, leaving him in a quandary. Thus, he charged forward to exchange a punch with Niu Meng, eager to gauge the latter's strength before deciding whether to unleash his inner energy. After all, Niu Meng was reputed to be the strongest without inner strength. As their fists collided with a resounding thud, both men staggered slightly, drawing the gaze of all present. Chen Jie, however, felt no pain in his hand. Instead, Niu Meng's arm trembled as he took 2 steps back, his face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. You lack inner strength. How can your power possibly match mine? His astonishment was palpable, for Chen Jie was merely a youth, and in terms of physique and muscle, he appeared weaker. Yet, a smile crept across Chen Jie's face. The earlier deliberation over whether to utilize inner strength seemed unnecessary. He understood that the enhancement in his physical capabilities was indeed due to the 9-aperture golden pill. Niu Meng, the so-called strongest without inner strength among the second-house servants, was now surpassed by Chen Jie in sheer physical power, while Chen Jie may not have significantly outweighed Niu Meng in raw strength. The martial arts experience he had acquired was more than sufficient to deal with him. Niu Meng, you should not have provoked me. With a cold smirk, Chen Jie surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes like a tempest. His movements fluid and graceful. Manager Wu's extensive knowledge in this area greatly benefited him. Niu Meng's martial prowess simply could not compare to Manager Wu's. Faced with Chen Jie's relentless assault, Niu Meng could only retreat repeatedly, his arms drawn in defensively. Yet it was futile. Chen Jie's fist struck him squarely in the chest, sending him reeling, followed by a kick to his calf that caused him to stumble in a fluid motion. Chen Jie twisted and delivered a hook punch that sent Niu Meng hurtling through the air. Seizing the moment, Chen Jie propelled himself forward, landing a decisive kick to Niu Meng's abdomen and sending him flying. Intent on following up with further strikes, he was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Ning Guanshi. Manager Chen, stand down. Ning Guanshi, a middle-aged man and Mo Lian's father, had arrived just in time. Chen Jie halted, turning to face him. Ning Guanshi had indeed mastered inner strength, far beyond the capabilities of Niu Meng. However, Chen Jie had also cultivated his inner energy, his inner cyclone now the size of a quail egg. With 6 meridians opened, he felt no trepidation towards Ning Guanshi, but contemplated whether to engage him. After all, too many adversaries could spell trouble. Previously, Chen Jie had merely been an investigator in the case of Mo Lian's death, which was largely a consequence of her own misdeeds within her family. Chen Jie's role had been to identify the true culprit. Consequently, Ning Guanshi could perceive Chen Jie as either an enemy or not. If possible, Chen Jie preferred to resolve matters amicably. Furthermore, revealing his inner strength at this juncture was not ideal. It would be wiser to maintain a low profile for now. At that moment, Chen Jie questioned. Ning Guanshi, what is your intention? Are you here to defend Niu Meng? Ning Guanshi raised his hand. Manager Chen, you misunderstand. His defeat in this spar is due to his lack of skill. Your victory is a testament to your strength. However, to leave him in such a state is excessive. Further beating could lead to injury, crossing the family's boundaries. As for my defense of him, I indeed must, as he is from my district. But your word alone does not hold weight. Chen Jie retorted. Niu Meng disrespected me with his words and sought to teach me a lesson, underestimating my martial prowess. He has yet to concede. Step aside. I wish to continue our spar. I admit my defeat. I concede. Niu Meng hastily scrambled to his feet, repeating his surrender. With so many eyes upon them, he deemed it necessary to appease the situation, especially with Chen Jie standing resolutely in his way. Charging past would only lead to a confrontation with Ning Guanshi, and without employing his inner strength, he had no chance against him. Such an action would inevitably expose his true capabilities. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Jie halted his advance. That moment, Ba Shi Ba grasped Chen Jie's arm, saying, "Good Jie, that's enough, and no need to escalate this with Ning Guanshi. It's unnecessary to put yourself in such a position for my sake." Chen Jie patted Ba Shi Ba's shoulder. Meanwhile, the gathered servants buzzed with astonishment. Who would have thought Manager Chen possesses such formidable strength? He didn't use inner strength, right? Surely he hasn't cultivated it yet. It must be pure physical power. For someone with such raw strength, it seems Niu Meng is not as impressive as he appears. In truth, Chen Jie's strength was not vastly superior to Niu Meng's. Rather, it was his superior fighting technique that made the difference. Niu Meng lacked the necessary skill. Youthful vigor often triumphs, they mused. Manager Chen, despite his seemingly modest physique, was undeniably robust. While Niu Meng's bulk might well have been illusory, perhaps Niu Meng was not truly the strongest without inner strength after all. It was clear that in the second house, Manager Chen was the genuine contender for that title. The murmurs surrounding him caused Niu Meng to feel a tinge of embarrassment and frustration. Yet, he could not deny the truth of the matter. He had indeed been defeated just moments ago. With a hint of shyness, he cast a glance at Manager Ning, who merely frowned slightly and shot him a glare. Chapter 78, Departure instead of walking away. Manager Ning approached directly and clasped his hands in salute, addressing Chen Jie Gong. Manager Chen, I have taken the liberty to inquire about the recent altercation between my brother from District 3 and your brother from District 8. Upon reflection, it is clear that my brother's temperament is rather foul, that he instigated the conflict over a mere bump, and I sincerely apologize for that. However, I must clarify that I did not instigate this incident intentionally. I am aware of certain rumors suggesting that I harbor resentment towards you regarding the unfortunate demise of Mo Lian, but let me assure you, that is entirely unfounded. I wish to make this clear. The events surrounding Mo Lian were a consequence of her own actions, as she contravened family rules by committing murder within the clan and caused harm to her adoptive father. She reaped what she sowed. That I could never transfer that anger onto you because of her actions. As for my brother Niu Meng, he is not acting on my behalf. He simply has a penchant for conflict. I have admonished him on numerous occasions, yet he remains unchanged. Chen Jing squinted, surprised that Manager Ning had openly addressed the matter before everyone. Given this, Chen Jie had no choice but to respond. He clasped his hands and said, Manager Ning, since you have spoken thus, I have no reason to doubt your words. That I, too, was deeply saddened by the incident involving Sister Mo Lian. As we were akin to siblings in our youth, there is no need to dwell on the past. It is behind us. However, I must mention that the injuries I inflicted on your brother Niu Meng were not severe. In fact, here, Chen Jie gestured towards Ba Shi Ba. The wounds he bears are far more numerous than those on your brother. Let us consider this matter settled and turn the page. Yet, Manager Ning, this means you owe me a favor. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let Niu Meng off the hook. I will seek opportunities to settle the score with him in the future. Since Manager Ning was fond of playing the card of confrontation, Chen Jie did not shy away and stated this openly before everyone. Upon hearing this, Niu Meng's expression shifted, and he felt a pang of fear. After all, in terms of power and status, Chen Jie held authority as manager, making him superior. Niu Meng had initially thought that since Chen Jie was not his direct superior, he would not have to worry as long as his personal strength surpassed Chen Jie's. However, he now realized that Chen Jie was indeed stronger than him. Moreover, Chen Jie was so young yet possessed such formidable physical prowess. It was conceivable that he might soon cultivate inner strength. If that were to happen, and his status were to rise again, Niu Meng would find himself in a precarious position. Manager Ning, overhearing this, nodded and smiled, saying, Very well, Manager Chen, your reasoning is sound. Indeed, my brother was a bit too forceful with your brother. Let us consider this matter resolved, and I appreciate your willingness to grant me face. From now on, let us regard each other as brothers. Chen Jie nodded in agreement. Brother, I apologize for not being able to exact full retribution on your behalf, resulting in you sustaining considerable injuries. I merely offered a brief lesson. Then, addressing Ba Shi Ba, he continued, however, since Manager Ning requires this favor, I cannot refuse him. For the time being, I must apologize to you. Consider it a debt of gratitude. Ba Shi Ba shook his head vigorously and replied, Brother Jie, Please do not say that. I am already immensely grateful for your support. The earlier incident was merely an unfortunate collision between myself and brother Niomeng. We were both careless while walking. At that moment, Manager Ning interjected, let us consider it a fortuitous encounter. From now on, we are all brothers. Observing as Ba Shi Ba and Niomeng shook hands. Chen Jie echoed the sentiment. Suddenly, a portly elderly man appeared, revealing himself to be Steward Wu. What is happening? Why all the commotion? He inquired. Chen Jie immediately responded, greetings, Steward Wu. There is nothing amiss. We were merely engaging in a friendly spar. Manager Ning nodded in agreement. If all is well, then that is sufficient. Steward Wu stated, has everyone assembled? Please check and ensure we are ready to depart. In truth, Steward Wu was well aware of the situation. It was common for subordinates to spar occasionally, as long as it did not result in serious injury or loss of life. He had little interest in intervening. Both Chen Jie and Manager Ning nodded and then turned to each other. Chen Jie called out, everyone from District 8, gather here before me. Manager Ning similarly instructed, everyone from District 3, come here and assemble before me. This moment, Chen Jie noticed that familiar faces, such as Zhao Yang, were absent from District 3. As for those in District 8, Ba Shi was also missing, still preoccupied with organizing the library. Chen Jie felt it inappropriate to summon him, as he was acting under the orders of the 2nd Mississippi. Meanwhile, the personnel allocated from each district had confirmed their lists. They climbed into several horse-drawn carriages and set off under the guidance of Steward Zhu. This time, Chen Jie and Ba Shi Ba found themselves in the same carriage. Accompanied by a few subordinates from District 3. With so many people in the carriage, they remained silent. Chen Jie closed his eyes, meditating to strengthen his inner energy. After a while, they stopped to rest. Ba Shi Ba approached Chen Jie and whispered, Brother Jie, do you truly believe that Niomeng acted on his own accord? What do you mean? Chen Jie replied, Do you suspect that Niomeng intentionally attacked you? Ba Shi Ba nodded. Upon further reflection, I realized I did not deliberately collide with him, that I was merely trying to navigate around him. He shifted his shoulder and bumped into me while insulting my deceased parents, which led to the confrontation. After all, he carries the title of the foremost expert in inner strength. I have yet to cultivate any inner strength myself. How could I possibly provoke him? Chen Jie nodded. Rest assured, I will remain vigilant regarding Manager Ning.